Since the outbreak of the global pandemic in December 2019, the world economy had been in continuous decline. By the end of 2022, the pandemic was fully lifted and economies around the world gradually began to recover. According to the latest reports, the war between the northern San country and the southern San country has been ongoing for a full year. During this time, the economies of the Obey continent nations have plummeted off a cliff. The Lusuha country officially declared bankruptcy yesterday and its citizens took to the streets to protest. The United Nations called on the world's most powerful nations, the United States and Huagua, to join forces and sit down with the northern and southern San countries for peace talks, but the United States opposed. On July 16, 2023. It was a cool evening. Qin Ciwei, lying on the sofa, was awakened by the news on TV. He scratched his slightly protruding belly, casually lit a cigarette and leaned against the sofa, half closing his eyes. Messy hair, a face full of stubble and a pair of flip-flops, he was the epitome of an unkempt homebody. After finishing the cigarette, Qin Ciwei finally mustered some energy. Damn, it's almost 8 in the evening. I slept away my only day off. I shouldn't have watched the game last night. If I'd gone to bed early, I could have played games today. Truly, a homebody is a homebody. Holidays are for sleeping or gaming. With that, Qin Ciwei grabbed his phone, got up and walked to the bathroom, scratching his butt along the way. He just took off his pants, sat on the toilet and was about to open Dodo to browse short videos. A phone call came in, the caller ID showing Langzhu. Damn, are you digging into capitalism's corner in the United States? You're actually calling me internationally. Qin Ciwei said lazily. Shanwa bro, don't talk. Listen to me, I don't have much time. Run, go back to your hometown, don't stay in the city. I have only one request, take care of my family. Tell them I miss them and I'll try my best to come back. I can't explain the details. Just go back. Beep beep beep. An urgent voice came from the other end and in just a few seconds the line was hurriedly cut off. This left Qin Ciwei completely baffled. Langzhu, whose real name was Xu Lang, was his childhood buddy. They had been playmates since they were in diapers. After growing up, they went their separate ways due to different life paths and developments. Later, Xu Lang entered the construction industry. At first he was just a laborer, but he got lucky and latched onto a big shot who took him to the United States to work on projects. He had only been there for 2 or 3 months when he suddenly called Qin Ciwei. Is this guy out of his mind? He's doing well over there, why suddenly say he wants to come back? And he says to take care of his family. Did he get into trouble over there? Qin Ciwei was utterly puzzled. But hearing the urgent tone in his voice, something must have happened. He gritted his teeth and called Langzhu back. Damn, this is an international call. If it weren't for the fact that you used to steal cigarettes from your house for me when we were kids, I wouldn't bother. As soon as he said that, the call went to voicemail. Damn, something really did happen. Qin Ciwei frowned, a vague ominous feeling creeping in. Because in that call he sensed urgency, noise, chaos and roaring. Whatever if the sky falls, there are taller people to hold it up. Qin Ciwei thought and silently opened Dodo. Early the next morning, Qin Ciwei got up and looked at himself in the mirror. His face was full of disgust. Height 185 centimeters, weight 185 jin approx. 92. 5 kilograms, a 27-year-old face. He had practically turned himself into a square. After tidying up a bit, Qin Ciwei with his big belly got into his car and drove out. Actually, 3 years ago he had been a proper handsome guy. After a few years of being beaten by society, he turned into a greasy uncle driving his newly paid-off Civic toward the company. Today is Tuesday. Usually at this time Rongcheng is jammed from 8 to 11. How is it that although there are plenty of cars, the road is clear? Then why is Rongcheng called Traffic Jam City? As Qin Ciwei was thinking, 3 armed helicopters flew overhead. Oh, lucky today I can even see helicopters. Then, scree scree scree, the car ahead that was moving smoothly suddenly braked sharply and swerved left and right. Finally it crashed into the barrier. Qin Ciwei quickly stopped his car, stunned for 5 or 6 seconds. I was looking at the helicopters. I shouldn't have hit his car, right? At this moment, from the rearview mirror, Qin Ciwei saw that the owners of several cars behind had stopped and got out to check the crashed car. He calmed himself. Even if it wasn't his fault, he should still help. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. Soon the crashed car was surrounded by warm-hearted onlookers and Qin Ciwei couldn't even squeeze in. Ring ring ring, the shrew is calling, the shrew is calling. Qin Ciwei's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he rolled his eyes. Then he immediately switched to a fawning expression and answered. Qin Ciwei, what time is it? Why aren't you at the company yet? Don't you want your monthly bonus? A female screech came from the other end. As soon as he answered, Qin Ciwei held the phone far away from his ear but still felt his eardrums stinging. True. I mean President Ma in performing a heroic act right now. As they say, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story. Heroic act. If I don't see you in 5 minutes, you'll need someone to perform a heroic act for you. Beep beep beep. After saying that, the shrew hung up. This person is so harsh, no wonder she's still unmarried at 36. Qin Ciwei muttered while walking back to his car. Although complaining, his body was honest. However, just 1 minute after Qin Ciwei continued driving toward the company, the crowd at the accident scene erupted in screams and then scattered in panic. Aside from the accident delaying him a bit, the rest of the drive was surprisingly smooth. But he still arrived at the company 3 minutes late. Qin Ciwei worked at a sports center on the 3rd floor of a Wonder Plaza which offered basketball, martial arts, badminton, archery and other sports. Qin Ciwei had been a professional track and field athlete since childhood. After growing up, he worked in sports operations and management. In his current company, he served as the basketball operations supervisor. The shrew's real name was Ma Hongna, the owner of this sports center. When Qin Ciwei stepped out of the elevator, he found her already standing at the door, timing with her phone. 3 minutes late, your full attendance bonus is gone. Congratulations. As soon as Qin Ciwei stepped out, the shrew said with a fierce face and a sarcastic tone. According to his usual nature, he would have shamelessly tried to talk his way out of it. But today, as soon as he got off the elevator, he noticed something wrong. The sports center usually had at least 60 staff members, but today he could only see about a dozen colleagues. Did they all oversleep? No wonder the shrew was guarding the elevator door today. Qin Ciwei grinned awkwardly and hurried to his desk, not wanting to provoke the boss at this moment. Back at his desk, he patted his slightly protruding belly. Bro Wei, have you had breakfast? Try this savory pancake. His colleague Hung Zai asked. Hung Zai, whose real name was Chen Zihang, was Qin Ciwei's favorite junior. He was the 3rd place in the national archery competition, young and promising, handsome and efficient. Both in work and life, Qin Ciwei took good care of this junior. Chen Zihang always trusted Qin Ciwei and their relationship was always good. Qin Ciwei didn't reply, he just grabbed a big handful and stuffed it into his mouth. Hung Zai shook his head with a wry smile. Bro Wei was still so casual. Hung Zai, I think the morning meeting is off. I have a bad feeling. Look, it's this late and only a dozen people are here. Usually by now the shrew is already hyping us up with empty promises. Now look at the shrew's face, she looks like she ate a fly. Qin Ciwei said while eating. Bro Wei, don't talk about President Ma like that. In the past few years of the global pandemic, so many institutions and companies went bankrupt. She gritted her teeth and persisted. We've had jobs because of her. Hung Zai said with a smile. Qin Ciwei glanced at Hung Zai and said, no wonder you're such a warm-hearted guy. I suspect you have a sister complex. I admit the shrew has kept us employed and I'm not bad-mouthing her. It's just a nickname I'm used to. Do you have to defend her every time? Can't I complain a little? Hearing this, Hung Zai's face turned both green and red, but he didn't know how to respond. He could only bow his head and quietly eat his pancake. Kid, you're still too green to play the knight errant with me, Qin Ciwei thought, and he didn't taunt his junior further. Rebellion. Rebellion. You brats are rebelling. How dare you all be late together? If I don't discipline you properly later, my name isn't Ma. The shrew said this angrily with her hands on her hips, then returned to her office. If she were given a visual effect, she would look exactly like a Super Saiyang. The other people in the office kept their heads down, not daring to talk. Looks like it's going to be a rough day. Whoever provokes her today will suffer. Qin Ciwei slowly lowered the A4 paper he had been using to cover his slightly chubby face, just like the defensive tool he used in childhood to avoid being called on by the teacher. He also prayed that the shrew hadn't noticed him. Bro Wei today really feels abnormal, Hung Zai said with a frown. For a moment the only sound in the vast office was the printer running unabashedly. Soon a commotion penetrated the office door and reached the ears of the dozen or so people inside. Within a minute it grew louder and louder. Oh, there's some excitement to watch. Qin Ciwei excitedly pulled the dazed Hung Zai toward the entrance of the sports hall. The others in the office also whispered to each other and went to watch the commotion. Indeed, everyone has a gossipy heart. Who knows if this is called curiosity killed the cat or thirst for knowledge. When Qin Ciwei reached the entrance, he saw 4 or 5 people already gathered, pointing. A girl in a sports skirt with a ponytail. She was holding a badminton racket and shouting anxiously from the side. On the ground, a middle-aged man in a suit was pressing down a young man in sportswear. It seemed the young man had come to play badminton with the girl. For some reason he and the suit-clad middle-aged man were wrestling. At that moment the middle-aged man lacking martial ethics was biting the young man's exposed right forearm. The young man's expression was ferocious. His left hand was pushing hard against the suit man's head, but the suit man's teeth seemed welded to his right forearm, refusing to let go. The young man dared not pull his right arm back hard because blood was already seeping from the bite. If he pulled harder, a piece of flesh might come off. Qin Ciwei watched the scene with a slight frown but took no action. After all, they were fighting and he didn't know who was right or wrong. Acting rashly might cause unnecessary trouble. Plus the shrew was already in a bad mood today. If he went to the police station to give a statement, it would further delay his work. Just as Qin Ciwei was thinking about how to behave and avoid trouble, a figure beside him suddenly kicked the suit man. The suit man was kicked away, falling to the side accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. He lay on the ground, abruptly lifting his head to look at the kicker. The kicker was Hang Zai. The one screaming was the young athlete. The suit man's eyes were only white. The suit-wearing man's eyes showed only whites with pale yellow fluid at the corners, his mouth full of blood. On closer inspection he was chewing something. Hang Zai turned back and saw that a chunk of flesh had been torn from the athletic young man's right forearm. Because of this, the athletic young man let out a heart-wrenching scream, lying on the ground and writhing left and right, trying to ease the pain in his arm. Though the suit-wearing man had no pupils, he stared intently at Hang Zai, then slowly stood up and gradually swallowed the flesh and blood of the athletic young man in his mouth. Witnessing this scene, everyone around widened their eyes, most minds going blank. The timid girls covered their mouths, tears falling uncontrollably. Hang Zai was no longer hot-blooded, his eyes were filled with terror. He's eating human flesh. The chubby girl beside him said tremblingly. As soon as these words were spoken, the suit-wearing man opened his bloody mouth and lunged fiercely at Hang Zai. Hang Zai was stunned with fear, standing motionless. Just as the suit-wearing man's hands were about to grab Hang Zai, another figure rushed out and kicked the suit-wearing man in the body, sending him flying 3 meters away. But it wasn't only the suit-wearing man who fell. A plump figure collapsed at Hang Zai's feet. Ouch, damn it, my waist. A groan came from beneath Hang Zai's feet. Only then did Hang Zai snap back to reality and help the fallen Qin Ciwei to his feet. Brother Wei, did I do wrong by meddling? Hang Zai said weakly. You did no wrong, I was wrong, I should have kept you leashed. Qin Ciwei glared at Hang Zai fiercely. Hearing the tone, Hang Zai breathed a sigh of relief and gave Qin Ciwei a foolish grin. Seeing this, those around also began to calm down. Several guys rushed over together, pressing the suit-wearing man firmly to the ground. One of the taekwondo coaches took off his belt and bound the man's hands and feet. Notably, during this process the suit-wearing man was extraordinarily strong. It took 4 or 5 guys to barely hold him down. He kept twisting his head, trying to bite whoever held him, but everyone was cautious after the previous incident. Call the police. Call an ambulance. I'll sue him until he's broke. The athletic young man shouted hysterically, holding his right arm wound with his left hand. What a damn stroke of bad luck, running into a lunatic first thing in the morning, the athletic young man cursed as he walked toward the rest area. But when he turned around, Qin Ciwei noticed a strange detail. The blood oozing from the young man's wound was very, very red, so red it was almost black and somewhat viscous. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Please try again later. A girl in a short skirt was already on the phone, or rather she had been calling the police since the suit-wearing man and the athletic young man were fighting. But strangely the line was always busy. The girl in the short skirt's gaze fell on the young man's wound, concern in her eyes. Finally she silently helped the young man walk toward the rest area. It was only then that the shrew came out of the office, frowning at the pool of blood on the ground, then noticing Hang Zai massaging Qin Ciwei's waist. Still composed, she walked over and asked what happened. Why is it such a mess? There's blood on the floor and someone tied up over there. Don't know the details. We came out when we heard the noise. Your office is at the far end with 2 doors in between, so you probably didn't hear it. When we came out we saw that lunatic biting someone. This little brat stepped in and kicked him, then a few of us subdued him together. After saying that he tapped Hang Zai on the head. Hang Zai didn't mind, just smiled and continued massaging Qin Ciwei's waist. He mentioned nothing about Qin Ciwei's own kicking entrance, partly to give credit to Hang Zai, partly to avoid the shrew making trouble for him later. You guys really? The shrew was about to speak when the mall's fire alarm suddenly went off. Beep beep beep. Accompanied by flashing red lights. The soft music playing in the mall was instantly drowned out by the alarm. What's going on? A fire. But it doesn't look like anything unusual outside. Through the transparent glass she looked outside at the mall corridor where a few people stood around looking around to see where the fire was. This noise is annoying. But the alarm doesn't go off for no reason. For safety everyone should head to the fire exit behind our venue. Bring that tied up guy too. He may be a lunatic who bit someone but he doesn't deserve to die. After saying that, Ma Hongna walked toward the entrance of the sports hall to check what was happening in the mall. But as she got closer to the door she could hear more clearly the noise outside, cries, shouts, curses and roars. Suppressing her unease, Ma Hongna stepped to the entrance. She froze at the sight. Just 4 or 5 meters to her right lay a severed hand and a pool of blood. A step further a middle-aged woman lay on the ground missing her right hand. Beside her a young woman sat with her back to Ma Hongna, both hands covering her face from behind. It looked like sobbing, or maybe she was stuffing something into her mouth. Ma Hongna approached the young woman shakily. Excuse me, do you need help? Hearing this the young woman stopped her hand movements. Slowly she turned her head toward the source of the voice. The young woman's hands and mouth were covered in blood and she was holding a section of the middle-aged woman's intestines. Her eyes with only white stared at Ma Hongna. Seeing this, Ma Hongna's pupils instantly contracted. Her body involuntarily stepped back. She tried to scream but found she couldn't make a sound. Terror was so overwhelming that she couldn't even utter a sound. When the young woman slowly stood up pulling the intestines, Ma Hongna finally regained control of her body, let out a scream and ran desperately back into the sports hall. Hearing Ma Hongna scream, Qin Ciwei and Hang Zai, who had just moved the suit-wearing man into the fire exit, instantly exchanged a glance and looked toward the entrance of the sports hall. Ma Hongna was staggering toward them in high heels but fell to the ground after a few steps. Help. Help. Her eyes were full of terror. It wasn't until Ma Hongna fell that Qin Ciwei noticed the young woman behind her, mouth full of blood with only white in her eyes, just like the suit-wearing man. Qin Ciwei immediately ran toward Ma Hongna but his weight slowed him down. However, a figure quickly darted past him toward Ma Hongna. It was Hang Zai. But the young woman was faster. In an instant she pounced on Ma Hongna, who was already on the ground, and sank her teeth mixed with flesh and blood into Ma Hongna's body. Ma Hongna's eyes were filled with helplessness and despair, but perhaps driven by a will to survive, she suddenly kicked the young woman's chest with her high-heeled right foot, the heel piercing into the woman's flesh. The young woman, as if numb to pain, flailed her arms wildly trying to grab hold of Ma Hongna. Then Hang Zai finally arrived, but he appeared hesitant and at a loss, both terrified of the young woman's appearance and reluctant to kick her. Unlike the decisive kick he had delivered to the suited man earlier, Hang Zai was still dazed, unable to comprehend what was happening. Why were the people he encountered today so violent? Gritting his teeth, Hang Zai wrapped his right forearm around the young woman's neck and pulled her back with all his might. Strangely, a normal person in such a situation would typically use their hands to pry away the arm, choking them. But the young woman, seemingly devoid of sensation, kept her arms stretched straight toward Ma Hongna. Frowning slightly, Hang Zai kicked the back of the young woman's knee, using the momentum to drag her off Ma Hongna. By then Qin Ciwei had also arrived and helped Ma Hongna to her feet. What's going on? Are you hurt? Qin Ciwei asked. Ma Hongna, still in shock, merely shook her head. Meanwhile, those lingering in the gymnasium began to turn their attention toward them. Just as they prepared to approach and investigate, a loud crash echoed as the gymnasium's glass doors collapsed with a resounding boom. Immediately after, over a dozen figures rushed toward the crowd at an alarming speed, their faces twisted into grotesque expressions. Each had no pupils in their eyes, their faces streaked with an unknown yellow fluid and bulging veins. Panic erupted. Those quick to react fled toward the fire escape, while those caught off guard were swiftly tackled to the ground by the charging people, who began biting them ferociously. In an instant the once clean gymnasium was drenched in blood, resembling a hellish scene. Without a second thought, Qin Ciwei grabbed Ma Hongna and Hang Zai and sprinted toward the fire escape. But his bulky frame became a burden, slowing him down until his speed was nearly equal to Ma Hongna's, who was barefoot. Hang Zai, now beyond terror, realized that within moments only the three of them remained standing in the gymnasium. The others had either fled into the fire escape or been overwhelmed by the frenzied attackers. In just a few seconds Hang Zai closed the gap of over 10 meters, and as he passed, Qin Ciwei grabbed his left arm to help him along. With Hang Zai's assistance, Qin Ciwei's speed picked up slightly. At that moment concerns about stamina were irrelevant. In a life-or-death crisis no one cared about exhaustion, nearly everyone tapped into reserves of strength they never knew they had. Clearly Qin Ciwei and his companions were in such a state. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate was hard to say. Fortunately, the slow-reacting individuals who had been tackled drew the frenzied attackers into a cluster, buying time for Qin Ciwei and the others. Unfortunately 3 or 4 of the frenzied people were still chasing them at high speed. As Qin Ciwei and his group neared the fire escape door, the last person to enter slammed it shut behind them. With only 7 or 8 meters left to the door, Qin Ciwei's eyes turned bloodshot and rage boiled within him. "Open the door! Open the damn door!" he roared. They were just 3 seconds too late. When Qin Ciwei reached the door, he pounded on it frantically. With the frenzied pursuers closing in, the fire door cracked open slightly. Qin Ciwei immediately shoved Hangzi and Ma Hongnao inside. Once they were in, a young man beside them quickly shut the door, slid the bolt into place and pressed his body against it. Soon after, furious pounding began from the other side. "Help me!" the young man shouted. Still gasping for breath, Qin Ciwei and Hangzi rushed over to brace the door with their bodies. Several other men in the passageway joined in. After 3 or 4 minutes of relentless battering, the force outside subsided as if the attackers had lost interest. Only then did everyone exhale in relief, as if even breathing too heavily during those minutes might have breached the door. When silence finally returned, those holding the door slumped down against it. Everyone was drenched in sweat, their faces pale with terror. They exchanged glances in silence, none daring to speak. Until from a distance the girlfriend of the young man who had been in the earlier fight began to sob softly. Qin Ciwei, finally recovering his composure, scanned the crowd, searching for the figure who had nearly doomed them by closing the door. His gaze settled on a girl. Was it her? Just then her eyes met his and they locked gazes. The girl's expression was a mix of timidity and resolve. But Qin Ciwei chose not to confront her about it. For one, none of them had been harmed, and for another, he wondered if he might have done the same in her place. He silently questioned himself. Currently there were 13 people in the passageway. 10 were gym staff and the other 3 were the suited man with only whites in his eyes, bound and brought in by some men, the young man bitten by the suited man and the sobbing girlfriend. Suddenly reminded of something, Qin Ciwei pulled out his phone and dialed the emergency number. "Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Please try again later." "Still can't get through?" Hangzi asked. "Yeah, I'm afraid this isn't limited to our area," Qin Ciwei replied without looking up. Then he dialed another number. "Hello? Son, what's wrong?" a middle-aged woman's voice answered. "Mom, listen to me. Has there been any incidents of people biting others back home?" Qin Ciwei's eyes lit up with a hint of relief. "People biting others? Son, are you sick? You're talking nonsense. Go to the hospital and get checked out." With a mother's endless concern, Qin Ciwei interrupted her. Mom, just listen to me. There's a highly contagious disease spreading here. I don't know how it's transmitted yet, but those infected start biting people like rabies. Don't ask questions now. Just listen, go back to the countryside where there are fewer people. Don't interact with anyone outside, absolutely not. Hello? Hello? Qin Ciwei tried to stay calm, summarizing the severity briefly for his mother. But before he could finish, the line went dead with a series of beeps. He immediately called again, but after 10 seconds there was still no response. Checking his phone, he saw no signal in the top right corner. Frowning, Qin Ciwei wondered if his mother had grasped the urgency of the situation. Seeing him on the phone, others in the passageway hurriedly called their families. Some were lucky enough to exchange a few words like Qin Ciwei, while others stared at their phones in silence. Qin Ciwei noticed Hangzi lowering his phone from his ear, a grim expression on his face as he shook his head slightly. Without offering empty words of comfort, Qin Ciwei simply patted him on the shoulder. In their current predicament, no one had the heart to console another. All right everyone, don't lose heart. Though we don't know what's happening outside, it's clear that many lives have been lost out there. Your phones should all be out of signal by now. Let's think about how to avoid this danger. Ma Hongnao, as the company boss, despite witnessing the gruesome scenes of disembowelment and relentless pursuit today, suppressed her nausea and stepped forward to lead everyone in addressing the predicament at hand. The crowd turned their gaze to her. After all, everyone present except for the 3 athletic youths were her employees. Yet they were all too shaken by the sudden chaos to utter a word. Meanwhile, Qin Ciwei was deep in thought. The phone call he had just made to his mother felt eerily similar to the one his friend Lang Zhu had given him yesterday. Both were equally frantic, both cut off mid-sentence. At this thought, his pupils constricted sharply, as if struck by a terrifying realization. Perhaps the world has changed. Qin Ciwei spoke in a trembling voice. The crowd turned to him. With unsteady hands, he slowly pulled a pack of Yushi cigarettes from his pocket, took one out and placed it between his lips. He lit it, took a deep drag and exhaled slowly. The nicotine calmed his chaotic mind. Him saying the world outside might have changed. His voice now carried a deep gravity devoid of his usual nonchalant demeanor. Yesterday a close friend of mine called from the United States telling me he was coming back to our hometown. The line was chaotic, there were raw screams, just like what we just experienced. Now I understand. Those people outside must be infected with a virus similar to rabies biting anyone they see. This virus likely began spreading in the United States yesterday. For some reason it started spreading in our country today. He took another heavy drag of his cigarette. So the virus probably began spreading since midnight. That's why there were so few vehicles and pedestrians on the road today. That's why the emergency line was unreachable, too many people were calling. That's why our phones have no signal, the servers at the telecom company crashed and no one is maintaining them. The crowd fell silent. They wanted to refute or offer alternative explanations but they couldn't find any. Everything that had happened today aligned perfectly with Qin Ciwei's words. Everyone, don't be afraid. Since this has happened we just need to find a way to protect ourselves. Trust our country, we can wait for rescue here. Ma Hongna stepped forward again to comfort them. Wait for rescue. The emergency line has been dead for an hour. Who knows we're here? Who will save us? The injured athletic man spoke angrily, blood still oozing from his wound. It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on playing badminton, would I have been bitten by that lunatic? The man's emotions spiraled out of control as he shoved away the woman in the short skirt who had been supporting him. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Tears welled in her eyes as she tried to approach him again. Cry, cry, cry. That's all you ever do when something happens. I'm sick of women like you. The man waved her off, leaning against the wall as he sat down on his own. The woman in the short skirt lowered her head and crouched beside him. Bro, a guy like that wouldn't survive 3 episodes in a TV drama, Hang Zai murmured softly. Mind your own business. Are you feeling sorry for him again? Qin Ciwei shot Hang Zai a glare. Xiao Qin, what do we do next? Ma Hongna approached him. It was clear that as a woman she was at a loss in this situation. The athletic man's remark about waiting in vain for rescue had cast a shadow of despair over everyone present. She needed someone to lean on, and Qin Ciwei and Hang Zai's selfless act of saving her earlier had filled her with gratitude, prompting her to instinctively seek his advice. What do we do? You expect a fat guy like me to know? Qin Ciwei sounded dejected. Brother Qin, what about that man in the suit? The young man who had earlier opened the door for Qin Ciwei stepped forward. His name was Chen Mu, an archery coach at the sports center. He was a bit older than Hang Zai but worked in a different department, so they weren't familiar. Xiao Chen, thanks for opening the door for us earlier. Qin Ciwei shot him a grateful look. Don't mention it. In that situation I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Chen Mu scratched his head with a smile. That man in the suit is probably infected. Let's observe him and see if we can find any clues. With that, Qin Ciwei led Hang Zai, Ma Hongna and Chen Mu toward the suited man. The others except for the athletic couple followed out of curiosity, though uncertain of what they were about to do. The suited man, sensing the crowd closing in, grew restless again. However, the taekwondo coaches had bound his hands and feet with belts, leaving him writhing on the ground. Qin Ciwei stepped closer. What's your name? Can you understand me? The only response was a guttural roar. Has lost his mind and can't communicate. Qin Ciwei waved his hand in front of the man's eyes. The man lunged forward, trying to bite his hand. Fortunately, the man was restrained and Qin Ciwei was quick enough to pull his hand back. His eyes are all white, no pupils. They don't track my hand. He might be blind. No, he still aimed for my hand so he can see, but only outlines. The crowd nodded silently, noting these characteristics. The veins on his face are prominent, a strange yellow fluid is oozing from his orifices, and there's a bite mark on his left cheek with black blood. This must be the cause of the infection. Qin Ciwei frowned. Bro, are you saying that being bitten leads to infection? Hang Zai followed up. Does that mean that jerk? Realization dawned on the crowd. The athletic man had been bitten on the arm by the suited man, and wasn't his wound bleeding black? Everyone looked around frantically, searching for the athletic man, terrified he might be beside them and bite them. At that moment they turned to see the athletic man who had been sitting by the wall now biting the woman in the short skirt on the face. Strangely, she offered little resistance. She only held him tightly. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for making you like this. I'm sorry, she sobbed. The horrifying scene sent a woman screaming. The athletic man instantly looked up, his gaze locking onto the source of the sound. He quickly broke free from the woman's embrace and lunged at the crowd. By now the men had grown somewhat accustomed to the chaos. They were all physically trained. They formed a loose line shielding the women behind them. A taekwondo coach, as the athletic youth closed in, delivered a front kick squarely to his chest. The youth flew back 2 meters but immediately scrambled to his feet. Qin Ciwei silently noted this. The infected felt no pain. The athletic youth charged forward again, roaring. Taekwondo instructor Wu Qingsong frowned slightly and delivered another whip kick, striking the youth's temple with brutal force. This time the athletic youth fell to the ground and did not rise quickly. Instead he began convulsing on the floor. Qin Ciwei silently recorded the scene. Attacking the chest had little effect on the infected, but striking the head hindered their movements. So the weakness was in the head. Seizing the moment while the athletic youth was temporarily incapacitated, the other 2 taekwondo instructors removed their belts and bound him. They then tossed him toward the suited man, who paid him no heed and continued roaring toward the crowd. "Qingsong, how are you? Are you all right?" Ma Hongnao asked with concern. "I'm fine, Sister Na. I put all my strength into that whip kick. I usually shatter wooden boards 4 to 5 centimeters thick with it. I was worried I might have cracked his skull." Wu Qingsong rubbed his nose, a smug expression on his face. "You little rascal, don't be so cocky." Ma Hongnao poked his head. It was evident that although Ma Hongnao was strict at work, her subordinates still held her in high regard. "I think we need to deal with them quickly," Qin Ciwei said. "If we delay any longer, we'll all get infected. There are already 3 infected here, the suited man, that scumbag, and the girl in the skirt." The group then remembered that the girl in the skirt had also been bitten by the scumbag earlier. "She's unconscious," a girl replied. "To be safe, let's tie her up too," Chen Mu said. Without further ado, the last belt was naturally fastened around the skirted woman. After securely binding the 3 infected together, the 10 of them gathered in a circle. They were venue owner Ma Hongnao, basketball supervisor Qin Ciwei, basketball coach Hang Zai, archery coach Chen Mu, taekwondo instructor Wu Qingsong, Liu Yi and Robin, badminton teacher Liu Yu, fitness instructor Wang Xiaomi, and academic teacher Zhongxin. The group sat together. "It's just us left. I wonder how the others are, whether they are hurt or infected." Ma Hongnao spoke with worry. "To me, you're all still just kids. After this is over, it'll take full responsibility." Ma Hongnao subconsciously believed this would blow over soon and was already contemplating how to shoulder the blame afterward. She was indeed a responsible leader. At that moment she had stopped thinking about making money and had shed her earlier stern demeanor. "I think our top priority is to find a safe place to hide and wait for rescue. But we don't know how long we'll need to hide. A day or 2 is manageable, we can tough it out, but if it's 3 or 4 days or longer, we'll starve. So supplies are crucial right now." Liu Yu stood up as she spoke, drawing everyone's gaze. She showed no sign of timidity. It had to be said, Liu Yu was a remarkably rational woman. While others were still disheartened, she was already planning an escape route and solutions. Qin Ciwei cast a glance at her. Though he agreed with her reasoning, the earlier door incident had taught him a lesson. Thus he remained wary of Liu Yu. "But the exit door of this passage is locked, and outside the entrance at this end are those infected. Where are we supposed to find supplies?" Hang Zai, not as cunning as the seasoned Qin Ciwei, asked casually. "Look up," Liu Yu said softly. Everyone looked upward. On the right wall, about 2 meters up, was a ventilation window with glass. Its opening was wide enough for an adult to pass through. "If I remember correctly, the room next door is our office," Ma Hongnao said. "Yes, it's our office. Because of our work, we burn a lot of energy every day. Sister Na felt sorry for us and bought us plenty of snacks," Hang Zai said excitedly. "So if we can get to the office, we can solve our current predicament and wait for rescue," Liu Yu said, a hint of pride in her voice. Everyone's eyes lit up. Indeed, the method Liu Yu proposed was the safest option. "Is the office door open? If it's closed, the infected might not have gotten in. But if it's open, whoever goes in first is taking a risk." Qin Ciwei's words left everyone stumped. True, if there were infected inside the office and the window only allowed 1 person through, the first to enter would face danger. Everyone exchanged glances, falling silent. Though they were colleagues, when it came to life and death, no one was willing to yield. "Then he'll go first," Liu Yu said calmly. Everyone was astonished. Why? What was her aim? How could a woman be so bold? "But I have one condition. After I go in first, each of you gives me 20% of your food. You'll clear the path for everyone and you pay me a reward." "Is that too much?" Liu Yu said unhurriedly. "Liu Yu, aren't you afraid of the infected?" Wu Qingsong asked. "He'll take a gamble. If there are infected inside, I'll figure something out. Liu Yu seemed confident, utterly unconcerned for her own safety. I agree, Zhongxin said weakly, raising her hand. Usually timid, she dreaded drawing lots the most. If she were unlucky enough to be first, it would be like delivering herself to danger. Qin Ciwei, Hang Zai and Ma Hongna exchanged glances. They hadn't expected the usually unremarkable Liu Yu to pull such a move in this situation. Qin Ciwei, a seasoned veteran, pondered the deeper implications of Liu Yu's actions. If this incident ended quickly and rescue came soon, her sacrifice would be great. But if rescue took a long time or never came, food would become incredibly precious. Yet she couldn't openly snatch everyone's food, nor could she overpower the men. So she proposed this deal. Thinking this, Qin Ciwei cast another deep glance at Liu Yu. Who would have guessed? In such a short time she had already started eyeing, or rather scheming for, everyone's food. Enough. This kind of thing shouldn't be left to a woman. Qin Ciwei got up from the ground and gave Hang Zai a kick. Hearing this, Liu Yu frowned slightly. Hang Zai looked bewildered. Why kick me? Hang Zai and I will go first and we won't take anyone's food. After all, food will be vital for all of us in the coming days. Don't just casually promise yours away. As he said this, Qin Ciwei glanced at Zhongxin, who immediately lowered her head. But I suggest that once we get into the office we gather all the food together. Well, distribute it fairly. Qin Ciwei brushed the dust off his pants. Yeah, I think brother Qin's got a point. He'll go with you, Wu Qingsong chimed in, backing him up. Everyone agreed more with Qin Ciwei's proposal, nodding in unison. Though displeased, Liu Yu had no choice but to go along. For all her cleverness, she was still too young. Everyone's gaze was fixated on Qin Ciwei. For a whole minute the entire scene felt somewhat bizarre. Hey, just because I'm chubby I have to play the supporting role. I'm supposed to be the vanguard, yet they make me a mere backdrop. I'm meant to be the most handsome one. Qin Ciwei complained indignantly. There was no choice, the window was nearly 3 meters high and someone had to serve as the stepping stone. Unfortunately, Qin Ciwei was the only chubby person present. Hangzi, if you fart on my head I'll strip you of your underwear, Qin Ciwei said as he walked towards the wall. Bro, just be careful, Hangzi said with a smile as he sat on Qin Ciwei's shoulder and quickly climbed up to the window. Hangzi, any situation? I haven't spotted any infected individuals yet, but the office door is wide open, Hangzi replied. Then find a place to land. Wait for Qingsong to join you, that's safer, Ma Hongna said. At this moment Qin Ciwei couldn't see what was happening inside and dared not disturb Hangzi, silently serving as a stepping stone. Qingsong, go up. Qin Ciwei felt a lightness on his shoulder, knowing Hangzi had found a foothold. All right, Qingsong said without hesitation as he stepped onto Qin Ciwei's shoulder and gently pushed himself up. After all, he practiced taekwondo and his skills were undeniable. Qingsong, tell Hangzi to go all out. If there's danger, leave no mercy, aim for the head, Qin Ciwei said solemnly. Wu Qingsong nodded seriously without speaking. Liu Yu, Robin, come on, help me up. Qin Ciwei was still a bit worried. The two didn't hesitate, squatting side by side. Qin Ciwei immediately stepped on, then grabbed the edge of the window and climbed up. As Qin Ciwei was stuffing his bulky body through the window, he heard the sound of things colliding mixed with screams of anger. Qin Ciwei hastened through the window and didn't have time to observe, he directly fell from the window. The sounds of his body hitting the ground echoed. Qin Ciwei had no time to cry out in pain, he quickly got up and surveyed the surroundings. He found Hangzi standing in place with a terrified expression while Wu Qingsong held a bloodied mop handle, and on the ground lay his former colleague Xiao Wu. Qin Ciwei didn't immediately ask what had happened but rushed to the office door and gently closed it. Then he called out, "What are you still standing there for? Move those 2 desks to block the door." At this moment Hangzi and Wu Qingsong finally regained their senses and hurriedly ran over to move the desks. After moving, the 3 leaned against the desks and nobody spoke. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Qin Ciwei took out 2 cigarettes, handing one to Wu Qingsong while keeping one for himself. The 2 crisp sounds of igniting broke the silence. I've killed someone. Wu Qingsong's hand trembled slightly as he held the cigarette. Nonsense, it was clearly Xiao Wu. No, that infected person crashed into him and died there. Although Qin Ciwei was somewhat surprised, he suppressed his emotions and tried to comfort Wu Qingsong. Indeed, in previous encounters with several infected individuals, everyone had only used fists and feet, never truly harming any of them. Even now the infected individuals in the fire escape were merely tied together. Deep down everyone still believed they were just sick. Once rescue arrived and the state sorted everything out, they could return to their usual lives. However, this time Wu Qingsong felt he had committed a grave mistake. Bro, this was my mistake. I didn't notice Xiao Wu lying under the table. He suddenly hugged me and then Qin Song accidentally killed Xiao Wu while trying to save me. Hangzi quickly explained. Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't you hear what I said? Worrying leads to chaos. When will you mature a bit? Qin Ciwei rubbed Hangzi's head fiercely. Qin Song, this matter is known to heaven, earth, you and me. No one else will know. Besides, it's chaotic outside now. These infected have bitten who knows how many people. One more or one less doesn't make a difference. Don't dwell on it. Qin Ciwei finally cleared his mind and earnestly began to guide Qin Song. Qin Ji, what if Xiao Wu could be cured? Wu Qingsong slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He could have been cured, yet I took his life. Even if I could escape legal consequences, I cannot escape the judgment of my own heart. Wu Qingsong said softly. Hearing this, Hangzi turned around without a word, picked up the bloodied mop handle and stood beside Xiao Wu. He forcefully stabbed the sharp end into the cold head of Xiao Wu, then pulled it out, splattering blood all over Hangzi. Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong were initially puzzled about Hangzi's intentions. Seeing this scene, Wu Qingsong started out confused but soon understood. Hangzi wanted to share this burden with him. Hangzi said nothing but proved his stance through actions. Soon the three of them each found a trash can and began to vomit. Indeed, they were all ordinary people. Normally they wouldn't bat an eye at killing a chicken or a fish. But when it was truly the first time killing someone, the first time witnessing blood mixed with brain matter splattered on the ground, they ultimately broke through their psychological defense. After vomiting for 5 minutes, the three of them gathered together, faces pale. All right, once this is over, I'll accompany you to turn yourself in, Hangzi said weakly. Wu Qingsong didn't speak but gently nodded, his gaze seriously fixed on Hangzi as if he had made a decision inside. Look. Look outside. Qin Ciwei's pupils dilated. The scene before him was the most unbelievable moment he had experienced today. Wu Qingsong and Hangzi also looked outside. Because they were on the 3rd floor and such shopping malls typically had duplex levels, meaning the 1st floor was equivalent to 2 floors of a residential building. In other words, they were currently at a height of 6 floors. The view had become relatively open. They saw burning cars everywhere on the elevated road and ground with corpses strewn about. Although it wasn't a river of blood, there were blood handprints every 3 steps and blood footprints every 2 steps. Infected individuals were chasing and biting people everywhere with blood and entrails visible on the ground. The three were shocked. It turned out that not only were they experiencing all this, but everywhere they looked the scene was the same. Even more gruesome. Bro, what? What happened? Hangzi looked at Qin Ciwei with a face full of terror. However, when he saw that the horror on Qin Ciwei's face was no less than his own, he collapsed weakly onto a nearby chair. Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong withdrew their gazes, silently lighting a cigarette, the nicotine suppressing their inner fears, confusion and bewilderment. Qin Ciwei slumped down on the ground, carefully recalling the events of the past 2 days. Firstly, the situation in the United States might be similar to that of our dragon country, it's just that for some reason the situation was delayed by a night. Since 2 superpowers are experiencing this, does that mean the entire world is like this? Or is it just that I and Langzhu are unlucky? Is it just our 2 cities encountering this situation? No, the probability is too small. With the situation having developed this far, why hasn't the military come out to suppress it? Could it be that the military is also facing this situation, or are they rescuing other cities? Even the officials should not be able to react to such sudden infected individuals biting people. So it must be a widespread outbreak. That's why the officials can't come to the rescue and they are struggling to protect themselves. And the infected individuals before them are highly contagious. The officials haven't come out to control the situation until now, indicating they can't control it anymore. If this situation isn't forcefully controlled and allowed to develop, it would lead to the end of the world. Thinking of this, cold sweat dripped down Qin Ciwei's forehead. At this moment, Qin Ciwei's inner fear expanded infinitely. The end of the world meant that even his safety and basic necessities could not be guaranteed. When the apocalypse arrives, laws and regulations will vanish. It means that the invisible weapon hanging over people's heads will no longer exist and the living will completely liberate their true nature. At the same time, those invisible burdens will also disappear. There will be no need to exhaust oneself for a few coins, to scramble for survival, to bow and scrape, to endure humiliation or to bear heavy burdens, nor will there be a need to buy cars and houses to marry. There will be no need to live just to appear as if one is living well. With this thought, Qin Ciwei felt relieved and stood up, a hint of light in his eyes as he spoke softly. Life and tobacco have not only slaughtered my brain and organs but also my infinitely crazy, damp, rotten, hedonistic yet stable, grounded, mundane dreams. Her caught between dreams that wriggle like legged insects on the ground and the reality that feels like the divine palm of Buddha, I live like a monkey, horror monkey that only smokes. From now on I want to live for myself. Qin Ciwei said with determination in his eyes. Before people could react, the sudden collapse of social order completed Qin Ciwei's first transformation. Seeing Qin Ciwei speaking frantically, Wu Qingsong and Hangzi exchanged glances, thinking that he had gone mad while looking at the bloody scene outside. Qin Ciwei noticed Hangzi and Wu Qingsong looking at him with pity in their eyes and immediately understood they had misunderstood him. So he shared all his analyses with them. Hangzi and Wu Qingsong exchanged glances again, but this time they saw incredulity, fear and helplessness in each other's eyes. Both accepted Qin Ciwei's reasoning. Well, since we've accepted reality, let's live well and let's live better together. Let's gather all the food and drinks in the office and put them in the office of Mother Yasha. Her office is relatively independent and easier to manage supplies. Hangzi and Wu Qingsong nodded and began to take action. Within 5 minutes they looked at the pile of supplies stacked like a small mountain and nodded in satisfaction. Let's go, it's time to bring them over. Why did you take so long? Were you injured? Ma Hongna asked with concern. You'll understand once you go over there. Qin Ciwei replied in a deep voice, avoiding a direct answer to Ma Hongna's question. He wanted them to see for themselves so they could better accept the apocalypse. What about the 3 infected? Ma Hongna inquired. You two go ahead. Wu Qingsong is still guarding the supplies over there. Remember, the supplies must be managed centrally, then take inventory. Leave these 3 infected to me and Hang Zai. Qin Ciwei answered. All right. But there's something off about that girl in the skirt. She's been unconscious for so long without transforming. You'll head over now. Sensing the somber mood of Qin Ciwei and Hang Zai, Ma Hongna didn't press further. She then joined the others, forming a human ladder to climb into the adjacent office. Once they were alone in the fire escape, bro, what do we do? Hang Zai posed the question. We need to run some experiments on them. Qin Ciwei replied. As they approached the 3 infected, the man in the suit and the young athlete began snarling again, sensing their presence. Only the girl in the skirt remained motionless. Based on the young athlete's transformation time, it took about 10 to 15 minutes. But now over half an hour had passed since the girl was bitten. They were puzzled. Bro, what do you want to test? Hang Zai asked, confused. I want to see if they are still alive. As he spoke, Qin Ciwei grabbed the suited man's foot and dragged him back 2 meters. Then he felt the man's ankle and squeezed his calf muscle. His body temperature is very low, not normal for a living person. It's cold and his calf muscles are stiff. Logically, he shouldn't be able to move. Qin Ciwei was perplexed, recalling his college course on sports anatomy. He then placed his hand on the suited man's left chest. After 3 seconds he withdrew it as if shocked. He's already dead. No heartbeat, no body temperature. He's like a corpse that died not long ago. Qin Ciwei showed no sign of panic, perhaps due to his past experiences. To verify this, he and Hang Zai examined the girl in the skirt and the young athlete. They found the same condition as the suited man. So they are all walking corpses. Hang Zai stammered, shaken by the sight that once again assaulted his innocent mind. Yes, you could say that. Qin Ciwei glanced calmly at Hang Zai. So once infected, you die in about 10 to 15 minutes and turn into... what should we call them? Not infected anymore. They walk in corpses. Qin Ciwei patted Hang Zai, who was swallowing hard. The transmission is through bites. See, that jerk was bitten by the suited man and turned. Qin Ciwei continued. It had to be said, his reasoning and logic were extraordinary. But before society collapsed, he just wanted to drift through life, unwilling to show his edge. The final experiment is to find out how to kill these walkers. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in Qin Ciwei's eyes. Do you think him cruel? Qin Ciwei turned to Hang Zai. Hang Zai shook his head. Since they are no longer alive, no longer themselves, and they threaten our lives, they are no longer our kind. They're a new kind of monster. Killing these monsters is about protecting ourselves. We shouldn't feel guilty. Qin Ciwei looked at Hang Zai with approval. You seem to have grown up overnight, kid. Qin Ciwei smiled. Bro, let's do it. I need to tell Qingsong later that we're not killing living people but walkers. Hang Zai suddenly thought of Qingsong and urged. Qin Ciwei nodded gently, then gripped the mop handle with both hands, its sharp end aimed at the suited man's heart. He thrust it in with force. Black blood oozed out, but the suited man continued snarling and thrashing. Qin Ciwei frowned. A stab through the heart doesn't kill it. So the heart isn't a weak point? Hang Zai wondered. Then try somewhere else. Qin Ciwei raised the mop handle again, aiming at the man's eye, and thrust hard. The suited man immediately stopped moving, truly dead. Hang Zai, remember from now on aim for the head. Despite the sight, Qin Ciwei still felt a wave of nausea. But he had already emptied his stomach in the office. Next one is your turn. He handed the mop handle to Hang Zai. Hang Zai instinctively recoiled, pushing the handle away with both hands and shaking his head frantically. Qin Ciwei just stared at him silently. After a moment's thought, Hang Zai realized this might become routine. His gaze hardened. Imitating Qin Ciwei, he thrust fiercely, finishing off the young athlete. Both felt a weight in their hearts. Only the girl in the skirt remained. She hasn't turned yet. Maybe we should leave her. Hang Zai suggested. Qin Ciwei considered it. Indeed, someone who hasn't turned is still biologically human. Killing her would weigh on their conscience. If she hasn't transformed for so long, maybe there's another outcome. Killing her now would make them truly guilty. All right, let's go back. Leave her here. They exchanged a wry smile and walked toward the window. Hang Zai, you'll have to boost me up first. You'll go up, then pull you. Qin Ciwei said with a sly grin. Hang Zai's face stiffened, then he sighed, covering his forehead with a resigned smile, and silently crouched down. When they returned to the office, they saw everyone sitting or lying on the floor. Tears glistened in the eyes of several women. Only Liu Yu stood by the window, staring blankly at the hellish scene outside, lost in thought. It seemed Wu Qingsong had already informed everyone of the situation. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Qin Ciwei and Hang Zai didn't try to console them. Instead, Qin Ciwei pulled the dazed Ma Hongna aside. Sister Na, have you inventoried the supplies? Qin Ciwei asked. Yes, I have. There's 1 box of soda crackers, 2 cases of Red Bull, 23 bags of chips, beef jerky. Ma Hongna, after composing herself, quickly regained her composure. If the 10 of us ration carefully, eating 2 meals a day, it might last about 4 days. She said with a frown. Sister Na, please brief everyone on the supply situation so they know where we stand. Qin Ciwei said. Ma Hongna gathered everyone. She first comforted them, urging them to accept the reality of the apocalypse, then explained the current state of their supplies. Hearing that they would have to scrimp and save to last just 4 days, everyone was deeply worried. A few, however, remained optimistic. What if rescue comes within 4 days? And what if it doesn't? The dissenter was Liu Yu. So the top priority is to find more supplies as much as possible. Supplies that can sustain us for a long time, Liu Yu continued. Our gym is on the 3rd floor, the roof is on the 4th, and the supermarket in Wonder Plaza is on the basement level. If we can find a way to reach the basement, find a sealed room and stockpile supplies, we can definitely hold out for a long time, Liu Yu said, growing more animated. The other's eyes lit up. But how do you plan to bypass those walking corpses? Oh, I mean the infected, they are already dead like walking bodies, so we call them walkers. Hanzi interrupted their daydreams at an inopportune moment. That's your problem, guys. I've told you a way to survive. With that, Liu Yu turned and sat down. The male students present felt a twinge of resentment. Even if they were to search for supplies, why should they share the fruits of their life-risking efforts with her? Hanzi and Wu Qingsong instinctively looked at Qin Ciwei, and the other boys followed their gaze. Why are you all staring at me? Do I have flowers on my face? Qin Ciwei drawled lazily, leaning back in his chair. Xiao Qin, everyone usually respects you, and after today's performance they trust you more. Why don't you share your thoughts or plans? Ma Hongna said softly. She understood that under the current circumstances the group needed a leader, and as a weak woman she was unfit to lead. So she pinned her hopes on Qin Ciwei, her words aimed at guiding everyone to follow his lead. Liu Yu, however, felt displeased upon hearing this. No, don't. I don't want to take this responsibility on myself. It's the apocalypse now. I'm doing well enough just to take care of myself. How could I possibly lead a team? You better find someone else, Qin Ciwei quickly declined, waving his chubby hands. Upon hearing this, the others frowned, and even Liu Yu was curious. I don't want to say too many pessimistic things, but I'm willing to share my upcoming plan with you all. First of all, I don't think we can wait for rescue. This happened too fast for anyone to react. And before the signal went out, I called my mom back home. I can confirm that for now there are no walkers there, so it should be safe. So I want to go back to find my mom. This afternoon and evening I'll observe the walkers' behavior again. At dawn tomorrow I'll set out, Qin Ciwei said nonchalantly. Bro, what about me? Hanzi asked, his face full of anticipation. I can't force you. To be honest, I want to take you with me back to my hometown. But what about your family? Don't you want to find them? Qin Ciwei looked at Hangzi seriously. I called too, but my hometown is in Jinan. When I called, my dad and mom were together. Then they said some thugs outside bit them. After that the signal went dead, Hangzi said, tears streaming down his face. He could no longer bear the pain of losing his family. So bro, I don't have a home anymore. I'll go with you, Hangzi said firmly. Qin Ciwei didn't console Hangzi, he simply patted his shoulder and nodded heavily. Go ahead. Let's see how you get out. The place is crawling with walkers now. What makes you think you can make it out? You considered Qin Ciwei's plan unrealistic. I still insist, find a way to the basement and wait for rescue. The supplies there can last us a long time. Anyone willing to stay, listen to me. I have a way to get there. Seizing the opportunity when Qin Ciwei refused to lead, Liu Yu brought up the idea again. It was clear she wanted to be the leader, though her motives remained unknown. Hearing Liu Yu's words, the others made their choice. Although Qin Ciwei was reliable, his mind was set on leaving to find his family, a goal that conflicted with everyone else's current situation. After all, no one wanted to help fulfill someone else's wish while putting themselves in danger. So except for Wu Qingsong, Hangzi and Ma Hongna, the rest gathered around Liu Yu. After all, Liu Yu had proposed some feasible ideas. Qin Ciwei showed neither surprise nor regret. He knew his own needs couldn't align with everyone else's interests. Qin Ciwei looked at Wu Qingsong. What about you? Why aren't you going to Liu Yu's side? I don't want to entrust my future to her. After all, she's the type to shut the door on others for her own sake. Wu Qingsong said with a hint of sarcasm. Qin Ciwei and Hangzi understood instantly. Liu Yu's face flushed, but she didn't retort. The others didn't grasp the meaning behind Wu Qingsong's words. I'll go with you too, Ma Hongna said. Reason? You saved me twice. I don't like owing favors. Maybe I can repay you someday. What do you think? Ma Hongna said earnestly. Qin Ciwei thought for a moment. Fine, it's settled then. We've been busy all morning, I'm starving. Let's eat something, Ma Hongna said. Qin Ciwei and the other two exchanged glances as if a thought struck them, and they all shook their heads. We're not hungry yet. Well, save our share for dinner. Ma Hongna looked at them oddly but said nothing. She went into the office, divided all the food into 10 portions and took the 4 portions that belonged to their group. She left 6 portions for Liu Yu's group. Then Liu Yu and her 5 companions entered the office, claiming it as their own, and began planning their survival strategy. Meanwhile, Qin Ciwei shared what he knew about the walkers' characteristics with Wu Qingsong and Ma Hongna. When she heard that Qin Ciwei and the others had already killed walkers, Ma Hongna's face showed shock, but she quickly calmed down. After all, in the apocalypse, those who adapt faster to the new pace live longer. Qin Ciwei cast an approving glance at Ma Hongna. For a woman to accept this reality so quickly without complaint showed her strong adaptability. In the afternoon, the 4 of them dismantled the tables, chairs and window grills outside, fashioning simple weapons. Qin Ciwei, Ma Hongna and Hangzi each made a spear from the window grills, sharpening the tips. The spears were about 1 meter 40 to 50 in length. Wu Qingsong, using a stool, crafted a small shield for his left arm and sharpened a 20-centimeter iron plate into a makeshift dagger. They also wrapped their forearms with layers of books. Thus Qin Ciwei's small squad gained some combat capability. Hangzi, are you hungry? Actually, I've been hungry for a while, but just thinking about that scene makes it hard to eat. Me too, but hunger drives one to madness. I'm hungry, I must eat something. The 3 burly men chatted back and forth. Meanwhile, Ma Hongna kept scrolling through her phone, hoping to connect to a signal. It was already 8 in the evening, and Liu Yu's group had completed their deployment, ready to act tomorrow, now feeling drowsy. As Qin Ciwei opened a bag of chips and began to savor them, Hangzi couldn't hold back any longer and went to grab some biscuits. After the 3 finished eating, they started observing the zombies on the street. There were no living people on the street, but many zombies roamed about. With no targets, the zombies either stood still or wandered slowly. However, these observations held no reference value. Shortly after, Qin Ciwei threw down the empty Red Bull can that Wu Qingsong had just finished. A crisp sound echoed, and instantly several zombies that had been lying on the ground sprang up at incredible speed, all rushing towards the can, their speed impressive. Though not as fast as professional athletes in a 100-meter sprint, it was akin to an ordinary person sprinting at full speed, but zombies could maintain this speed indefinitely, as if they never tired, while professional athletes could only sustain it for a few seconds. Then Qin Ciwei and the others noticed that a few zombies had obstacles in front of them, like poles and electricity posts. They crashed straight into them. So they have excellent hearing but poor vision, Hangzi remarked confidently. We need to test their sense of smell. How do we test that? Should we bring one in live? Wu Qingsong asked, puzzled. Your IQ rivals Hang's. Qin Ciwei rolled his eyes. They bite and eat people, so what attracts them should be flesh and blood. When you smell something, do you not go check it out? That's not a good idea, Qin Ciwei replied irritably. Wu Qingsong chuckled awkwardly, remaining silent. Surely we can't just bleed ourselves or dig out flesh for an experiment. I'm hesitant about that, Hangzi said uncertainly. Your IQ is on par with Wu Qingsong's. Qin Ciwei rolled his eyes again. The two looked at Qin Ciwei with confusion. Then Qin Ciwei whispered something in their ears and their faces instantly flushed, revealing expressions of sudden realization. You go. I'm not going, you go. Bro, you have thick skin, you should go. Since I brought the brains, you two should pitch in. You two can play rock paper scissors. After a while, Hangzi emerged from an office with a clear handprint on his face, holding a plastic bag with a cross-shaped tissue inside. Ma Hongna also came out with a flushed face, angrily glaring at Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong. The two of them were laughing so hard they nearly lost their breath. Hangzi fiercely threw the plastic bag in front of the two, then faced the window silent. Wu Qingsong with some disdain took out a cross-shaped tissue stained with a bit of dark red and quickly tossed it out the window. Qin Ciwei paid close attention to all of this and saw zombies within 100 meters rush over more than when they had thrown the can. It seems their sense of smell is better than their hearing, Qin Ciwei said gravely. A small drop of blood can attract zombies from nearly 100 meters away. The three felt a chill. But fresh blood and old blood are not the same. Look, there's still a lot of coagulated blood on the street. Yet they are only attracted to fresh blood, Ma Hongna said, joining them without them noticing. So when women have their time of the month, they definitely shouldn't go out. Qin Ciwei said seriously to Ma Hongna. Don't worry, it's all cleaned up. Ma Hongna shot a glare at Qin Ciwei. I'm serious, this concerns your safety. Don't. Woo. 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 Just as Qin Ciwei was about to explain the seriousness of the situation to Ma Hongna, a sound of crying filled the air. The four stood frozen. The three men wondered what could have possibly made Ma Hongna cry. When Ma Hongna turned around, she realized it wasn't her crying. She looked just as confused as the three. Woo! 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 The cries continued, filled with unutterable sorrow tinged with a hint of despair. At that moment, Liu Yu and his group of 6 stepped out. 3 men and 3 women were present and none of them were crying. Everyone exchanged glances filled with confusion. Could there be survivors? Liu Yu stroked his chin, lost in thought. From the sound of the crying, it seems very close. The crying seems to be next door. Don't be ridiculous, isn't the next door the fire escape? They soon realized the crying was indeed coming from the fire escape. Could it be that girl in a short skirt hasn't been infected? Zhongxin said. Then Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong climbed onto the office desk and leaned out the window to look into the fire escape. But it was pitch black and nothing was visible. Wu Qingsong then turned on his phone's flashlight and shone it inside. After a thorough search, they finally found the source of the crying. They saw the girl in a short skirt kneeling beside a suited man and a sporty youth, her back to both of them, hands covering her face, letting out waves of sobs. Hey beautiful, are you okay? Wu Qingsong asked. Upon hearing the voice, the girl in the short skirt stopped crying, lowered her hands that were covering her face, and they both failed to notice that her fingers were excessively long with very sharp nails. As the girl in the short skirt lowered her hands from her face, they could finally see her features clearly. At that moment, the blood vessels on her face were still clearly visible. Unlike other zombies, she had pupils and they were blood red. She turned towards the source of the light and saw Wu Qingsong's face holding the light. Then she opened her mouth wide, a true gaping maw, her lips ripped back to the roots of her ears. Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong could even clearly see her back molars. The girl in the short skirt let out a piercing scream and rushed towards the window. Fast, incredibly fast, the 7 or 8 meters distance was covered in the blink of an eye, her hands reaching straight out as she leapt towards Wu Qingsong, who was holding the phone. Qin Ciwei immediately pulled Wu Qingsong back and the two fell to the ground. Qin Ciwei quickly got up to check if Wu Qingsong was injured, as he felt something had been severed. He then saw the phone on the ground severed in two while Wu Qingsong was unharmed. It was terrifying. Why could her nails cut through the phone like a blade? Without time to think, Qin Ciwei pulled Wu Qingsong up and gave Hangzi a glance. Hangzi immediately handed over the weapons they had prepared that afternoon. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the dark window, a tense atmosphere enveloping them. Zhongxin shakily took out her phone, turned on the flashlight and shone it once more towards the window. In an instant, everyone gasped and stepped back several paces. There in front of the window a pair of eerie blood-red eyes and a mouth that had opened to an exaggerated size appeared. The girl in the short skirt used her blade-like nails to dig into the wall, slowly crawling in like a vengeful spirit. Several girls let out piercing screams, stirring the restless corpses gathered at the office entrance once more. Seeing this, Qin Ciwei grabbed a nearby chair and smashed it down onto the short-skirted woman's head. The short-skirted woman was struck but merely tilted her head back slightly before continuing to crawl inside. A flicker of ferocity crossed Qin Ciwei's face as he seized his spear and thrust it toward her head. By now the upper half of the short-skirted woman had already crawled inside. The spear plunged viciously into her eye and she instantly went limp, hanging lifelessly from the window. Is she dead? Zhongxin asked, still trembling. Qin Ciwei did he kill someone? Wang Xiaomi stared wide-eyed at Qin Ciwei's still twisted face. Liu Yu and his group now looked at Qin Ciwei with expressions more terrifying than the walking corpses. After all, in their eyes this was the first time they had witnessed a killing. Qin Ciwei and his 3 companions knew these walking corpses were already long dead, so the notion of murder didn't apply. They found it unremarkable and even looked down upon Liu Yu's group. Was this the same group that had just cowered behind desks, only daring to poke their heads out? And they still dreamed of reaching the basement. Just as Hung Zai and Wu Qingsong were about to defend Qin Ciwei, everyone heard another commotion behind them. The short-skirted woman still hanging from the window began convulsing. After a couple of spasms, her entire body crashed heavily to the floor. At this sight, everyone instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Qin Ciwei and Hung Zai exchanged a glance, both reading confusion in each other's eyes. Then the short-skirted woman twisted her limbs in an impossibly contorted manner and slowly rose to her feet. Her jet-black hair shrouded her face, obscuring any expression. Though deeply puzzled, Qin Ciwei tightened his grip on the spear and watched her warily. Crack! Crack! Came 2 more sounds of grinding bones from the short-skirted woman. Only Hung Zai, Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong now stood facing her. Ma Hongna had vanished, hiding somewhere. Liu Yu's group cowered under the desks, not daring to breathe. The short-skirted woman seemed to finally regain her senses, jerking her head up, her hollow left eye still oozing blood. She turned her head left and right as if searching for something. Finally her remaining right eye locked onto Wu Qingsong. Wu Qingsong felt as though a primordial beast had fixed its gaze upon him. The short-skirted woman opened her gaping maw and raised her blade-like hands, lunging at him with savage speed. Caught off guard by her velocity, Wu Qingsong instinctively raised the wooden shield on his left arm to protect his face. The next instant her fingernails pierced through the wooden shield, stopping mere centimeters from Wu Qingsong's eyes. Fortunately the nails didn't wound his arm. But her strength was astonishing. With one shove she pinned him against the wall. Wu Qingsong gritted his teeth and held his ground. Only then did Qin Ciwei and Hung Zai snap into action. They dared not get too close but frantically stabbed at her body with their spears. Since Qin Ciwei's earlier strike to her head had failed to kill her, they now targeted her torso, hoping for some unexpected effect. But their flurry of stabs didn't even earn her a glance. She kept her eyes fixed on Wu Qingsong. Damn it, Wu Qingsong, did you owe her money? Or did you ditch her after a one-night stand? Why is she only coming after you? Qin Ciwei jabbed as he spoke. Wu Qingsong couldn't answer. His face was flushed crimson, her immense strength crushed the air from his lungs. Just as the short-skirted woman opened her blooded maw to bite him, Qin Ciwei wrapped his arms around hers from behind and toppled sideways. Both crashed to the ground, granting Wu Qingsong a moment to breathe. But her strength was formidable. She easily broke free from the stout man's grasp and scrambled toward Wu Qingsong again. Wu Qingsong was speechless. Why fixate on me alone? For a fleeting second he genuinely wondered if had once owed her money or broken her heart. Now thoroughly enraged and being trained in combat, he lifted his leg and delivered a front kick to her chest, sending her flying 2 meters. Hung Zai and Qin Ciwei immediately pounced, each pinning one of her arms. Seeing them restrain her, Wu Qingsong charged over, stomped on her chest, removed the wooden shield from his arm and slammed its edge repeatedly into her head. Soon her face was a bloody pulp, yet she still struggled violently. Bro, think of something, I can't hold her much longer. Hung Zai grunted through clenched teeth. Qingsong tried to tear her whole head off. Qin Ciwei's eyes were bloodshot. Wu Qingsong then hammered the shield's edge into her neck with relentless fury. Once, twice, thrice. Until she stopped moving entirely, yet Wu Qingsong didn't let up. Only when she was completely still did Qin Ciwei and Hung Zai release their grip. Seeing her head severed from her body, Qin Ciwei exhaled. Enough, Qingsong, he called softly. But Wu Qingsong, as if deaf, continued smashing in a trance. I said enough. Qin Ciwei bellowed, kicking Wu Qingsong's shoulder. The sharp pain jolted him back to his senses. He sat on the floor staring at his blood-stained trembling hands. 3 men, one lying, one standing, one sitting. The howls of the corpses outside the office mingled with their heavy gasps. A full minute passed. Is it really dead now? Xiaomi peeked her head out from behind a desk. Hearing no more sounds, Liu Yu and his group emerged. They saw Wu Qingsong sitting on the ground panting, drenched in blood, his fierce expression not yet faded. Then they saw the dismembered body of the short-skirted woman. One by one they turned away to vomit. For them this was their first encounter with such a scene. Ma Hongna had emerged from some corner, her face pale as she took in the sight. Though still nauseated, having witnessed something similar before, she managed not to throw up. Then Liu Yu and his group huddled together, whispering for a few minutes. Murderer, leave. Murderer, please leave. Liu Yu said, blustering with a faltering tone. The other 5 stood behind her as if to declare their stance and resolve. Do you even hear what you're saying? Qingsong just saved your lives. Ma Hongna looked at Liu Yu's group in utter disbelief. Qin Ciwei and Hangzi glared at them while Wu Qingsong stared at his trembling hands. Saved us. First, that girl in the short skirt only targeted Wu Qingsong from the start. Why not us? Second, her targeted behavior shows she wasn't infected, maybe she truly had some shady business with Wu Qingsong. Then Wu Qingsong killed her in cold blood. Third, even if they were infected, what if the authorities could cure them after rescue? By killing these infected now isn't he a criminal? We don't want to be accomplices, so please Wu Qingsong and Qin Ciwei leave. Liu Yu spoke with righteous indignation, still believing the infected could be saved and that official rescue would come. If her beliefs held true, her current actions would absolve her later. She wasn't entirely wrong, her stance and perception dictated her path. By that logic, I'm an accomplice too. Why only make my brother and Qingsong leave, not me? Hangzi sneered. Hang, we know your character. You must have been deceived by them. Come join us, don't stay with those murderers. When Liu Yu's gaze fell on Hangzi, a hint of unspoken emotion flickered. I appreciate your trust, but let me tell you, these infected are actually... Hangzi was about to explain the walker's condition to Liu Yu's group, but Qin Ciwei waved him to stop. All right Hangzi, enough. Just do what you think is right, no need to explain to others. Qin Ciwei's anger flared and faded quickly. He soon reined in his emotions. Since others clung to hope, let reality shatter their expectations one by one. Wu Qingsong, is this enough to bring you down? Qin Ciwei turned, a hint of mockery in his voice. Kid, the road's still long. As if knowing what was on the dazed Wu Qingsong's mind, Qin Ciwei offered no excessive comfort, just patted his cold cheek. Come on, since we're not welcome, let's pack up and leave. Then Qin Ciwei stretched, grabbed Wu Qingsong's shoulder and headed toward the supply office to take some provisions. Hangzi and Ma Hongna shot a resentful glance at Liu Yu's group before following Qin Ciwei inside. Liu Yu wanted to stop them from taking supplies but retreated at the chill in Qin Ciwei's eyes. But none noticed the faint green liquid oozing from the neck of the headless girl in the short skirt lying on the floor. When the 4 emerged, each carrying a backpack, Wu Qingsong walked silently behind Qin Ciwei with his head down. Brother, which way? Back to the fire escape. Hangzi whispered. Why go back? That's a dead end. Look up there. Qin Ciwei said flatly, then dragged over a desk. Directly above was the main ventilation shaft of the entire Wanda Plaza. The duct was wide and spacious enough for 2 adults to crawl side by side, even Qin Ciwei with his stout build could move through easily. The only drawback was the intricate network of pipes connecting to various shops. Without a blueprint they could easily get lost. Brother, you had this escape plan all along. Hangzi grinned. But there must be many forks in the duct. How can you guarantee we'll get out? Ma Hongna asked skeptically. Don't ask, just follow me. With his back to Liu Yu's group, Qin Ciwei shot Ma Hongna a meaningful look. Ma Hongna understood and dropped the question. Though guilt gnawed at her for abandoning the group, Liu Yu's recent behavior had disappointed her and she couldn't undermine Qin Ciwei's plan in front of everyone. Hangzi first, sister Na second, Qingsong third, it'll be. Just as Qin Ciwei arranged the crawling order. Banging came from the office door. The furniture blocking it shifted inch by inch as growls seeped through the gap. They're breaking in. Hold the door. Wang Xiaomi shouted. 3 men from Liu Yu's group rushed to brace the office door. We can't hold it. More help. Liu Yi yelled desperately. Outside, the walkers had suddenly gone berserk. Each impact tormented Liu Yi and the other 2 men. Hangzi, climb. Now. Qin Ciwei roared. Wu Qingsong wanted to help, but seeing Walker's hands already reaching through, Qin Ciwei grabbed his wrist and shook his head. Understanding, Wu Qingsong turned and pushed Ma Hongna into the duct. As he prepared to climb, Liu Yu rushed over and grabbed his ankle. "Please let me go first. Save me." Liu Yu's face was twisted with terror, as if her earlier words had never cut Wu Qingsong's heart. Seeing no one come to help but instead scheming to escape, the three men holding the door felt a chill. They exchanged glances, a ruthless gleam in their eyes. Zhongxin and Wang Xiaomi also snapped out of it and lunged to grab Wu Qingsong. Standing on the desk, Qin Ciwei swung his spear downward at the three women's hands. They recoiled at the sight of the weapon. Wu Qingsong cast them a cold glance before crawling into the duct. The three women stared at Qin Ciwei's spear and his icy gaze. They had no doubt he would drive it into them if they dared step forward. Stunned by their ruthlessness, the women stood frozen. Qin Ciwei ignored them as Wu Qingsong half-dragged him into the duct. Once all four were safely inside, the women scrambled onto the desk, desperate to follow. When the three men blocking the door saw Liu Yu had no intention of taking them along, utter despair set in. They decided to abandon their post. Exchanging glances, their eyes burned with fury and resolve. "Can you two hold on for 10 seconds? Liu Yu gritted his teeth as the zombies outside grew increasingly frenzied after the door was pried open. "If you two can hold on for 10 seconds, he'll push that large desk over to the wall, creating a corner where we three can hide underneath." Seeing no response, Liu Yu spoke again. Robin and Chen Mu were now reluctant to trust Liu Yu easily. If Liu Yu went for the ventilation shaft, they would truly become expendable pawns. Noticing their hesitation and doubt, he added, "If I abandon you, you can stop me while I move the desk and we'll all die together." At that moment, Liu Yu had no intention of abandoning them or escaping through the ventilation shaft. Chen Mu and Robin exchanged a glance upon hearing this. "I'll give you 15 seconds, Chen Mu said through gritted teeth, clearly under immense pressure. Without waiting for Robin's response, Liu Yu dashed off immediately. Every second was a struggle against the relentless force pressing in. Liu Yu sprinted to the desk and with all his strength shoved the solid wood table toward the corner. Leaving a 40-centimeter gap, he quickly crawled underneath. The entire process took about 12 or 13 seconds. "Hurry over!" Liu Yu shouted. Even before hearing his signal, Chen Mu and Robin had already started running the moment they saw him slip under the desk. Meanwhile, Liu Yu and the two women had been arguing over who would climb into the ventilation shaft first, resulting in none of them making it. Seeing Liu Yu's group's maneuver, Liu Yu immediately grasped their intent. The solid wood desk was neither too large nor too small. The space beneath could barely fit 3 people. Facing death alongside the two women who now resembled shrews, Liu Yu decided to take a gamble. With a hardened resolve, as Chen Mu and Robin rushed past her, Liu Yu leaped off the desk using her momentum and weight. She slammed into Robin, who was trailing behind Chen Mu. Normally Robin could have easily dodged, but with his mind and nerves stretched taut and caught off guard, he never noticed Liu Yu beside him. He was thrown against the wall, his head striking it hard, and he lost consciousness instantly. Chen Mu, oblivious to what happened behind, thought the zombies had breached the door. Ignoring the sharp pain, Liu Yu rose and followed Chen Mu under the desk. Seeing two figures enter, Liu Yu assumed nothing amiss. "Quick, together. Grab the back edge of the desk and pull it toward the wall," Liu Yu urged rapidly. Chen Mu and Liu Yu instantly understood. They turned, gripped the bottom panel and pulled with all their might until the desk's top pressed against the wall. Just as the desk top met the wall, the office door finally gave way to the zombies. The two women still stood on the desk, unable to reach the ventilation shaft. The zombies dragged them down and swarmed in. Robin, just waking from his daze, was surrounded by several zombies. Soon the office echoed with harrowing screams and the sound of flesh tearing. The cries lasted about 7 or 8 seconds before falling silent. Huddled under the desk, the three covered their mouths, barely daring to breathe. The darkness around them was so thick that only silhouettes were visible, their expressions hidden. Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong, lying in the ventilation shaft, witnessed everything. Hang Zai and Ma Hongna waited nearby. After devouring the three, the zombie horde lingered in the office, frenziedly licking the pale green liquid pooling around the short-skirted woman's corpse. Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong exchanged puzzled glances but remained silent. After a while, the liquid was completely consumed. The zombies stood and roamed the office. Qin Ciwei signaled to advance. Hang Zai understood and began crawling forward. Qin Ciwei glanced at the solid wood desk before following. After crawling about 50 meters, Hang Zai stopped. "Bro, we've reached a fork." "Which way?" Hang Zai whispered. "The narrow pipes lead to various shops. We take the main duct." "Go for the wider one," Qin Ciwei replied. Hang Zai followed the instructions and crawled continuously. After a grueling hour and a half they reached the end of the main duct, taking a few breaks along the way. Facing the exhaust fan blocking the exit, Hang Zai turned and kicked it with force. The noise echoed through the pipes, drawing the attention of zombies in the mall. On the 8th kick the exhaust fan finally gave way and fell. They climbed out of the duct, fortunate to find a 15-meter-long fan-shaped platform below. On its outer edge hung the words, Wonder Plaza. Jumping down they finally had a temporary safe haven. Hang Zai reattached the broken fan to block the main duct. Exhausted they sat down. So that short-skirted woman was different from other zombies. Why did it target only Qin Ciwei? That pale green liquid is highly enticing to other zombies, Qin Ciwei murmured to himself. Qin Ciwei, let's review what we know about that short-skirted woman. We need to understand why it's different or we'll have trouble if we encounter another like it, Qin Ciwei said gravely. Bro, first its transformation period was long. Others turned about 15 minutes after being bitten, but it took hours without signs of transformation, just falling unconscious, Hang Zai interjected before Wu Qingsong could speak. Also other zombies howled after turning, but why did it emit crying sounds? Wu Qingsong added. It was dark in the fire exit, so I used my phone's flashlight. When the light hit it, it charged at me like crazy, Wu Qingsong recalled. Then it relentlessly targeted only me, he said with a bitter shake of his head. So to sum up, long transformation period. After being bitten, nails grow long and sharp like blades, mouth tears open wide, red pupils, attacks only the first person it sees when startled with relentless fury, and is highly resilient. Piercing the skull might not kill it, only decapitation works. So its weakness is the spine. Qin Ciwei's mind raced, quickly piecing together an accurate assessment. Ma Hongna looked at Qin Ciwei with curiosity, surprised by his sharp thinking. Hang Zai meanwhile gazed at him with admiration. What is that pale green liquid? Wu Qingsong's expression remained grim. He vividly recalled how the zombies went berserk when it spilled. Don't dwell on it. It's only the first day of the apocalypse and in catching some shut-eye. The scorching sun had blazed down upon the earth all day, and it was not until nightfall that a creeping chill began to seep in. Qin Ciwei soon drifted off to sleep. After all, the day's events had been a tumultuous rollercoaster for anyone, both physically and mentally. Hang Zai, aren't you going to sleep? Ma Hongna glanced at Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong, who were lying together. Nana, you go ahead and sleep. I can't rest yet. You'll keep watch for a while. I'm afraid something unexpected might happen if we all fall asleep. Hang Zai squatted on the ground, hugging his knees, his eyes fixed intently on the ventilation duct. Ma Hongna looked at him, then tilted her head back to gaze at the night sky. Hang Zai, do you think we'll have a tomorrow? In a few more hours it will be tomorrow. We will. We definitely will. You should get some sleep. When I get tired I'll wake you up, Hang Zai said. All right. When Qin Ciwei awoke, the sky was already faintly light. Wu Qingsong gently gestured for him to be quiet. Hang Zai and Ma Hongna were still asleep. Seeing that Qin Ciwei was awake, Wu Qingsong slowly closed his eyes. Qin Ciwei suddenly slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten to arrange for someone to keep watch. He instinctively pulled out his phone. It still had 17% battery, but there was still no signal. He checked the time, it was only 6:30 in the morning. He then went behind the Wonder Plaza signboard to observe the walkers and their routes below. Below, the walkers seemed to require no rest, pacing slowly and ceaselessly. Some were missing arms, some were missing legs, and some were only torsos still crawling along. After surveying the surrounding routes, Qin Ciwei had a rough plan in mind. As Hang Zai and the other two woke up one by one, they ate some snacks from their backpacks and began to formulate their survival strategy. We're on the second ring road now, and right in front of us is the second ring elevated road. Look across, both above and below are clogged with cars. It's probably the same everywhere else. So driving is out of the question. We'll have to leave the city on foot, Qin Ciwei said gravely. The other three frowned at the thought of walking out of the city. Since the network is down, we don't have a map. Which direction should we go? Ma Hongna asked, puzzled. None of the four were locals, and only Qin Ciwei was even from the same province, so they were unfamiliar with the directions and routes. It's not too bad. Even though I'm not from here, I've lived in this city for many years. I go back to my hometown 4 or 5 times a year. I may not know every street and alley, but I do know the way out of the city and the way home. Qin Ciwei declared confidently. What I'm worried about isn't the route, it's the walkers. Qin Ciwei frowned. Indeed, they may move slowly now because they have no target, but once they start running they never tire, Wu Qingsong added with a frown. So if we walk openly on the streets, chances are we'll be wiped out today, Qin Ciwei said, scratching his ear. The group fell silent. So what's your plan? Ma Hongna asked, unwilling to give up. I can tell you rarely take public transport, Qin Ciwei said, glancing at her. But Wu Jingsong and Hangzi's eyes lit up at the words public transport. Yes, there was a form of public transport that could completely avoid a direct confrontation with the walkers on the streets. The subway. The subway. Hangzi and Wu Jingsong exclaimed in unison. Then Ma Hongna suddenly understood. Bingo, but no prize. Look to the left, there's a subway station about 150 meters away. So the next stretch will be very dangerous and we don't know what the situation is inside the station. But once we get into the subway tunnel we should be safe for now. Also see that shop next to the subway station. There's a convenience store there. I often go there to buy cigarettes. The tunnel will probably be pitch black. Let's check that convenience store for some lighting tools and replenish our supplies because I don't know how long we'll be in the tunnel before we can get out. Qin Ciwei laid out his plan slowly. The other three nodded in agreement. Bro, we're on the third floor platform now. How do we get down? Hangzi asked. We can dismantle the steel frame behind the Wonder Plaza sign and reassemble it into a ladder, Wu Jingsong replied. We don't have any tools. Yes we do. There's a toolbox over there. I noticed it last night, it might have been left behind by the workers. Qin Ciwei pointed at the toolbox. So the four of them got to work. 2 or 3 hours later they had dismantled the frame supporting the sign and reassembled them into a ladder. Guys, we're all in the same boat now. I hope we can all make it through alive. Stick to the plan, don't panic. Panic will lead to mistakes and I don't need to tell you the consequences of mistakes. Qin Ciwei said solemnly. Before we set off I want to say one more thing. Survive. The four of them looked at each other, their eyes shining with determination. They carefully placed the makeshift ladder on the ground, not daring to test its sturdiness. Hangzi took the lead, nodding to the others, and began to descend with his backpack and spear. He stepped down as lightly as possible, afraid to make a sound. About a dozen walkers were roaming leisurely across the square outside the mall. Fortunately the four had chosen a landing spot behind the load-bearing pillar at the mall entrance, which was relatively hidden. Hangzi descended step by step. It took him a full 3 minutes before one foot touched the ground. By then his forehead was covered in beads of sweat as if he had just taken a shower. He then hid behind the pillar and signaled to those above. Seeing that Hangzi was safe, Qin Ciwei and the other two came down one after another. It had to be said that the ladder was of good quality, sturdy enough to support even Qin Ciwei, a hefty man of 180 jin. 10 minutes later all four had safely reached the ground. According to their plan, the next step was to go to the convenience store next to the subway station. However, there was almost no cover between their current location and the store. Ready? Qin Ciwei whispered, a hint of gravity in his eyes. The other three did not answer, their hearts pounding with anxiety, tension filling their minds as adrenaline surged wildly. They exchanged glances. Wu Jingsong grabbed Ma Hongna's right hand and Hangzi's eyes turned sharp as he gripped his spear ready to strike. Let's go. Survive. Qin Ciwei growled. A flicker of ruthlessness gleamed in Hangzi's eyes as he charged forward at the forefront. Wu Jingsong grasped Ma Hongna's hand and followed suit, while Qin Ciwei also mustered his strength to keep pace with the group. After the four of them had sprinted some 40 to 50 meters, a zombie finally took notice of them. With a guttural roar it gave chase in an eerily contorted gait. The other zombies scattered across the plaza upon hearing the first one's roar all turned their attention to the swiftly moving quartet of Qin Ciwei. They all surged forward to encircle the four. Soon as Qin Ciwei and his companions had covered nearly 100 meters, two zombies sprang at them from the path ahead with terrifying speed, while the ones behind closed the distance visibly. After all, a human sprinting at full pelt for 100 meters begins to tire, their pace slackening, but the zombies showed no sign of slowing. Gazing upon the four-moving buffet before them, the zombies grew ever more frenzied. Seeing the two zombies blocking their way, Hangzi did not decelerate. He raised his spear and delivered a horizontal strike. The spear's head slammed hard into the foremost zombie's skull, not a fatal blow but enough to send it staggering, its balance lost, crashing to the ground. The second zombie lunged immediately. Hangzi had just swung his weapon, the momentum pulling his body leftward, leaving him unable to recover in time. Just as the zombie was about to pounce on him, Wu Jingsong lashed out with a whip kick, landing squarely on the zombie's temple. Both zombies fell, one to the left and one to the right. All of this transpired within a mere 3 or 4 seconds. Seeing the zombies down, Hangzi and Wu Jingsong had no time to finish them off. They resumed their desperate run. At this point they were only about 15 meters from the convenience store. Qin Ciwei was bringing up the rear with at least a dozen zombies closing in behind him. Qin Ciwei's mind was a blank, his sole focus was on running. He could even hear the roars right behind him, right at his ear. Damn it, is this all this flab is good for, getting me killed here? Qin Ciwei thought to himself. As he concentrated on fleeing, Hang Zai and Wu Qingsong, who were in the lead, had already reached the convenience store at the corner. But they suddenly stopped dead at the turn as if they had seen something dreadful frozen in place. 3 or 4 seconds later, Qin Ciwei and Ma Hongna caught up, wondering why the other two were just standing there dumbly. They immediately saw it. The road ahead of them was teeming with a dense seething mass of zombies. The nearest zombie was a mere 10 meters away, and the convenience store was adjacent to the front of the horde, just 3 or 4 meters distant, a gap that a fast-moving zombie could cover in an instant. Hang Zai and Wu Qingsong were paralyzed by the scene, unable to make a decision rooted to the spot. As Qin Ciwei arrived, the roars of the pursuing zombies drew nearer. The horde ahead, hearing the sounds, began to locate their source. Seeing this, Qin Ciwei understood clearly that there was no time for deliberation. The convenience store was far too dangerous. Fortunately, the entrance to the subway station was right beside them. To the right. Into the subway station. Qin Ciwei's shout not only jolted the stunned Hang Zai and Wu Qingsong into action, but also alerted the zombies, still pinpointing their direction. The 4 immediately veered towards the subway station, with the horde swarming after them in a chaotic mass. Due to the power outage, the entire station was pitch black, lit only by the faint green glow of emergency lighting. With their vision impaired, the 4 of them fumbled their way down the escalator, using the handrails for guidance. Fortunately, the pursuing horde, unable to discern the steps, tumbled head over heels as they entered the station. This accidental cascade down the stairs slowed their advance. This gave the 4 a brief respite, but they still lacked the courage to look back, driven only by the primal urge to descend further into the depths. Quick, follow me. I know this station like the back of my hand, Hang Zai shouted, glancing back to see the zombies pouring down the stairs like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Suddenly, Wu Qingsong grabbed Hang Zai and yanked him backward, causing him to fall to the ground. In the dim green light, Qin Ciwei saw a zombie in a security guard's uniform nearly lunge into Hang Zai's arms. Thanks to Wu Qingsong's swift pull, Qin Ciwei stepped forward, instantly driving his spear deep into the zombie's mouth. He then twisted the shaft upward, withdrew and thrust again. The zombie in the security uniform went limp. Qin Ciwei pulled back his gaze and glanced behind him. They had traversed the long staircase, and the sunlight filtering down from above cast the shadows of the zombie horde onto the walls, a seething, shifting mass. Calculating in his mind, Qin Ciwei estimated the staircase had bought them roughly half a minute. He then turned and followed Hang Zai. Soon the 4 reached the automatic ticket gates. With no power, the gates were frozen, blocking their path. Fortunately, the gates were not high, and working together they easily clambered over them. They ignored a few zombies in subway staff uniforms, as these were trapped by the ticket gates after charging at them. After dispatching 2 zombies blocking the escalator leading to the subway tunnel, they finally arrived at the platform. Rongcheng's subway platform was vast. Even after descending, the 4 did not let down their guard. They scanned their surroundings in the faint green light, only relaxing when they confirmed there was no danger. Bro, what now? Hang Zai panted. First, let's get our bearings. We need to head south. Come on, this way. Look at the line map, the terminal is 5th Longfu Street. That's south, Wu Qingsong said, pointing at the glass door between the platform and the tunnel. No sooner had he spoken than a commotion erupted from above. Quick, pry the doors open. The ticket gates up there won't hold them for long. Qin Ciwei growled. They inspected the platform screen doors one by one, finally finding one with a slight gap. Using their spears as crowbars, they wedged them into the gap and began to pry. At that moment, a chorus of roars echoed from the escalator entrance. Summoning all their strength, they managed to widen the gap. Qin Ciwei then grabbed the edges with his bare hands, pushing them apart, while Hang Zai and Wu Qingsong hooked their fingers into the gap and pulled. The gap grew wider, but 2 or 3 zombies had already descended to the platform. The 3 men's faces were flushed crimson as they exerted every ounce of their being. A limping zombie finally spotted them and began to hobble towards the group. The only one free was Ma Hongna. Qin Ciwei turned to look at her, saying nothing, but his eyes conveyed everything. Ma Hongna nodded at Qin Ciwei. At that moment, despite the terror gripping her heart, she had no choice but to face the zombie. Grasping her smaller spear, she charged at the slow-moving, limping creature. She thrust but missed. The spear tip sliced through the zombie's cheek and tore off its left ear. Ma Hongna, carried by her momentum, collided into the zombie's embrace. Damn it, this is going south. You two keep pushing. You'll deal with the rest, Qin Ciwei said, picking up his spear from the ground and turning towards Ma Hongna. Though terrified, Ma Hongna remained composed. Even as she fell into the zombie's arms, she did not scream. She used her hands to press firmly against its lower jaw, denying it the chance to bite her. Qin Ciwei arrived swiftly and dispatched the zombie with a single thrust. Just as he was about to move on to the remaining undead. "Bro, it's open. Let's go. Bro, it's open, let's go." Upon hearing Hangzi's voice, Qin Ciwei did not halt his steps but continued advancing toward the remaining two corpses. The two corpses also detected Qin Ciwei and charged at him ferociously. Seizing the moment, Qin Ciwei first kicked one in the chest, sending it flying backward, then aimed his spear at the other. He thrust the spear precisely into the corpse's eye and it instantly went still. Withdrawing the weapon, he turned and finished off the fallen corpse as well. The entire process was executed seamlessly. In just a single day, Qin Ciwei had fully grasped the weaknesses of the corpses, significantly boosting his efficiency in eliminating them. "Come on, lend a hand. Drag these three corpses over and block the door," Qin Ciwei shouted. Ma Hongna had also begun to adapt to the apocalypse, showing no aversion to the corpses. She stepped forward and dragged the nearest one toward Hangzi while Wu Qingsong came over to take another. At that moment, another group of corpses tumbled down the escalator. Seeing this, Hangzi, who had already entered the tunnel, quickly pulled Ma Hongna, who was still handling the corpses, inside. Qin Ciwei also kicked Wu Qingsong into the tunnel. After stacking the three corpses together, he slipped through the gap in the door into the tunnel. The door gap was only about 50 to 60 centimeters wide, and the three stacked corpses reached a similar height, blocking half of the entrance. Qin Ciwei could only hope that the mindless corpses would not discover this entry point and that the dead bodies would mask their scent. Qin Ciwei gestured to the three, signaling them to remain silent. The four of them crouched against the wall, not moving. From the platform, they were certainly out of sight. Qin Ciwei's intention was simply to confirm whether the corpses would follow, resolving this concern before proceeding. The four stood still for over 10 minutes. During that time, several corpses approached the open door gap but failed to detect them, blocked by the piled bodies at the entrance. Once assured of their safety, Qin Ciwei signaled the group to advance southward through the tunnel in silence. A short distance from the platform, it took them nearly 20 minutes to traverse, a testament to their caution. Only after moving beyond the platform's line of sight did they breathe a sigh of relief. Yet they did not stop, continuing for another half an hour before sitting down to rest. The group's spirits were low, having failed to reach the convenience store. Without supplies, though no corpses had been spotted in the tunnel, they had no idea how long they would have to remain there. Without any provisions, they didn't know how long they could endure. Qin Ciwei, also exhausted, leaned against the wall and fumbled through his pockets. He pulled out a crumpled pack of Yushi cigarettes and extracted the last one. With a crisp click, the lighter lit the cigarette, its red glow briefly illuminating Qin Ciwei's somewhat dejected face. "I don't know if the path I chose is right," Qin Ciwei said in a low voice. The other three remained silent, simply watching him. "I'm a bit scared. We still underestimated these corpses, their speed, their numbers. I don't know if I can keep you all alive. I'm afraid." Qin Ciwei took a deep drag of his cigarette. "I'm afraid we might die on the way. Maybe we should have stayed in the mall. Even without rescue, the supplies there could have kept us alive longer." Qin Ciwei seemed to be talking to himself. Hearing this, Wu Qingsong snatched the cigarette from his mouth and took 2 fierce puffs. "Brother Qin, this isn't like you. Usually you're the one leading from the front. I've never seen you so hesitant. Today's a first." Wu Qingsong teased, trying to lighten the mood. "Yeah bro, we chose to follow you because we believe in you. Even if we die, I'd rather not die so miserably. At least out here we still have plenty of chances," Hangzi added. "Besides chances, my family have all turned into corpses. I've got nothing left to lose. Maybe in this world you guys are the only ones I know and can trust." Hangzi didn't smoke, he just waved away the second-hand smoke from Wu Qingsong. On the first night of the apocalypse, he had already formed his own understanding of it. Qin Ciwei said nothing, head bowed as if in thought. "You two don't know how to comfort someone, so just keep quiet. It's because we trust you, Xiao Qin, that you're worrying about our safety. You've placed yourself in the crucial position of bearing responsibility for our 3 lives, so you keep reflecting and overthinking. But today's unexpected event shook your judgment and your confidence in protecting us. Am I right, Xiao Qin?" Ma Hongna hit the nail on the head. Qin Ciwei at some point looked up at her, a hint of emotion in his eyes. Indeed, having navigated society for so many years, Ma Hongna's wisdom was not to be underestimated. But still, Qingsong and Hangzi are right. We chose to follow you voluntarily, you didn't force us. We're all adults and well own our choices. You don't have to worry about every little detail for us. We all want to survive, but plans never keep up with changes. Who knows, maybe an earthquake will hit and we'll all die here. Ma Hongna said with a hint of playfulness. Usually it was Qin Ciwei who teased her more, and in front of colleagues he always seemed indifferent and unflappable, rarely showing such a low spirit. Hearing their words, Qin Ciwei felt a bit better. It wasn't that he was being overly sentimental, but they had placed their lives in his hands and he hadn't properly planned the route. He had failed to eliminate hidden dangers, leading them into peril and nearly wiping them out. Qin Ciwei remained silent for a long while, saying nothing but silently made a resolution. He was never one to make rash promises. Let's move on, Qin Ciwei said, his mindset shifting once more. Hangzi and the others exchanged knowing smiles, saying little. Qin Ciwei was an adult and a relatively mature one at that. When faced with problems, others' advice had limited effect. What mattered most was his own ability to come to terms with things. The four set off again, resuming their journey of survival in the apocalypse. By now all their phones had run out of battery. The limitations of smartphone batteries in this era were well known. Fortunately, Ma Hongna as a leader had always worn a watch. They groped their way through the dark tunnel, moving slowly. Unable to see the path and wary of corpses ahead, they passed a subway platform roughly every hour. Thankfully almost all the doors were closed. Finally, after trudging for about 10 hours and passing 13 subway stations, the group of four encountered a fork in the path. Qin Ciwei was initially bewildered as to why a subway would have a fork. Then he realized it was a switching yard for trains to turn around. The divergent track was not long, roughly 200 meters. It's already 10 o'clock at night. Let's rest in the switching yard today. Qin Ciwei turned to ask. Sure, we've been walking all day and dead tired, Hangzi said wearily. Let's go in and see if there's any supplies. Resting outside is indeed a bit creepy and feels unsafe. Wu Qingsong stepped past Qin Ciwei and headed onto the divergent track. Soon the four reached the end of the fork, where a prefabricated house stood with glass walls. But there were no lights. The four did not let down their guard. Qin Ciwei took the lead, with Wu Qingsong and Hangzi flanking him, spears in hand, as they stealthily approached the door of the prefabricated house. The four exchanged glances and paused at the door. Qin Ciwei noticed the door opened outward, so he pointed at Ma Hongna and then at the doorknob. Ma Hongna understood. She gently placed her hand on the doorknob while Qin Ciwei and the other two formed a semicircle blocking the doorway. Then Ma Hongna began gesturing to them. She signaled that it was unlocked. 3, 2, 1. In an instant Ma Hongna yanked the door open and the three men rushed into the room. The room was about 20 square meters, slightly dark, but outlines were still visible. A bunk bed was pressed against the left wall, a desk near the window, a coffee table, a sofa, a cabinet, and a water dispenser. The three men scouted around but found no trace of zombies. However, they could hear low growls. Bro, are there zombies? I hear growling, Hangzi said, puzzled, as the room was small with no cover to hide a zombie's presence. Left, Wu Qingsong identified the source of the sound. Qin Ciwei had already approached the bunk bed against the left wall, feeling the sound growing closer. He steadied the bed and looked up at the top bunk. There in the corner of the top bunk crouched a figure. Qin Ciwei raised his spear and crept closer. The figure finally couldn't hold it in and began to cry. Hearing the sobs, Qin Ciwei was taken aback. Not a zombie. A girl. You're not a zombie. Then speak up, you almost died, Qin Ciwei said irritably. The girl crouching in the corner did not answer Qin Ciwei, whether from fear or shame. She moved her hands, one that had been covering her puppy and the other her mouth, to cover her face, sobbing softly. The puppy in her arms began to bark. Stand down, no zombies, Qin Ciwei said, realizing the growling had been the dog's doing. After confirming there was no danger, they closed the door. Qin Ciwei winked at Ma Hongna and pointed at the girl still on the top bunk. Ma Hongna understood. Qin Ciwei had looked so fierce earlier that he had scared the girl into tears. It was more fitting for Ma Hongna, also a woman, to comfort her. But the puppy started barking again as Ma Hongna approached. Little girl, if you don't want to attract those man-eating monsters, please quiet your dog, Ma Hongna said with a gentle smile and a soft tone. The girl did not reply but stopped crying and pulled the puppy closer. Little girl, we mean no harm. We just stumbled upon this place by accident. We've been fleeing all day and need a place to rest. If that fat guy scared you, I apologize on his behalf. Ma Hongna continued in a soothing voice. You don't need to apologize for me. I'll do it myself. Little girl, I'm sorry. In a strange environment we have to stay alert. I apologize if I frightened you, came Qin Ciwei's apology, not the girl's response. Ma Hongna shot Qin Ciwei a glare. Miss, why don't you come down? It's tiring talking with our necks craned up. As he spoke, Qin Ciwei rubbed his neck theatrically. You should leave quickly. My brother will be back soon and he's very fierce, the girl finally said in a small voice, though she still didn't fully trust them. Hearing this, the group fell silent. There was a brother. But it was already late and they were all exhausted. Finding another relatively safe place was unrealistic, yet they didn't want to resort to force. After all, 3 grown men couldn't possibly be outmatched. Miss, we're really tired tonight. Could you be kind and let us stay just for one night? Well, rest and leave, Ma Hongna said helplessly. The girl didn't answer. She remembered her brother's instructions: don't go out, don't make a sound, and don't trust anyone easily. As the girl remained silent, the atmosphere grew tense. Growl. Growl. Just then an untimely sound came from her stomach. The girl's face flushed crimson, though Qin Ciwei and the others couldn't see it. Hearing the sound from her stomach, Qin Ciwei didn't mock her. Instead, he silently took off his backpack and pulled out a bar of Dove chocolate. He tossed it in front of the girl. We don't have many supplies either. Eat up. His intention was clear: to trade food for a safe place to rest. From his observation, he believed the girl was kind and cautious. Otherwise she wouldn't be keeping a dog. In such times, people with pets were often kind-hearted. The girl stared at the chocolate for a full minute without moving. Inside, her brother's words battled fiercely with her hunger. Not seeing the chocolate was manageable, but seeing it made her hunger surge like a primordial beast. In the end, her brother's warnings were defeated by the chocolate. Thank you for the chocolate. You can rest for a while, she said, finally starting to unwrap the packaging. Qin Ciwei and the others sighed with relief. Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong plopped onto the sofa. Hangzi, a step slower, smiled wryly and sat on the floor leaning against the sofa. Soon the sound of snoring came from the 3 men. Ma Hongna stood guard and chatted with the girl. The girl warmed up to Ma Hongna during their conversation. After eating 2 pieces of chocolate, she put the rest away. She said to the puppy, Xiao Hei, dogs can't eat chocolate, you know. Just bear with it a little longer. Maybe brother will bring back something good. The girl gently stroked Xiao Hei's head, a smile in her eyes. Ma Hongna watched her, a myriad of thoughts swirling in her mind. In the dimly lit makeshift room, the sound of snoring rose and fell in waves. After several hours of conversation, Ma Hongna and the girl had grown quite familiar with each other. The girl's name was Sang Luoqing, a native of Inner Mongolia. Born in the year 2000, she was 23 years old, a graduate student in clinical medicine. Her grandfather's generation had been a distinguished noble family in the north, but as times evolved rapidly, old ideologies failed to keep pace with the new era. Sang Luoqing's father had been pampered since childhood, growing into a profligate son who squandered the family fortune, leading to the gradual decline of the lineage. By the time Sang Luoqing turned 10, both her parents had become addicted to gambling, accumulating debts. Eventually, creditors seized all their assets and the family of 4 was driven out of their home. The family drifted from place to place, living a life of displacement. In the end, her parents could not endure and decided to borrow and gamble again, only to be hounded to death by debtors. Fortunately, before their deaths, they left a sum of money for Sang Luoqing and her brother, allowing them to come to Rongcheng ahead of time. At that time, her brother Sang Zhenyu was 13 and Sang Luoqing was 10. From then on, the siblings depended on each other for survival. Sang Zhenyu abandoned his studies and tried every conceivable way to earn money, setting up street stalls, collecting trash and sleeping under bridges. Eventually, he managed to raise his sister. Later, through various channels and methods, Sang Zhenyu secured a position in a subway outsourcing company, taking on the role of a security dispatcher. Though it was far from wealth and prosperity, it ensured a basic livelihood. Sang Luoqing had come to visit her brother during summer break, never expecting to encounter such an incident. Upon hearing Sang Luoqing's story, Ma Hongna gently embraced her, tears streaming down her cheeks like a fine drizzle soaking Sang Luoqing's shoulder. Yet Sang Luoqing's mood was not as low as one might imagine. Instead, she softly comforted Ma Hongna. To her and her brother, these events were all in the past, for they had already endured far more difficult times. Just as Ma Hongna and Sang Luoqing were confiding in each other, Qin Ciwei slowly opened his eyes from the sofa. Listening to the 2 women's pasts, a trace of loneliness and longing appeared on his face, wondering how his own family was faring. Suddenly, a strange sound broke the silence. The 3 who were awake instantly tensed up, their gazes fixed on the door. Qin Ciwei kicked the snoring Hangzi and Wu Qingsong, waking them from their slumber. Instinctively, they tightened their grip on their weapons. Qin Ciwei gave Hangzi a look and Hangzi picked up his weapon, tiptoeing toward the door. The sound grew closer, taking on an eerie quality in the already silent underground. Closer still, it sounded somewhat like footsteps, but why did a normal person's steps seem like deliberate stomping? Each footfall felt as heavy as a 200-pound weight slamming onto the ground. The sound stopped at the door. No further movement followed. Inside the room, the group's hands were slick with sweat as they stared intently at the doorway. Thud 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 crash. 3 consecutive kicks and the flimsy door collapsed to the ground. A burly man 2 meters tall and heavily muscled appeared at the entrance. Seeing Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong holding weapons and not finding the person he had in mind, he became visibly enraged. Behind it, the giant charged fiercely at Qin Ciwei and the others, his sinewy arm swinging down toward Qin Ciwei. Qin Ciwei could even hear the whoosh of air as the arm cut through it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Ciwei knew that if that arm struck him, he would be laid up for at least half a month. Instantly he raised his spear horizontally. The giant's arm came crashing down with immense force, instantly bending the hollow steel spear. The arm, carried by momentum, smashed onto Qin Ciwei's shoulder. A searing pain shot through Qin Ciwei's hands as the spear's impact jarred his palms and a sharp ache spread through his left shoulder. Using the momentum, he rolled backward like a donkey. From Hang's perspective, it looked as if Qin Ciwei had been sent flying by the giant's single punch. The hesitation in Hang's eyes turned to blazing fury, a ruthless glint flashing within. Hangzi darted out from behind the door, spear in hand, aiming at the giant's back. "Stop. Brother, stop." Only then did Sang Luoqing, seated on the bed, snap out of her shock and shout loudly. Hearing her, Hangzi changed his thrust into a slash, striking the giant's back. The giant stood motionless, scanning the room for the source of the familiar voice. "Brother, in here. It's okay. It's a misunderstanding. They mean us no harm." Sang Luoqing anxiously rose from the bed and walked over to the giant. "Sister, who are they? Why are they in our home? Are you all right?" The giant pulled Sang Luoqing into a tight embrace. "Brother, I'm fine. They mean no harm, they were just passing by and wanted a place to stay for the night. They even gave me food. Look, I saved some for you." As she spoke, Sang Luoqing pulled out the chocolate Qin Ciwei had given her earlier. Meanwhile, Ma Hongna and Wu Qingsong approached Qin Ciwei, who was still lying on the ground. His face was twisted in pain while Hangzi watched the giant warily. Fortunately, Qin Ciwei had enough flesh on him and the hollow steel spear had absorbed some of the force. Now Qin Ciwei only had a bruise on his shoulder and a throbbing pain in his palms. By then Sang Luoqing had explained the situation to the giant. Realizing he had been impulsive, the giant scratched his head and walked over to Qin Ciwei and the others with an embarrassed grin. Sorry about that. I shouldn't have acted without knowing the full story. I hurt you by mistake and I apologize. My name is Sang Jemyu, Luoking's brother. Thank you for giving my sister something to eat." The giant seemed at a loss before Qin Ciwei and the others. It's fine. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's clear it up." Qin Ciwei extended his right hand despite the pain. "No harm, no foul," he said, forcing a magnanimous but awkward smile. In truth, by pre-apocalypse standards, Qin Ciwei would have definitely lain on the ground and tried to extort a few thousand from the giant. But after the apocalypse, he had far more considerations. He judged that this giant was a man of loyalty, and with his imposing physique he exuded a sense of security. Almost instantly he decided to turn an enemy into a friend, adding a layer of protection for survival in this new world. Yet the motive for making friends had clearly become impure. The giant gently shook Qin Ciwei's hand, his eyes still filled with apology. "Brother, why are you back so late?" Sang Luoqing asked, taking the giant's hand. "I walked 4 or 5 subway stations ahead. No walkers, but every station was a gruesome sight. I wanted to go into a station to scavenge supplies, but all the subway doors were closed and I couldn't get in. I'm sorry, sister. Your brother is useless, leaving you hungry again." Sang Gemma's head drooped as he spoke, his mood plummeting. It was as if he had returned to the days of wandering with his sister over a decade ago. "Brother, it's okay." Sang Luoqing gently tugged at Sang Gemma's hand, a gesture both coaxing and comforting. "We've been through worse. Things will get better." Sang Luoqing smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons as she comforted Sang Jemyu. After Sang Mu and the others got acquainted, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Sang Mu, standing 2 meters tall and built like an ox, occupied most of the sofa when he sat down alone. Qin Ciwei and the other 3 stood in the already cramped room, unsure whether to sit or remain standing. "Bro, get up and let the guests sit." Sang Luoqing shot Sang Mu a glare. Only then did he come to his senses, scratching his head with a foolish grin. Qin Ciwei and the others exchanged helpless smiles. "Big guy, what are your plans from here?" Qin Ciwei unceremoniously walked toward the sofa. Sang Mu remained silent, instead turning his gaze to Sang Luoqing. Sang Luoqing said nothing, quietly watching Qin Ciwei, awaiting his next words. Then Qin Ciwei shared the information he had gathered along with the current situation outside with Sang Luoqing. After hearing this, Sang Luoqing was silently stunned, never imagining the situation outside had deteriorated so severely. Sister Na, bring out the supplies so everyone can share, Qin Ciwei reminded, seizing the moment while the siblings were lost in thought. Despite some hesitation, Ma Hongna took out the food from her backpack. The moment Sang Mu saw the food, his eyes were glued to it. Sang Luoqing rolled her eyes at her brother in exasperation. Qin Ciwei, not one for pretenses, grabbed the food and shoved it into the siblings' arms. Sang Mu wasted no time tearing open the packaging and stuffing the food into his mouth. Sang Luoqing, however, furrowed her brow slightly as she looked at Qin Ciwei. You don't have much food left either, so why share it with us? Though famished, her eyes remained clear and resolute. She had understood since childhood that there was no such thing as a free lunch. She just couldn't restrain her brother who had been hungry for so long. Come with us. If you stay here, you two are just waiting to die. Qin Ciwei said, munching on a chocolate bar, and looked at Sang Luoqing with a hint of surprise. Someone who had gone a day or two without food could still remain vigilant in the presence of it. I've already seen how formidable your brother is. You graduated from medical school, and even if you don't have much clinical experience, you're still half a doctor. In this world now, no matter how capable someone is, they can't survive without sticking together, Qin Ciwei said calmly. To put it bluntly, your brother can't protect you and you can't protect your brother. But if we join forces, we can support each other and then survive. Hangzi and the other two remained silent, eating quietly, but kept observing the siblings' reactions. Sang Mu heard this but didn't respond. He knew Qin Ciwei was right, but he wanted to leave the decision to his sister. Whatever she said he would do, and he just kept stuffing food into his mouth. In the dimly lit room, the sound of chewing food persisted for 2 or 3 minutes. Where are you headed? How can I trust you? Or rather, how can I convince myself to entrust my brothers and my own lives to a stranger I've only known for a few hours? A crisp, calm, slightly youthful voice broke the silence. The sound of chewing ceased abruptly. Though Hangzi and the other two trusted Qin Ciwei implicitly, they were still lost about tomorrow and the future. In the current environment, wasn't every day lived a day gained? They were adrift without answers. So they too wanted to hear Qin Ciwei's perspective and direction for the future. How could a young girl fresh out of school with little worldly experience pose such a sharp question? It was evident that the siblings had endured much in their upbringing. If only I had a cigarette right now, Qin Ciwei smacked his lips and took a deep breath. Yeah, before the apocalypse we had 3 meals a day, clothes and shelter, and no worries. Now we're lucky to get 1 meal a day and we live in constant fear. Our goal used to be living more comfortably, now it's just to survive. The important thing is we're still alive and we want to stay alive. So we have to keep moving forward. Stopping means death. Qin Ciwei's eyes seemed to glimmer in the oppressive darkness. So surviving and living better is our goal. As for you saying you're entrusting your lives to me, sorry, I don't accept that. If you don't come with us, I reckon you won't last long. I have my reasons for thinking that. Coming with us just increases your chances and hope of survival. The path is yours to walk and yours to choose. Every adult must take responsibility for the path they choose. Why should a stranger like me bear the burden of your lives? Qin Ciwei's voice was low but exceptionally firm. I'm not like the managers in the old society painting you a rosy picture. I only want to increase our odds of survival or prolong our time alive. I invited you to join because you have assets that can boost our survival chances. Understand? After he finished, silence fell. Sang Luoqing looked at the fat man before her, who spoke calmly but with an imposing strength, and it reshaped her perception of him. She had initially thought him somewhat frivolous but endearing. Yet his recent words revealed a sharp, logical mind. Though his words were cold, they inexplicably gave her a sense of security. The sound of chewing resumed, this time from Sang Mu. Watching her brother still eating but more slowly now, she understood he had already made his choice. Then Sang Luoqing began unwrapping the food in her hands. Seeing this, Hangzi and Qingsong breathed a sigh of relief. Ma Hongna walked over to Qin Ciwei. How did I used to paint rosy pictures for you? Ma Hongna teased. Oh no, how could he forget that? Wasn't there a master of that right beside him? Ma Hongna's question left Qin Ciwei dumbfounded, and the group burst into laughter, lightening the mood. From their reactions, Qin Ciwei knew that Sang Luoqing and her brother had accepted the reality of joining the team. Indeed, adults didn't need things spelled out too bluntly. Being too direct would tear away the masks and fig leaves between them. Everyone almost done eating. Let's properly introduce ourselves, talk about our areas of expertise, and get to know each other better so we can coordinate more effectively. Qin Ciwei looked around except for Ji Mu, who was still licking the packaging. The others had started chatting and relaxing. Though Qin Ciwei said everyone should take responsibility for their own lives, deep down he wanted to take care of everyone in the team and keep them from harm. Perhaps this was the sense of responsibility ingrained in the Chinese people after 5,000 years of cultural heritage. That was also why after the apocalypse began, Ma Hongna had proactively and self-consciously transitioned from her role as boss to logistics support, quietly playing the part of a decorative figure. Because she wisely realized that in this current environment where the strong rule, she lacked the ability to lead. After exchanging names, Han said, "I graduated from Chengdu Institute of Physical Education. In my sophomore year I participated in the national men's 70-meter wheel archery competition and ranked 3rd in the country. In static archery I can hit the target instantly within 30 meters, in dynamic archery within 15 meters. Unfortunately it all happened so suddenly that I couldn't grab the equipment from the venue or would have an easier time on the road." Han analyzed his own situation with a serious demeanor, his expression reminiscent of his past sports career. "I also graduated from Chengdu Institute of Physical Education 2 years ahead of Han. I competed in the national 65-kilogram freestyle fighting championship, winning once and placing 3rd twice. Against a soldier it might be a draw, 1-1. Against 3 or 4 ordinary people it should be fine. But against a powerhouse like Big Guy I've never tried, so I'm not sure." After Wu said this lightly, he glanced at Big Guy, a mix of eagerness and trepidation in his eyes. "One punch from this guy, who could withstand it?" "My turn. I'm a surgical clinical graduate student from Chengdu Huaxi Medical University. I was supposed to graduate this year and was applying for a doctoral program, but then this happened. It seems my dream of becoming a doctor is slipping further away. Anyway, you can think of me as a rookie doctor with plenty of theoretical knowledge but lacking practical experience." After saying this, Sang Luoqing lifted her dimpled face, glanced at Han, who was staring at her, and quickly looked away. Qin Ciwei followed Sang Luoqing's gaze and saw Han, whose eyes were clear yet tinged with naivety. It had to be said, Han's looks were quite striking. At least he outshone everyone present. He wondered if the online saying that people subconsciously look at someone they like when nervous held any truth. "I'm a farmer and a security guard, just pure muscle," Sang Zhenyu introduced himself simply. Everyone seemed to need no further introduction from him. Sang Zhenyu sat on the ground, hugging his knees, revealing a row of large front teeth, smiling warmly at everyone. "I'm just a helper now. My past life and experiences aren't worth mentioning anymore." Ma Hongna cupped her face in her hands, her eyes vacant as she spoke. "I'll temporarily act as the leader of our small group. Of course I'm not the type to make arbitrary decisions. I'll try to discuss things with everyone, big or small. But at critical moments I need your unconditional trust. Can you do that?" Qin Ciwei's voice was somewhat cold. After saying this, Qin Ciwei felt a bit anxious. Han and the others needed no explanation, but Sang Zhenyu and his sister had just joined the group. Expecting unconditional trust from them was a bit much. Just as Qin Ciwei was thinking of how to soften his words, Sang Luoqing asked, "Sure. Brother Qin. Or Brother Wei. What should I call you?" Her clear eyes fixed on Qin Ciwei. Sang Zhenyu scratched his cheek and said, "I don't know how to address him. He gave me food and is older than me, so we'll call him boss." "Call me whatever you like," Qin Ciwei said, taken aback by the simple-minded siblings. What a cruel world, may it be kinder to the innocent. "Xiao Qin, what's next?" Ma Hongna snapped out of her daze. "Remember, our first goal from now on is always to survive. All subsequent plans must revolve around this primary goal. Right now our main concern is food. Big Guy, did you head south or north to find food?" Qin Ciwei looked at Sang Zhenyu. "Boss, I went south for 5 stops. The doors were closed and I didn't have a crowbar, so I didn't dare enter the platform alone." Sang Zhenyu replied. "Did you see any zombies on those platforms?" 2 platforms were too dark to see clearly, but the other 3 were visible. One had many zombies while the other 2 had 3 to 5. I didn't pay much attention." Sang Zhenyu recalled seriously. "All right, I understand. It's 11 o'clock now, but I'm not sure if it's day or night. Everyone get some good sleep first. Tomorrow we'll have food." Qin Ciwei took Ma Hongna's right hand and looked at her watch in the faint green light. "There are 6 of us and a dog. Each person will keep watch for an hour tonight. Sister Na, take off your watch and give it to the person on duty. Sure, here's the watch. I'm sleepy, so I'll take a nap first." Ma Hongna tossed the watch to Qin Ciwei and turned to lie on the bed. After arranging the watch schedule, Qin Ciwei pulled Sang Zhenyu aside and explained the traits and weaknesses of the zombies, which Sang Zhenyu noted carefully. "By the way, Brother Qin, we should ask if Sister Luoqing has started her period. We need to know, Wu Qingsong said, showing rare attentiveness. Yeah, I was planning to ask but I'm too embarrassed to bring it up directly, Qin Ciwei said thoughtfully. Isn't there's someone more experienced here? Wu Qingsong gestured toward Han with a sly grin. Qin Ciwei caught on while Han looked horrified. 10 minutes later Han covered his left cheek and said through gritted teeth, she hasn't started. The night passed without incident. You two don't have anything to bring, do you? Qin Ciwei asked the siblings. Can I bring Xiao Hei? He's very well behaved and won't bark, Sang Luoqing pleaded, looking at Qin Ciwei. This journey will be fraught with danger. He's an uncontrollable factor and I can't risk everyone's safety on whether he behaves or not, Qin Ciwei said coldly. Sang Luoqing hugged Xiao Hei, lowering her head. She understood but couldn't bear to part with him. 2 streams of tears slid down her cheeks as she recalled the days and nights spent with Xiao Hei, her heart filled with reluctance. But there's a way. Just find a rope, muzzle Xiao Hei for a bit, put him in a backpack and untie him once we reach a safe place. Simple. Han interrupted Qin Ciwei, but with a grin, earning a glare from Qin Ciwei. This guy always plays the good guy. Sang Luoqing looked at Han gratefully. Great idea. Sang Zhenyu slapped his thigh and quickly secured Xiao Hei, placing him in his backpack. All right, everything's packed. Let's set off. Before we leave, let's set our formation. Big Guy and I will lead the way. We're strong and can buy everyone some time in emergencies. Han, you're fast, so stay 3 to 5 steps behind us to provide backup or retreat quickly. Sister Na and Luoqing follow behind Han. Qingsong, you'll bring up the rear and look after the 2 women up front. Any questions? This was the plan Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong had worked out last night. No questions, they all said in unison. Then let's officially begin our journey through the apocalypse. In the dimly lit subway tracks, the emergency exit signs and emergency lights emitted a faint green glow. 6 individuals advanced in a special formation. The leader raised a homemade spear high, causing the others to halt in their tracks. He pointed to the upper left where faint roaring sounds could be heard. The group had reached the first platform and quickly crouched down, half squatting along the wall. One person, perhaps due to his tall stature, had half of his head protruding over the edge of the platform even while crouching. Big Guy, crawl instead of crouching, Qin Ciwei gently said as he tugged on Sang Zhenmu's ear. Sang Zhenmu nodded slightly and carefully laid down on the ground, shifting from a half-crouch to a full crawl, fearful of making any noise. Then Qin Ciwei slightly raised himself, looking toward the platform, his pupils narrowing. There a throng of corpses crowded together on the platform, appearing to be in a deep slumber, not moving about. However, seeing the massive number of them, the horrifying faces of the corpses illuminated by the dim light and the faint stench of decay in the air still evoked a flicker of fear in Qin Ciwei's heart. This must be the platform that the Big Guy mentioned, where there are many corpses. Qin Ciwei crouched down again, remaining silent as he continued to move forward, slightly quickening his pace. Even though it was uncomfortable to walk in a half-crouch, he still wanted to leave this platform as quickly as possible. The others did not look up at the corpses on the platform. They simply followed Qin Ciwei's footsteps, quickening their pace. Despite the short distance of just over 300 meters, the group took 15 minutes to pass through this platform while moving quickly. The group remained silent and continued to stand up and advance. In the dim tunnel, only the sound of rustling footsteps was heard. After 20 minutes, Qin Ciwei stopped and waved his hand back. The others quickly moved forward. Brother, what's wrong? Han Zai asked. I want to discuss the upcoming arrangements, but before that I want to ask you, Big Guy, have you and your sister ever killed a zombie? No? Not yet. We've been lucky and have been chased by those things. I've kicked them a few times, but I've never killed a zombie, Sang Zhenyu replied. That's not a good thing, Qin Ciwei said, frowning slightly. When we reach the next platform, there shouldn't be as many zombies. Well, think of a way to enter the subway station then. Every subway station usually has vending machines and some even have shops. To gather supplies, we inevitably need to kill zombies. Qin Ciwei looked at Sang Zhenyu. I'm worried you might hesitate or have some physiological reactions. Sang Zhenmu's expression was a bit complex. You tell me what I should do. As long as I can protect my sister, I can overcome anything, Sang Zhenyu replied seriously. First, watch how I, Han Zai and Qingsong, kill zombies. Once on the platform, you need to protect your sister and Sister Na, Qin Ciwei said sternly. This is no child's play. Every encounter with those monsters is dangerous. Make sure not to get bitten or grabbed by those things, understood? Qin Ciwei reiterated, then explained the characteristics and weaknesses of the zombies to Sang Zhenyu again. Sang Zhenyu rarely frowned, earnestly noting down everything Qin Ciwei said. When Qin Ciwei repeatedly asked Sang Zhenyu questions, Sang Zhenyu could quickly respond. The group moved forward again and soon reached the next platform. Qin Ciwei crouched down, exposing half his head to look at the platform. There was dim light but only a few figures. The ground was littered with severed limbs and bones with a pungent smell of decay. Qin Ciwei wrinkled his nose in disgust and then inserted his spear into the gap of the subway door while Sang Zhenyu and Qin Ciwei pulled hard. In the silent space the sound of metal scraping was heard. Finally the door gap was pried open 3 centimeters and Hang Zai and Wu Qingsong quickly moved forward. Each of them exerted force to slowly push the door gap open. As soon as the opening was wide enough for one person to pass through without hesitation, Qin Ciwei stepped onto Sang Zhenmu's knee, climbed up and rolled over, quickly standing up and scanning the surroundings. After confirming there was no danger, he noticed that Hang Zai and Wu Qingsong had already climbed up and were pulling Sang Zhenmu up. Once everyone was up, Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong led the way, followed by Sang Zhenmu with the 2 girls and lastly Hang Zai maintaining formation as they advanced slowly. They had to deal with the zombies on the platform first, otherwise it would cause trouble when they returned, Qin Ciwei thought. He gently tapped the ground with his spear, producing a sound of metal against tile. The sound was not loud, but in the empty underground platform it echoed clearly. A few zombies turned their heads, looking around as if searching for the source of the sound. Qin Ciwei continued to tap the ground. Soon several zombies had determined the source of the sound and roared as they charged towards Qin Ciwei and the others. "They're coming, get ready," Qin Ciwei whispered. "Got it." Wu Qingsong took the lead, dragging his spear along the ground. In his line of sight 2 zombies were running side by side. The decaying flesh on their faces shook with every step as if they were seeing a delicious feast. Wu Qingsong swung his right hand, directing the spearhead towards the head of the security uniform zombie, striking it hard. The security zombie immediately fell to the ground and Wu Qingsong paid it no further mind. Since he had teammates behind him, he then kicked at another zombie. Qin Ciwei followed closely, thrusting his spear into the head of the security zombie. Not even glancing at the fallen zombie, he followed behind Wu Qingsong to deliver the finishing blow. Sang Zhenyu observed the 2 men effortlessly and ruthlessly dispatching 2 zombies, feeling a surge of excitement as if these zombies were not that formidable. He did not realize that this was the synergy developed between Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong over the past few days. Ma Hongna along with Sang Luoqing crouched in front of the security corpse. Watching Ma Hongna rummaging through the body, Sang Luoqing felt a chill run down her spine. Yet as she saw Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong fighting fiercely against the zombies simply to clear the way and gather supplies for everyone, she suppressed her discomfort and began to search through the corpse alongside Ma Hongna. Hang Zai stood beside the 2 girls, scanning the surroundings, fearful of any undiscovered zombies attacking them. "I found something useful, let's go keep up with them," Ma Hongna said softly, raising a small flashlight she had taken from the security corpse. The team of 6 had already displayed significant efficiency in their first collaboration. Although during the process Sang Zhenyu and his sister hadn't contributed much, they gradually understood what roles they could take on within the team. On the other side, Wu Qingsong and Qin Ciwei had also dealt with another zombie and were now hiding behind a support pillar of the platform, observing the surroundings. Qin Ciwei looked at the few people still rummaging through another zombie's body, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ma Hongna swiftly stepped forward and thrust an object into Qin Ciwei's hands. Bewildered, Qin Ciwei shot her a fierce glare. "Why are you up here?" "Get back," Qin Ciwei hissed under his breath. "A flashlight," Ma Hongna replied tersely, her almond-shaped eyes wide as she whispered. Without another word she slipped behind Sang Zhenyu, muttering to herself. Clutching the flashlight, Qin Ciwei's expression stiffened with embarrassment, yet a flicker of warmth kindled within him. With the flashlight in hand, Wu Qingsong and Qin Ciwei's visibility improved immensely. They swiftly dispatched the remaining 3 or 4 walking corpses on the platform. After a thorough sweep to confirm no undead lingered, the group headed for the ascending escalator. "Brother Qin, what's next?" Wu Qingsong inquired. "Head to the security checkpoint upstairs, maintain the same formation," Qin Ciwei replied, stepping onto the escalator only to feel a grip like iron clamps on his arm. "Boss, I saw you guys taking down those corpses. Let me join in, gain some experience," Sang Zhenyu pleaded, tugging at Qin Ciwei, his face earnest. Qin Ciwei remained silent, but he saw resolve in the giant's eyes. "Fine, it would be a waste not to put this brute's raw strength to use. Alright, you have no weapon, so I'll give you one task: kick down every corpse you can reach and Qing Song and I will finish them off. But you can't get bogged down by them, can you handle that?" "Yes." Sang Zhenmu's eyes lit up with joy as he spoke solemnly. "Good, then you lead the way up and stay sharp." Worry still lingered in Qin Ciwei's eyes. Sang Zhenyu said nothing more, striding upward with purpose. Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong exchanged a glance and the group followed. They crept quietly to the security checkpoint, making little noise. Sang Zhenyu swept his flashlight around, then immediately switched it off. But it was already too late. The dull thud of flesh against glass mingled with guttural roars echoed eerily through the empty subway station. They looked around and spotted a uniformed female corpse trapped in the security booth, slamming its blooded face against the glass with savage force. The muffled thuds and the ravenous howls for flesh were hair-raising, serving as a beacon for the undead in the darkness. Soon all the corpses in the station heard the noise and rushed toward the source. Yet the group remained calm as they stood inside the ticket barriers with the undead locked outside. As long as the corpses couldn't climb, they were trapped, clawing with bloody hands, staring with pupilless eyes, snarling and gnashing their teeth. Finish this fast. Qin Ciwei led the charge, his spear thrusting into the nearest corpse's head. Han Zai and Wu Qingsong followed suit, beginning their slaughter. Ma Hongna moved to join, but Sang Zhenyu blocked her. This is men's work, he said, snatching the smaller spear from her and thrusting it forward. Even in his first kill, the giant showed no hesitation. Thrust, withdraw. With his immense strength, Sang Zhenyu pierced straight through the corpse's skull. Save your strength, big guy, Qin Ciwei hissed, dispatching another corpse. Sang Zhenyu froze, staring at the corpse before him, a mess of red, white and yellow fluids, and the stench so close it churned his stomach violently. I can get through this for my sister, Sang Zhenyu muttered, then turned to face another corpse. The four worked swiftly. The station had few corpses anyway. Soon a heap of about 20 to 30 bodies lay before the ticket barriers. Only the one in the security booth is left, bro. You'll take it, Han Zai said, heading toward the booth. But Qin Ciwei grabbed his arm. Han Zai looked puzzled, but Qin Ciwei said nothing, merely glancing at Sang Zhenyu. Sang Zhenyu nodded, understanding his intent. Though they'd killed many, those were all confined and easy prey. Qin Ciwei wanted Sang Zhenyu to face a corpse head and to solidify his experience and resolve. Sang Zhenyu looked at his worried sister, then at the corpse in the booth, his gaze sharpening. Be careful, bro. Sang Luoqing watched the towering figure, hoping her brother would grow stronger. This was a necessary step. Sang Zhenyu stepped over the barrier, easily opened the booth door, and the uniformed female corpse lunged at him. Sang Zhenyu delivered a powerful front kick, slamming into the corpse's chest. Bones cracked audibly and its chest caved in. The female corpse flew backward, crashing into the glass with a dull thud. The three men were stunned. Holy crap. That was brutal. If that kick hit a living person, wouldn't it kill them outright? Maybe only Qin Ciwei with his thick build could withstand it, but even he'd be laid up for half a month from such a blow. A human beast. Before the corpse could rise, Sang Zhenyu thrust his spear lightly, the tip piercing its skull. He then raised the spear, waving it at the others like a triumphant general. Sang Luoqing's eyes brimmed with relief. Her brother could protect himself now. Consider this a warning, don't mess with Sang Luoqing unless you can take a kick from the big guy, Qin Ciwei said softly, draping an arm over Han Zai and Wu Qingsong. Han Zai and Wu Qingsong nodded vigorously. Boss, how's that? Can I fight alongside you now? Sang Zhenyu asked, grinning. Well, you can, but from now on conserve your strength. For you, saving energy means killing more corpses. More than capable. If this human beast had full body armor, he could plow through small hordes, Qin Ciwei mused. Alright, this station is small with only 3 exits. You'll take one, Qingsong another, and Han Zai the third. Shout if anything happens and run back here. There's cover, Qin Ciwei said, pointing at the ticket barriers. Big guy, see that vending machine by the ticket machine? You're strong. Take the girls and load everything useful from it into our backpacks. Qin Ciwei tossed his backpack to Ma Hongna. Han Zai and Wu Qingsong also handed their packs to Sang Luoqing. They split up, and Sang Zhenyu somehow found a riot shield and a fire axe. Shield in his left hand, axe in his right, with a crew-cut white vest and rippling muscles, his presence radiated security, making the two girls' eyes sparkle with admiration. During the precious 15 minutes of looting, no unexpected incident occurred. Boss, everything's here, Sang Rongmu said, tossing 2 backpacks filled with food and drinks to Qin Ciwei with one hand. Qin Ciwei caught them instinctively, but stumbled under the weight of the 2 packs, each weighing about 50 or 60 jin. This brute, doesn't he know this could crush someone? Qin Ciwei shot Sang Rongmu an annoyed glare, inwardly astonished. Could this simpleton casually lift 100 jin with one arm? If it weren't for the 2 heavy packs in his arms, I'd probably jump up and hit this brute on the knees, Wu Qingsong and Han Zai snickered on the side. Perhaps today's bountiful harvest had slightly lifted the heavy weight pressing on everyone's hearts in this apocalyptic world. Even Ma Hongna and Sang Luoqing, the 2 girls, were covering their mouths with giggles. Have you inventoried the supplies? Qin Ciwei turned to look at Ma Hongna. Ma Hongna's smile lingered at the corners of her lips. I've checked them. They are all long-lasting puffed foods, mostly various drinks. If we eat freely, this stuff will only last us 3 to 4 days. That's about what I expected. But this is just one subway station. There are more ahead. Let's work hard today, replicate the method and scavenge every accessible station until we can't carry any more. Qin Ciwei continued. All right, whatever you say, boss, Sang Rongmu replied without looking up, fiddling with the riot shield and fire axe in his hands. Qin Ciwei eyed the weapons in Sang Rongmu's hands with envy. What man hasn't dreamed of charging into battle with a shield in one hand and a blade in the other? This brute had unknowingly fulfilled Qin Ciwei's childhood fantasy. But Qin Ciwei felt no jealousy. The riot shield weighed 30 or 40 jin and the axe about 20. An ordinary person would feel muscle soreness after holding them for a short while, let alone killing zombies. Only a human beast like Sang Rongmu could wield them. Even Hengzi and Wu Qingsong were merely envious, not foolish enough to try handling them themselves. Hengzi Qingsong. Search those bodies for large travel backpacks to store more supplies. Each of the 2 girls carries 1 empty pack and we 4 men each carry 2. Give the 2 full packs to that brute to carry. I can't stand him showing off in front of me. Qin Ciwei assigned tasks. You got it, everyone replied in unison. After eating and drinking their fill, the group returned to the platform and crawled back into the subway tunnel. Once inside, they changed formation. Sang Rongmu took the lead with shield and axe, 2 empty packs strapped to his back. Qin Ciwei still didn't burden the vanguard brute with extra weight. Instead, he followed closely with a full supply pack. Hengzi carried another full pack, walking alongside the 2 girls while Wu Qingsong brought up the rear. Half an hour later, they reached the next station and replicated the procedure. Open the subway doors, clear the platform of walkers, lure them to the ticket gates, kill them, secure the station entrances and violently smash the vending machines. In less than 40 minutes they had gathered supplies from 1 station. Notably, Sang Rongmu had single-handedly cleared the platform of walkers even when 4 or 5 lunged at him at once. He would sweep his shield sideways to block the walkers, then dispatch them one by one with his axe, a clean strike each time, effortless. In those 40 minutes, Qin Ciwei and his team had filled 2 more packs. Ma Hongna and Sang Luoqing voluntarily offered to carry 1 pack each. Qin Ciwei agreed after a moment's thought. Now was not the time to be chivalrous. They had to ensure the fighters conserved their stamina. This was likely Ma Hongna's idea. The group pressed on, repeating the process of gathering supplies until they passed the 7th station and all 10 packs were full. Only then did Qin Ciwei and the others begin to feel a hint of fatigue beyond the physical exertion of carrying the supplies. Although the journey had been relatively easy, the constant tension of being on the brink of life and death still hung over everyone's hearts. The group sat huddled in a corner between the platform and the tunnel, a flashlight on the ground shining toward the ceiling. Having collected over a dozen flashlights from 7 stations, no one minded leaving one on continuously. Bro, we've got all these supplies now. What's next? Hengzi asked, lazily leaning against a corner. Sang Luoqing glanced at Hengzi in the corner, his slightly messy hair, half-closed eyes, high nose bridge and youthful voice. She felt a momentary distraction. After all, every maiden harbors a secret crush. In such dire circumstances, amid this atmosphere. Suddenly, as if reminded of something, Sang Luoqing's face flushed slightly. That guy came to me last night asking about that kind of thing. I slapped him. He hasn't spoken to me all day. Is he mad? Should I go apologize? What if he doesn't accept it? The girl sank into her own elaborate inner drama. First let's eat and drink, well then rest. Carrying these packs weighing nearly 100 jin has worn me out. Those 2 girls must be exhausted too. They won't stand guard tonight. The 4 of us will manage. Brute, you go guard the escalator first. Even though the ticket gates block the way, there might be stragglers getting in. Qin Ciwei's words snapped the girl from her reverie and she shot him a resentful glance. You got it, boss. I'm on it, Sang Rongmu replied without hesitation, grabbing his shield and axe to guard the entrance. Hearing this, Hengzi and Wu Qingsong closed their eyes. Ma Hongna pulled Sang Luoqing closer, whispering and giggling softly. The 2 girls exchanged intimate whispers until the sound of snoring arose, gradually silencing their chatter. Qin Ciwei half opened his eyes, glanced at his snoring companions, pondered the next day's plan and slowly drifted into slumber. Boss, Sang Rongmu whispered, gently tapping Qin Ciwei's face. A pair of bloodshot eyes glared fiercely at him. The brute plopped down on the ground, startled. Only when the fierce gaze gradually softened did he continue softly, Boss, I'm sleepy too. Can I catch a few winks? Qin Ciwei checked his watch. 4 hours had passed. He nodded slightly. You brute, sleep. I'll take the watch. You got it, Sang Rongmu said, dropping his head to sleep. In less than a minute he was already drooling. Qin Ciwei stared, momentarily stunned, and sighed inwardly. What a carefree fool. Thinking back to the people in the shopping mall a few days ago and comparing them to this pair of siblings, what a world of difference. Bro, wake up. We need to get going. Hansi pinched the fat on Qin Ciwei's cheek, pulling it up. After a night's rest, everyone was in good spirits today, having packed everything. They were raring to go. Thanks to yesterday's efforts and gains, the group's mindset had shifted from initial anxiety to brimming confidence. Following this, Fatty probably wouldn't lead them astray, right? Qin Ciwei rubbed his eyes, ate breakfast, took care of his internal affairs, grabbed his spear and shouldered the supplies. Let's move out. The air in the tunnel was somewhat stale, carrying a strange mix of rust, damp earth and a faint elusive stench of decay. The only two sources of light came from Sang Gemma's flashlight at the front and Wu Qingsong's at the rear. The light was dim and yellow, but it didn't hinder the group's progress. The formation remained the same as yesterday, Sang Gemu leading, Wu Qingsong bringing up the rear and Hansi protecting the two girls. Today, however, they didn't stop to scavenge supplies from the subway station. After all, they were already fully loaded and couldn't carry more, so today's pace was much faster than yesterday's. Hansi's mind wandered as he walked, his gaze occasionally drifting as if pulled by invisible threads towards Sang Luoqing beside him. Sang Luoqing held the straps of her backpack, her skin glistening with fragrant sweat, her lips slightly parted. In the flickering dim light, her profile appeared exceptionally serene and soft, a stark contrast to the chaotic footsteps of the group. Ahem, Hansi cleared his throat, trying to break the oppressive silence. He elbowed Ma Hongna beside him, making conversation. Sis Na, do you think the zombie virus could be airborne? I feel like my throat's a bit itchy today. Ma Hongna didn't even look up, just tugged at her right backpack strap with her fingers. Airborne? If it were, we'd all be dancing together underground by now. Your throat's probably itchy because it's summer and we're in a tunnel with poor air circulation. Sang Luoqing looked at Hansi and joined the conversation. Brother Hansi, I still have some water here. Do you want? What, brother Hansi? My name is Chen Zihang. Hansi was speechless. This silly girl, if she calls me Hansi, she shouldn't add brother. But hey, that water was from her bottle. If I drink from it too, does that count as an indirect kiss? Or you can call me brother Hansi. Hansi grinned at Sang Luoqing. Sang Luoqing. Take it or leave it. Sang Luoqing's face flushed slightly and she tossed the water bottle strapped to her waist to Hansi. Phut, Ma Hongna, who had been watching, let out an extremely faint breath. Qin Ciwei, a couple of meters ahead, also started shaking suspiciously. He was trying so hard to stifle his laughter that his face was turning red. Wu Qingsong and Ma Hongna burst into loud laughter. Even Sang Gemu turned back, a puzzled look on his face, glancing at the group. Just as they were laughing and moving forward, from the suffocating silence of the tunnel ahead, a faint guttural roar suddenly emerged. Qin Ciwei quickly stepped forward and grabbed Sang Gemu, abruptly raising his hand in a commanding gesture. Like a cheetah sensing danger, the jocularity vanished from his eyes, replaced by a razor-sharp vigilance. He raised his right hand, fingers together, making an extremely standard silence gesture. The movement was crisp and decisive, carrying an undeniable authority. In an instant, every faint sound ceased. Hansi's half-open mouth froze and the beam from Wu Qingsong's flashlight stopped its sway. Even Ma Hongna's swallowing stopped. She puffed out her cheeks, eyes wide. She instinctively tightened her grip on her short spear, and Sang Luoqing also stared ahead nervously, not daring to look away. The air seemed to solidify, the only movement the stubborn flicker of a distant emergency light. Then the sound drew nearer. At first it was a faint dragging friction like wet rags scraping against the ground. Then the sound grew denser, mixed with an inhuman roar squeezed from a rotting throat, low and hoarse, filled with a primal craving for flesh and blood. The sound came from the dark fork in the road just ahead of them, growing louder and closer rapidly. Brace yourselves. Qin Ciwei's voice was low, but it pierced everyone's eardrums like an ice shard. Almost as his words faded, shadowy stumbling figures surged out from the darkness of the fork. 7 or 8. Perhaps more. They were once human, but now were merely walking corpses driven by an unknown virus. Their skin was a mottled grey and putrid purple, with large areas of festering flesh revealing dark red muscle and stark white bone beneath. Their eyeballs were white and cloudy, some were just empty sockets oozing black-yellow pus. Their limbs were twisted in grotesque disharmony, some had arms bent back at impossible angles, others dragged their legs behind them, pulling themselves forward with their upper bodies. A thick stench of decay like a tangible shockwave preceded their forms, assaulting the senses and causing nausea. Roar! The foremost zombie caught the scent of the living, let out an excited roar and lunged forward with sudden speed. Its open mouth revealed broken yellow-black teeth, thick saliva mixed with bloody strands stretching into thin lines. Big guy. Qin Ciwei barked. I'm on it. The burly man standing like a monolith at the front of the group responded instantly. Sang Zhenyu, the undisputed human beast of the team, let out a low growl, raised his riot shield with his left arm and met the charge. Bam! A dull thud echoed as the zombie's desiccated body slammed into the shield. The impact of half-rotted flesh against the shield produced a teeth-grinding sound. Sang Zhenmu's stance was solid as a rock. The immense force only made him sway back slightly, the shield holding firm. The zombie was bounced back by the recoil, a flicker of confusion seeming to cross its decaying face. In that split second, Sang Zhenmu's right hand wielding the fire axe swung upward in a vicious arc that tore through the air. Schlick! The axe blade precisely cleaved into the zombie's jaw, slicing upward like a hot knife through butter, shearing off half its head. Black-red viscous fluid and grey-white brain matter exploded instantly, splattering across the shield and Sang Zhenmu's clothes. The zombie's movement ceased abruptly and it fell straight backward. Without a moment's pause, the second and third zombies were already clawing forward. Sang Zhenyu swept his shield horizontally, the heavy metal edge smashing into the ribs of the zombie on his left. The clear crack of breaking bones echoed and the zombie was sent flying, crashing into the tunnel wall before slumping weakly to the ground. Qin Ciwei seized the opportunity, thrusting his spear to finish it off. Simultaneously, Sang Zhenyu shifted his body slightly to the right, dodging another zombie's lunge. His right hand traced a sharp arc with the axe and like a hot knife through butter it cleanly severed the zombie's neck. The head rolled to the ground like a rotten melon. The headless body, propelled by inertia, stumbled forward 2 steps before crashing heavily down. The remaining zombies continued their mindless advance. Sang Zhenyu stood like a reef in a storm, steady and deadly. His shield blocked, bashed and slammed with tremendous force, keeping the zombies at bay. The axe in his right hand became the scythe of death, chopping, cleaving, slashing and sweeping with simple, efficient and unadorned movements. Each swing was inevitably accompanied by the terrible sounds of shattering bone and severed limbs. Thick dark blood and shredded flesh splattered continuously, painting the ground before him and his burly figure in a gruesome mess. Qin Ciwei meanwhile was picking off the leftovers. Any zombie knocked down by Sang Zhenyu, dead or alive, got a spear through the head. In just a few dozen seconds the tunnel entrance was littered with mutilated corpses, the intense stench nearly suffocating. Sang Zhenyu panted slightly, pulling the axe from the skull of the last zombie. Sticky fluid dripped from the blade. He shook the grime off his shield, turned to look at Qin Ciwei and rumbled, "Boss, I'm done." The tunnel was left with only his heavy breathing and the occasional faint twitch of nerve endings from the pile of corpses. The spine-chilling roars had for now ceased. The tunnel returned to silence, only the dripping sound of thick liquid from the blade of Sang Zhenyu's axe and the heavy uneven breathing of several people could be heard. Mixed with the overpowering stench of blood and decay in the air, an invisible pressure web encircled each person's heart. How could these 7 or 8 corpses suddenly appear? Hao Zai and Wu Qingsong, who had not acted until now, stepped forward because they had not received the order from Qin Ciwei to take action. "Throughout our journey we've only encountered corpses at the subway station. This is the first time we've seen them in the tunnel," Wu Qingsong said with a solemn tone. "We can't linger, the earlier commotion might attract more." Qin Ciwei's voice broke the silence as he shook off the filth on his spear, his sharp gaze sweeping over the chaotic pile of corpses, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Let's move forward, we need to find a way out." The team resumed their silent progress, the atmosphere slightly heavier this time. Everyone stepped lightly, suppressing even their breaths, fearful that any extra noise might awaken more sleeping or rather wandering nightmares deep within the tunnel. The beam of the flashlight cautiously probed the endless darkness like a few fragile fireflies struggling in the throat of a giant beast. The iron tracks beneath their feet began to twist unnaturally and scattered stones and metal parts gradually increased. In the air, besides the inherent musty rust smell, there seemed to be a hint of the acrid odor of burnt material and metal friction. "Boss, ahead. It looks like something is blocking the way." Walking at the front, Sang Zhenyu lowered his voice, directing the flashlight forward. At the end of the beam a gigantic twisted black silhouette loomed like the skeleton of a prehistoric giant beast, silently blocking the path in the middle of the tunnel. As they cautiously approached, the silhouette became clearer. It was a subway train. However, it had long lost its original streamlined shape. Several central carriages were severely twisted and derailed, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, slamming against the side walls of the tunnel before bouncing back. They were squeezed and piled together at an extremely grotesque angle. The shattered windows resembled the jagged teeth of a monster gaping darkly. The train body was covered in scratches and dents from impacts, with large areas of paint peeling off, revealing the rusted metal underneath. The power lines dangled like dying vines from the connections between the carriages. "This is an accident scene. Could the corpses we saw earlier have come from here?" Ma Hongna's voice trembled slightly, barely perceptible. Qin Ciwei gestured and the team halted about 10 meters from the wreckage of the train. He raised his flashlight, the beam piercing through the darkness like a sword aimed at the silent steel tomb. The beam first fell on the window of the nearest overturned carriage. The inner glass was covered in dirt and dried splattered dark brown liquid. And behind that was a face pressed against the glass. No, it could no longer be called a face. The skin was a corpse-like greyish-blue, extensively decayed, the eye sockets hollow with only 2 black holes remaining and the corners of the mouth grotesquely torn open, revealing black and yellow teeth. It remained motionless as if in the last moment before death, still desperately peering at the world outside the window. Hiss. Hao's eye sucked in a cold breath, instinctively taking half a step back. But this was just the beginning. As if receiving the signal of light, or perhaps the scent of the living, finally penetrated the barrier of steel, shadows inside the overturned carriage began to stir. Qin Ciwei's arm was steady as a rock, the beam of light slowly moving. The second carriage, the third carriage. Behind every window there were dense figures. They were packed together, jostling like sardines in a can. Some wore tattered suits, others donned dirty work uniforms, and some still maintained their hairstyles from when they were alive, but without exception they were all corpses. The degree of decay varied, some were still recognizable as human shapes while others were heavily decomposed, their features indistinct and limbs incomplete. They seemed to be in a bizarre state of suspension, as if trapped like insects in amber. However, when the flashlight swept over them, terror was activated. In the nearest carriage, a corpse pressed against the window, its hand, which was little more than bone and some decayed flesh, began to mindlessly and slowly scratch at the inner glass, producing a faint, painful screeching sound. Immediately after, like pebbles thrown into a still lake, ripples began to spread. Inside the carriage, those densely packed figures started to stir. Deep oppressive roars seemingly emanating from the depths of hell flowed through the broken windows and the twisted gaps in the train body, forming a vague yet spine-chilling background noise. Countless arms, some whole, some fragmented, began to reach up, clawing futilely toward the source of light. Twisted, decayed, inhuman faces pressed against the windows, their hollow eye sockets seemingly looking at the living beings at the light source. They were trapped inside the carriage. But this derailed train now resembled a gigantic cage filled with countless hungry monsters, and the arrival of Qin Ciwei and his team inadvertently disturbed this group of prisoners. Wherever the flashlight illuminated, every window concealed a living, hellish scene. The corpses pressed against each other, their decaying limbs entangled, roaring silently, madly clawing at the barrier they could not break through. The numbers were countless, impossible to calculate, as if the entire train was filled with these undead. My God! Zhang Jiyimu's mouth dropped open, his fire axe falling from his hand unnoticed. His simple mind could hardly process the unimaginable horror before him. Wu Qingsong gripped his spear tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, yet he could make no sound. Zhang Luoqing's face turned pale, one hand covering her mouth as she struggled against the turmoil in her stomach. Even Hao's eye, who was usually optimistic, had slightly contracted pupils, his breathing noticeably quickening. Zhang Luoqing's legs felt weak, almost unable to support her voice trembling with a cry. How many people does this represent? An entire train's worth of people. All? Qin Ciwei slowly lowered his arm, holding the flashlight. His face remained cold and hard, but upon closer inspection one could see that the line of his jaw was taut to the extreme and the fingers gripping the spear trembled slightly from excessive force. His gaze swept over the writhing death train, quickly shifting to the narrow obstacle-strewn gap between the train and the tunnel wall. This was the only possible path for them, but it was merely a few meters away from the frantically clawing forest of arms. A chilling coldness like the sinister wind from the depths of the tunnel suddenly penetrated each person's bones. What they faced was not just 7 or 8 scattered corpses, but an entire legion temporarily trapped, yet ready to erupt at any moment due to some trigger, such as a noise they might accidentally create while attempting to pass through a wave of death. Qin Ciwei took a deep breath of the cold, foul air. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying an unprecedented gravity. Let's go around. Maintain absolute silence. No one is allowed to make any sound or touch anything. His gaze was as substantial as a blade sweeping over each terrified face. If we disturb them, we won't even have the chance to become one of them. The tunnel was thick with the pungent odor of rust and dust, along with a more acrid stench seeping from the gaps of the death train. The flashlight had already gone out, leaving only the ever-present emergency lights emitting a faint green glow that could barely illuminate a few steps ahead. Everyone pressed against the cold, damp tunnel wall like geckos, moving forward slowly and cautiously. Ahead lay the narrow gap between the twisted steel beast and the tunnel side. It was piled high with rubble that had fallen during the derailment, twisted metal components and some indistinguishable debris. Just a few steps away behind the broken windows were countless frantically writhing shadows and suppressed scratching sounds. The breath of the living was like water droplets tossed into sizzling oil, causing unrest within the carriage while low growls echoed almost in his ear. Stay close, not a single misstep. Qin Ciwei's voice was low, almost a whisper, yet carried a commanding tone like iron. He was the first to turn sideways, squeezing into the gap that was less than a meter wide. The emergency light's faint glow swayed in front of him, illuminating the jagged obstacles below. Wu Qingsong followed closely behind, his slender frame agile, moving like a civet cat, carefully avoiding protruding rebar and loose stones. From time to time he glanced back, signaling to those behind to watch for specific obstacles underfoot. The third was Ma Hongna, her lips pressed together, her face still pale, yet her gaze was resolute, followed by Hang Zai. He was so nervous that his palms were sweating, his heart pounding in his chest. He walked almost on tiptoe, each step as light as possible, fearing even the slightest sound would disturb the hungry passengers in the adjacent carriage. His gaze involuntarily flickered towards the nearby windows, where he could clearly see a finger rotten to the bone frantically scraping at the bloodstains frozen on the glass inside. Sang Luoqing followed behind Hang Zai. She remained calm, but the fine beads of sweat seeping from her temples betrayed her inattention, carefully assessing each foothold with nimble movements. Sang Zhenyu brought up the rear, his somewhat bulky figure becoming a significant burden in this environment. He had to contort his body drastically just to squeeze through. Each movement was accompanied by the slight sound of stones being dislodged, causing the people in front to frequently turn back, their hearts in their throats. At the same time they remained alert, watching for any disturbances from behind or the direction of the carriage. The progress was suffocatingly slow, as if time had been stretched, with every second feeling like a dance on the edge of a knife. The pervasive scent of death and the continuous scratching and low growls in their ears tested everyone's nerves. Just as the group reached the middle of the gap, the narrowest and most cluttered section, an accident occurred. To avoid a tangled cable hanging down from the carriage, Sang Luoqing had to press her body closer to the tunnel wall. Her shoulder brushed against a wet, moss-covered protruding rock. This was a trivial action, yet. Click. A sound so faint yet crystal clear in the silence. The lid of the medical box she had scavenged yesterday had somehow come loose. This friction caused it to pop open, and 2 plastic bottles slipped out, landing on the few stones below. Bang. Clatter clatter. The sound of the bottles hitting the ground, combined with the noise of the medicine rolling inside, was subtle yet sharp, like an alarm. In an instant the unrest in the adjacent carriage escalated sharply. Roar. The previously low growls suddenly became high-pitched and piercing. Countless arms crashed and clawed violently against the inner walls and windows of the carriage. The entire carriage seemed to shake under this sudden stimulus. A window already covered in cracks shattered completely under the immense internal pressure and continuous scratching from the outside. A highly decayed maggot-infested arm suddenly reached out from the broken window, fingers clawing frantically towards Sang Luoqing. The arm extended so far it almost touched her back. Sang Luoqing's expression changed drastically, instinctively wanting to dodge forward, but the cluttered obstacles underfoot made her lose balance and fall backward. Behind her was that terrifying clawing arm. Luoqing. Hang Zai's exclamation slipped out, forgetting entirely to remain quiet. In that critical moment, driven by instinct, Hang Zai turned sharply, not running backward but lunging towards the about-to-fall Sang Luoqing. He grabbed her waist and with all his strength pushed her forward towards Wu Qingsong, who had turned back at the sound. However, due to the recoil and the stones beneath his feet, he stumbled and fell backward. Screech. The undead arm reaching through the broken window brushed against Hang Zai's back, its sharp dark fingers leaving several dark red streaks on his clothing. By mere millimeters he could have been scratched. Hang Zai. Wu Qingsong caught Sang Luoqing and was horrified at the sight. Sang Zhenyu reacted quickly just as Hang Zai was about to collide with the arm. His massive shield surged forward. Bang. The edge of the shield slammed against the outer wall of the carriage, temporarily pressing the broken window and the struggling upper body of the undead back, producing a series of sickening cracking sounds and even more frenzied growls. Hang Zai fell heavily to the ground, still shaken. Run. Qin Ciwei's low roar came through, filled with unprecedented urgency. The commotion here was too loud. The entire carriage and even possibly the nearby carriages had been thoroughly enraged. The sound of crashing and roaring surged like a tide. Without needing to be urged, Wu Qingsong pulled Sang Luoqing while Ma Hongna helped support the gritting Hang Zai, and the group hurriedly scrambled forward. Sang Zhenyu held the rear, keeping the shield firmly against the broken window, only withdrawing abruptly after everyone had passed through the most dangerous stretch, striding to catch up. The group hastily burst out of that death zone, running nearly 100 meters before confirming that the frenzied growls and crashing sounds had not followed, only then daring to stop and lean against the wall, gasping for breath. Are you all right? Sang Luoqing looked at Hang Zai first, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremble. She noticed the marks on his back from being scratched and frowned slightly. I'm fine, not hurt. Hang Zai gasped, waving his hand dismissively, yet his face was pale from the earlier scare, but in his gaze towards Sang Luoqing there was a sense of relief. As long as you're okay. Zhang Luoqing paused for a moment, taking out a clean bandage and a small bottle of disinfectant from her medical kit. Turn around, let me check for scratches. Infections are no joke. Hang Zai reluctantly turned around. Zhang Luoqing, disregarding the others' gazes, lifted his shirt in public. Hang Zai felt the cold sensation on his back but inexplicably felt a bit sweet. Qin Ciwei did not stop their brief respite. His gaze sharp as a hawk swept across the darkness behind them, vigilant against any potential danger. The unexpected incident had drained much of their energy and created quite a commotion. However, just as his eyes passed over the head of the abandoned train, his body froze abruptly. A massive shadow nearly reaching the ceiling of the carriage lay crouched there. Qin Ciwei slowly raised his flashlight and the dazzling beam like a stage spotlight struck the shadow fiercely. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. It was a monster. It was curled up in the corner of the carriage, but even so its height exceeded 3 meters. Tattered, almost unrecognizable fragments of clothing still hung from its body, but the exposed flesh displayed an unnatural morbid swelling. Muscles bulged like inflated balloons and sinews coiled like twisted tree roots beneath the pinkish skin brimming with explosive power. Its arms were thicker than a man's waist and its fingers ended in pitch-black sharp claws akin to those of a beast. What was most hair-raising, however, was its equally oversized, disproportionate head and the action it was performing. Its head was bald, skin stretched tight over the skull, its features twisted and displaced by the swelling muscles. Its eyes were reduced to murky, sickly yellow pupils. At that moment those pupils were fixed with undisguised malice and greed on Qin Ciwei and his group, who had suddenly intruded into its sight. In its massive vice-like hand it was holding a leg of a walking corpse. The leg clearly belonged to one of its kind, with rotting skin and withered muscles. This giant walking corpse was lowering its head, using its mouth full of jagged shark-like razor-sharp teeth to leisurely gnaw on that leg. Crunch! Crunch! The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed clearly in the dead silent tunnel. It did not devour with savagery, but rather with a languid, almost gourmet-like demeanor. Yet every tear carried the terrifying power to easily rip flesh and shatter bones. Dark red viscous liquid dripped from the corners of its mouth and chin, pooling into a small filthy puddle at its feet. The eerie green light seemed to disturb its meal. It stopped chewing, its massive head lifting slightly. Those sickly yellow pupils like a viper locking onto its prey fixed viciously and precisely on Qin Ciwei's face. The monster suddenly roared towards Qin Ciwei and the others. A wave of violent chaotic death aura far denser and more nauseating than that of an ordinary walking corpse surged from the carriage like a tangible shockwave, instantly engulfing everyone present. It was the aura of a predator. Everyone's breath stopped in that moment. Wu Qingsong tightened his grip on his spear, his knuckles white. Ma Hongna instinctively stood up, but her arm was trembling slightly. Zhang Luoqing, who was checking if Hangzi was injured, froze completely. Hangzi even forgot the sweetness on his back, feeling only a chill shooting from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Even Zhang Zhenyu, who was always like a humanoid beast, sharply contracted his pupils, instinctively stepped back half a pace, slightly raised his shield in a defensive posture and let out a low beast-like warning growl from his throat. Qin Ciwei stood still, the beam of his flashlight steadily illuminating the unprecedented, terrifying monster. In his deep eyes there swirled an unprecedented gravity and a trace of barely perceptible dread. His hand holding the spear was white-knuckled from excessive force. Trouble. This time they were truly in big trouble. The monster suddenly slammed its fist into the windshield of the train's head. The impact of flesh against reinforced glass was muffled yet deafening. First punch, the glass didn't react. Second punch, still no reaction. Third punch, a crack appeared on the glass. Then the monster's fists began to rain down on the glass like a storm. It seemed oblivious to the flesh already shredding between its knuckles and felt no pain, just hammering at the glass with manic fury. The pounding sound, like the drumbeat of doom mixed with inhuman, purely destructive roars, was amplified infinitely in the empty tunnel, shaking everyone's hearts. Qin Ciwei and his group ran forward with all their might, even as their lungs burned and the cold air cut their throats like a knife. Behind them was the roar of the enraged, deformed walking corpse like a primordial beast. Finally, after running for 3 minutes. Finally it smashed the windshield to pieces. After breaking through the window, it did not stagger like an ordinary walking corpse. Instead it dropped to all fours and its disproportionately swollen muscles erupted with terrifying power, propelling it like an out-of-control heavy tank charging madly down the tunnel. Every time its limbs landed it made a dull thump, and the entire tunnel seemed to vibrate. Its running posture was twisted yet powerful, its speed astonishingly fast, creating a despairing contrast with its massive frame. Faster. Move faster. Qin Ciwei shouted. He could even feel the wind thick with the stench of rotten blood at his back. Fortunately the tunnel was not uniformly dark. Ahead a faint glimmer of light appeared along with the outline of a relatively open space. It was the next subway station. Hope like a faint flame ignited in everyone's heart. They mustered their last strength, quickly pried open the subway doors on the platform, ignoring the few scattered walking corpses there. Instead they rushed towards the entrance to the ticket hall above. However, hope was almost extinguished in the next second. Above the stairs leading to the platform, a heavy rusted metal gate blocked the way like a cold sigh. On the gate hung a huge, incredibly sturdy-looking iron lock. Damn it. Someone deliberately closed this subway station. Wu Jingsong cursed, rushed forward and yanked hard at the lock. It didn't budge. Move. Qin Ciwei shoved him aside, inserted his spear into the lock and pried with all his might. His movements were rough and strenuous. Veins bulged on his face and the sweat on his forehead and his slightly labored breathing betrayed his inner anxiety. How long will it take? Ma Hongna asked anxiously, nervously looking back. From deep in the tunnel the terrifying sound of running was getting closer, like the countdown of death. At least a minute. Qin Ciwei replied without turning his head, channeling all his strength into his arms gripping the spear. A minute fleeting in normal times now stretched out like a century. Thump. 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 Heavy footsteps were already not far away, and even the creature's thick murky breathing could be heard, carrying a bloody stench of craving for flesh. Despair gripped everyone. Hangzi's face turned pale, his hand gripping the weapon trembling violently. Sang Luoqin pressed her lips tight, her eyes quickly scanning the surroundings for anything usable, but found nothing. Just then a voice as steady as a boulder rang out, carrying an unyielding resolve. Boss, open the door. The group turned in astonishment to the source of the voice, Sang Zhenyu. His gaze locked onto Sang Luoqin, whose eyes were brimming with tears. Sorry, little sister. I can't walk the road ahead with you anymore. This silent giant had somehow turned around, facing the tunnel they had come from. He slammed the battered riot shield heavily onto the ground, producing a dull clang. The fire axe in his right hand, its blade reflected a cold glint under the station's faint light. His broad back stood like a dike, ready to face the surging waves. You'll hold it off. Those four simple words carried immense weight. Sang Zhenyu. You fool. Are you crazy? That thing. Wu Jingsong cried out, his voice filled with fear and reluctance. This was no ordinary zombie, it was a monster that could easily tear through steel and devour its own kind. Staying behind alone was almost certain death. Sang Zhenyu didn't turn back, only slightly tilting his face to reveal half of his resolute profile. His voice was calm but carried an unyielding determination. Someone has to hold it off. Open the door quickly. Qin Ciwei's hands didn't pause for a moment, even moving with more force. He didn't look at Sang Zhenyu but squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth, fine. There was no time to hesitate, no time for farewells. This was the only choice. Roar. With a deafening roar, the darkness at the tunnel's end was violently shattered. The three-turtle giant zombie, like a demon crawling out from the abyss, appeared before them with an overwhelming destructive momentum. Its murky yellow pupils instantly locked onto the living beings at the station entrance. With a sudden burst of power from its limbs, it charged forward in a gust of bloody wind. Just as it was about to surge onto the station platform steps. Ha! Sang Zhenyu let out a thunderous roar, every muscle in his body bulging instantly. Instead of retreating, he took a fierce step forward. The shield on his left arm, carrying all his strength, slammed into the charging giant zombie from above like a battering ram. Boom! A thunderous crash far greater than any before erupted at the relatively enclosed station entrance. It was like two speeding cars colliding head-on. The immense impact force caused even Sang Zhenmu's beast-like frame to slide back uncontrollably, half a meter, the soles of his shoes screeching against the ground. The shield's surface instantly showed clear dents and its edges were even warped. His shield-bearing left arm emitted a strained creak, veins bulging on his forehead and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Yet the giant zombie's forward momentum was brutally halted by this sacrificial collision. It let out an enraged, not pained roar, as if unable to believe that such a tiny creature dared to block its path. Seizing the moment, Sang Zhenmu's right hand swung the fire axe upward with a piercing whistle, aiming at the zombie's relatively vulnerable knee joint. Thud. The blade embedded deeply, but it felt like cutting into a tough rubber tire, far from the clean slash on an ordinary zombie. Dark red viscous blood splattered, but the zombie only swayed slightly, letting out an even more furious roar. Its terrifyingly thick arm swept horizontally toward Sang Zhenmu's head. Sang Zhenyu reacted swiftly, ducking and raising the shield to block. Clang! The metallic clash was deafening. Sparks flew from the shield. The immense force sent Sang Zhenyu staggering sideways, nearly falling. He quickly adjusted his center of gravity, using his relatively shorter stature to circle the rampaging giant zombie. The shield block parried and occasionally struck back fiercely, each time producing a dull crash and jolting his body. The fire axe sought every opportunity to chop at the zombie's legs and waist, but the damage seemed minimal, only further enraging the monster. Back on the platform, Qin Ciwei pushed his strength to the limit, oblivious to the sweat dripping from his forehead. Faster. Just a little faster. Sang Luoqin watched Sang Zhenyu fighting for his life against the creature below. Each dangerous dodge and heavy collision made her heart race with terror, her eyes reddening with anxiety. Hangzi had raised his spear, but the two were locked in a fast-paced struggle, making it too risky to throw. Ma Hongna clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. Click. A soft sound nearly inaudible amid the thunderous fight was like heavenly music to Qin Ciwei and the others. The lock was picked. Qin Ciwei yanked off the padlock and heaved the heavy metal gate upward with a grating screech. Go. Move, he growled. Wu Qingsong was the first to slip through, then turned to help pull the others. Ma Hongna, Hangzi and Sang Luoqin quickly followed through the gate. Just as Qin Ciwei was about to be the last to go through, he glanced back at the battle below. The giant zombie seemed to have lost all patience. It let out a sky-shaking roar, ignoring Sang Zhenmu's attacks, and charged forward with its massive body like a collapsing mountain. Sang Zhenyu raised his shield to brace. Crash! This time the gap in strength was too vast. The shield emitted a sickening screech of twisting metal, and Sang Zhenyu along with it was blasted backward through the air by the savage force. He crashed heavily into the wall of the escalator with a dull thud, then slid to the ground motionless. The shield flew from his hand and clattered to a stop in the distance. The giant zombie with crushing earth-shaking steps charged toward the metal gate that was only halfway up. Its yellow pupils were fixed on Qin Ciwei and the others behind the gate. Big brother. Sang Luoqin cried out in grief and rage, crawling back out of the gate as if to die with her brother. A flicker of pain crossed Qin Ciwei's eyes, but without hesitation he shoved the gate up to its limit and barked, "Get back!" He was the last to slip inside, then together with Wu Qingsong they used all their strength to yank the heavy gate down. Just as the gate was about to close, a massive gnarled hand covered in black nails and bulging muscles thrust into the gap. It tried to force the gate open. The power was astonishing. Even Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong working together found it hard to contain as the door was gradually pushed upwards. Outside the door was the twisted, greedy, putrid giant mouth of the zombie with its pale yellow eyes. Help! Qin Ciwei shouted hoarsely. Hangzi, Ma Hongna and even Sang Luoqin rushed forward, using all their strength to press down on the rising gate. The zombie outside emitted an angry roar, its power increasing once more. Just at this desperate moment, when the standoff seemed unbearable, the door suddenly shook. A heavy thud resonated from outside the door. Immediately after, the massive hand that was wedged in the door suddenly relaxed its grip. Through the narrow gap in the door they saw Sang Zhenyu, who had been thrown away, struggling to crawl back up. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his left arm twisted awkwardly, yet he still gripped the fire axe tightly in his right hand. At this moment he was using his last ounce of strength to strike the axe blade fiercely against the wrist of the giant hand holding the door. Although he couldn't sever it, the bone-deep chop evidently inflicted excruciating pain, forcing the monstrous zombie to retract its arm. Shut the door. Sang Zhenyu, with his back to them, let out a final roar akin to an injured lion. Clang! With no further obstacles, the heavy metal gate was pulled down hard by everyone, crashing back to the ground. Qin Ciwei, quick to act, used a retrieved iron lock to secure the door with a click. Almost simultaneously as the lock fell into place. Boom! A sound more violent and furious than any previous impact slammed against the heavy gate. The entire metal framework shook violently, dust cascading down. Following that were frenzied impacts and tearing sounds like a raging storm. The twisted creaking of metal, the deafening roars of the zombie, and a dull, heart-wrenching thud along with the sound of shattering bones echoed clearly from outside the door. Inside the door the group pressed tightly against the cold wall, listening to the hellish sounds from outside as the color drained from each of their faces. Sang Luoqin slumped to the ground, pressing her hands tightly over her ears, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Hangzi closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly, gasping for breath. Ma Hongna turned her head away, unable to bear the sounds any longer. Wu Qingsong slammed his fist against the nearby wall, leaving a shallow blood mark. Qin Ciwei leaned against the cold gate, slowly sliding down to the ground. He lowered his head, the shadow obscuring his expression, only his tightly clenched fist's pale knuckles betraying the excessive force trembled slightly. The frenzied impacts and roars from outside continued for a full couple of minutes, mixed with the nauseating sounds of tearing and chewing. Eventually all the noises gradually subsided. Only dead silence remained. The weak light from the subway station coldly illuminated the few survivors of the disaster, along with the cold iron door covered in dents and claw marks separating them from their companions and from hell. Zhang Jiyimu had bought them this precious time with his life, a passage to the unknown path of survival ahead. Outside the gate, the heart-wrenching sounds of tearing and chewing gradually weakened, ultimately leaving only the heavy, satisfied breathing of the gigantic zombie along with faint, nauseating sounds of it licking flesh and bone. Each sound felt like a blunt knife cutting into the hearts of the people inside the door. A silence more suffocating than the previous flight and struggle enveloped the 5 survivors. Wu Qingsong leaned against the wall, his gaze vacant as he stared at the mottled stains on the ceiling. Ma Hongna hugged her arms tightly, her nails digging deep into her skin, trying to suppress the rising bile and deeper chill. Hang Zai squatted in the corner, burying his head in his knees like a sorrowful statue. Zhang Luoqing stood there motionless. The eerie green light of the emergency fire lamp cast a pale glow on her face. Her eyes had lost their previous innocence and playfulness, leaving only a hollow, nearly shattered calm. She did not cry, did not shout, and even her breathing was so light it seemed non-existent. Yet her body trembled slightly, a chill seeping from her marrow, nearly unsteady on her feet. Brother. That silent mountain of a brother, always standing at the forefront. His last roar of "shut the door" still echoed in her ears. And the continuous despairing sounds from outside. Qin Ciwei leaned against the cold gate, slowly sliding down to the ground. He lowered his head, shadows swallowing his face. No one could see his expression at this moment, they could only see his tightly clenched fists, the knuckles pale from excessive force, trembling slightly. He was not an emotionally driven person, the brutality of the apocalypse had hardened his heart like the spear he held. But Zhang Jiyimu. That fool, that big guy, that comrade he could trust, his back to that silent yet reliable companion. Someone has to hold the line. Zhang Jiyimu's calm voice echoed in his mind. Yes, someone must stand in the way. It was the cruelest and most realistic logic in the apocalypse. He understood, even agreed. Sacrifice the few to save the many. Reason told him that he should immediately lead the remaining people, utilizing the time Zhang Jiyimu bought with his life to escape this dangerous place and seek a new path to survival. But he raised his head, his gaze sweeping over his devastated companions, finally fixing on Zhang Luoqing's pallid face. He saw in her once playful eyes a flicker of stubbornness that was almost swallowed by despair, a faint yet unextinguished obsession. It was a tenacity reminiscent of her brother. He recalled how Zhang Jiyimu had protected his companions during the earlier battle, remembered the clumsy yet warm gaze of this silent giant when he occasionally looked at his sister. What Zhang Jiyimu had exchanged his life for should not be merely a panicked escape, nor should it condemn his sister to live forever in the shadow of loss and regret for not trying to save him. A complex emotion surged within his chest. It was responsibility, a debt to his comrades, a challenge to the laws of survival, and a fierce determination. One he had not fully explored yet. The monster was strong enough to inspire despair. But was it truly unbeatable? It was massive yet not agile, it was violent yet lacked reason. Zhang Jiyimu's axe had indeed wounded its wrist. This indicated that it was not invulnerable. A mad plan, like a flash of lightning in the dark, suddenly took shape in his mind. Dangerous, extremely dangerous. The success rate might be less than 10%. But not 0. He took a deep breath, the cold putrid air seeming to carry a metallic taste. He slowly stood up, his movement somewhat stiff, yet his spine straightened once more. We can't just leave like this. His voice was hoarse yet carried an undeniable resolve that shattered the suffocating silence. Everyone looked up in astonishment, gazing at him. Hang Zai seemed not to understand. Bro. What? What did you say? I said we cannot leave the big guy here, Qin Ciwei reiterated, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. Even if it's just his corpse, we must take him with us. Wu Qingsong abruptly stood up, a glimmer of fire igniting in his eyes, but it was quickly extinguished by the cold reality. Qin Ji. Get a hold of yourself. The thing outside. The big guy, he is already. I know what's outside, Qin Ciwei interrupted, his tone icy. I also know the hope is slim. But are you willing to let the big guy end in this manner? His gaze finally landed on Zhang Luoqing. Zhang Luoqing's body trembled violently for a moment, her hollow gaze finally gaining focus. She stared intently at Qin Ciwei, her lips moving but no sound came out. I have a plan, Qin Ciwei said without hesitation, his words flowing rapidly. That monster has just engaged in intense activity and has just fed. Right now its vigilance is relatively low and its movements might be slightly sluggish. It is massive, and in the relatively narrow space at the entrance of the escalator it will struggle to turn around. He pointed to the deformed railing door. We will open the door, not fight it head-on. The goal is to save people, not to kill zombies. Wu Qingsong, you and I will rush out as fast as possible to assess the big guy's condition. If we can bring him back, we will. Hang Zai, your spear, throw it, aim for its eyes or the wound on its wrist. We do not seek to inflict harm, only to create a distraction and buy us even a few seconds. Sister Na, you are in charge of opening the door and supporting us. Once we retreat, close the door immediately. He turned to Sang Luoqing, his voice deep yet powerful. Luoqing, you are responsible for confirming your brother's vital signs. You are the most knowledgeable among us about first aid. If there's a chance for him, tell us how to move him without causing further harm. This arrangement placed the most dangerous tasks upon himself and Wu Qingsong, while also giving Sang Luoqing a reason and goal to hold on. Sang Luoqing nodded heavily, the force almost breaking her neck. She quickly rummaged through the medical kit at her waist, pulling out the last remaining tourniquet bandages and a syringe of adrenaline, gripping them tightly as her knuckles turned white. Brother, this is too risky. Hang Zai's voice trembled, but there was something more in his eyes. Damn it. Wu Qingsong growled lowly, picking up the spear from the ground with a fierce glare. We can't let the big guy be fed to that monster. Ma Hongna took a deep breath, her eyes regaining their usual calm. Understood, ill support, and closed the door. The plan was hasty and full of flaws, but at this moment a sense of determination bound the group together. Qin Ciwei said no more and gestured for Ma Hongna and Hang Zai to prepare to lift the railing door. He took a deep breath, listening to the monster outside, whose breathing seemed to have calmed slightly after its meal, calculating the timing. Now's the time. He suddenly waved his hand. Creak. Ma Hongna and Hang Zai exerted all their strength, lifting the heavy railing door with a sudden force. As the door opened, a hellish scene rushed in. The entrance of the platform was in chaos, with splattered dark red blood and chunks of flesh everywhere. The giant zombie was facing away from the door, its massive body crouched, seemingly still enjoying its spoils. Not far from its feet in the corner, Sang Zhenyu lay motionless in a pool of blood, his body intact, but his chest and abdomen were a mess of flesh and blood, his left arm twisted at an unnatural angle, his face covered in blood, life unknown. The monster was feeding on ordinary zombies that had been wandering on the platform. Move. Qin Ciwei hissed, and he and Wu Qingsong shot out like two arrows. Almost simultaneously, Hang Zai's spear was released. With a whoosh, it accurately aimed at the relatively vulnerable back of the zombie's head. Though the zombie was facing away, its perception was extraordinarily sharp. The sound of the spear slicing through the air made it whip its head around. Thud. The spear missed the eye and instead buried itself deep into the thick muscle on its neck. Roar. The intense pain instantly enraged it. It spun around violently, its yellow pupils locking onto Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong, who had dashed out, as well as Sang Luoqing, who was rapidly approaching Sang Zhenyu. It abandoned the food beneath its feet, letting out an earth-shattering roar as it swung the giant hand previously injured by Sang Zhenyu, sending a gust that tore through the air, aiming for the foremost Qin Ciwei. Be careful. Wu Qingsong roared, throwing his spear like a javelin towards the zombie's face, trying to draw its attention. Qin Ciwei performed a roll, narrowly dodging the hand that could crush rock, while his spear slashed down, shining with cold light, fiercely targeting the zombie's supporting front limb's ankle. He dared not clash directly, only seeking to create trouble. Clang! The spear struck against the resilient tendon and bone, producing a shower of sparks. It only left a deep mark, failing to sever. But it was enough to make the zombie stagger for a moment. Seizing this opportunity, Sang Luoqing had already dashed to Sang Gemma's side. Her fingers trembled as she swiftly reached for her brother's carotid artery. There was a faint pulse. Brother is still alive. A wave of overwhelming joy surged through her, nearly causing her to faint. But the next moment, seeing her brother's horrifying wound and twisted limbs, her heart sank again. The injuries were too severe. She had to stop the bleeding immediately and stabilize him. Still alive. Need to stop the bleeding. Left arm fractured, ribs may have pierced internal organs. No vigorous movement. She shouted quickly with a voice that carried a hint of crying as she frantically sprinkled the hemostatic powder on the largest wound, pressing down firmly with the bandage. Understood. Hearing her shout, Qin Ciwei felt invigorated. As long as there was life, there was hope. Roar. The monster zombie was thoroughly enraged by the continuous disturbances. Ignoring the pain in its ankle and the bolt in its neck, its massive body lunged forward, targeting Sang Luoqing, who was bandaging Sang Zhenyu. Your opponent is me. Wu Qingsong picked up the spear that had fallen to the ground, roaring as he charged forward, smashing down towards the zombie's knee joint. At the same time, Qin Ciwei also exerted force, his spear again aimed at the same ankle wound. He had to restrict its movement. Hang Zai's second spear flew again. This was Ma Hongna's spear, this time aiming for its roaring mouth. The chaotic melee erupted again at the narrow entrance of the platform. Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong moved like two agile leopards, circling around the frenzied giant beast. Each attack was fraught with peril, relying entirely on Han Zi's precise long-range distractions and their mutual cooperation to barely hold on. They were utterly powerless to inflict fatal wounds on the zombie, only desperately attracting its attention to buy time for Sang Luoqing. Every second felt like an eternity. With astonishing speed, Sang Luoqing completed the initial bleeding control and fracture stabilization. She unhesitatingly injected the small bottle of adrenaline into Sang Gemma's neck vein. "Done," she shouted hoarsely. "Retreat." Qin Ciwei immediately ordered. Wu Qingsong hurled his spear towards the zombie's face, then turned and rushed towards Sang Luoqing and Sang Zhenyu alongside Qin Ciwei. The two of them grabbed Sang Zhenyu by the shoulders and his relatively intact right leg, while Sang Luoqing supported from the side. The three of them used all their strength to drag the unconscious giant backwards. "Hurry! Hurry!" Han Zi shouted hoarsely at the entrance, bracing against the door with Ma Hongna. How could the monster zombie let go of its prey? It let out an even more furious roar, dropping to all fours and charging forward again. This time it seemed to have learned its lesson, ignoring the disturbances from Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong, directly targeting the dragged Sang Zhenyu. The distance was rapidly closing. The stench from its breath nearly sprayed onto their necks. The giant claw was about to strike down. "Close the door." Qin Ciwei's eyes widened in rage as he shouted. "If it doesn't close, everyone will die." Just at this critical moment, the originally unconscious Sang Zhenyu, whether due to the adrenaline or the instinct to survive, let out a muffled gasp from his throat, and his only remaining right hand suddenly pushed against the ground. This provided the three dragging him with a minuscule yet crucial boost. Bang! The three of them nearly fell into the door while dragging Sang Zhenyu. "Close the door." Ma Hongna and Han Zi unleashed all their strength, pulling down the railing door with force. Clang! The heavy iron door slammed shut, nearly brushing against the nose of the pursuing giant zombie. Click! Qin Ciwei didn't even have time to see clearly, quickly locking the iron chain around it. Bang! The immense impact reverberated again, the entire railing door shook violently, the chains rattling. Outside was the furious roar and crash of the enraged zombie, nearly overturning the entire subway station. Inside the door, the 5 people plus one severely injured lay collapsed on the ground as if just pulled from the water, drenched in cold sweat and blood, gasping for air as their hearts raced nearly out of their chests. The feeling of exhaustion from surviving a calamity, combined with the indescribable complex emotions of successfully saving a companion, intertwined in each person's heart. Leaning against the door, Qin Ciwei felt the frantic impacts behind him, watching Sang Zhenyu lying on the ground, his chest faintly rising and falling, and Sang Luoqing kneeling beside her brother, finally unable to suppress her quiet sobs. He slowly closed his eyes. They survived. This time they all survived together. Although the road ahead remained dark, and despite the heavy toll, some things were more important than mere survival. This is no time to rest or rejoice. Qin Ciwei gasped heavily, his face still etched with the lingering terror and urgency of a narrow escape. Roar, roar, roar. Boom. A monstrous zombie roared in furious defiance behind them, pounding its fists relentlessly against the metal security gate. It struck again and again, as if determined to shatter the gate, just as it had shattered the reinforced glass of the train's locomotive. "Qingsong, ditch your backpack, we'll carry Dage together. Hurry." Qin Ciwei did not bother retrieving the supply pack he'd dropped on the ground. Now was not the moment to mourn lost provisions. Keeping Dage alive, and ensuring everyone else survived, was the sole unyielding priority. "Hanzi, you lead the way, this falls to you alone. Snap out of it. Pull yourself together." Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong had already hoisted Sang Zhenyu onto their shoulders, one on each side, but seeing Hanzi still dazed and trembling, Qin Ciwei bellowed at him. "Sister Na, assist Hanzi, finish off any stragglers. Luoqing, keep watch behind us, and monitor your brother's condition." Having issued these orders, Qin Ciwei fell silent and shoulder to shoulder with Wu Qingsong began carrying Sang Zhenyu up the stairs. Ma Hongna said nothing more, silently slinging the last remaining supply pack from the floor onto her back. Recalling how that simpleton had sacrificed himself to buy their escape, delaying the monster at the cost of his own life, Qin Ciwei felt a sharp, piercing ache in his chest. It had been a long time, perhaps since his parents, since anyone had shielded him so fiercely. Even if that simpleton hadn't acted solely for his sake but chiefly for his younger sisters. By the time Qin Ciwei's group reached the station's automated ticket gate, a dozen zombies already lay dead before Hanzi. His face and clothes were spattered with thick black blood. His resolute jaw, his unflinching gaze, and the echo of Qin Ciwei's earlier roar, now tinged with something like guilt, transformed Hanzi in that instant into a demon, a wrathful assurer. "Brother, go. It's done." Without turning, Hanzi roared back, a raw answering bellow to Qin Ciwei's command. Unseen by Qin Ciwei's group high above on the escalator's metal gate, the dozen thick bolts anchoring the gate to the ceiling had begun to loosen under the monster's relentless blows. A sudden chilling premonition seized Sang Luoqing. She glanced back, the metal gate was already warping. Brother Wei, hurry! Hurry! It's deforming! Sang Luoqing cried urgently. Deforming? Is Dage's arm? Qin Ciwei's pupils contracted sharply as realization struck. Go! Qin Ciwei shouted. The group surged forward bearing the gravely wounded Sang Ji-mu. Speed was impossible, carrying such a burden left them painfully slow. Soon they reached the escalator leading to exit A of the subway station. Meanwhile the colossal zombie gradually ceased its furious punching. Perhaps it too bore wounds, and fatigue now crept into its limbs. Or perhaps it had simply lost the scent of those insects, and turned instead to a fallen zombie's severed thigh chewing slowly methodically. Sang Luoqing bringing up the rear froze mid-step. The deafening crash of impact had vanished, abruptly utterly. She glanced back, no living thing stood there. For a heartbeat she feared the giant had already broken through. Brother Wei, it seems it's given up. It's not following us. Sang Luoqing sprinted forward grabbing Qin Ciwei's arm. Don't let your guard down. That thing's smarter than ordinary zombies. Who knows if it's gathering strength for another charge. Let's get clear of here, now. Qin Ciwei remained vigilant, unrelenting. Hangzi and the others heard Sang Luoqing's words, but exhaustion and desperation made them cling to hope surely the giant wouldn't pursue them further. They were battered, spent, frayed beyond endurance. Ever since encountering that death train, every fiber of their being, mind and body alike, had been drawn taut as a bowstring at full draw. They looked upward, the exit glowed with pale sunlight. A collective surge of emotion rose within them. After days trapped underground, light returned, its golden warmth seemed to kindle their spirits, urging them forward step after determined step. But Hangzi, the first to reach the surface exit, staggered to a halt. His blood-smeared hands hung limp at his side, swaying faintly, as though surrendering to fate. No one noticed Hangzi's stillness. One by one they crossed the threshold, until all stood shoulder to shoulder at the mouth of the station, gazing outward. The world outside breathed like hell itself. Mangled limbs and severed hands littered the street, rock clung thick and viscous, coating every nose and mouth. That sickly light spilling from the station entrance offered no hope, only the long cold shadow of a death sentence. Sweat and smears of blackish grime streaked Qin Ciwei's round face, carving deep furrows down his cheeks. Damn! He muttered low and raw. He motioned Ma Hongna to take his place supporting Sang Ji-mu, and seized the heavy fire axe from her hands. He dragged it beside him, its blade chipped and scarred, glistened with thick inhuman black blood. Sang Luoqing moved silently to Wu Qingsong's side, taking Sang Ji-mu's other arm just as Ma Hongna did. The sight before her had hollowed her voice, leaving only silence, raw and absolute. Yet she refused to yield, clinging instead to the broad, steadfast presence beside her. The avenue stretched endlessly ahead, grey, desolate, silent, yet unnervingly, horrifyingly alive, pulsing with a rhythm that set teeth on edge. Dense shoulder to shoulder, there were so many of them. Their decay varied wildly, some still bore traces of human features, ashen skin, clouded eyes, while others were little more than skeletons draped in tattered sinew, lurching forward with grotesque persistence. A low guttural chorus of satisfied snarls poured from thousands of throats, coalescing into a suffocating tide of sound, crushing, inevitable, pressing down until hearts threatened to cease beating. Memories of the tunnel assault flooded back, the colossal zombie's savage strength, its fists capable of pulverizing concrete walls. Escaping that abomination had drained every ounce of strength, and luck. And now unmistakably that luck had run dry. Qin. Little Qin. Ma Hongna's voice trembled with tears. Her soft rounded frame shook like a leaf in a gale. She clapped a hand over her mouth, stifling the scream rising in her throat, her heaving chest and ashen face betraying utter despair. Wu Qingsong held his spear across his chest. Usually taciturn and precise, he now ground his teeth audibly, jaw muscles locked into hard, cold lines. He shifted half a step sideways, aligning himself with Qin Ciwei and the massive semi-conscious figure leaning between Sang Luoqing and Ma Hongna, to form a fragile three-point defensive triangle. Sang Ji-mu, the man-beast, now resembled a shattered ragdoll. His entire left shoulder and chest were a ruin of mangled flesh, jagged white bone protruded beneath torn muscle. Blood soaked through his tattered white tank top, welling steadily from beneath Sang Luoqing's tightly pressed fingers, dripping steadily onto the dust-choked floor. Sang Luoqing's delicate face was streaked with sweat, tears and grime. She bit her lower lip, futilely binding the wound with strips torn from her clothing, but crimson quickly seeped through, saturating the cloth anew. Brother. Hold on, just hold on. Her voice trembled uncontrollably, a mixture of worry, fear, and tension. Sang Gemma's massive frame swayed slightly, held upright only by sheer willpower and his sister's support. Veins bulged on his forehead and his lips were drained of all color. Each heavy breath came with a hiss as bloody foam spurted from his mouth, yet his eyes, large as brass bells, remained sharp, scanning the slowly closing ring of corpses. They had detected the fresh living flesh. The nearest ones, less than 10 meters away, lurched forward, accelerating their awkward gait, rotting arms raised with long blackened fingertips. Were finished. Hang's legs gave way and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Finished my ass. Qin Ciwei growled, his voice low but lashing like a whip against everyone's nerves. In that moment his corpulent body unleashed an agility that belied his size. He lunged forward a step and his fire axe swept through the air with a vicious whistle. The head of the foremost corpse exploded like a rotten melon, splattering him with black-red gore. Easy. Clear the left front. Hang, watch the right. Sister Na Luoqing, support the big guy and stay close to me. The commands were short, clear, and brooked no dissent. Desperation was a whetstone, instantly honing the leadership buried beneath his usual layer of fat into a sharp edge. Wu Qingsong moved without a word, his spear striking like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. He pierced the eye socket of a corpse rushing from the left with precision, twisted the shaft and pressed forward without breaking stride. Hang saw a dark shadow hurtling from the other side. He thrust forward the spear, entering the charging corpse's open mouth and exiting through the back of its skull. Ma Hongna and Sang Luoqing, usually not known for their strength, found an inexplicable well of power to drag the 200 Jin injured body forward. Sang Zhenyu grunted, cold sweat raining from his forehead, yet his feet somehow managed to shuffle along. Qin Ciwei had become the arrowhead of the formation. He no longer sought one-hit kills. His bulky frame itself was a weapon, sidestepping, ramming, knocking the obstructing corpses off balance. His fire axe targeted their lower limbs, chopping legs and feet to create obstacles and slow the encirclement from behind. He panted heavily, sweat blurring his eyes, but his gaze held a near-maddening calm, constantly scanning the surroundings for any possible gap. Forward. Don't stop. Stop and you die, he yelled hoarsely, his voice swallowed by the ever-closer roars. The horde converged like sharks, scenting blood, gathering rapidly from all directions. In the relatively confined space they weren't fast, but there were too many of them, a despairing multitude. Front, back, left, right, as far as the eye could see there were only swaying figures, monsters craving flesh. The stench of decay was thick, almost suffocating. Wu Qingsong led the way, his spear whirling with fierce energy. Each swing felled a corpse, but his movements were slowing, his breathing growing labored. The pressure was immense, the corpses endless. Brother. This way. There are fewer here. Hang suddenly pointed to a relatively narrow alley on the right front, piled high with discarded trash bins and debris which did block some of the corpses. Go. Qin Ciwei didn't hesitate, immediately changing direction. The group, like a dull blade, labored to cut into the alley. But hope, barely kindled, was brutally extinguished by reality. From the other end of the alley, more corpses drawn by the commotion surged in. They were caught in a pincer. Damn it. Even Wu Qingsong couldn't help cursing, smashing his spear backward to crush a corpse's head poking out from behind a pile of junk. The group was compressed into a small space at the alley mouth, backs against a mottled wall. Sang Zhenyu finally gave way, his massive form sliding down the wall to sit on the ground. Sang Luoqing and Ma Hongna struggled desperately to pull him up, but in vain. Blood pooled beneath him. Brother. Sang Luoqing's cry was laced with despair. Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong stood on either side, desperately blocking the corpses surging from front and back. The fire axe and spear swung wildly, black blood splattered, severed limbs and broken bodies fell continuously. But there were too many. Cut one down and two immediately took its place. Qin Ciwei's arms began to ache and go numb, the axe grew heavier. A corpse broke through Wu Qingsong's defense, its withered claw reaching for Hang, who flinched. Ma Hongna yanked him back with a sharp cry of pain, her face turning paler. Was this the end? Were they really going to die here? Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Ciwei caught Sang Gemma's glazing look, Sang Luoqing's desperate tears, Hang's roar, Ma Hongna's scream, Wu Qingsong's weakening movements. A surge of wild fury erupted from the depths of his heart. Fuck it. Let's fight to the death, he roared, unleashing the last of his strength from his fat body. He swung the fire axe in a full arc, momentarily clearing a small space. But it was only temporary. More corpses surged forward. Just at the point of utter despair, a faint but clear buzzing sound came from a speaker in the corner above the alley. Then a fragmented but incredibly clear electronic voice emerged. Signal. Survivors. Shelter. Jingdong. Logistics. Warehouse 3. Repeat. Jingdong Logistics. Warehouse 3. providing sanctuary. The sound was low, but it struck like a thunderbolt, splitting the clouds of death. Jingdong Logistics Warehouse. A shelter. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. The instinct to survive was reignited. Over there. Look over there. Hang Sharpid pointed into the distance. Over the layered, slowly moving sea of corpses about 400 to 500 meters away, a vague cluster of grey-white buildings was visible. On the roof of the tallest warehouse next to the giant, JD, logo figures seemed to be moving, and there was even a glint of reflected light from lenses. A lookout. Hope. Real hope. But between them and that hope lay 400 to 500 meters of a dense, uncountable ocean of corpses. How to get there? Brother Wei, brother Qin. Everyone looked at Qin Ciwei. His chest heaved violently, sweat dripping from his chin. He quickly scanned the surroundings, his mind working at an unprecedented speed. Streets, abandoned cars, signposts, shops. His gaze finally settled on an overturned box truck diagonally ahead and a low street-side shop next to it. There's a way. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, his eyes as fierce as a cornered beast. Chingsong, see that overturned truck? And the sign from that milk tea shop next to it. Damn, it looks sturdy enough. Wu Qingsong followed his gaze and instantly understood his intention. The overturned truck side panel formed a slanted ramp, and the huge sign extending from the milk tea shop had a metal frame that did look solid. Hang. Sister NA. You two are in charge of making noise. See those broken cars? Smash the windows, honk the horns, do whatever it takes to lure that group of corpses on the right away. Be careful, and after you're done, take a detour and run for the warehouse. Qin Ciwei's words came rapid fire. Hang and Ma Hongna exchanged a look, nodded firmly, and took a small hammer from their backpack. Hang picked up a brick from the ground. Chingsong, you lead the way. Target is that truck. Clear a path. Luo Qing's sister NA, support the big guy and stay close to Chingsong. I'll cover the rear. Qin Ciwei continued his deployment. Wait for my command. Move together. He took a deep breath, staring at the approaching horde of corpses, and suddenly roared, now. Strike. Hang Zai and Ma Hongna, like two nimble rats, darted out from the flank. Hang Zai slammed a brick against the window of a roadside car, and a piercing alarm instantly blared. Ma Hongna pounded the hood of another vehicle with her hammer, producing a loud clanging. As expected, the attention of a large group of zombies on the right was drawn, and they snarled as they turned toward them. The two dared not linger. Following the plan, they quickly moved sideways along the eaves of street-side shops, luring the zombie horde away. Meanwhile, Wu Qingsong let out a fierce roar like a tiger descending a mountain. His spear whirled into a cyclone as he charged toward the overturned truck. He no longer conserved his strength, pouring all his power into every strike, forcibly tearing a gap through the dense crowd of corpses. After drawing the attention of some zombies, Ma Hongna regrouped according to the plan. Straining with all her might, she and Sang Luoqing half-dragged, half-carried Sang Jemo following closely behind. Sang Jemo with sheer tenacity managed to push off the ground with his still functional right leg coordinating with their movement. Qin Ciwei brought up the rear, his bulky frame forming the final barrier. His fire axe swung widely, cutting down zombies that tried to approach from behind and the sides. His movements were unadorned, purely the most efficient slaughter. Black blood and torn flesh splattered onto his body and face, but he didn't even blink, fiercely guarding the rear of the group. Every step was taken in pools of blood and over corpses, each one perilous. A zombie nearly caught Sang Luoking's hair, but Qin Ciwei swung his axe backhand and cleaved off its skull. Another zombie crawled out from under an abandoned vehicle, reaching for Wu Qingsong's leg, but he sensed it in time and crushed its head underfoot. A mere few dozen meters felt like crossing a chasm between life and death. Finally, Wu Qingsong was the first to reach the overturned truck, quickly dispatching the few zombies rapidly closing in near the cargo area. Quick! Get up! Sang Luoqing and Ma Hongna pushed and hauled, shoving the nearly unconscious Sang Jemo onto the slanted truck bed. Wu Qingsong received him from above. Then came Sang Luoqing, then Ma Hongna. Brother Qin. Hurry! Wu Qingsong shouted, reaching out his hand. Qin Ciwei hacked down the last pursuing zombie, his heavy body displaying astonishing agility as he climbed onto the truck bed using both hands and feet. No sooner had he gotten on than over a dozen zombies swarmed below, their rotting arms reaching up and clawing, producing a grating sound that set one's teeth on edge. Go over the top. Qin Ciwei didn't pause, pointing to a spot where the truck roof connected to a metal sign from a milk tea shop. The sign was only a little over a meter above the truck roof, within easy reach. Wu Qingsong was the first to leap, grabbing the cold metal frame and flipping up nimbly. The sign was sturdy, only swaying slightly. He immediately turned back and together with Qin Ciwei pulled Sang Luoqing, Ma Hongna and the semi-conscious Sang Zhemo up one by one. Sang Zhemo's weight caused the sign to groan ominously, but it held. The group lay on the icy signboard temporarily out of the zombies' direct reach. Below the horde grew denser, their hoarse cries unceasing, but they couldn't climb. But this wasn't the end. The sign extended forward for 5 or 6 meters. At its far end the zombie crowd was still dense below. Keep going. Don't stop. Qin Ciwei panted, pointing to the roof of an abandoned bus below the sign's end. Jump down. Then use that row of shared bikes as stepping stones to get to the top of that newsstand over there. From that newsstand jump to the low wall beside it. Beyond that should be the periphery of the warehouse district. It was a makeshift, sky corridor, cobbled together from the existing environment, every step fraught with risk. There was no time to hesitate. Wu Qingsong took the lead again, crawling to the sign's edge, gauging the distance and leaping. He landed steadily on the bus roof with a muffled thud. He immediately turned to receive the others. Sang Luoqing and Ma Hongna gritted their teeth, dragging Sang Zhemo inching forward. At the edge, looking down at the writhing zombies and the not insignificant distance, Sang Luoqing's face turned pale. Jump. Trust me. Wu Qingsong called out from below, arms open. Sang Luoqing closed her eyes, pushed her brother forward with all her might and jumped herself. Wu Qingsong caught Sang Zhemo steadily, staggering slightly from the impact but immediately regaining his balance. Ma Hongna followed closely in the jump. It was Qin Ciwei's turn. He was the largest, making this jump his greatest challenge. He took a deep breath, crawled to the edge, looked at the bus roof below and leaped. Bang! The heavy landing left a noticeable dent in the bus roof. Qin Ciwei's stout body rolled once before he barely managed to stand, feeling a sharp pain in his ankle, but he gritted his teeth and stayed silent. Quick! Move! The group followed the route Qin Ciwei had mapped out, jumping and climbing between abandoned vehicles, the newsstand and the low wall. The noise Hang Zai and Ma Hongna had made earlier diverted a significant portion of the zombie pressure. Coupled with this unexpected, high-altitude path, their advance speed increased considerably. Finally, after knocking over a row of shared bikes and climbing over a defensive wall formed by 2 rows of large trucks emblazoned with JD Logistics, the group arrived at an open space between the truck wall and a large iron gate set into a 3-meter-high grey-white wall. Outside the truck wall, the street remained clogged with a massive horde of zombies. Before them lay a relatively open area, and not far off, the grey-white warehouse bearing the giant JD logo was clearly in sight. The warehouse's tall iron gate was tightly shut, but a small side door was slightly ajar. In front of it, simple fortifications had been built from sandbags and discarded tires. Several people armed with crude weapons, steel pipes, machetes and even a homemade crossbow, watched them warily. On the wall there was indeed a simple lookout post where someone was using binoculars to observe the massive zombie horde behind them. They had arrived. The Jingdong Logistics Warehouse No. 3. Ma Hongna slid down to sit against the large truck, her face pale as death. Sang Luoqing knelt beside Sang Zhemo, weeping uncontrollably as she watched his weakening breaths and pallid visage. Wu Qingsong leaned on his spear, his chest heaving violently as sweat soaked through his garments. Qin Ciwei was also nearly spent. The fire axe clattered to the ground with a clang. His corpulent frame leaned against the cold wall, the only thing preventing him from collapsing. The pain in his ankle throbbed in waves, yet he paid it no heed. His gaze swept over his companions before finally settling on Sang Zhemo, his heart sinking like a stone. Help. Someone help. My brother needs medical attention, he screamed hoarsely toward the watchtower, pouring the last of his strength into the cry. The men on the watchtower exchanged glances with the guards at the entrance. One of them, a scar-faced man who seemed to be the leader, gestured toward the interior. The side door of the iron gate swung fully open, revealing faint light and silhouettes within. Qin Ciwei and the others supported each other, using their last ounce of strength to enter the shelter. The shelter was enclosed by 4 large warehouses and several 6-story buildings resembling offices surrounded by grey-white walls over 3 meters high. Each wall had a large iron gate and a simple watchtower in its center. The heavy side door of the iron gate closed behind them with a dull thud, slightly muffling the terrifying roars of the horde outside. What came into view was a vast open space where a group of people dressed in Jingdong Logistics uniforms approached, wielding various weapons. There was a mixture of vigilance and admiration in their eyes. Qin Ciwei's overweight body leaned against the nearby grey-white wall, barely managing to stand upright. A piercing pain shot through his ankle and every muscle in his body protested, yet he took a deep breath of the murky but safe air, forcing himself to stay awake. He was the leader, he could not fall down now. A slightly dragging sound of footsteps came from the depths behind the Jingdong Logistics. A middle-aged man dressed in a wrinkled but relatively clean white shirt wearing a reflective vest and gold-rimmed glasses walked over accompanied by a burly man wielding a fire axe. His hair was meticulously combed though there were a few beads of sweat on his forehead and his face wore a somewhat exaggerated formulaic expression of concern. Oh my, truly. Impressive, impressive. I've heard them say you are indeed warriors. His voice carried a deliberately crafted enthusiasm, quickly scanning the disheveled faces of the few. His gaze lingered for a moment on the gravely injured Sang Zhenyu and the nearly exhausted Qin Ciwei before finally resting almost inadvertently on Sang Luoqing, who knelt on the ground, her graceful figure marred by dirt yet still radiating beauty. This gentleman is our person in charge, Manager Wang. The burly man beside him introduced in a deep voice. I am Wang Defa, temporarily responsible for maintaining order here. Manager Wang adjusted his glasses, a smile plastered on his face though it didn't reach his eyes. You seem to have come from that hellish place outside. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Qin Ciwei forced himself to stand straight, trying to make his voice sound steady. Manager Wang, thank you for taking us in. My name is Qin Ciwei. My brother is seriously injured and needs immediate medical attention. He pointed at Sang Zhenyu. Of course. Lives are paramount. Manager Wang quickly interjected, his expression turning serious. We have a Sister Liu here who used to be a nurse at the community hospital. She has some experience in treating external wounds. Qiong, quickly go fetch Sister Liu and bring the medical kit. He instructed the burly man beside him. Qiong responded and hurried away. Manager Wang then turned back to Qin Ciwei, rubbing his hands together, his face revealing just the right amount of difficulty. However, this brother, you should understand, in today's world we are not well off here. Medications, especially antibiotics and hemostatic powder, are precious commodities, scarce and hard to come by. With so many mouths to feed outside, it's tough. Qin Ciwei felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing that the things he had once detested were now at hand. He remained composed. Manager Wang, please just state your conditions. As long as we can save my brother, we will do whatever we can and we will not refuse. Straightforward. I appreciate dealing with clear-minded individuals like you. Manager Wang's smile deepened, a glint of shrewdness flashing behind his glasses. In fact, it's not much. Our warehouse was primarily for transit. Although it's a courier warehouse, there isn't much food, but we have a lot of odd items, so our supplies are depleting quickly. To survive, we must constantly go out to find food and supplies. I see that you all have remarkable skills. Being able to charge in from such a situation, you are all talents. He paused, observing Qin Ciwei's expression before continuing with a smile. My conditions are simple. First, if you stay, you must abide by the rules here and follow the unified arrangements. Second, for this severely injured brother, we will do our utmost to treat him, but to what extent he can recover depends on fate and his own luck. And you? He scanned Qin Ciwei, Wu Qingsong, Ma Hongna and Hang Zai, even including the relatively stable Sang Luoqing. You need to be part of the search team and go out to collect supplies. Harvests will be distributed proportionally. The more you work, the more you earn. It's quite fair, isn't it? He spoke grandly, directly tying the shelter and treatment with the dangerous task of searching, cutting off any negotiating space for Qin Ciwei. Qin Ciwei glanced at the barely breathing Sang Zhenyu and his exhausted companions, knowing he had no choice. He nodded heavily. All right. We will do it. Good. That's the spirit. Manager Wang clapped his hands, looking quite satisfied. His gaze once again inadvertently drifted towards Sang Luoqing, lingering slightly longer, filled with an evaluative gleam as if assessing merchandise. This young girl looks delicate. It's too dangerous to search outside. Our logistics team happens to be short on staff. You could help sort supplies and take care of the injured, which is relatively safer. You see. His words seemed considerate, but the glimmer in his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses concealed a hint of secret, unsettling greed. Sang Luoqing seemed to sense that gaze, her body shivering slightly as she instinctively moved closer to her unconscious brother. Qin Ciwei and Hang Zai felt a surge of anger, but he firmly restrained Hang Zai. He stepped forward slightly, his overweight body intentionally blocking Manager Wang's line of sight towards Sang Luoqing, his voice steady and even carrying a hint of gratitude. Manager Wang, thank you for your consideration. However, given that Luoqing's brother is in this condition, she must stay by his side to care for him and likely cannot leave for now. Once my brother's situation stabilizes, I will follow your arrangements. Manager Wang's smile stiffened slightly but then quickly relaxed, forcing a couple of dry laughs. Of course, sibling bonds are deep. Then let's settle it this way for now. He seemed in no rush, refocusing his gaze on Qin Ciwei, reverting to the shrewd demeanor of a manager. Qiong should have brought Sister Liu over. You all settle in and tend to your injuries. I'll discuss the specific search tasks with you later. After speaking, he cast a meaningful glance towards Sang Luoqing before turning and walking away, with the burly man leisurely disappearing into the crowd. Watching his retreating figure, Wu Qingsong moved to Qin Ciwei's side and lowered his voice to 2 words: "Be careful." Qin Ciwei nodded slowly, his plump face betraying no emotion, only a chilling coldness gathering deep in his eyes. He certainly understood the need to be cautious. While the zombies outside were terrifying, at least they were straightforward. But here in this seemingly safe shelter, this seemingly righteous manager Wang with his hidden schemes and greed behind those gold-rimmed glasses was likely far more dangerous than the frenzied horde outside. "Move aside, don't block me from saving lives." A middle-aged woman in a white coat wearing black-framed glasses and of robust build squeezed through the crowd. She arrived before Qin Ciwei and the others. The crowd in the shelter gradually dispersed after manager Wang left, and the middle-aged woman in the white coat seemed to deliberately shout loudly, proclaiming her position. After all, she was the only doctor in this shelter. In this world, no one wants to offend a doctor. In case of illness or injury, one would have to rely on the doctor for treatment, so the middle-aged woman was somewhat aloof. "Beautiful sister, please save my brother." Qin Ciwei shamelessly called her beautiful sister, but felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it, he had never felt this way even when dealing with zombies. But for the sake of saving this selfless brother, he decided to endure the discomfort. Once this fool recovered, he would have to make him pay for the sacrifices he made. Calling her beautiful sister initially made him feel elated. However, upon realizing that the one calling him was a blooded fat man, his previously blooming smile instantly froze, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. "Beautiful sister, please save my brother." Hang Zai saw Qin Ciwei's embarrassment and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Even though manager Wang mentioned saving Sang Zhenyu and sent Liu Jie over, Hang Zai was also prepared to sacrifice his appearance to ensure Liu Jie would give her all. Seeing Hang Zai, who was equally dirty yet could not hide his handsome face, Liu Jie felt her heart flutter again. "I'll save him right away. Biazi, arrange for 2 people to carry this big guy to my medical room. It's not convenient here," Liu Jie said to a man with a scar on his face. "All right." The scar-faced man replied, and after speaking, he and 2 others lifted Sang Zhenyu and headed for the medical room. "I'll go too, I'm his sister and I'm also studying medicine." "I'll assist you, Liu Jie, please." Sang Luoqing spoke with a tone of both pleading and determination. Liu Jie looked at Sang Zhenyu, noting the severity of his injuries. If he didn't receive quick treatment to stop the bleeding and stitch him up, he might not survive the night. If someone could help, it would be more secure, so she called out to Sang Luoqing, "Go clean yourself up to avoid infection, then head to the medical room in that building." Liu Jie pointed to the small building on the far right. After glancing at Qin Ciwei and the others, who nodded slightly at her, Sang Luoqing followed Liu Jie. The little black dog in Sang Luoqing's backpack was already lifeless. In fact, she had sensed that it had been silent for a long time, and tears welled up in her eyes again. Her brother was severely injured, in critical condition. Even the little black dog. And Qin Ciwei's group was taken to the large warehouse on the far left. As everyone limped into the warehouse, the first thing that hit their noses was the metallic and cardboard scent that was inherent to the warehouse. Following that was the faint industrial aroma of engine oil, lubricants and rubber tires emanating from the forklifts and conveyor belts that had lost their power and were now parked in the corners. But beneath this, more pungently intertwined, was the scent of humans, the acrid smell of sweat, the odor of bodies that hadn't been properly washed in a long time, a hint of blood and pus, and a heavy, indescribable feeling of despair and numbness. The light was dim and strange high above, a few sparse emergency lights and the pale dusty light filtering through the skylights barely dispelled some of the darkness, while casting countless distorted, elongated shadows across the vast space. In the depths of the distant shelves there was nearly a pitch-black void that seemed to swallow the light as if concealing unknown dangers. This appeared to be the main sorting area of the original warehouse, the space unnervingly vast. The endless metal shelves were neatly arranged like a forest of steel reaching nearly 10 meters high. Most of these shelves were already empty, the exposed metal layers bearing only a few scraps of packaging materials or damaged cardboard boxes like the skeletons of giant beasts that had been gnawed clean. Only a few rows of shelves had been transformed into living quarters, separated into cramped spaces that could barely be considered rooms, with found advertising fabrics, tattered tarps and even old sheets, faint silhouettes of people curled up inside with makeshift bedding. These partitions offered no privacy, merely a psychological solace. The ground was cold and rough cement stained with grime. Dried dark red bloodstains, maps of spilled sewage, food scraps and a mixture of dirt formed an abstract painting of apocalyptic life. Some critical passageways and areas were hastily fortified with woven bags filled with soil and discarded tires, while a few alert-looking individuals armed with makeshift weapons stood behind the barricades, their gazes scanning Qin Ciwei and the newcomers. The air was nearly stagnant, hot and humid, heavy with all the aforementioned odors pressing down on everyone's chests. Occasionally from a broken vent in the ceiling, muffled screams of the undead could be heard from outside, reminding people of the fragility of their safety. Several survivors were scattered throughout the warehouse. Some sat expressionlessly beneath the lower shelves staring vacantly into space, others whispered, their voices creating faint echoes in the vast emptiness. A few women and children sorted through what looked like usable odds and ends brought back from outside in a relatively clean corner. Their movements were slow and mechanical, as if they had lost much of their vitality. The entire space was permeated with a sense of low-pressure, barely maintained order and a deeper suppressed anxiety stemming from fear and resource scarcity. This is the Jingdong Logistics Warehouse Shelter. It is not a paradise but rather a larger, sturdier cage delineating a small temporary breathing space amidst the apocalypse with steel and concrete. Every inch of air here, every shadow tells the tale of survival's hardships and the complex human scheming that may be more treacherous than the undead lurking outside, hidden beneath the veneer of order. Manager Wang's gold-rimmed glasses looked particularly glaring and ominous in this environment. You can choose a place for yourselves, there's plenty of space. The person leading Qin Ciwei and the others into the warehouse wrinkled his nose in disdain. Without waiting for a response, he turned and left. Everyone is tired today, you can rest a bit. I'll keep watch and we'll discuss the details when you wake up. Qin Ciwei said to the three who were indeed exhausted. Ignoring their filth, they found a corner of the warehouse and collapsed into sleep. Qin Ciwei looked at the backpack still on Ma Hongna's back, starting to formulate a plan in his mind. A sharp pain shot through his ankle and he realized that he had also twisted it. Leaning against the wall, Qin Ciwei tilted his head back slightly. Reflecting on everything that had happened in just a few short hours, he felt a mix of emotions, some regret, some fear. Thinking about Sang Zhenyu still lying on the operating table, a hint of worry and sadness surfaced in his deep eyes. As long as I, Qin Ciwei, still draw breath, even if it means using this body of flesh, I will carve out a path for you. When Qin Ciwei opened his eyes again, it was already noon the next day. Hangzi stood guard beside him while Sang Luoqing lay nearby. Hangzi had changed into clean clothes, his handsome face no longer obscured by bloodstains, appearing somewhat gaunt. Where are the others? Qin Ciwei asked, rubbing his head. Brother, you're awake. They've gone to wash up. You should go too. That guy surnamed Wang came looking for you early this morning, but Sister Na sent him away saying you should find him after you wake up. Hangzi replied. What about big guy? Sister Luoqing said he's temporarily stable, but he lost a lot of blood. Whether he wakes up depends on his own recovery. Hangzi sounded sorrowful. He'll be fine. He's tough. Qin Ciwei got up ready to wash up. The shelter consisted of 4 warehouses. The leftmost one was the civilian residential area housing ordinary survivors. Apart from a few patrolling guards, it was filled with those who waited idly for death, unwilling to risk their lives scavenging supplies, contributing only menial labor. It held over 300 people. The second warehouse from the left was the residential area for the scavenging team. It was noticeably cleaner than the civilians' quarters. Many survivors stored their personal belongings on various shelves, though different sections were guarded by different people. In the apocalypse, one couldn't expect the societal norms of doors left unlocked at night and items left untouched. There were only a few dozen people here. The third warehouse housed the shelter's guards, who wore uniforms bearing the logo, Jingdong Logistics. It accommodated about 120 to 30 people. The fourth warehouse was where the shelter stored its supplies, with numerous patrols around it. After all, everyone's survival depended on its contents. So in this damned world, no matter where you went or what you became, class divisions were inevitable. When Qin Ciwei and his group entered the shelter yesterday, it was through the north gate, where zombies roamed in hordes. Thus the scavengers rarely exited through the north gate. The south and west gates had far fewer zombies. As Qin Ciwei stepped out of the civilian warehouse, a call came from the south gate less than 30 meters away. Hey, Captain Yu is back. Judging by the look of things, looks like a full haul. No doubt about it. Captain Yu is a force to be reckoned with. When the apocalypse first broke out, she single-handedly fought her way through the east gate, dragging a dead weight along. That scene was almost as impressive as the group that came through the north gate yesterday. Too bad Captain Yu and Manager Wang. Shut up. Do you have a death wish talking about that? Qin Ciwei looked curiously toward the south gate entrance. The first to step through the gate were several men in dirty combat uniforms carrying huge backpacks. Their faces bore the excitement of survival and the joy of a successful haul. They slapped each other on the shoulders, laughing heartily. But their presence seemed more like a ceremonial vanguard. Then a figure in red, like the only vivid brushstroke on a bleak canvas, came clearly into everyone's view. She walked at the core of the team, yet seemed to carve out an invisible field around her, shutting out all the surrounding clamor. A sharply tailored red trench coat, its hem brushing against mud-stained boot tops, fluttered in the breeze, its color so bright it was almost blinding. Beneath the coat was a fitted black vest outlining her curves and the contours of a powerful waist. She wore frameless glasses. Even from this distance Qin Ciwei could feel the chill in her eyes behind the lenses, like the eternal ice on a mountain peak, sharp enough to pierce through any pretense. Her beauty was undeniably stunning, with skin fairer than snow and naturally rosy lips. But any admiration of her looks froze and shattered upon meeting her gaze, leaving only an awe that forbade any profanity. What drew the most attention was the silver spear strapped to her back. The spear, nearly as tall as a person, was made of some unknown material. Even in the dim sunlight it shimmered with a cold, hard luster. The tassel was a dark red like congealed blood. The spear was one with her both a weapon and the most direct interpretation of her unique aura, beautiful, deadly and aloof. The guards' reactions confirmed Qin Ciwei's guess. The previously lackadaisical guards immediately straightened up at the sight of her. Their faces took on an unmistakable respect. Some even instinctively raised a hand to salute, only to lower it midway, simply nodding slightly and murmuring, "Captain Yu." The voice was low but carried obvious respect, even a hint of fear. The red figure showed no reaction. Her gaze was fixed straight ahead, her steps unbroken, as if the greetings and stares were nothing more than an invisible breeze brushing past her. Her indifference to the shelter and most of its people was ingrained in her bones. She led her team straight toward the first warehouse on the right, heading for the task handover and supply management area in front of it. Qin Ciwei stood still. His somewhat large and bulky figure made him hard to miss, but it usually attracted disgust, contempt, or at least troublesome glances. Especially since his face was still smeared with unwashed blood. Just as Qin Ciwei thought, the red figure would head straight for the supply warehouse. The red figure's steps came to an abrupt halt the moment her eyes met his. Her gaze fell on the fatty standing in the shadows by the civilian warehouse entrance. The wind in the clearing seemed to die. All sounds receded like a tide. The world's light seemed to converge between these 2 points. The figure in red with a silver spear, cold as ice, and Qin Ciwei covered in filth, bulky and unremarkable. Qin Ciwei could feel those icy eyes on him like 2 thin blades of ice, scrutinizing him from head to toe, slowly scraping across his skin. He could even see the faint reflection on the edges of her frameless glasses and the color of her pupils behind the lenses, an unfathomable deep black. He instinctively straightened his back, though the motion made his paunch even more pronounced. His heart pounded. He couldn't understand why this woman, clearly a prominent figure in the shelter and obviously not one to be trifled with, would notice him, a fatty who had just arrived yesterday. Qin Ciwei was never a narcissist. The red figure slowly walked toward the filthy fatty. Time seemed to stretch in the silence. The guards nearby, the survivors in the distance, all held their breath watching this abrupt scene. Finally the red figure spoke. Her voice was not loud, but it carried clearly to everyone present. Its timbre, like her gaze, was cool and flat, yet it bore an unquestionable authority. "You." Her gaze locked onto Qin Ciwei's face, which due to years of inactivity looked somewhat puffy and was now marked with obvious bewilderment. "Are one of the survivors who came through the north gate yesterday." Qin Ciwei was stunned for a moment before he caught on. Someone had just mentioned the north gate, and his own appearance clearly stood out from the surroundings. Seeing the fatty still dazed, the red figure spoke again. "Hello, in Yu Wei Yang. Nice to meet you." "Hello, in Qin Ciwei." He didn't extend his hand because it was dirty. She didn't extend hers either for the sake of propriety. "You'll go register the supplies first. Maybe we can chat sometime." Yu Wei Yang finished speaking and turned away without waiting for Qin Ciwei's response, waving her hand behind her back. "Bro, do you know her?" Hangzi had somehow appeared beside Qin Ciwei. "Yu Wei Yang. We just met, didn't we? Then why did she come straight over to you?" "Because I'm handsome." "Hangzi. Seriously, when I was skinny I was no worse than you." "Hangzi. Remember, Hangzi, nothing good comes from sudden favors. That woman seeking me out, it's probably not for anything good." After Qin Ciwei finished washing and changing, Ma Hongna and Wu Qingsong returned first and were listening to Hangzi talk about the figure in red. Then came another round of sarcastic remarks from Ma Hongna and Wu Qingsong. Qin Ciwei wasn't angered now, seeing them bicker like that. He felt oddly content. "Oh, brother Qin," chatting away. "Hope I'm not interrupting." Manager Wang interrupted Qin Ciwei's contentment. "Not at all, Manager Wang. We were just about to come and thank you for saving our lives." Wasn't Qin Ciwei's slick talk exactly meant for dealing with people like this? "Ha ha, brother Qin, you're a real tough guy, making it here intact from the corpse horde in the north. From now on you'll be looking to you for protection. Manager Wang, you're a true talent. To build this sanctuary in such an apocalypse." The 2 old foxes began their round of mutual flattery. "By the way, Manager Wang, how's my brother doing?" Qin Ciwei shifted the topic. Oh, you mean that big guy? Manager Wang waved his hand casually and sat down on a large shelf nearby. That big guy. He paused. Hes badly hurt. Sister Liu took a look, for now Hes just barely alive. Qin Ciwei's heart sank sharply, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Easy, young man. Manager Wang's smile remained fixed on his face. Once you're here, you're safe for now. But safety comes at a price. He leaned forward slightly, the dim sunlight glinting off his slightly greasy forehead. First, let me tell you the rules here. First, join the scavenging team. Anyone capable of going out to gather supplies the sanctuary takes a 50% cut. 50%. Qin Ciwei frowned. The ratio was absurdly high. They risked their lives in the subway tunnels, every bag of food, every bottle of water earned with blood and sweat. And this sanctuary, taking no risks, just guarding the iron door and keeping the corpse horde out, gets 50% of the supplies. Manager Wang, as if not noticing his reaction, continued, yes, 50%. The remaining 50% counts as your personal contribution points, exchangeable for food, water, medicine, or better living conditions. He smiled, fine lines crinkling at the corners of his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Fair isn't it? After all, we provide protection, weapons, medical services, these all cost something. The second option, join the guard team. If you're skilled, daring, and pass the assessment, you can join. The pay is fixed, contribution points more stable than risking your life outside, but you have to step up when needed. He looked Qin Ciwei up and down. Given the courage you all showed charging through the Northern Corps horde, you'd have no trouble in either the scavenging or guard team. At least you're not like those who just wait to die. Manager Wang glanced contemptuously toward the ragged figures deeper in the civilian warehouse, his disdain undisguised. Qin Ciwei had no mind for this now. He only wanted to confirm Sang Gemma's condition. Manager Wang, my brother, how bad are his injuries? What medicine does he need? The smile on Manager Wang's face faded slightly, replaced by a somewhat grave expression. It's not good. Sister Liu said his liver is damaged. He urgently needs a medicine called silymarin. Also, some bones are broken. To heal quickly, he needs a drug called calcitriol. Neither of these is available in the warehouse right now. Not available. Those two words pierced Qin Ciwei and the others' chests like ice shards. If there's none. His voice was dry. 3 days. Manager Wang held up 3 fingers, his tone flat yet cruel. Sister Liu said at most 3 days. His liver will keep deteriorating, fever won't break, and then even the gods can't save him. Qin Ciwei clenched his fists, his brow deeply furrowed. Seeing his changed expression, Manager Wang shifted the topic, reverting to his businessman tone. Also, Brother Qin, we need to settle some accounts. He pulled out a small notebook and a short pencil from somewhere. Bringing you all in, treating that big guy's wound, disinfectant gauze, and the clothes and water for washing. These are all public resources of the sanctuary. He looked up at Qin Ciwei. Since you're newcomers, I'll waive the entry fee this time. The supplies you brought will cover the cost of shelter and initial treatment. How about that? Qin Ciwei's head snapped up. Hangzi and Wu Qingsong rose in indignation while Ma Hongna quickly pulled them back. Anger flickered in everyone's eyes. They had endured countless dangers, chased by giant walking corpses, besieged by corpse hordes. Of the 10 supply packs, only 1 remained, and he wanted to take it. Meeting Manager Wang's calm, almost I've been more than fair gaze, Qin Ciwei forced down the rising anger. Rebel. Here? Sang Gemyu was still lying in the medical bay. His throat bobbed as he tasted bitterness, the taste of powerlessness. Fine. The words were squeezed out through gritted teeth. Wu Qingsong and Hangzi's faces changed instantly as they stared at Qin Ciwei. Manager Wang's face immediately broke into a smile again, as if the gravity had never existed. Good. Decisive. I like dealing with clear-minded people like you. He closed his notebook. Now let's talk about the medicine your friend needs. He stood up, walked around the table, and patted Qin Ciwei on the shoulder, a gesture that seemed friendly but carried an oily pressure. The medicine is out there for sure. In the hospitals, clinics, pharmacies, from before the cataclysm, even some people's homes. With a careful search you'll find it. Of course there's danger. His voice dropped lower, laced with persuasion. But for your brother it's worth the risk, right? Join the scavenging team. Found supplies split 50-50. If you're lucky enough to find that medicine, you'll not only save your brother but also earn enough contribution points to live comfortably here for a while. What do you say? Think it over. Qin Ciwei closed his eyes. In his mind he saw Sang Gemyu grinning foolishly, calling him boss. He remembered the man who shouted, "Close the door," when they encountered the giant walking corpse. It seemed he really had to go out soon. What choice did he have? Opening his eyes, only exhaustion and a hint of desperate resolve remained. Fine. Well, join the scavenging team. Manager Wang's smile widened, his eyes nearly squinting into slits. Wise choice. Welcome aboard, Comrade Qin Ciwei. He extended a hand as if to shake, but Qin Ciwei didn't react. His hand paused in midair before he withdrew it casually. You know the rules. Find something, bring it to the supply warehouse checkpoint to register, and it'll be automatically converted into contribution points. As for weapons, you can exchange contribution points for them, but since you have none now, I'll lend you some. Go pick from the supply warehouse, there are good things in there. But the weapons must be returned, resources are limited, you understand. Manager Wang turned and had someone take the supply pack that Sang Luoqing had been using as a pillow. As he left, he cast a few intentional glances at Sang Luoqing. 50% cut of supplies. Taking the last pack. Borrowing weapons. Medical fees. Damn capitalist. Brother Qin. Are we just going to take this? Wu Qingsong's tone could no longer contain his rage. Bro, did you see the way he looked at Sister Luoqing? It was truly perverted. Even the usually gentle Han Zi was gnashing his teeth. There's no choice. At least we're still alive, still safe for now. Besides, the big guy is still lying in the medical bay. We're under someone else's roof now, so all of you endure it. At least there are some rules to follow here. As long as they don't cross our bottom line, keep your heads down and behave. At least wait until the big guy's wounds heal. Think about how that simpleton covered our retreat. Isn't that worth setting aside your pride for him? Qin Ciwei's words came out in a rapid torrent. He too had noticed the lecherous look in Manager Wang's eyes. Hearing Qin Ciwei's words, Han Zi and Wu Qingsong suppressed their anger and fell silent. They considered it a good deed for the big guy, hoping he would recover quickly. Qin Ciwei stared at Manager Wang's retreating figure, then his gaze snapped sharply to the crimson figure leaning against the warehouse door frame. It's her. Strangely, these two figures known to everyone in the shelter did not even exchange a greeting as they passed. Seeing Qin Ciwei's notice, Yu Weiyang strode toward him on her black leather boots. Seeing this, Qin Ciwei's mind began to race. Could she really have taken a liking to him? Or perhaps to Han Zi and Wu Qingsong? That couldn't be, they hadn't even formally greeted each other yesterday. He furrowed his brow. You've seen Manager Wang's character, haven't you? Almost every outsider here has been exploited by him, including me. Yu Weiyang's red lips parted slightly and a voice mature yet spirited reached the ears of Qin Ciwei and his group. Sang Luoqing, who had woken up at some point, stared at Yu Weiyang and thought to herself, what a beautiful sister. Seeing her facito face, a beauty that could outshine the moon and shame flowers, Han Zi and Wu Qingsong stared dumbfounded, causing Sang Luoqing standing nearby to stamp her foot in frustration. Ma Hongna felt a sense of wariness, not out of jealousy but because she shared Qin Ciwei's thoughts. There would be no idle chatter, there must be a favor to ask. But they had just settled down and she hoped no new troubles would arise. Indeed, Manager Wang has a hold on our weaknesses, so we have to let him exploit us. But it's just a matter of mutual benefit. He wants supplies, we want our brother's life. It's a fair trade. Qin Ciwei looked at Yu Weiyang with a smile, curiosity in his eyes. I won't beat around the bush. He'll be direct. You've handed over all your supplies, right? I heard you're also going out to find some kind of medicine. I want you to join my search team. How about it? Yu Weiyang sat languidly on a nearby shelf, her beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Ciwei. Why should we join your search team? We can manage on our own. You don't know how we fought our way out of a sea of corpses and blood. Have you ever seen something that looks like? Before Wu Qingsong could finish his sentence, Qin Ciwei clamped a hand over his mouth. His calm eyes stared at Yu Weiyang. That infuriating calmness seemed out of place on his chubby face. Hey you. Your leader hasn't even spoken yet and you're butting in. No manners, all impulsive and rash. Yu Weiyang glanced at Wu Qingsong. Even though we don't have a formal leader here, how did you know I was the one in charge? Qin Ciwei picked up on her words. Intuition. A woman's intuition is always right. Intuition. If you like speaking in circles so much, does that mean there's nothing to discuss? Yu Weiyang. This fat bastard, why isn't he playing by the script? How did it become nothing to discuss? She really wasn't good at this sort of thing. Otherwise, why would she have been taken advantage of by Manager Wang? Alright, I could tell from how those two boys defer to you, plus you were the one dealing with Manager Wang the whole time. Was it really that hard to guess who the leader was? Yu Weiyang pursed her lips. This woman has sharp observational skills. After all, a fat guy like him wouldn't stand out in a crowd except for his build. Most people wouldn't peg him as the leader. Seeing that Qin Ciwei and the others remained silent, Yu Weiyang spoke again. I need a few people who have been through battles and survived to accompany me to a place. I can't handle it alone. The men under my command are all useless. They are fine for moving things, but the moment they see a walker their legs turn to jelly. They are all cowards. If you join my search team and help me get what I need, I'll guarantee you all a life of comfort here with food and clothing. Yu Weiyang's words carried a note of urgency and sincerity. Answer my questions first. First, what are your capabilities? Why should we join you? Can you lead us in charging through a horde? I've heard some of your stories, but seeing is believing. I won't risk my brothers and sisters' lives on hearsay. Second, where is this place you want to go? Since you're so formidable, why do you need our help? I need to judge if it's worth the investment. Third, what is it you're looking for? If it's some childish trinket or souvenir, then we won't play along. As for joining your search team, forget it. I'd rather call it a transaction. We need to go out ourselves to find medicine and supplies. Qin Ciwei let out a torrent of words in one breath. Wait. Give me a moment. Yu Weiyang was taken aback by his rapid-fire questions, her almond-shaped eyes wide, her head spinning. Was this fat guy a motormouth? Still, the questions he asked were all key points, all for the sake of his own people. He was a loyal and righteous leader, a good person to cooperate with. Wait, what was the first question again? Let me answer your first question. No, not answer. Let's fight. One unknown. I'll take on all of you by myself. We'll talk about the other questions after the fight. Yu Weiyang stated earnestly and bluntly. If she didn't beat these guys into submission, they'd never be able to have a proper conversation. Qin Ciwei. Hangzi. Wu Qingsong. Wait, does this woman even know what one unknown means? The three exchanged glances. Hangzi looked bewildered. Qin Ciwei's expression was serious and Wu Qingsong was itching for a fight. Don't say we're bullying you. I'll fight you, one unknown. If you can beat me, you're awesome. I'll call you Sister Weiyang from now on. That's the highest praise we men can give. Wu Qingsong stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. You're awesome. What the hell? Hers wasn't that big, thank you very much. Yu Weiyang's face was covered in black lines. Ma Hongna and Sang Luoqing covered their faces and shook their heads. You alone are no match for me. You better all come at once. Don't waste time with all this dilly-dallying. Are you men or not? If you are, then follow me outside. You'll be waiting for you. Like before, Yu Weiyang didn't wait for a reply. She turned and walked toward the open space outside. The open space outside the warehouse. A figure clad in a long red trench coat that nearly reached the knees, paired with a black vest. Below the waist she wore a pair of shorts and knee-high boots, her long fair legs glowing with a rosy hue under the sunlight. Her wavy hair cascaded over the shoulders of the red trench coat while her arms were crossed over her proud chest. With a devilish figure and an angelic face, she stood there calm and composed. This was Yu Weiyang. Facing the imposing Yu Weiyang, Qin Ciwei and his two companions found themselves at a loss. After all, their opponent was a woman, and a stunning beauty at that. Although rumors spoke highly of her skills, three grown men ganging up on a single woman would be a disgrace to their reputation if word got out. Captain Yu, my brother here, has been training in kickboxing since childhood. If you can hold on, just say the word and we'll stop. No need to sour our relations. Qin Ciwei decided to let Wu Qingsong test the waters alone. If he won, it would be dismissed as a farce and the matter of cooperation would be dropped. If he lost, how could he possibly lose? Anyway, it's not me who would be losing. Qingsong, you're somewhat trained. Don't overstep your bounds. Qin Ciwei turned to instruct Wu Qingsong. Without another word, Wu Qingsong cupped his fists toward Yu Weiyang. She remained as unruffled as ever, merely nodding slightly. Let's begin. The moment Yu Weiyang finished speaking, Wu Qingsong took a tentative step forward. He had no intention of going all out from the start, as his opponent appeared to be a girl who could be knocked out with a single punch. He stepped forward with his left foot and threw a simple straight punch aimed at Yu Weiyang's shoulder, slow in speed and with his strength held back by 70%. Just as his fist was about to make contact, Yu Weiyang's body shifted almost imperceptibly to the side. Wu Qingsong suddenly felt his momentum blocked by some invisible force. His fist grazed past her shoulder and missed. He paused, retracted his fist and reassessed his opponent. Yu Weiyang still stood in place as if she had never moved. Her arms dropped from their crossed position to hang naturally at her sides. She assumed no traditional martial arts stance, nor did she guard her head like a kickboxer. She stood there loose and relaxed, her entire body seemingly riddled with openings. A coincidence? Wu Qingsong wondered. He attacked again, this time with a low leg sweep aimed at the outside of Yu Weiyang's calf. This strike was noticeably faster, though still not at full power. Just as his leg was about to hit its target, Yu Weiyang lifted her knee slightly, precisely blocking a point on the inner thigh of his attacking leg. Wu Qingsong felt a sudden numbness in his entire leg, his strength dissipating instantly, forcing him to stagger back a step. A faint stir arose from the surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd of survivors had gathered to watch. What just happened? Why did that guy pull his leg back? I didn't see clearly. Did that girl move? Wu Qingsong furrowed his brow, his earlier disdain somewhat tempered. Though brief, the two exchanges had made it clear that her technique was extraordinary. It wasn't a block based on speed or strength, but something far more elusive, as if she knew exactly where he would strike and when, and was simply waiting there for him. He grew cautious, circling Yu Weiyang, slowly searching for a genuine opening. His instincts told him he had to regain control of the distance and rhythm. Yu Weiyang turned gently with his movements, always keeping her front facing him, yet her steps were minimal, almost as if she were pivoting in place. Her eyes remained calmly fixed on Wu Qingsong's eyes, not on his fists or legs. Wu Qingsong suddenly launched a fierce attack, a vicious right hook aimed at Yu Weiyang's temple, but at the last moment he deliberately veered off by a few centimeters. He had no real intention of hurting her, merely hoping to intimidate her with the force of the punch. At the same time, he raised his left leg, ready to execute a low sweep if she retreated. However, Yu Weiyang did not retreat. She stepped forward into the wind of his punch, and with her right index and middle fingers pressed together, she lightly tapped the outside of his right elbow joint as he struck. Ugh! Wu Qingsong grunted, his entire arm instantly going numb and weak. His left leg, already committed to the strike, faltered as he lost his balance. He hurriedly stepped back, shaking his arm to restore feeling, his eyes showing disbelief for the first time. What's going on? Bro, did Qingsong get the worst of it? Captain, you just touched him and that happened. What kind of technique is that? Pressure point striking. Hanzi fired off 3 questions in a row while Qin Ciwei remained silent. Wu Qingsong took a deep breath and finally decided to go all out. He no longer saw Yu Weiyang as a girl to go easy on, but as an opponent who demanded his full seriousness. He moved quickly, employing the signature footwork of a kickboxer, shifting left and right, throwing feints and launching combination punches. His speed increased markedly, his punches whistled through the air, his kicks blurred, and his attacks came in an unending torrent. Yet Yu Weiyang was like a small boat in a tempest, seemingly about to be swallowed at any moment, but always evading the attacks with the slightest movements at the last possible instant. Her body would tilt slightly, her head would lean a fraction, her feet would shift back just a little, each movement ensuring that Wu Qingsong's attacks missed by mere millimeters. What infuriated Wu Qingsong even more was that every time he exerted force, he would feel a light touch from her fingers or palm at the very point of his exertion. That touch seemed gentle, yet it always disrupted his power at the moment of its release, leaving him with a frustrating sensation of punching cotton. 3 minutes passed. Wu Qingsong's breathing grew heavy and sweat beaded on his forehead. He had given his all, yet he hadn't even managed to touch the hem of Yu Weiyang's garment. On the contrary, his own arms and legs were plagued by numbness in multiple spots. The onlookers had gone from surprise to shock. A dead silence fell as everyone held their breath watching this unequal contest. Captain Yu is incredible. Who is this guy daring to fight her? From start to finish she's barely moved her feet. Qingsong is completely suppressed, his every move is interrupted before it lands. Qin Ciwei watched the duel with a grave expression. Hearing the murmurs around him, anger began to fester within Wu Qingsong, his reason slowly replaced by emotion. Enough. He growled, deciding to risk a dangerous maneuver, a flying side kick. He rarely used this move because it left him wide open, but its power was formidable. He took 2 running steps, leaped into the air and whipped his right leg toward Yu Weiyang's chest like a lash. The strike was incredibly fast and powerful, with no restraint whatsoever. For the first time a subtle change flickered in Yu Weiyang's eyes, a faint trace of disappointment. Instead of retreating, she advanced, taking a small step forward the moment Wu Qingsong was airborne. Her right hand, with 2 fingers pressed together, precisely tapped the side of his airborne leg's knee, while her left hand gently brushed his standing leg's ankle. Wu Qingsong felt his power completely severed. He lost all balance in midair and crashed heavily onto the floor, sliding for a short distance. Another deathly silence fell over the surroundings. Wu Qingsong lay on the ground, panting heavily, sweat dripping from his chin. Shame and anger blazed like flames, scorching his reason. He jerked his head up, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He rolled to his feet and charged recklessly at Yu Weiyang, who still stood in place. By now he had abandoned all technique and strategy, left with only instinctual ferocity. His fists rained down like hailstones, yet every single one was either dodged or neutralized by Yu Weiyang's minimal movements. Your anger has cost you your last shred of judgment. Yu Weiyang spoke for the first time during the duel, her voice as calm as ever. As she spoke, her fingers once again tapped the joint of Wu Qingsong's punching arm. This time Wu Qingsong's entire arm drooped, momentarily unable to lift it. True martial arts lie not in defeating an opponent but in understanding oneself. Yu Weiyang spoke while casually evading a kick, her fingers lightly brushing the side of Wu Qingsong's standing knee, causing him to drop to one knee. Wu Qingsong gasped for air, trying to rise and continue the fight, only to find his body riddled with numbness and weakness, making even standing a struggle. Sweat blurred his vision. He looked up at Yu Weiyang, still immaculate and breathing steadily, and an unprecedented sense of powerlessness washed over him. Finally he ceased his attacks and lowered his head. I lost. Wu Qingsong's voice was hoarse but clearly audible. Yu Weiyang nodded slightly and reached out to help him up. The moment she touched his wrist, Wu Qingsong felt a strange warmth flow into him and the numbness in his arm rapidly subsided. This is... He stared at her in astonishment. Just the circulation of qi and blood, Yu Weiyang said lightly. Blocking meridians can impede qi and blood, and naturally it can also unblock them. Thank you for going easy on me, Sister Weiyang. You're awesome. Wu Qingsong's eyes were filled with admiration, thoroughly convinced by the beating. Yu Weiyang's face darkened. You're the awesome one, your whole family's awesome. Qin Ciwei and Hangzi stared in astonishment, while Sang Luoqing and Ma Hongna were also stunned. It seemed Wu Qingsong hadn't even warmed her up. Had he been defeated that easily? If anything, the only damage he inflicted on Yu Weiyang was the dust he kicked up that dirted the hem of her clothes. What, don't you want to give it a try? Still want to see my strength? Yu Weiyang looked slyly at Qin Ciwei and Hangzi. Qin Ciwei and Hangzi quickly waved their hands and shook their heads. No way. This woman was terrifyingly strong. Did they want to go up and dirty the other hem of her clothes? Qin Ciwei remembered she also had a silver spear. Terrifying, truly terrifying. No wonder the people in this shelter respected her so much. Damn, this was modern society. Where did this martial arts expert come from? So I guess that answers your first question. Yu Weiyang spoke again. You're indeed very strong. We acknowledge your strength. So tell us, where do you want to go and what are you looking for? Although Qin Ciwei acknowledged her strength, he wouldn't risk his life for a place that was too dangerous. It's noon. Bring your friends to my place for a bite and we can talk while we eat. My treat. Yu Weiyang patted Qin Ciwei on the shoulder and turned away. Qin Ciwei had no choice but to lead the group to the search team's warehouse, marveling at what an extraordinary woman she was. After a meal, Yu Weiyang and Qin Ciwei's group grew familiar, learning the names of Hangzi and the others. However, following Qin Ciwei's hint, they kept their experiences to themselves. Despite the woman's striking beauty and formidable power, she was not yet in Qin Ciwei's circle of trust, for loose lips sink ships. The place I want to go is the same as yours. Yu Weiyang took a sip of water, looking at the fat man sitting across from her. I have a sister 5.5 years old with epilepsy. It could strike at any time. Now, like your brother, she's lying in the infirmary with Sister Liu taking care of her. Only when mentioning her sister did a gentle expression appear on Yu Weiyang's face, mingled with pain and pity. She had decided that if she wanted to cooperate with this fat man, it was best not to beat around the bush, so she laid her heart bare. Sister Liu said she needs a medicine called sodium valproate, which isn't in the shelter's warehouse. She said 6 kilometers east of the warehouse is an affiliated branch of West China Hospital. The pharmacy there should have the medicine we all need. After all, West China Hospital is the best in the southwest. If it's not there, then we can give up. A bitter smile touched Yu Weiyang's lips. But the East Gate has a lot of zombies, just as many as the North Gate. Even I couldn't get through the horde alone. You've made it through a zombie horde before, so your strength and experience can definitely help me. That's why I came looking for you after hearing about you yesterday. So it's not that boring souvenir you mentioned. Yu Weiyang suddenly teased Qin Ciwei. Her playful expression combined with her stunning beauty left the three men momentarily dazed. A femme fatale. Qin Ciwei thought. After hearing Yu Weiyang's words, the group fell silent. They were all fellow sufferers. After a brief thought, Qin Ciwei finally spoke. First, we need weapons. We lost almost all of ours on the way here yesterday. Qin Ciwei looked seriously at Yu Weiyang. No problem. You'll use my contribution points to exchange for some in the warehouse. There are plenty of good things there. Yu Weiyang understood that the fat man agreed to cooperate and go to the hospital together. Weapons were a small price to pay for safety. A sharp light gleamed in Yu Weiyang's eyes. Second, Hangzi and I will go with you. A place like that, our girls would just be a burden. Since they are staying, someone needs to protect them. No, Brother Wei'll go with you. I know medicine. I can get the most suitable drugs, including what we'll need later. Before Yu Weiyang could answer, Sang Luoqing spoke up. For her brother's sake, no matter how dangerous, she had to go. Nonsense. We're talking about crossing a zombie horde. Do you think it's a joke? Just go on a whim. Forget everything we went through yesterday. Your brother is already badly injured. If something happens to you, how do I explain it to him? Qin Ciwei slammed the table, his eyes flashing with anger as he stared at Sang Luoqing. Sang Luoqing's face instantly crumpled with grievance, tears welling up in her eyes. I just want to do something for my brother. Seeing him injured like that hurts me too. I studied medicine. You'll be more useful in the hospital than you. Sang Luoqing wept, her eyes bloodshot. You. Qin Ciwei started to speak. All right. Bring her along. You'll keep her safe. Yu Weiyang interrupted Qin Ciwei, her tone calm. Sang Luoqing's face lit up with joy as she cast a grateful look at Yu Weiyang. Perhaps it was Sang Luoqing's stubborn devotion to her brother that moved her. Hangzi's heart ached as he looked at Sang Luoqing. Keeping her safe could only be my job. Stubborn girl. When your brother wakes up, he'll be furious with you. Qin Ciwei didn't object further. Luoqing meant well, and there was no reason to stand in the way of sibling love. Third, once we're outside, you follow my orders. Qin Ciwei stared intently at Yu Weiyang. All right, no problem. Yu Weiyang agreed readily, leaving Qin Ciwei momentarily speechless. You just agreed like that? Qin Ciwei asked curiously. Weaklings like you managed to fight your way out of a zombie horde. You must have exceptional wits and adaptability, which happen to be my weaknesses. Yu Weiyang said seriously. The expressions on Qin Ciwei's group turned colorful. Weaklings? Was she indirectly calling herself stupid? All right then, here's to a successful cooperation. Qin Ciwei extended his hand with a smile. To a successful cooperation. Yu Weiyang extended hers as well. The touch of their fingertips was like a fragile thread of trust in this apocalyptic world, the most reliable ark amidst the sea of zombies. One fought for a sister, the other for a brother. Their unyielding resolve added countless chains to this partnership. Then let's go to the supply warehouse to exchange for weapons. Qin Ciwei surveyed the warehouse before him, its door draped with a canvas bearing vivid red characters, Material Exchange Center. Within the warehouse, beneath a 10-meter high vaulted ceiling, the once bright orange shelves still stood in rows, though they no longer displayed parcels for delivery but rather all manner of supplies essential for survival. Handwritten category signs hung between the shelves: food, medicine, tools, weapons. In the distance, several search team members were tallying their freshly acquired spoils, with the staff, their voices echoing through the empty expanse. This place always makes one feel both wealthy and destitute, Yu Weiyang murmured softly, her gaze sweeping over the mountains of supplies. Qin Ciwei followed behind her, panting slightly as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Bro, you need to exercise more, Hangzi remarked, eyeing the fine beads of perspiration on Qin Ciwei's forehead. Qin Ciwei shot Hangzi a glare. Wang Hai. Yu Weiyang called out into the warehouse. We need weapons. Noticing Qin Ciwei's puzzled expression, she explained, Wang Hai is Manager Wang's nephew, he's in charge of supplies here. Qin Ciwei nodded slightly. A short, stout man emerged from behind the shelves, his greasy hair plastered to his scalp and his apron stained with mysterious smudges. Wang Hai approached, rubbing his hands together, his small eyes gleaming with cunning as they quickly swept over Qin Ciwei and the others. Captain Yu. Bringing new faces to trade for gear. His voice carried a forced warmth. A long-term deal or just a one-off? Yu Weiyang cut straight to the point. We want to pick out a few suitable weapons. Captain Qin and his team have agreed to help me find sodium valproate for my sister's epilepsy. Wang Hai nodded thoughtfully, leading them toward the weapon section. This area had been converted from the original parcel sorting zone. Long shelves were packed with a diverse array of weapons ranging from crude homemade machetes to sophisticated military gear. You all know the rules, Wang Hai said, slapping a shelf and stirring up a cloud of dust. Every weapon has a clear price, no haggling. Qin Ciwei's gaze was drawn to a pair of curved blades, kukri knives. Good eye. Wang Hai took down the pair, their surfaces glinting coldly in the dim light. Hog leg-shaped forward-weighted excellent chopping power. The original owner was a collector who brought them out during the evacuation. They are authentic. Qin Ciwei took the knives, weighing them in his hands. The wrap on the handles was slightly worn, but the blades were impeccably maintained. Try this, Wang Hai said, handing over a belt-mounted sheath. Designed to be worn crossed at the lower back for a smooth draw. Qin Ciwei took the sheath and tried to fasten it around his waist. An awkward moment ensued. The straps were too short, refusing to buckle no matter how he tried. Hangzi couldn't suppress a laugh. Bro, are you trying to cut yourself in two? Wu Qingsong also held back a smile, feigning seriousness. Is there a larger size? Yu Weiyang frowned. Wang Hai don't play games. I'm not playing games. Wang Hai protested, pulling out another larger sheath. Custom-made, more material, naturally pricier. Besides, my uncle said resources are tight now, good things should go to those who need them. Qin Ciwei finally managed to fasten the sheath, sliding the twin blades in behind his back. He clumsily attempted to draw one, twisting his arm into an awkward angle. Like this. Yu Weiyang naturally stepped behind him, taking his hand to guide the motion. Slightly tilt your waist, raise your elbow, this way the power flows most smoothly. Her breath brushed past Qin Ciwei's ear and he involuntarily stiffened. A faint pleasant scent emanated from her. Even the seasoned Qin Ciwei found his thoughts wandering. Let me try myself, Qin Ciwei said flusteredly. His second attempt was noticeably smoother. Meanwhile, Hangzi had lingered in the archery section for some time. A look of fascination in his eyes, he carefully examined each bow's limbs and string height, finally selecting a black compound bow. At last he had a weapon he was skilled with. Even in this apocalypse he could do more for the group. How about this one? He asked Wang Hai. Great choice. This is a pre-apocalypse competition model 65 let-off high precision. Wang Hai took down the bow. Comes with 20 carbon arrows, the tips are replaceable. Hangzi knocked an arrow and drew the string. The bow's frame was remarkably stable. He'll take it. Where did these arrows come from? Hangzi knew full well that with the bow he was a different person entirely. Watching Hangzi endlessly fiddle with the compound bow, especially how his gaze turned sharp as he drew it, Qin Ciwei silently thought this trip was worthwhile. A search team brought them back from a sports equipment warehouse 2 days ago, Wang Hai said proudly. 500 in total, only these are left. Wu Qingsong meanwhile strode directly toward the heavy weapons section. His eyes settled on a nearly life-sized horse-slaying saber, its blade thick and wide, the edge gleaming with a cold light. This one, he said succinctly. Wang Hai trotted over. This is a replica of a Song Dynasty horse-slaying saber forged from high-carbon steel, net weight 8 Jin 7 liang. Most people can't even lift it. Wu Qingsong lifted the saber with one hand, effortlessly twirling it into a flourish as the blade whistled through the air. Forget I said anything, Wang Hai gulped. Yu Weiyang walked to the counter and placed both hands on its surface. Name your price. Wang Hai pulled out a calculator and tapped away. Kukri knives with custom sheath 250 points, compound bow plus 20 arrows 400 points, horse slaying saber 350 points. Total 1000. This 1000 points had the purchasing power of about 100000 pre-apocalypse yuan. Even a full day's scavenging by Yu Weiyang's team yielded only 300 to 400 points. These weapons would nearly drain all the points she had accumulated recently. Too expensive. Yu Weiyang frowned. That bow's string is clearly a replacement and the saber's handle has a crack. Do you take us for amateurs? Wang Hai gave an embarrassed laugh. Captain Yu has sharp eyes. Fine, considering you're the search captain my uncle trusts he'll give you a discount, 900 points rock bottom. 500, Yu Weiyang said without flinching. What? Wang Hai nearly jumped. At that price I can't even cover my costs. My uncle will kill me. Qin Ciwei watched in amazement as Yu Weiyang drove her bargain, struggling to reconcile this with the composed woman who had effortlessly defeated Wu Qingsong. Wang Hai, don't put on airs with me. These things will either rust here or become useless. They won't turn into edible supplies. Right now food is worth far more than this scrap metal. Yu Weiyang said calmly. And don't think I don't know why you give me so few points for all the supplies I bring back each time. Should we settle that account? Wang Hai wiped his brow, but Captain Yu, this price is just too low. That bow only has 20 arrows, each one used is one less. Yu Weiyang turned to Hangzi. Right. Hangzi paused, then caught on and nodded. Ah yes. And the cam system needs maintenance, he'll have to find extra lubricant. This bow was probably scavenged from a sports institute. Their equipment storage conditions are poor, the limbs are already slightly warped. Wu Qingsong chimed in, running his hand over the saber's handle. there is indeed a fine crack here. With prolonged use it might break. The maintenance condition isn't ideal. Yu Weiyang looked at Wang Hai again. 600. 800. That's truly the lowest. Any lower and my uncle will skin me alive. 700 plus 3 bottles of bowstring wax and a set of sharpening stones. Wang Hai clutched his head in agony. Captain Yu, you're asking for my life. Fine 750 and I'll throw in those small items. 750 deal, but you'll also give us 2 extra first aid kits. Yu Weiyang suddenly changed tack. Wang Hai's eyes lit up. Deal. But Captain Yu, remember me if you come across any good opportunities next time. Seeing the balance drop from 1100 to 350, a flicker of imperceptible distress passed through Yu Weiyang's eyes. Thank you for your patronage. Wang Hai immediately put on a smile again, packing the weapons while murmuring, by the way, you're looking for medicine. Qin Ciwei adjusted the sheath's position and replied coldly, that's none of your concern. Wu Qingsong slung the glaive across his back. Hung Zi hung the quiver on his waist, and Qin Ciwei finally drew and sheathed his twin blades with a fluid motion. As they stepped out of the exchange, the setting sun gilded the desolate world in gold. Yu Weiyang gazed at the ready Qin Ciwei and his companions, letting out a soft sigh. We set off at dawn tomorrow, she said. Rest well tonight. She turned and walked away. Qin Ciwei lingered behind, watching her silhouette stretched long by the sunset. He clumsily touched the twin blades at his waist, suddenly feeling that this chaotic world held a glimmer of light. Back at his lodging, Yu Weiyang sat alone on a shelf looking down at her sister's photograph. The girl in the photo smiled brightly with no trace of the illness that plagued her. Footsteps approached. It was Qin Ciwei. He and his group had also moved from the civilian warehouse to the search team's depot. May I ask? How long has your sister been ill? He inquired. Yu Weiyang glanced at him. Since childhood, but previously medication kept it well under control. After the apocalypse, finding medicine has become increasingly difficult. Qin Ciwei nodded. I understand. My cousin also has epilepsy, so I know how vital sodium valproate is. Yu Weiyang looked at him in surprise. That's part of the reason I agreed to cooperate, Qin Ciwei said with an embarrassed smile. It's not just for my brothers. Tomorrow, she whispered, take care. You too. Qin Ciwei nodded solemnly and turned to leave, his hand unconsciously reaching for the hilt at his waist. This time his movement was fluid and resolute. The dawn light, akin to a miser's gift, barely squeezed through the thick clouds, casting mottled shadows upon the ruins of the city. The iron gates of the southern entrance of the shelter creaked open slowly, revealing a street partially blocked by rubble and abandoned vehicles. Qin Ciwei decided to leave Ma Hongnao and Wu Qingsong behind, instructing them to observe the state of Sanjemu daily. Wu Qingsong's presence was to protect Ma Hongnao, as a woman was at great risk in this unfamiliar environment. Yu Weiyang stood at the front of the group, her red trench coat gently swaying in the breeze, resembling a flame stubbornly burning in a bleak world. She adjusted her frameless glasses, her right hand twirling the bright silver spear, its tip glinting with cold light in the morning sun. The number of zombies at the south gate is indeed few. Qin Ciwei stepped beside her, adjusting the Nepalese knife at his waist and the empty backpack on his back. After yesterday's practice, his drawing motion had become much smoother, though the knife sheath at his waist still felt somewhat tight. Hang Zai checked the bowstring of his compound bow, carrying a quiver with 20 arrows on his back. Beside him stood a somewhat nervous Sang Luoqing, adjusting her backpack. 6 kilometers. At our speed, if we remain quiet, we can theoretically reach it in 2 hours, Hang Zai calmly analyzed, his eyes sweeping over the scattered zombies wandering the street, but they are highly sensitive to sound. Qin Ciwei nodded, taking a deep breath. According to the plan, we will take a detour through 3 streets and turn towards Huaxi Hospital from the east gate. Yu Weiyang will lead, I will provide support, Hang Zai will protect Sang Luoqing, and we need to be attentive in collecting arrows. Stay silent and avoid unnecessary combat. Yu Weiyang glanced back at him, her gaze sharp and focused behind her glasses. I will follow your command. This was their first collaborative operation. The team slipped silently out of the southern gate of the shelter like a ghostly troop merging into the ruined cityscape. Yu Weiyang led the charge, her bright silver spear occasionally touching the ground, guiding the team around obstacles. Qin Ciwei closely followed, his twin blades already drawn, warily scanning their surroundings. Hang Zai and Sang Luoqing brought up the rear, the former had his bow half-drawn while the latter continuously observed the route and potential dangers. The first 2 streets were relatively calm, with only a few zombies facing away from them, aimlessly wandering amidst the ruins. The team, using the cover of abandoned vehicles, quietly traversed the block. However, just as they turned into the 3rd street, a sharp metallic scraping sound suddenly came from the right. Damn it! Qin Ciwei growled. The door of an abandoned bus inexplicably swung open, repeatedly banging against the bus body, producing a loud and rhythmic clanging sound. Almost instantly, the dozen or so zombies wandering at the end of the street turned their heads in unison. Their murky eyes locked onto the source of the sound, and without hesitation they charged forward. "Run!" Qin Ciwei shouted. But it was too late. More zombies poured out from the buildings on either side, sprinting with astonishing speed like athletes in a 100-meter dash, their throats emitting chilling howls. "There's no time to retreat." Yu Weiyang halted, her red trench coat swirling dramatically. "Force a breakthrough." Qin Ciwei immediately issued orders, "Change formation. You take the left front, I'll take the right front. Hang Zai and Sang Luoqing stay in the center. Move forward without stopping." The first wave of zombies was already upon them. They were once human, now reduced to twisted forms driven by a thirst for flesh. Decayed faces, exposed teeth and limbs bent at grotesque angles composed a hellish tableau. Yu Weiyang was the first to engage. Her bright silver spear struck like a venomous snake, precisely piercing the eye socket of the foremost charging zombie. Twisting and withdrawing the spear, she drew forth a spray of black blood as the zombie collapsed. She advanced rather than retreated, her spear dancing like a wheel, creating a silver barrier. The spear transformed into countless phantoms, each thrust targeting the neural nodes of the zombies. Necks, spines, joints, the zombies struck became instantly incapacitated, collapsing to the ground. Her movements were elegant yet lethal, the red trench coat fluttering along the grim street like a bloody dance. At the same time, Qin Ciwei faced the zombies to the right, the unique curved blade of his Nepalese knife carving sharp arcs through the air. Despite his stout figure, his movements were surprisingly agile, his twin blades slicing through the air as a zombie's head flew off. "Conserve your strength," he shouted, sidestepping another zombie's attack as the knife struck its neck. "Don't engage in prolonged fights." More zombies surged in from all sides. They were tireless, unafraid, driven only by an insatiable desire to attack. "Hang Zai!" Sang Luoqing exclaimed, pointing at Qin Ciwei's right front. 3 zombies not within Qin Ciwei's line of sight charged directly at him. Hang Zai calmly lifted his bow, narked an arrow and aimed with fluid precision. Whoosh! The first arrow flew through the air, accurately embedding itself in the eye socket of the leading zombie, the tip emerging from the back of its head. The momentum of the zombie came to an abrupt halt as it crashed heavily to the ground. Almost simultaneously, the second arrow was released, piercing the temple of the second zombie. The third zombie was already within 5 meters of Qin Ciwei, and Hang Zai had no time to shoot a third arrow. Just as it was about to reach for Qin Ciwei, a flash of silver light appeared and the zombie collapsed. "Watch it, you fat idiot," Yu Weiyang glared at Qin Ciwei before returning to her defensive position. "Thank you." Qin Ciwei panted, now holding an arrow he had just pulled from the fallen zombie, quickly handing it to Hang Zai. Hang Zai accepted the arrow, nodding slightly, his gaze continuously scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The team advanced through the bloodshed with difficulty. Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang fought side by side, gradually forming a tacit understanding. When Yu Weiyang swept her spear, pushing back a group of zombies, Qin Ciwei immediately filled the gap, his twin blades striking at the zombies trying to flank them. Whenever Qin Ciwei was besieged by multiple zombies, Yu Weiyang's spear would always appear just in time to rescue him. 3 to the left. Qin Ciwei shouted, crossing his blades to block a zombie's bite. Without looking back, Yu Weiyang thrust her spear backward, accurately piercing the skull of the zombie on Qin Ciwei's left. "Got it." Their cooperation grew increasingly proficient, as if they had fought alongside each other for years. Qin Ciwei's calm command and Yu Weiyang's fierce spear technique complemented each other perfectly, carving a bloody path through the horde of zombies. Hang Zai's archery became the team's most reliable ranged support. Each of his arrows was precise and deadly, targeting the zombies' eye sockets, temples, and other vulnerable areas, maximizing the efficiency of his arrows. Meanwhile, Sang Luoqing seized every opportunity to quickly recover usable arrows from the fallen zombies while vigilantly observing her surroundings and issuing timely warnings. From the rooftop on the right. "A corpse is jumping down," Sang Luoqing suddenly shouted. Everyone looked up to see 2 corpses leaping from the 3-story roof, diving straight toward the center of the group. Hang Zai reacted swiftly, drawing his bow and taking aim almost the moment Sang Luoqing's words fell. The first arrow shot through the air, striking a corpse's head with surgical precision mid-flight. But the second corpse was already upon them, leaving him no time for another shot. In that critical moment, Yu Weiyang planted her spear against the ground, using the momentum to launch herself into the air. Her red trench coat billowed with a sharp rustle. Meridian ceiling-style swallow returns to its nest. The gleaming silver spear transformed into a bolt of lightning, accurately piercing the descending corpse's spine. Harnessing the force of her fall, she flicked the spear, hurling the corpse violently against the distant ground. "Beautiful." Qin Ciwei couldn't help but exclaim as he drew both blades, severing the legs of a corpse that had seized the opportunity to lunge at them. Yu Weiyang landed gracefully, adjusting her slightly askew glasses. Keep moving, don't stop. The corpses on the street grew increasingly numerous, their roars rising and falling in a cacophony. The scent of blood attracted more predators, surging from every corner to form an encirclement. We'll be trapped if this continues, Hang Zi shouted, shooting a corpse that had jumped from a second-story window. Qin Ciwei scanned their surroundings, his gaze locking onto a convenience store on the corner. Into the convenience store. Out through the back door. The team immediately changed direction, charging toward the store. Yu Weiyang led the way with her spear, flinging obstructing corpses aside. Qin Ciwei wielded his dual blades, guarding their flank. Hang Zi continued to loose arrows, suppressing the corpses in the distance. The convenience store's glass door was already shattered, the interior a complete mess. The team surged inside. Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang immediately turned to block the entrance, holding back the pursuing horde. Hang Zi, find the back door, Qin Ciwei shouted, burying his military knife into a corpse's skull. Hang Zi and Sang Luoqing quickly searched the store. Shelves had collapsed, merchandise was scattered everywhere, and several corpses writhed in the darkness. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows pierced the air and the corpses inside the store fell to the ground. There's a back door here. Sang Luoqing had discovered a passage leading to the stockroom. Go! Qin Ciwei commanded, retreating with Yu Weiyang while fighting, moving back into the store. Dozens of corpses had already gathered at the convenience store's entrance, scrambling to force their way inside, their roars deafening. Too many. Yu Weiyang thrust her spear repeatedly, but the corpses came in an endless tide. Hang Zi stood at the passage's entrance, loosing arrows continuously, each one striking a corpse's head with perfect accuracy, easing the pressure on the two in front. Brother Wei, Captain Yu, fall back quickly. Sang Luoqing had already opened the back door, shouting anxiously. Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang exchanged a glance, and with unspoken understanding they struck simultaneously. Yu Weiyang swept her spear in a wide arc, driving back the corpses in front. Qin Ciwei grabbed a nearby shelf and hurled it with force. The shelf crashed into the passageway. The shelf 4 tiers high didn't topple completely, but it effectively blocked the corpse's path. The two seized the opportunity to turn and sprint at full speed toward the rear passage. Go! Qin Ciwei pushed Hang Zi and Sang Luoqing out the back door while Yu Weiyang brought up the rear. Her spear lashed out like a silver dragon's tail, repelling the pursuing corpses. The 4 burst through the back door into a relatively quiet alley. Qin Ciwei immediately turned and together with Yu Weiyang slammed the door shut, securing it with an iron pipe that lay on the ground. The frantic pounding of corpses came from within, but the sturdy iron door held them back for now. Check for casualties, replenish your strength. Qin Ciwei leaned against the wall, panting, sweat mingling with the black blood of the corpses as it trickled down his forehead. Yu Weiyang rested against the opposite wall, her red trench coat spattered with dark crimson stains. She took off her glasses, wiping the lenses with the hem of her coat. I'm fine. I have 12 arrows left, Hang Zi said, checking his quiver. I recovered 8, but 2 are damaged. Sang Luoqing quickly opened the first aid kit. Is anyone injured? The blood and fluids from the corpses might carry infection risks. They checked each other. Fortunately, though covered in grime, none were hurt. That was good teamwork back there, Qin Ciwei said, looking at Yu Weiyang sincerely. Your spear technique. Impressive. Yu Weiyang put her glasses back on and offered a faint smile. Your command was excellent too. Those dual blades are better than I expected. We were nearly surrounded. Hang Zi pointed out, breathing heavily. The number of corpses is far greater than anticipated. Sang Luoqing nodded, and they are more sensitive to sound. That buzz. The noise didn't seem natural. Qin Ciwei frowned. What do you mean? He hadn't realized before underground that this girl's observational skills were so remarkably sharp. If not for Sang Luoqing's warning, Hang Zi and Yu Weiyang might not have been able to save him in time. I'm not sure, but it felt like a trap. Sang Luoqing lowered her voice. Corpses shouldn't have that kind of intelligence. The 4 fell into a brief silence. If the corpses were beginning to set traps, it meant their threat level would escalate exponentially. Regardless, the mission continues, Qin Ciwei broke the silence. We've covered about 2 kilometers. For more to go. We need to be even more cautious from here. After a brief rest, the team set out again. This time they chose more concealed routes, alleys, underground passages, even through the interior of a half-collapsed building. Hang Zi's bow proved invaluable in the confined spaces. His arrows always found impossible angles, precisely eliminating the corpses blocking their path. Zhang Luoqing stuck close, not only retrieving arrows in time but also using her keen perception to warn of potential dangers multiple times. In an underground passage they encountered a small horde of corpses. Due to the narrow space, Yu Weiyang's spear was difficult to wield, making Qin Ciwei's dual blades the primary force. Hang Zi took a vantage point using his bow to precisely pick off corpses, attempting to flank them from the rear. Left side clear. Right side secure. Light ahead must be the exit. Through simple exchanges the team's coordination grew increasingly seamless. Each member knew their position and role, trusting in one another's abilities. When they finally emerged from the underground passage, the silhouette of the West China Hospital affiliated branch was faintly visible. That 12-story white building stood amidst the ruins like a colossal tombstone. However, hundreds of corpses roamed the open ground surrounding the hospital. They circled the hospital like pilgrims, their roars merging into a symphony of dread. This is too many, Zhang Luoqing gasped. Hang Zi silently counted the arrows in his quiver, only 9 remained intact. Qin Ciwei's expression was grim. A frontal assault is impossible. We must find another entrance. Zhang Luoqing studied the hospital's layout, then suddenly pointed to the east side. There. The ambulance bay. There's usually a back door leading directly to the emergency room, and the number of corpses should be lower there. Indeed, the density of corpses on the east side was noticeably lower, with only a few scattered ones wandering about. All right, well, break through there, Qin Ciwei nodded. Captain Yu and I will lead in close combat. Hang Zi provide ranged support. Luoqing keep an eye on arrow recovery and locate the pharmacy. With the plan set, the team set off again. Using abandoned vehicles for cover, they moved silently toward the hospital's east side. After dispatching a few wandering zombies, they successfully reached the entrance of the ambulance passage. Behind a half-open automatic door lay the dim interior of the hospital. He'll take point. Yu Weiyang stepped into the hospital first, her long spear held before her as she vigilantly scanned the surroundings. The hospital's interior was darker than expected, with only emergency lights providing faint illumination. The air was thick with a strange mix of disinfectant and the stench of decay. Medical equipment, patient records, and various debris littered the floor, while the walls were splattered with blood. The pharmacy is on the west side of the first floor, Zhang Luoqing said, examining the wall's directory. We need to cross the emergency hall to get there. The team advanced cautiously. There were few zombies inside the hospital, but the complex environment meant danger could lurk around every corner. Yu Weiyang's meridian severing spear technique proved devastatingly effective in the narrow corridors. Each of her thrusts precisely struck the zombies' neural centers, killing them instantly with barely a sound. Qin Ciwei guarded her flank, his twin blades dispatching zombies that burst from the patient rooms. Hang Zi's bow was limited in this environment, but he still found opportunities to shoot accurately, easing the pressure on the front too. Zhang Luoqing seized every chance to recover arrows while keeping a wary eye on their rear. Turn left and it's the emergency hall. Zhang Luoqing whispered. Qin Ciwei made a stop gesture, listening intently to the sounds ahead. From the direction of the emergency hall came a dense chorus of footsteps and growls. There are quite a few, he said, his expression grim. Forcing our way through is too risky. He scanned the area, then suddenly pointed at the ceiling. The ventilation ducts. Hang Zi looked up, recalling their experience at Wanda Plaza. They should hold our weight. Then Hang Zi climbed up to the vent cover first and gently removed it. He crawled inside, then reached down to pull Zhang Luoqing up. Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang brought up the rear, ensuring no zombies had noticed them before climbing in one by one. The duct was narrow and dark, with only faint light seeping through the cracks. The 4 of them crawled forward, choking on dust that nearly made them cough, but they forcefully suppressed it. Below them was the emergency hall. Through the vent's grill they could see dozens of zombies wandering about. Some still wore patient gowns, while others were dressed as doctors and nurses. They wandered aimlessly, as if still performing their former duties. Look there, Zhang Luoqing suddenly whispered, pointing to a corner of the hall. Following her direction, they saw a door marked Pharmacy. The door was ajar, with desks, chairs, and medical equipment piled in front, as if someone had once tried to barricade it. Finally, Qin Ciwei said, a glint flashing in his eyes. They continued crawling through the duct until they were directly above the pharmacy. Hang Zi carefully removed the vent cover, jumped down first, and raised his bow in alert. After confirming it was safe, he helped Zhang Luoqing down, followed by Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang. The pharmacy was relatively tidy, with various medicines neatly arranged on the shelves. Although some shelves had been ransacked, most of the medicines were intact. Sodium valproate. Zhang Luoqing immediately began searching for the target medication, her fingers swiftly scanning the shelf labels. Anti-epileptic. Here. She excitedly pulled out a few boxes, checking the expiration dates. Great, they haven't expired yet. Meanwhile, Yu Weiyang and Qin Ciwei quickly reblocked the pharmacy door. Hangzi stood guard beneath the vent, opening his bow aimed at the door. We found them. Sang Luoqing carefully packed the found medicines into her backpack. Not just sodium valproate but also silymarin and calcitriol plus other urgently needed antibiotics and painkillers. Qin Ciwei let out a long breath. Half the mission is done. The problem now is how to get these medicines safely back to the shelter. Yu Weiyang walked to the door and peered through the gap at the hall outside. The number of zombies hasn't decreased. Forcing our way out is nearly impossible. Maybe we can go back the way we came, Hangzi suggested, pointing at the vent. Take the roof and find another route. Just as they were discussing, a loud crash came from outside the door as if a heavy object had fallen. Immediately after, the growls of zombies swelled and footsteps surged toward the pharmacy door. Thief found us. Yu Weiyang gripped her long spear tightly, her expression grave. Qin Ciwei drew his twin blades and positioned himself by the door. Prepare to fight. Hangzi, take the high ground. Luoqing, protect the medicines. At the pharmacy door, the barricading furniture began to shake violently. The first rotting arm had already reached through the gap, clawing frantically. Yu Weiyang and Qin Ciwei exchanged a glance, seeing determination in each other's eyes. The gleaming silver spear and the Nepalese kukuri rose simultaneously, ready to welcome a new round of bloody battle. Outside the window, the sun was setting and a long night was about to descend. The air in the pharmacy was so thick it could almost be wrung out. Outside the door, the growls and crashes of zombies were incessant and the barricading furniture groaned under the relentless assault. Qin Ciwei looked around, his gaze landing on a small door in the corner. What's that? Sang Luoqing hurried over to inspect. A compounding room, usually with a passage leading directly to various departments. She tried the doorknob. It's locked. Yu Weiyang flicked her spear, the tip precisely inserting into the door crack. Let me handle it. With a soft click, the lock gave way. The compounding room was small but surprisingly tidy. The wall-mounted conveyor system had stopped, but a small door on one side caught Sang Luoqing's attention. This is a staff-only passage, she said, examining the sign by the door. It leads directly to the underground parking lot and the staff rest area. Qin Ciwei made a quick decision. This is our route. Hangzi, take point and stay alert. Luoqing, follow him and be ready for anything. Yu and I will bring up the rear. Yu Weiyang nodded, twirling her spear. You'll follow your lead. At that moment, her acknowledgement of Qin Ciwei was unspoken but clear. In this perilous environment, every decision he made was decisive and precise, considering both the big picture and the details, qualities of an excellent leader. The passage was dim and quiet, with only the echo of their hurried footsteps. Emergency lights cast a pale glow, stretching distorted shadows on the walls. Wait. Sang Luoqing suddenly stopped, crouching to examine the floor. There are drag marks here, fresh ones. Hangzi immediately raised his bow in alert, while Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang guarded front and rear. Is it zombies? Qin Ciwei asked in a low voice. Sang Luoqing shook her head. Not sure. The drag marks are too regular, not like a zombie's mindless actions. Just then a faint noise came from ahead. Hangzi shot an arrow without hesitation, the shaft disappearing into the darkness, followed by a dull thud. Hit, Hangzi reported calmly, but his brow furrowed. But the sound was off. Suddenly a twisted figure lunged from the darkness. It was a zombie unlike the others. Its arms were abnormally elongated, its fingertips sharp as blades, and its speed far surpassed that of ordinary zombies. A mutant? Yu Weiyang exclaimed, thrusting her spear out swiftly. Yet that walking corpse was astonishingly agile, twisting midair to evade the spear's tip, its long arm thrusting directly at Yu Weiyang's face. At that critical moment, Qin Ciwei crossed his twin blades and struck, barely managing to parry the blow. Metal clashed against claws, emitting a piercing screech. Its bone density is abnormal. Qin Ciwei gritted through his teeth, his arms numbed by the impact. Hangzi fired 3 arrows in succession, each hitting its mark, yet the walking corpse seemed impervious to pain, continuing its frenzied assault. Its eyes. Aim for its eyes. Sang Luoqing suddenly shouted, its pupils still react to light. Hangzi immediately adjusted his aim, releasing an arrow that sank precisely into the walking corpse's left eye. The walking corpse let out a blood-curdling howl, its movements visibly slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Weiyang thrust her spear like a dragon, emerging from the sea, piercing its other eye. The walking corpse finally collapsed, but its appearance weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Walking corpses. Evolving. Yu Weiyang stared at the fallen body in disbelief. Sang Luoqing crouched down examining it carefully. Its muscles and bones are significantly reinforced and its sensory system has also evolved. This is highly unusual. Qin Ciwei's face turned grim. We must leave here as quickly as possible. Keep moving. This was not the first mutated creature they had encountered, but it was by far the easiest to deal with. The team quickened their pace, traversing a long corridor until they reached a door marked Staff Rest Area. Pushing it open, a relatively safe haven appeared before them. It was evident that someone had once fortified this place. Desks and chairs were stacked into makeshift barricades, empty cans littered the floor, and a hospital map was pinned to the wall. Well, rest here tonight, Qin Ciwei decided. Well, take turns keeping watch and set out at dawn. As night fell, the howls of walking corpses outside the hospital seemed to grow clearer. Inside the rest area, the four of them sat around a candlelight organizing their gear and medical supplies. We have enough sodium valproate for a year, and the silymarin and calcitriol will more than suffice until my brother fully recovers. Sang Luoqing inventoried the medicines with some delight. We also found a large amount of antibiotics and anesthetics. These are priceless for the shelter. Yu Weiyang gently wiped her spear, its shaft gleaming softly in the candlelight, before turning her gaze to Qin Ciwei, whose brow was slightly furrowed. Your command today was crucial. It was the first time she had explicitly acknowledged him. Snapping back to reality, Qin Ciwei rubbed his nose sheepishly. It was everyone's teamwork. Without Captain Yu's spear skills, Hangzi's range support, and this girl's keen observations, we wouldn't have made it this far. Hangzi was meticulously inspecting each arrow. Brother, I only have 7 intact arrows left. You'll need to conserve them more tomorrow. Sang Luoqing suddenly lifted her head, her nostrils flaring. Do you all smell something strange? Everyone fell silent and sniffed carefully. Amidst the scent of disinfectant and rot, they caught a faint, elusive, sweetish odor. It's coming from the ventilation system. Sang Luoqing's mind raced as she deduced. I suggest we block the vent. This smell might be problematic. Qin Ciwei immediately adopted the suggestion, using cloth from the room to seal the ventilation opening. This detail raised Yu Weiyang's estimation of him even further. Heeding professional advice was a rare and valuable trait in a leader. The watch order was quickly decided. Hangzi first, Qin Ciwei second, Yu Weiyang third, and Sang Luoqing last. When Yu Weiyang relieved Qin Ciwei, it was already the wee hours of the morning. An eerie silence pervaded the hospital, a quiet that was more unsettling than noise. Any anomalies? Yu Weiyang asked softly. Qin Ciwei shook his head. Too quiet. Unnaturally quiet. He hesitated before adding, I just hope our breakout and return trip tomorrow goes smoothly. Have you encountered that type of mutant before? Even Yu Weiyang, with her formidable strength, felt a shadow of gravity cross her face as she thought of that mutant of walking corpses evolving, or perhaps mutating. Yes, twice. But not as easy to deal with as today's. The first one appeared on the very first day of the outbreak. That walking corpse could cry. If someone found it or disturbed it, it would fixate on that person relentlessly. It was incredibly fast, its claws sharp as blades, and its mouth could split open to its ears. We called it the slit-mouthed woman or the crying woman. Stabbing through its head wouldn't kill it, you had to sever the entire head. Wu Qingsong nearly died there. He recalled the scene in the shopping mall. Yu Weiyang listened silently, her brow furrowed. And the second one? She also wanted to gather as much intelligence on these mutants as possible so she would know their weaknesses to counter them. You know, Luoqing's brother was gravely injured. It was caused by that second one. A trace of sorrow crossed Qin Ciwei's face. That thing, we encountered it in the subway tunnel. It fed on other walking corpses. I called it Titan. It was over 3 meters tall with muscles that seemed to bulge, and its skin and muscle tissue were incredibly tough. My brother swung with all his might, but the axe blade only embedded itself in its muscle. It was immensely strong, easily smashing through the reinforced glass of train cars, and when it ran on all fours it was like a heavy tank. Recalling the battle against that colossal walking corpse from a few days ago, Qin Ciwei's body still trembled slightly. We couldn't defeat it, we were utterly outmatched. Luoqing's brother fought it alone to buy us time, was overwhelmed and ended up severely injured. Hearing Qin Ciwei's words, Yu Weiyang's pupils contracted as if she were personally experiencing the scene he described. Even just imagining it sent chills down her spine. Yu Weiyang walked over and sat beside Qin Ciwei, gently patting his shoulder. The faint firelight cast their silhouettes on the wall, flickering in and out of darkness. So how did you manage to rescue him? Yu Weiyang asked, curious. Even she lacked confidence in saving someone from the creature Qin Ciwei had described. Qin Ciwei recounted the rescue process to Yu Weiyang, and she listened, her heart pounding with tension. From that moment she began to truly admire this stout man, loyal, steadfast, and worthy of trust. So even you haven't discovered the Titan's weakness yet? Qin Ciwei smiled bitterly and shook his head. What about you? How did someone like you, a martial arts expert, end up in this modern society? And what's the conflict with that manager Wang? These were two questions Qin Ciwei had been holding in for a long time. Me. When I was born, an old Daoist priest told my parents that I lacked earth in my destiny. From the age of 6 I had to spend half of each year training at a temple on Qingcheng Mountain or else I would die young. Maybe I was a cute kid, so the old men in the temple took a liking to me. But I couldn't sit still. I stirred up trouble every day, turning the place into chaos. That old man in the purple robe taught me to recognize the acupoints on the human body, taught me spearmanship and how to fight. Over time he distilled my current meridian sealing technique. Qin Ciwei looked envious. Is that old master in the purple robe still around? He passed away 2 years ago. The other old men put it nicely, said he ascended to immortality. I don't believe a word of it. Those old codgers are full of tricks. Despite her dismissive words, Yu Weiyang's face showed a look of longing. She wondered how those old fellows were doing. Then this year I just came down from the mountain and was taking my little sister to daycare. The walking corpse virus broke out inexplicably. By the time my sister and I got home, our parents had been bitten while protecting us and had turned. So I grabbed my weapon and fought my way to this shelter with my sister. But that Wang guy, seeing that I'm attractive, wanted me to sleep with him. I beat him up along with his men and I nearly castrated him. After that he learned his lesson. He wanted me to help gather supplies but was afraid to provoke me. Every time he sees me he pretends not to notice, but he always shortchanges my exchange points. If it weren't for my sister's illness I wouldn't have put up with it. Yu Weiyang poured out her story in one breath, a pang of bitterness rising in her heart as she thought of her parents and sister. Beside her the stout man's heart was overflowing with sympathy. After all, this was a beautiful woman bearing her soul. That manager Wang, well, find a way to deal with him later, Qin Ciwei said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. By the way, that meridian sealing technique of yours. Could you teach us? Yu Weiyang was momentarily taken aback, then nodded gently. All right, let's talk about it when we get back. At that moment a subtle shift occurred in the atmosphere between them. The trust forged through life and death trials was quietly transforming into a deeper emotional bond. The latter half of the night passed without incident. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the window cracks, the group was already prepared to move. According to the plan, we break out from the south side, Qin Ciwei said, sketching a simple map on the ground. Well, cross the parking lot, take the emergency exit out of the hospital and then return to the shelter along the original route. Hangzi added, I've observed that the zombies are relatively sluggish in the early morning. This is our best chance. After packing their gear and securing the precious medical backpack, the team silently left the rest area and advanced toward the parking lot. The lot was dimly lit with countless abandoned vehicles standing like metal tombs. There were fewer zombies than expected, which made everyone uneasy. Too smooth, Sang Luoqing murmured. This isn't right. Just as they were about to reach the parking lot exit, a sudden change occurred. A tall gaunt shadow dropped from a high point ahead, landing silently before them. It was a zombie they had never seen before, over 2 meters tall, limbs as thin as an anorexic patient's with an unhealthy greyish-white skin. What was most horrifying was its head. It seemed to have no nose or ears, only a gaping blood-red mouth that occupied almost its entire face, with green mucus constantly dripping from the corners. Fall back. Qin Ciwei shouted, his twin blades already drawn. But the zombie moved faster, unimaginably so. Its huge mouth snapped open and a crimson tongue shot out like lightning, aiming straight for Yu Weiyang's throat. Yu Weiyang reacted swiftly, thrusting her spear to sever the disgusting tongue. However, the tongue was far more flexible than expected, twisting in the air with eerie agility and wrapping around her neck. Wah! Yu Weiyang grunted, dropping her spear. The tongue tightened its immense strength, cutting off her breath. Her glasses fell and shattered on the ground. Weiyang! Qin Ciwei roared, his eyes blazing with fury as he charged forward recklessly. Hangzi fired 3 arrows in quick succession, each striking the zombie's body, but it seemed unfazed, focusing solely on tightening its tongue and dragging Yu Weiyang toward its gaping maw. Thinking quickly, Sang Luoqing pulled a bottle of alcohol from the medical kit and hurled it precisely into the zombie's open mouth. The creature let out a piercing shriek, its tongue loosening for a split second. In that fleeting moment, Qin Ciwei was already upon it. Without hesitation, he brought his twin blades down in a cross slash. The unique curved edges of the kukris cleanly severed the foul, elongated tongue. Green blood sprayed as the zombie emitted a deafening howl. The severed tongue writhed on the ground like a dying snake. Yu Weiyang collapsed, coughing violently, a horrifying ring of purple bruises encircling her neck. Get her back. Qin Ciwei stood guard in front of Yu Weiyang, his twin blades aimed at the enraged zombie. Hangzi's arrows flew like a barrage targeting the creature's eyes and mouth. Zhang Luoqing seized the chance to drag Yu Weiyang to a safe distance and quickly examined her injuries. Cough. I'm fine, we need to deal with this mutant as soon as possible, Yu Weiyang said with difficulty, her gaze fixed on Qin Ciwei's back. By now the zombie had gone completely berserk. It ignored everyone else, focusing solely on Qin Ciwei, the one who had severed its tongue. Its speed left after images and its claws whipped through the air with fierce gusts. Qin Ciwei barely held his ground, sparks flying as his blades clashed with its claws. Its weakness is its mouth. Zhang Luoqing suddenly shouted. I noticed the alcohol did significant damage to it. Qin Ciwei understood immediately. While evading the zombie's frenzied attacks, he called out to Hangzi, aim for its mouth. Hangzi took a deep breath, narking an arrow, drawing the string and aiming in one fluid motion. Just as the zombie opened its mouth wide for another attack, the arrow shot precisely into the depths of its throat. The creature froze, green blood gushing from its mouth. It staggered forward a few steps before crashing to the ground. The crisis was over and the parking lot fell silent except for the team's heavy breathing. Qin Ciwei immediately turned and rushed to Yu Weiyang's side. Are you okay? Seeing his anxious expression, a wave of warmth surged through her heart. She shook her head gently. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. In that moment their eyes met and an indescribable emotion quietly blossomed in the air between them. Yu Weiyang suddenly realized that this somewhat chubby man was incredibly reliable and formidable in battle. What was this damn sense of security all about? Wei Ji, we need to get out of here now, Zhang Luoqing interrupted the brief tranquility. The commotion will definitely attract more zombies. True enough, the sound of dense footsteps and growls echoed from a distance. Qin Ciwei helped Yu Weiyang up and handed her spear back. Can you walk? Yu Weiyang nodded. Though her neck still throbbed, she forced herself to stand straight. No problem. The team burst out of the parking lot and back into the morning light. The zombies outside the hospital, attracted by the sounds of the fight, were converging from all directions. Change of plan. Qin Ciwei decided on the spot. We break out southward, forget the original route. Hangzi took the lead, firing arrows in rapid succession, each one carving a path to safety. Zhang Luoqing followed closely, pointing out the best routes. Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang covered the rear, their twin blades and spear forming an impenetrable defense. Despite her injury, Yu Weiyang's spear technique remained sharp and fierce. What was even more astonishing was their increasingly seamless coordination, as if they could anticipate each other's every move. You'll take the left. Yu Weiyang swept her spear, driving back 3 zombies. Right side's clear. Qin Ciwei's blades felled the zombie that had flanked them. Their eyes met, frequently understanding each other's intentions without words. This bond, forged in the crucible of life and death, doubled their combat effectiveness. The streets grew more crowded with zombies, but the team's pace did not slow. Everyone gave 200%, knowing that any hesitation could doom the entire group. At a crossroads they faced their greatest crisis yet, trapped by zombie hordes from both front and back. Onto the roof. Qin Ciwei pointed at a low building nearby. Hangzi was the first to climb a fire escape, then lowered a rope. Zhang Luoqing scrambled up nimbly, and Yu Weiyang, despite her neck injury, gritted her teeth and followed. Qin Ciwei brought up the rear, climbing the ladder just as the zombies closed in. From the rooftop the entire street below was packed with zombies. They craned their necks upward, letting out hungry howls at the prey on the roof. Looks like we'll have to travel across the rooftops, Hangzi assessed the route. Thus began a breathtaking rooftop sprint. They leaped and climbed between buildings of varying heights, with the zombie tide chasing relentlessly behind. At a gap between 2 buildings, Yu Weiyang hesitated for a moment, her neck injury had thrown off her balance. Trust me. Qin Ciwei extended his hand to her. Yu Weiyang looked into the determined eyes of this chubby man and took his hand without a second thought. Together they leaped across the gap and landed steadily on the opposite rooftop. In that moment Yu Weiyang clearly felt that her trust in Qin Ciwei had surpassed mere camaraderie. After more than 2 hours of running, the outline of the shelter finally appeared on the horizon. The south gate was ahead, where the zombie numbers were indeed lower. One last push. Qin Ciwei shouted. Charge straight through. The team leaped down from the rooftop and made their final sprint toward the shelter's south gate. Hangzi fired his last 3 arrows. Zhang Luoqing, carrying the medical backpack, stayed close beside him. Yu Weiyang and Qin Ciwei, like 2 sharp blades, tore through the zombie encirclement. Open the gate. Hurry. Qin Ciwei yelled toward the shelter's wall. The guards on the wall recognized the red figure and the side gate of the south entrance creaked open a crack. Get in. Qin Ciwei pushed Sang Luoqing and Hang Zi through, then alongside Yu Weiyang cut down the last few pursuing zombies before slipping inside themselves. The heavy iron gate slammed shut behind them, sealing off the zombies' howls. They were safe. The four of them slid down with their backs against the gate, panting in exhaustion. They looked at each other covered in blood and grime and burst into laughter in unison. Yu Weiyang glanced at Qin Ciwei beside her and whispered, "Thank you for saving me." Qin Ciwei turned to meet her gaze. "Didn't you save me too? We're even. Even. This chubby idiot, couldn't he at least offer to buy me a meal to show gratitude?" What a dense man. In the ruins of the apocalypse, a new emotion was quietly sprouting like a stubborn wildflower growing amidst the rubble, fragile yet brimming with vitality. They're back. Captain Yu and the others are back. The commotion inside the door was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, ripple spreading rapidly. Members of the guard team and some survivors surged from every corner, encircling the four exhausted individuals. The clamor of inquiries, sighs of relief and cheers upon seeing the medicine intermingled. Amidst the chaos, Yu Weiyang's gaze never left Qin Ciwei. She watched his resolute profile, recalling the moment he severed the zombie's long tongue to save her, and her heart skipped a beat. When Qin Ciwei turned and their eyes met, she could even feel her cheeks flush slightly. This chubby guy turns out to be quite reliable in critical moments. Yu Weiyang thought to herself, her fingers unconsciously tracing the scar on her neck. This brief exchange of glances was caught by Manager Wang, who had just walked over, a flicker of malice in his eyes. Qin Ciwei. An outsider worthy of her. Manager Wang's lips curled downward. A beauty like her should stand by my side, only I can offer her the best resources in the shelter. He straightened his collar, quickly plastered a professional smile on his face and turned to walk toward the stairs. Just then the crowd parted as Ma Hongna and Wu Qingsong hurriedly pushed their way in. "Xiao Qin. You're finally back." Ma Hongna's voice carried a sob as she grabbed Qin Ciwei's arm, looking him up and down. "Are you injured? Did those zombies hurt you?" Wu Qingsong stood silently nearby, but his tense shoulders and the way he carefully scanned each team member revealed his inner worry. "We're fine." Qin Ciwei patted Ma Hongna's hand reassuringly, then turned to Wu Qingsong. "Qingsong, how's everything at the shelter?" "Everything's normal." Wu Qingsong was brief. "Luoqing girl," Qin Ciwei turned to Sang Luoqing, who was inspecting the medicine, his tone urgent. "Get the silymarin and calcitriol to your brother immediately." Sang Luoqing looked up, her face a mix of fatigue and worry. "Okay, it'll take them to the infirmary now." "Brother. You have to hold on." She clutched the backpack containing the medicine, her knuckles white from the strain. Sang Gemma's sallow, injured face flashed through her mind, making her heart clench. Without hesitation, Sang Luoqing turned and pushed her way through the crowd, hurrying toward the infirmary. Her figure weaved through the throng, urgent and resolute. Watching Sang Luoqing's retreating back, Yu Weiyang bit her lip lightly. The wound on her neck still throbbed, and the man who had saved her was completely oblivious to the unspoken gratitude and affection in her eyes. This damn fatso, does he only care about his team members? Yu Weiyang couldn't help but complain inwardly. My neck was nearly snapped and he doesn't even ask about it. She turned her face away in a sulk, only to meet Manager Wang approaching with a beaming smile. "Congratulations on your triumphant return, everyone." Manager Wang's voice was loud and affected, his arms spread as if to embrace everyone. "I heard you brought back much needed medicine. That's wonderful. The shelter will remember your contribution." His gaze lingered for a moment on the scar on Yu Weiyang's neck, a flicker of barely perceptible concern in his eyes, quickly replaced by professional enthusiasm. "Captain Yu, you're injured. The infirmary has the best salves. Let me accompany you to get it treated." Manager Wang stepped forward with concern, trying to take her arm. Yu Weiyang subtly avoided him. "No need. It's just a minor scratch." Then she turned and walked away. Manager Wang watched the shadow in his eyes deepening. He forced a smile and clapped his hands. "All right, everyone, disperse. Let our heroes rest well." The crowd gradually dispersed. Ma Hongna pulled Hang Zi aside to ask about the mission's details, while Wu Qingsong began inspecting the weapons and equipment they had brought back. Qin Ciwei watched Yu Weiyang's retreating figure, thoughtfully stroking his chin. He shook his head and shifted his focus to more important matters. "Qingsong, let's go check on the big guy." Inside the infirmary, Sang Luoqing carefully pushed open the ward door. "Brother." She hurried to the bedside, her voice soft as if afraid to disturb something, tears glistening in her eyes. "I brought the medicine, everything you need." Sister Liu approached, taking the medicine from Sang Luoqing. Great, these arrived just in time. Your brother's condition hasn't been stable today. Sang Luoking's heart tightened. You'll stay and take care of him. You need rest too. Sister Liu looked at Sang Luoking's weary face and the bloodstains on her clothes. It was tough out there today, wasn't it? Sang Luoqing just shook her head, pulling a chair over to sit by her brother's bed. I'm fine. Outside the ward, Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong watched through the glass window. How's my brother doing? Qin Ciwei asked Sister Liu, who had just come out, in a low voice. Sister Liu replied, with these medicines there shouldn't be any major problems. Good thing you came back in time. Looking at this big guy's build, he should recover in about a month or so. Qin Ciwei and the others were overjoyed and looked at Sister Liu with gratitude. Then Qin Ciwei's gaze fell on Sang Luoking's back as she held her brother's hand in the ward. He recalled how from yesterday to today it was Sang Luoking's keen observation that had saved the entire team multiple times. Just then Manager Wang's voice came from behind, carrying an unpleasant enthusiasm. Captain Qin. There you are. Qin Ciwei turned to see Manager Wang approaching with 2 guard team members wearing that trademark fake smile. Manager Wang, is there something? Well, Manager Wang rubbed his hands, but his eyes darted to the medicine Qin Ciwei had just brought back. According to shelter regulations, all supplies retrieved from outside must first undergo unified registration and distribution. These medicines. Qin Ciwei's face darkened. Some of these medicines are urgently needed to treat my brother, and some are for Captain Yu's sister. I understand. Manager Wang nodded repeatedly, but his tone was unyielding. But rules are rules. All supplies must be assessed uniformly and then distributed according to need. This is to ensure fairness in the shelter, you understand. Later, after converting them into points, you and Captain Yu can redeem them with your points. How about that? Fairness. Qin Ciwei sneered inwardly. He clearly intended to skim off the top for his own gain. He glanced at Sang Luoking's worried profile in the ward and Sang Gemma's weak figure on the bed, his fists clenching at his sides. If he made a scene now, the big guy's follow-up treatment would definitely be affected. As he spoke, Manager Wang signaled the guard team members to start inventorying the medicine. Qin Ciwei watched them carry away the 2 backpacks of medicine his team had risked their lives to retrieve, feeling a surge of silent rage burning in his chest. Wu Qingsong stepped forward as if to say something, but Qin Ciwei subtly shook his head to stop him. A lack of patience in small matters leads to the ruin of great plans. Qin Ciwei reminded himself. Manager Wang, satisfied after the medicine was assessed and taken away, turned to Qin Ciwei with a smile. Captain Qin is most understanding. That's a total of 3,000 points. You'll have someone record it in your points book shortly. On behalf of the shelter, I thank you for your cooperation. Around the corner of the corridor, Yu Weiyang watched silently. She witnessed how Qin Ciwei chose to endure for the sake of his own people's interests, and she also saw the firm sense of responsibility in his eyes. This damn fatso. She gently touched the wound on her neck, which had already been salved, and a smile unconsciously tugged at her lips. He's got quite a sense of responsibility after all. Perhaps in this world filled with death and betrayal, it is this clumsy yet steadfast sense of responsibility that is the most precious quality. The atmosphere in the shelter's corridor instantly turned icy. Before Manager Wang could even retract his feigned smile, Qin Ciwei stepped forward, his voice as cold as ice. 3,000 points. Manager Wang, are you joking? The 2 guards behind Manager Wang instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Wu Qingsong and Hangzi silently stepped forward as well, flanking Qin Ciwei, forming a tense standoff. Captain Qin, that's not quite fair. Manager Wang rubbed his hands together, his eyes narrowing into slits. Exchanging supplies for points follows the shelter's regulations. While these medicines are precious, we must consider inventory and demand. Consider inventory and demand. Sang Luoqing had emerged at some point, her voice trembling with rage. We nearly died in that hospital. My brother is still lying in the sickbed waiting for medicine, and you only give us 3,000 points. Sang Luoqing clutched the small remainder of the medicine, what was left after using some for Sister Liu. Her knuckles were white from the strain, her eyes filled with suppressed fury. These medicines were worth at least 10,000 points. She bit her lower lip. This was blatant robbery. Just as the situation was at a breaking point, a cold voice came from the corridor corner. Manager Wang, quite the display of authority. Yu Weiyang strode over the hem of her red trench coat, rustling with each step. The scars on her neck were still visible, but her eyes were sharp enough to deter anyone from meeting her gaze. Without even glancing at Qin Ciwei, she walked straight up to Manager Wang, looking down at the short, stout man. Weiyang, perfect timing. Manager Wang plastered on a smile, trying to ease the tension. Don't call me Weiyang. You're not worthy. Let me ask you, Yu Wei-yang interrupted him without any courtesy, her voice echoing clearly through the corridor. The batch of antibiotics you brought back from the South District the day before yesterday, how many points did they exchange for? Manager Wang's face changed slightly. That's an internal shelter matter. 7,000 points. Yu Wei-yang said coldly, her gaze like a blade. And that batch wasn't even a fifth of what we brought back today. She took another step forward, almost nose-to-nose with Manager Wang. The day before those painkillers the guard team scavenged from the West District, how many points did they get? Sweat beaded on Manager Wang's forehead. Wei-yang, are you trying to break the shelter's rules? Rules? Yu Wei-yang suddenly raised her voice, making sure the growing crowd of onlookers could hear clearly. The rules you Wang Defa set, are they meant to exploit the team members who risked their lives to scavenge, lining your own pockets? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Many had suffered under Manager Wang's exploitation, and now that Yu Wei-yang had exposed it, whispers erupted. Manager Wang's face turned extremely ugly. Yu Wei-yang. Don't slander me. I Wang Defa have always been fair and just. Fair and just. Yu Wei-yang let out a cold laugh, then suddenly turned to face the onlooking crowd. Fine, let everyone be the judge today. 2 backpacks full of precious medicines, including silymarin and calcitriol for liver disease, antibiotics for infection, sodium valproate for epilepsy, and various emergency medications, all for only 3,000 points. Is that fair? The crowd erupted into louder commotion. Many glared at Manager Wang with anger. 3,000 points. That's daylight robbery. Our last supplies were shortchanged too. Isn't this just exploitation? Manager Wang looked around in panic, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control. He lowered his voice to Yu Wei-yang. Wei. Captain Yu, can we discuss this privately? There's no need to make such a scene. Privately. Yu Wei-yang's voice remained loud. I want everyone to see how this shelter chief treats the team members who trade their lives for supplies. She spun around, her red trench coat cutting a sharp arc through the air. Today either you give us the points we deserve at market price, or you'll lead the entire scavenger team on strike. Let's see how long you can last as manager without our scavenging. At these words, Manager Wang was completely panicked. He knew better than anyone that without the supplies the scavenger team brought back, the shelter wouldn't last 10 days. Captain, you calm down. He tried to appease. 10,000 points. Yu Wei-yang said decisively. 5,000 for Captain Qin and 5,000 for me. Not a single point less. Manager Wang opened his mouth, looked at the ever-growing crowd and the undisguised anger in their eyes, and finally backed down. Fine. Fine. He gritted his teeth, pulled out the points record book from his pocket, took the points cards from Yu Wei-yang and Qin Ciwei and scribbled on them with trembling hands. 5,000 points each. In transferring them now. When the points cards of Yu Wei-yang and Qin Ciwei each showed an additional 5,000 points, cheers erupted from the crowd. Many looked at Yu Wei-yang with gratitude and admiration. After Manager Wang slunk away with the guards, Yu Wei-yang finally turned to Qin Ciwei, the sharpness on her face softening considerably. You can't be polite with people like that, she said lightly, as if the fierce confrontation had been a trivial matter. Qin Ciwei looked at the woman before him, an indescribable feeling of admiration rising in his heart. He considered himself composed and steady, but when it came to direct conflict he was far less decisive and assertive than Yu Wei-yang. Thank you, he said sincerely. If it weren't for you we would have suffered a huge loss today. Yu Wei-yang waved her hand, then suddenly remembered something. I need to go see Yu Wei. I promised her ID visit as soon as I got back. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Ciwei suddenly called out, Captain Yu. Yu Wei-yang stopped and turned to look at him. I? Qin Ciwei hesitated for a moment, then said it anyway. I want to ask you to teach us the Meridian Severance martial art. Yu Wei-yang was slightly startled, then a faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Well, talk when I get back from seeing Yu Wei. On the second floor east side of the shelter's medical building, Yu Wei-yang gently pushed open a door. Sister. A small figure rushed out of the room and threw herself into Yu Wei-yang's arms. 5.5-year-old Yu Wei looked up with her small face, her big eyes full of joy and dependence. Yu Wei. Yu Wei-yang knelt down, holding her little sister tightly in her arms. All her sharpness and fierceness melted away at that moment. Sister is back. She carefully examined her sister's face, noticing the faint dark circles under her eyes. Her heart tightened. Have you had any episodes in the last 2 days? Yu Wei shook her head, her small hand gently touching the scars on Yu Wei-yang's neck. Sister is hurt. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Yu Weiyang held her sister's hand and kissed her fingertips. As long as Yu Wei is okay, sister, doesn't hurt. She took her sister's hand and led her into the room. This small space, less than 10 square meters, was arranged as cozily as possible. The walls were adorned with Yu Wei's childish drawings and a few worn but clean plush toys were piled in the corner. Yu Weiyang carefully took several boxes of sodium valproate from her backpack. Look, sister brought your medicine back. Enough to last us a long time. But Yu Wei didn't even look at the medicine. She only looked worriedly at the scars on her sister's neck. Sister, don't go next time. Yu Wei isn't afraid of being sick. Yu Wei is afraid that sister won't come back. These words stabbed into Yu Weiyang's heart like a knife. She pulled her sister tightly into her arms, her voice a little choked. Silly girl, sister promised you I will always be here to watch you grow up. She remembered the day the apocalypse began, when their parents stayed behind forever on that bloody night to protect them. And her sister's first epileptic seizure. From that moment on, Yu Weiyang had sworn that no matter the cost she would protect this one remaining family member. How about sister tells you a story? Yu Weiyang suppressed the bitterness in her heart, forcing a bright smile. About how sister defeated the bad guys today. Yu Wei's eyes widened immediately and she nodded vigorously. Just as Yu Weiyang was vividly recounting her confrontation with Manager Wang, a soft knock came from the door. Opening it, Qin Ciwei stood there looking a bit awkward. Sorry for interrupting your time together, he said apologetically. I just wanted to thank you again for your help today and that request. Yu Weiyang glanced back at her sister, who was absorbed in playing with a worn-out cloth doll, and said softly to Qin Ciwei, I agree. Qin Ciwei was stunned. What? I agree to teach you the Meridian Severance art. Yu Weiyang said calmly. Not just you but your team too. In this post-apocalyptic world, having more skills means having a better chance of survival. A flash of delighted surprise lit up Qin Ciwei's eyes. Thank you, Captain Yu. When can we start? Tomorrow morning, Yu Weiyang said. Good. After Qin Ciwei left, Yu Weiyang returned to the room to find Yu Wei already asleep, clutching her cloth doll. She gently covered her sister with a blanket, sat by the bed and gazed at that innocent sleeping face. I must become stronger. She clenched her fist and vowed in her heart not just to protect Yu Wei but to protect those who are worth protecting. Outside the window, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the shelter's high walls. In this perilous apocalyptic world, the bonds between people were becoming a force more powerful than any weapon. Meanwhile, in a standalone building within the shelter, Manager Wang was gritting his teeth as he smashed a cup. Yu Weiyang. Qin Ciwei. A venomous glint flickered in his eyes. Just you wait. The first rays of dawn had yet to fully dispel the night's darkness, yet several figures already stood on the training ground of the sanctuary. Yu Weiyang, clad in a red training suit with her long hair neatly tied back, gazed through a pair of frameless glasses. She had somehow found her eyes sharp as an eagle's. Before her stood Qin Ciwei, Hangzai, Wuqing Song, Sang Luoqing and Ma Hongna. The meridian sealing style, as the name suggests, emphasizes the concept of severing. Yu Weiyang's voice cut clearly through the morning mist. It's not about overpowering the enemy with brute force but precisely striking their meridians and acupoints to block the flow of qi and blood, thereby subduing them. Her gaze swept over the group. This demands extreme precision and speed. Now we begin with the most basic identifying acupoints. She brought out an old human model densely marked with acupoint locations. The human body has 365 main acupoints. The meridian sealing style requires mastering 108 vital points. Her finger lightly tapped the model. Today we'll start with the 28 on the head and neck. As a medical graduate, Sang Luoqing was most familiar with these and quickly grasped the essentials. Although Ma Hongna had a good memory, she frowned at the complex names of the acupoints. Hangzai and Wuqing Song seemed to struggle considerably. The most surprising was Qin Ciwei. This seemingly rough man displayed astonishing talent in identifying acupoints. Qin Ciwei pointed out the positions of the Jingming, Taiyang and Fengkai acupoints. Yu Weiyang suddenly called out. Without hesitation, Qin Ciwei accurately indicated the 3 points on the model. A flicker of surprise passed through Yu Weiyang's eyes. Explain the effects of striking them. Striking the Jingming point causes temporary blindness. Trauma to the Taiyang point can lead to fainting, and the Fengkai point. A heavy blow can be fatal. Qin Ciwei paused. Yu Weiyang offered a rare look of approval. Good. This fat bastard, she thought to herself, has such an impressive memory. The first day's training ended with repeated acupoint identification. That night Qin Ciwei continued memorizing the acupoint chart in his small room until late. The next morning Yu Wei-yang brought a specially made wooden dummy. Today we start practicing precision. She demonstrated the movements. Use your fingertips, knuckles and elbows to strike the marked points on the dummy. There must be no deviation. She had attached dozens of small red dots to the wooden dummy, each representing an acupoint. Sang Luoqing tried for a while and then shook her head helplessly. Sister Wei-yang, I'd better go take care of my brother. This is too difficult for me. Yu Wei-yang nodded with understanding, seeing that this girl and Sister Na simply weren't cut out for it. Go ahead. Taking care of the wounded is equally important. Ma Hongna persisted until noon but also grimaced in defeat. You'll just prepare food for everyone. I really can't do this. Yu Wei-yang nodded again. On the fourth day Yu Wei-yang began training their observation skills. She casually performed a turning motion, then asked the three to identify which part of her body initiated the movement. Foot. Waist. Hang Zai and Wu Qingsong answered in sequence. Right shoulder, Qin Ciwei replied last. Yu Wei-yang showed an approving expression. She then explained how movements of different body parts, head, shoulders, waist and legs, produce specific actions. She also taught them how to anticipate an opponent's next move, achieving the effect of prediction and interception. Captain Yu, I think I'd better focus on archery. On the seventh day Hang Zai finally spoke up. The meridian sealing style is impressive, but archery is my specialty, my path. Yu Wei-yang didn't insist. Go ahead. Perfect your archery to its utmost. Now only Qin Ciwei and Wu Qingsong remained. Wu Qingsong had a foundation in other martial arts, but this became an obstacle to learning the meridian sealing style. Wrong. Yu Wei-yang corrected Wu Qingsong's movement for the 17th time. The meridian sealing style demands precision and speed, not power. Your hardened physique is actually hindering your force output. Wu Qingsong was drenched in sweat. He had been striving hard to change his ingrained habits of exerting force, but with little success. On the 8th day this tough man finally conceded. Captain Yu, I might really not be suited for the meridian sealing style. I'll continue to hone my free fighting. Yu Wei-yang patted his shoulder. You're already excellent. Don't force it. Now only Qin Ciwei persisted. Hang Zai and Wu Qingsong went to scavenge supplies south of the sanctuary every day, exchanging them for points and offering tributes to Yu Wei-yang. On the 9th day, after 8 days of study, Qin Ciwei had mastered all the human acupoints and the ability to predict movements, but could only foresee one step ahead, while Yu Wei-yang could anticipate 5 or 6. Before the dawn light had tinged the eastern sky, Qin Ciwei was already standing on the training ground. Yu Wei-yang appeared punctually at its edge, her gleaming silver spear glinting coldly in the pre-dawn darkness. Starting today you will learn to feel the flow of qi. Her voice broke the morning silence. The essence of the meridian sealing style lies not in force but in intent. Qin Ciwei listened intently, fine beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. This was the 9th day of special training and every muscle in his body was protesting. Close your eyes, Yu Wei-yang commanded. Qin Ciwei obeyed. Suddenly a gust of wind rushed towards him and he instinctively wanted to dodge. Don't move. Yu Wei-yang's sharp rebuke made him freeze. A slender bamboo pole lightly tapped his brow. Feel it. Not with your eyes but with your qi sense. The bamboo pole slowly traced the contours of his face, moving past his temple and sliding down the side of his neck. Qin Ciwei's whole body tensed, every muscle trembling. Relax, Yu Wei-yang's voice was close to his ear. You're resisting with brute force. The meridian sealing style requires a suppleness like water. The bamboo pole suddenly accelerated, striking 7 major acupoints across his chest in rapid succession. Each strike carried precisely the right amount of force, enough to cause no injury but to make him clearly feel the location of each acupoint. Remembered? Yu Wei-yang asked. Qin Ciwei took a deep breath. Remembered. Then now as I attack you, point out the acupoint I intend to strike next. The ensuing training was brutal. Yu Wei-yang's bamboo pole rained down like a storm and Qin Ciwei had to predict her target in a split second and accurately point it out with his finger. At first he was almost always wrong. The bamboo pole relentlessly struck his arms, shoulders and back, leaving a trail of red welts. Too slow. Yu Wei-yang's pole tapped his wrist again. In a real fight your tendons would be severed. Qin Ciwei gritted his teeth, sweat dripping from his chin onto the soil. His wrist was already swollen and every time he raised his hand it brought piercing pain. Continue. Yu Wei-yang showed no mercy. By sunset Qin Ciwei could barely predict about 70% of Yu Wei-yang's attacks. His body was covered in bruises and he limped with every step. At dinner that evening, Ma Hongna, seeing his miserable state, couldn't help whispering to Wu Qingsong, "Captain Yu is too harsh." Wu Qingsong gently shook his head. The meridian sealing style is an extremely exquisite martial art. How can one master it without enduring hardship? Late that night, Qin Ciwei came alone to the training ground. He lit an oil lamp and continued practicing acupoint identification in the dim light. His swollen fingers moved slowly over the human model, silently reciting the name of each acupoint. Fusion point. Located above the hairline at the back of the head. A strike can cause unconsciousness. Jianjing point. At the midpoint between the shoulder peak and the base of the neck. A heavy strike can cause paralysis on one side of the body. On the morning of the 10th day, when Yu Weiyang arrived at the training ground, she found Qin Ciwei had already been practicing for some time. "Captain Yu," Qin Ciwei's voice was somewhat hoarse, "I want to try the prediction training one more time." Yu Weiyang raised an eyebrow slightly and picked up the bamboo pole, ready. This time Qin Ciwei's performance surprised even Yu Weiyang. He not only accurately predicted over 90% of the attacks but also began attempting to dodge with minimal movements. "Stop." Yu Weiyang abruptly halted the training, walked up to Qin Ciwei and grabbed his wrist. His wrist was more swollen than yesterday and his fingers trembled slightly from overpractice. "What time did you practice until last night?" Yu Weiyang asked with a frown. Qin Ciwei averted her gaze. "Not too long." Yu Weiyang turned around, her voice returning to its usual calmness. "Today we start learning striking techniques. The meridian severing flow doesn't require brute force, but you must learn to unleash enough power in an instant." She demonstrated a simple hand strike. "Watch closely. The strength comes not from the arms but from the waist and abdomen. Like this." Her hand struck the wooden dummy lightly, producing a crisp sound. A clear dent was left on the dummy. Qin Ciwei tried to imitate but always failed to grasp the essence. Either the force was too light, yielding no effect, or he exerted too much strength, losing precision. "Wrong." Yu Weiyang corrected his posture for the 21st time. "Your shoulders are too tense. Relax." She walked behind him and pressed her hands on his waist and abdomen. "The power starts here, travels along the spine, transmits to the arms and finally converges at the fingertips." Her palms were warm, the heat transmitting through the thin training suit to Qin Ciwei's skin. His body stiffened and his breathing became irregular. "Focus," Yu Weiyang said softly. "Feel my force." She guided his movements over and over again. Sweat dripped from Qin Ciwei's forehead onto Yu Weiyang's hand. Finally, after countless attempts, Qin Ciwei found that subtle sensation. His hand struck the wooden dummy lightly, leaving a clear mark. "That's it." Yu Weiyang showed a rare smile. In the following days, the training intensity continued to increase. Yu Weiyang showed no mercy on the training ground, demanding perfection in every move, and every mistake was met with harsh criticism. In the shelter's medical room, the smell of disinfectant was still strong, but today there was an unusual hint of vitality. Sang Luoqing was bending over, wiping her brother's arm with gentle and focused movements as if handling a precious piece of porcelain. 17 days of coma had left Sang Zhenyu emaciated, but Sang Luoqing had never given up hope. Suddenly she felt the arm under her hand move slightly. Sang Luoqing jerked her head up, holding her breath, staring intently at her brother's face. Sang Gemma's eyelids fluttered gently, then slowly opened a crack. "Brother." Sang Luoqing's voice was barely audible, afraid to disturb this hard-won awakening. Sang Gemma's gaze wandered aimlessly for a moment before finally focusing on his sister's face. His cracked lips parted slightly, emitting a hoarse voice. "Luo Jing." Those two words were like a switch, and Sang Luoqing's tears instantly streamed down her face. She tightly gripped her brother's hand, her voice choked with emotion. "You're awake. You're really awake." Sang Zhenyu weakly pulled out a smile, his fingers gently squeezing back. "Silly girl. What are you crying for?" Fine. Fine, my foot." Sang Luoqing laughed and cried at the same time. "You've been unconscious for 17 days. Do you have any idea how worried I was?" She quickly pressed the call bell while picking up a water cup and carefully moistening her brother's cracked lips with a cotton swab. Her hands trembled slightly. 17 days. "Brother, you're finally back." Sister Liu arrived shortly and performed a preliminary check on Sang Zhenyu. "Vital signs are stable, consciousness is clear. This is truly a miracle," she said to Sang Luoqing with a smile, "but he's still very weak and needs rest." Sang Gemma's gaze swept around the room, his voice still weak. "Boss. Brother Wei and everyone are fine. They are all here." Sang Luoqing understood her brother's thoughts. "You protected everyone. They are all very grateful to you." Sang Zhenyu grinned foolishly. "That's good. I was just afraid of holding everyone back. Just then Qin Ciwei on the training ground had just completed a set of meridian-severing flow combo drills. Sweat trickled down his chiseled face. Half a month of special training had completely transformed him. Ma Hongna ran into the training ground panting with unrestrained joy on her face. Xiao Qin. That big guy is awake. Qin Ciwei's movements abruptly halted and the training stick clattered to the ground. He could hardly believe his ears. What did you say? That big guy is awake. He just woke up. Without a second word, Qin Ciwei grabbed his jacket hanging on the railing and dashed towards the medical room. Wu Qingsong and Hangzi exchanged glances and immediately followed. Outside the medical room, Qin Ciwei suddenly stopped. He took a deep breath, straightened his sweat-soaked training suit and gently pushed open the door. On the hospital bed, Sang Zhenyu was leaning against the raised headboard. Though his face was still pale, his eyes had regained their former sparkle. Seeing Qin Ciwei, his eyes lit up and he tried to sit up. Boss. Qin Ciwei quickly walked to the bedside and gently pressed his shoulder. Don't move. Just lie still. His gaze swept over Sang Zhenmu's gaunt face and a complex wave of emotion surged within him, joy, relief, but above all a heavy sense of guilt. If it hadn't been for covering our retreat, he wouldn't have faced that giant walking corpse alone. How are you feeling? Qin Ciwei sat down by the bed, his voice unconsciously softening. Sang Zhenyu grinned honestly. Nothing serious. Just feel weak all over. Boss, why have you lost so much weight? Wu Qingsong chimed in from the side. Brother Qin hasn't been idle these past 2 weeks. Has been learning martial arts from Captain Yu. Hangzi also laughed. Yeah, he can even beat Qingsong easily now. Sang Zhenmu's eyes widened. Really? Boss, you're amazing. But Qin Ciwei couldn't bring himself to smile. Looking at Sang Zhenmu's weakened state, the bloody scene flashed before his eyes again. The giant walking corpse's claws swung down and Sang Zhenyu resolutely turned around, using his own body to buy time for his teammates to retreat. I'm sorry. Qin Ciwei's voice was low. I shouldn't have agreed to let you hold the rear that day. Sang Zhenyu immediately shook his head and said urgently, Boss, what are you talking about? That was my own decision. If I hadn't blocked that big guy, none of us would have made it. Sang Luoqing gently pressed her brother's shoulder. Brother, don't get excited. She turned to Qin Ciwei with a gentle look. Brother Wei, my brother never regretted his choice that day. He just said that being able to follow someone as loyal as you is his blessing. Sang Zhenyu nodded repeatedly. Right. Luoqing is right. Boss, don't overthink it. Qin Ciwei looked at the siblings, his throat tightening. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. Get well soon. The team needs you. When you're better, he'll treat you to something good. Really? Sang Zhenmu's eyes lit up. Don't worry, the boss never lies to you, Qin Ciwei said firmly. But for now, your only job is to recover as quickly as possible. He stood up and said to Sang Luoqing, if you need anything, just say the word. You can use the points freely. Sang Luoqing nodded gratefully. Thank you, Brother Wei. As he left the medical room, Qin Ciwei took one last look back. Sang Zhenyu was chatting excitedly with his sister, that honest face brimming with vitality. Sang Luoqing listened attentively, occasionally adjusting the pillow for her brother, the care in her eyes almost overflowing. Having such companions is my fortune. Qin Ciwei murmured to himself. Wu Qingsong seemed to read his thoughts and gently patted his shoulder. Brother Qin, that wasn't your fault back then. Hangzi added, that big guy is tough as nails. Once he's better, our team will be complete again. Qin Ciwei nodded, his gaze firming once more. Let's go. I need to continue training. When the big guy recovers, we have to become stronger. In the medical room, Sang Zhenyu stared at the closed door and grinned foolishly. The boss is still the same, always shouldering the blame. Sang Luoqing tucked the blanket around her brother and said softly, because he's a leader worth following. Outside the window, the last rays of sunset streamed into the ward, casting a warm glow over the siblings who had survived the ordeal. In this apocalyptic world, such moments of tenderness were especially precious. On the 15th day of studying the meridian-severing style, Qin Ciwei bore fresh wounds atop old ones, yet he never uttered a single complaint. Every morning he was the first to arrive at the training ground. Every late night he continued his studies by the oil lamp. By the 15th day of the special training, Qin Ciwei's weight had noticeably dropped. His once round face began to reveal a chiseled contour, and the muscle lines long buried under fat gradually became distinct. During a sparring session, Yu Weiyang's palm inadvertently pressed against his abdomen, feeling the firm abs, and she was momentarily stunned. This guy had actually developed abdominal muscles in such a short time. She withdrew her hand nonchalantly and continued her instruction. Today we learn chain strikes. A master of the meridian-severing style can attack multiple acupoints in an instant, catching the opponent off guard. She demonstrated a complex combo, her hands moving like fluttering butterflies, striking 7 acupoints on the wooden dummy in rapid succession, the movement so swift they dazzled the eye. Qin Ciwei observed with intense focus, not missing a single detail. Your turn. Yu Wei-yang stepped aside. Qin Ciwei took a deep breath, recalling the movements he had just seen. His speed was far inferior to Yu Wei-yang's, but he strove for precision in every move. Too slow. Yu Wei-yang's bamboo rod tapped his elbow joint. In a real fight, would the enemy give you that much time? Qin Ciwei gritted his teeth and continued practicing. Once, twice, thrice. Until his arms were so sore he could barely lift them. At dinner he couldn't even hold his chopsticks steady. Ma Hongna couldn't bear to watch and offered to feed him, but he politely declined. I can manage, he said, trembling as he brought the food to his mouth with difficulty. That night Qin Ciwei returned to the training ground. Under the moonlight he practiced the combo over and over again on the wooden dummy. The pain in his arms made every lift feel like torture, but he didn't stop. Not fast enough. Not precise enough. He murmured to himself, sweat soaking through his training clothes. Meanwhile, in the office on the 3rd floor of the sanctuary's standalone building, Wang Hai paced anxiously, the registration booklet in his hand crumpled from his grip. Manager Wang, on the other hand, sat leisurely behind a large desk toying with an exquisite fountain pen. Uncle, in the past half-month we've taken in over 200 more survivors. Wang Hai finally spoke, his voice filled with anxiety. The sanctuary now has over 600 people. Our supplies are starting to run thin. Why are we still accepting more? Manager Wang put down the pen slowly, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Hai, you're only seeing the surface. Tell me, in this apocalyptic world, what is the most precious resource? Supplies, of course. Wang Hai answered without hesitation. Food, medicine, weapons. Wrong. Manager Wang shook his head gently, stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the bustling square of the sanctuary. People are the most precious resource. Wang Hai frowned in confusion. These people consume a lot of supplies every day but contribute little. They are clearly a burden. A burden? Manager Wang turned around, a sly glint in his eyes. Think about it. Why are these people willing to stay here? Because we provide food and safety. And what they give in return is labor and obedience. Haven't you noticed our defenses getting higher and thicker? Don't you feel the pleasure of power that comes with commanding at will? Don't tell me you haven't experienced the thrill of those young beautiful bodies moaning beneath you. Manager Wang's eyes seemed tainted with an unhealthy red, a touch of madness in his gaze. Besides, others will surely establish their own settlements and sanctuaries later. We need to take in as many as we can now. When we expand our sanctuary, these people will be our vanguards, our labor force, even cannon fodder and meat shields. Don't think about these people living well. Just give them enough to keep them alive. Moreover, Manager Wang sat back down, his tone lighter. More people mean more labor, more search teams and more sources of supplies. With proper management, the wealth these people create far exceeds what they consume. Just be a good little emperor and don't mess up my plans. Wang Hai finally showed a look of realization. Uncle, your foresight is deep. I was short-sighted. But uncle, in the past few days we've lost 3 search teams entirely. Wang Hai frowned again. Oh? What happened? Tell me about it. Manager Wang was actually indifferent to their fate. Because the supplies within 3 kilometers to the south and west of the sanctuary have been mostly scavenged. Those 3 teams went east and then things went wrong. The only survivor who returned was babbling about encountering some kind of monster, muttering about long tongues and claws, completely out of his mind. Wang Hai reported truthfully. Hearing this, Manager Wang stood up again, the red in his eyes fading slightly at the mention of a monster. Monster. Mutation. Evolution. Lost in thought, he unconsciously walked to the window and happened to catch a glimpse of Yu Wei-yang touching Qin Ciwei's abs during their training session in the open space. The fading red in his eyes was reignited by jealousy, burning even fiercer than before. Manager Wang whirled around, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Wang Hai. That Captain Qin's group, how many points do they have left? Wang Hai, unnerved by his uncle's stare, quickly pulled out the registration booklet from his pocket. Last time they exchanged 580 points for a bag of rice and some canned meat. They now have 2230 points left. How do they still have so many points? They have a sick member in their group, their expenses should be high. Manager Wang's voice turned grim. The other 2 young men in their team go out to scavenge every few days and bring back supplies, offsetting a lot of their costs. At this rate their points should run out in about 10 days to half a month. Wang Hai, sensing his uncle's unusual mood, answered timidly. Manager Wang lowered his head in thought, connecting it to the annihilation of the Eastern search teams. Half a month. Fine, let them enjoy themselves for another half month. That gives me some time to prepare. Wang Hai, go and fetch Scarface. I have something to discuss with him. Soon a lean man with a fierce look and a scar running from his left eyebrow to the left corner of his mouth entered the room without a word. He usually guarded the north gate wall. It was he who had opened the gate for Qin Ciwei's group when they arrived. Scarface, I need you to handle something. Half an hour later, a cold-faced Scarface walked out of the office. Qin Ciwei. That fat bastard. You dare to covet someone I can have. Manager Wang leaned by the window, glaring sinisterly at the two figures not far below. Huh. Doesn't he look a bit less fat? On the 16th day, when Yu Weiyang asked him to demonstrate that combo again, his speed had more than doubled. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Yu Weiyang's eyes, but she quickly regained her stern expression, barely passing. Now try executing this combo while moving. She scattered countless small pebbles across the training ground. Complete the combo on these stones without missing a step or losing your balance. It was nearly an impossible task. Qin Ciwei fell hard on his first attempt, scraping his elbows and knees. Get up. Yu Weiyang snapped coldly. The enemy won't spare you just because you fell. Qin Ciwei struggled to his feet and tried again. Once, twice, thrice. He lost count of how many times he fell, his body covered in dirt and blood. By dusk he was finally able to move steadily on the stones and complete the complex combo. Yu Weiyang watched his silhouette against the setting sun and gave a slight nod. As the special training entered its third week, Qin Ciwei's transformation became even more pronounced. His weight had dropped from 185 jin to 160 jin, his muscles now clearly defined, and his movements had become exceptionally agile. That day Yu Weiyang brought a special training device, a wooden frame hung with dozens of small bells. These bells represent different acupoints, she explained. You'll call out acupoint names randomly and you must strike the corresponding bell in the shortest time possible. This tested not only memory but also reaction speed and precision. At first Qin Ciwei was flustered and often struck the wrong bells. Yu Weiyang's bamboo rod mercilessly landed on his erring arm. Jianjing point. You hit Yunmen point. Danzheng point. Too far to the left. After a day of training, Qin Ciwei's arms were covered in countless red welts. Yet he did not lose heart and continued to practice that night. By the 22nd day he could accurately strike most of the bells. Not bad, Yu Weiyang praised rarely. But the essence of the meridian sealing style lies in practical application. She picked up the bamboo rod. Now try to find an opportunity to counterattack my acupoints during my assault. The sparring session was nothing short of brutal. Yu Weiyang's attacks were like a raging storm and Qin Ciwei could barely defend himself. The sound of the bamboo rod striking his body was incessant, yet he never stopped seeking a chance to retaliate. Finally, after being knocked down countless times, he spotted a flaw in Yu Weiyang's defense and struck like lightning toward her wrist. Yu Weiyang let out a soft exclamation, altering her move just in time, but her sleeve was grazed by his fingertip. Excellent. A hint of approval flickered in her eyes. You're finally beginning to grasp the timing. His figure had become more agile. Standing 185 centimeters tall and weighing 80 kilograms, he appeared tall and robust. The once chubby face now had sharp, defined features and his deep eyes sparkled with confidence. After 20 minutes of struggle, Qin Ciwei was finally kicked to the ground by Yu Weiyang, who immediately pounced on him, planting a foot on his chest. Yu Weiyang gazed at the face beneath her feet and suddenly realized that the man she once called the fat guy had become unexpectedly pleasing to the eye. Under the moonlight, Qin Ciwei stood alone on the training ground, reflecting on the past month's events. From a novice who couldn't even execute basic stances to someone who could now trade blows with Yu Weiyang, only he knew the hardships involved. His palms were covered in calluses and his body bore the scars of training. Yet every ache and every setback only made him stronger. Mom and Dad, wait for me a little longer, I'll be back soon. Yu Weiyang watched his silhouette from a distance. This man's tenacity and perseverance exceeded her initial expectations. Bring your pair of military sabers tomorrow. With weapons you can unleash the full power of the meridian severing style, Yu Weiyang said as she approached Qin Ciwei. On the morning of the 26th day, the training ground was still shrouded in thin mist. Yu Weiyang held two wooden training sabers, her expression unusually solemn. Qin Ciwei stood opposite her, sensing that today's atmosphere was different. Yu Weiyang spoke, her voice crisp in the morning mist. When wielding weapons, we must neutralize the enemy's points of force application. Mastering how to control the opponent's force application points is the core of using weapons. She tossed a wooden saber to Qin Ciwei. Starting today, I'll teach you the dual saber meridian severing style. Qin Ciwei caught the wooden saber, feeling its texture. After nearly a month of intensive training, his palms were thick with calluses, but the dual sabers still felt unfamiliar. The hardest part of the dual saber style isn't the technique but dividing your attention between two hands. Yu Weiyang held both sabers in a starting stance. Attack with the left, defend with the right, or vice versa, that's just the basics. True dual saber mastery allows both hands to fight independently as if two people were battling simultaneously. She slowly demonstrated a simple dual saber move. The left hand traced a circle in defense while the right hand thrust straight ahead. Her movements were fluid and natural as if each hand possessed its own mind. Try it, she said, returning to a neutral stance and looking at Qin Ciwei. Qin Ciwei imitated her motion but found his hands extremely uncoordinated. When his left hand traced a circle, his right hand involuntarily followed. When he tried to thrust with his right, his left hand also moved forward slightly. Stop. Yu Weiyang walked behind him and gently took hold of his wrists. Feel my force. When your left hand traces a circle, keep your right hand steady. Her breath brushed against Qin Ciwei's ear, causing a momentary distraction. Sink your waist a bit more, relax your wrists. Her hand pressed lightly against his abdomen, feeling the firm muscle lines. Qin Ciwei's body stiffened slightly and the tips of his ears flushed involuntarily. This guy is actually quite solid now that has lost weight, Yu Weiyang thought, but her hand lingered a moment longer. Focus. She forced herself to be stern, withdrawing her hand. Do it again. During the subsequent training, Yu Weiyang would casually touch Qin Ciwei's arms, back, or abdomen, claiming it was to check muscle activation. Each time it left Qin Ciwei blushing and his movements faltering. Captain Yu, can you not? He finally spoke during a break. Not what? Yu Weiyang adjusted her glasses, feigning innocence. I'm helping you unblock your acupoints and promote qi and blood circulation. Qin Ciwei opened his mouth but ultimately swallowed his words. Concentrate. Yu Weiyang commanded softly, guiding his hands into the correct motion. Your left hand's trajectory should be smooth and circular, your right hand should strike straight. This requires your brain to process two different commands simultaneously. Qin Ciwei took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus. Under Yu Weiyang's guidance, he gradually found the rhythm. Good, now try on your own. The subsequent training was sheer torture. Qin Ciwei's hands were like two disobedient children, never perfectly coordinated. Either both hands moved in perfect sync, defeating the purpose of the dual saber style, or one hand was faster than the other, throwing off the rhythm entirely. Wrong. Yu Weiyang tapped his left wrist lightly with her wooden saber. Your defensive movement is too large, affecting your attack speed. She then tapped his right elbow. When attacking, your elbow is too high, exposing your ribs. After a full day of training, Qin Ciwei felt an unprecedented exhaustion. This split attention training was more mentally draining than pure physical exercise. During dinner, he could barely hold his chopsticks. Ma Hongna, seeing his pitiful state, couldn't help whispering to Wu Qingsong, "Isn't Captain Yu being too harsh this time?" Wu Qingsong shook his head with a smile. The dual saber style is an advanced version of the bare-handed meridian severing style. For Brother Qin to master basic coordination in a single day is already remarkable. Late at night, Qin Ciwei returned to the training ground. Under the moonlight, he practiced the coordination of his left and right hands repeatedly against a wooden dummy. At first his movements were still clumsy, but as he practiced, his hands gradually found their respective rhythms. Left hand traces a circle. Right hand thrusts straight, he murmured to himself, sweat dripping from his chin. On the 27th day, when Yu Weiyang asked him to demonstrate, his twin blades could already perform basic distinct movements. Barely passable. Yu Weiyang gave rare approval. Now we will incorporate the essence of the meridian severing style. Now it is time to learn the ultimate mystery of the twin blade style. Yu Weiyang's expression was unprecedentedly grave. Left and right hands fighting in unison, dividing the mind for two uses. She demonstrated a complex combo. The left blade defended while the right blade consecutively struck 3 different acupoints, then the right blade switched to defense as the left blade launched an attack. The entire process was fluid, as if two people were fighting in tandem. Qin Ciwei watched in stunned amazement. This level of skill was utterly beyond his imagination. Don't worry, we'll start with the basics. Yu Weiyang patiently broke down the movements. First practice left defense with right attack, then right defense with left attack, and finally attempt both simultaneously. This training process was more grueling than any before. Qin Ciwei often lost focus on one aspect while attending to the other, forgetting to attack when defending and neglecting defense while attacking. During a sparring session with Yu Weiyang, he attacked with full force but completely forgot to defend, and she struck his chest with her blade. In a real fight you would be dead. Yu Wei-yang said coldly, the twin blade style isn't about abandoning defense but enabling simultaneous offense and defense. Qin Ciwei gritted his teeth and continued. He knew this was an advanced technique of the meridian severing style not to be mastered overnight. Day by day Qin Ciwei's twin blade skills progressed at a visible rate. His hands grew increasingly coordinated, capable of simple simultaneous offensive and defensive moves. On the 30th day Yu Wei-yang proposed the final test to survive 30 rounds against her without defeat. On the training ground in the afternoon Yu Wei-yang and Qin Ciwei faced off in the center. At the sideline Zhang Luoqing pushed Zhang Jie's wheelchair watching the spar alongside Hang Zai, Wu Jingsong and Ma Hongna. It's starting. Zhang Ji was somewhat excited. If not for his leg cast he would have stood up. How long do you think the boss can last against Captain Yu? Zhang Ji had often watched Yu Wei-yang teach Qin Ciwei lately and held her skills in high regard. Zhang Luoqing gently patted her brother's shoulder. Bro, keep your voice down, you're affecting their spar. In the arena Yu Wei-yang struck first, her silver spear thrusting straight at Qin Ciwei's center. Qin Ciwei calmly crossed his twin blades to parry, producing a crisp clang. Wu Jingsong crossed his arms, a thick eyebrow raised. Captain Yu is going easy from the start today. Hang Zai leaned against the wall, a smile at the corner of his mouth. Not exactly easy, but she's holding back a bit. Still, my brother's improvement is astonishing. Look at his footwork. A month ago he was a clumsy fat man, now he's almost as agile as Captain Yu. Ma Hongna smiled gently. Xiao Qin has been working hard this month, has lost at least 20 or 30 pounds. The sparring grew increasingly intense. Qin Ciwei's twin blades danced, attacking from both sides, and for a time he was locked in a stalemate with Yu Wei-yang. Wow. That move by the boss was awesome. Zhang Ji pounded the armrest of his wheelchair excitedly. Did you see that? Left hand defending, right hand attacking. If it were me I'd have tripped over myself. Zhang Luoqing shook her head helplessly. Bro, can you just be quiet? What's the matter? They can't hear us anyway. Zhang Ji replied nonchalantly, continuing his loud commentary. Do you think Captain Yu is really strict when teaching the boss? I saw it once, when the boss messed up a move, Captain Yu hit him right on the butt with a stick. At this everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Even the usually stern Wu Jingsong had a slight smile. In the arena Qin Ciwei, who had clearly heard the remark, faltered for a moment and nearly took a spear strike to his shoulder. Focus, Yu Wei-yang reminded him in a low voice, but the tips of her ears flushed slightly red. Hang Zai laughed so hard he pounded the ground. You big fool, can't you see Captain Yu gives special care to Brother Qin? Last time Brother Qin hurt his wrist, Captain Yu personally applied the medicine. Really? Zhang Jie's eyes lit up. When did that happen? How come I didn't know? Bro, just shut up or Captain Yu might come over and hit you later. Zhang Luoqing felt that her brother, freed from the shackles and constraints of the pre-apocalyptic world, had become more cheerful but also much more talkative. The sparring in the arena was reaching its peak. Qin Ciwei suddenly changed his moves, his twin blades fluttered like butterflies through flowers, executing a combo that none of the onlookers had ever seen. Yu Wei-yang seemed somewhat surprised and retreated several steps. That move is incredible. Zhang Ji watched dumbfounded. When did the boss learn that? Wu Jingsong squinted, observing carefully. This should be an advanced technique of the meridian severing twin blade style, attacking different acupoints with both hands simultaneously. It seems Captain Yu has been giving Brother Qin some extra lessons. Zhang Luoqing finally couldn't resist joining the discussion. I think Sister Wei-yang is especially patient when teaching Brother Wei. Once I saw him struggling to learn a move and Sister Yu spent an entire afternoon guiding him hand over hand. Hand over hand. Hang Zai's gossip radar went into overdrive. What kind of hand over hand method? Zhang Luoqing extended her hand and Hang Zai instinctively placed his hand on hers. They clasped gently. Like this. Whoa, Wu Jingsong and Ma Hongna immediately started teasing. Zhang Luoqing's face turned bright red as she quickly withdrew her hand and shot Hang Zai a fierce glare. Hang Zai, however, turned his head away, pretending to be deeply engrossed in watching Qin Ciwei and Yu Wei-yang spar. Only Zhang Ji was truly paying attention, completely unaware that his sister had been taken advantage of. In the arena, Yu Wei-yang suddenly executed a brilliant backward spear thrust, the tip aimed directly at Qin Ciwei's chest. Qin Ciwei reacted swiftly, crossing his twin blades to block just in time. Beautiful. Wu Jingsong couldn't help but applaud. Brother Qin blocked that perfectly and Captain Yu's attack was equally clever. Ma Hongna was also captivated. Have you noticed? When Xiao Qin and Captain Yu spar, they have a special chemistry. It's like dancing. Sang Ji interrupted. I've seen it on TV, that dance where two people hold each other and spin around. Everyone burst into laughter again. Even Yu Weiyang in the arena couldn't help but smile, which gave Qin Ciwei an opening to counterattack, forcing her into a hasty defense. TSK, Captain Yu is distracted, Hang Zai teased. Looks like the big guy hit a nerve. Sang Luoqing blushed and lightly slapped Hang Zai. Don't join my brother in making trouble. By then the spar was nearing its end. Yu Weiyang suddenly unleashed her finishing move, her silver spear, attacking Qin Ciwei like a raging storm. Qin Ciwei struggled to hold his ground, his twin blades forming an impenetrable defense. Is Captain Yu getting serious? Wu Jingsong frowned slightly. Indeed, Yu Weiyang's assault grew fiercer and Qin Ciwei gradually lost ground. Finally, with a feint, she bypassed his defense and lightly touched the tip of her spear to his Adam's apple. You lose. Yu Weiyang breathed heavily, a sheen of sweat on her forehead. Qin Ciwei sheathed his twin blades and smiled openly. I concede willingly. They exchanged a smile and simultaneously put away their weapons. The sunlight bathed them, creating an inexplicable harmony. All done. Sang Ji said, still wanting more. I haven't seen enough. Sang Luoqing pushed the wheelchair forward. Bro, you just love watching the excitement. Qin Ciwei walked over and took the wheelchair from Sang Luoqing. So you big dummy, what do you think of my twin blades? Incredible. Sang Ji said excitedly, boss, you were totally awesome just now. Especially that move. That one. The one where you made circles with both hands. Yu Weiyang also approached and chuckled at his words. That's one of the techniques of his meridian-severing twin blade style. Hang Zai chimed in, Brother Qin, looks like Captain Yu is very pleased with you. Wu Jingsong rarely joked. Maybe we should start calling him Master's husband, since Captain Yu taught us before making her our master. Yu Weiyang's face turned crimson and Qin Ciwei cleared his throat and looked away. Ma Hongna smiled and mediated, all right, stop teasing them. Xiao Qin, Captain Yu, come have some water and rest. Yu Weiyang and Qin Ciwei glanced at each other and laughed together. In the sunlight, the laughter and joy from the training ground carried far. In this apocalyptic world, such light-hearted moments were exceptionally precious. Yu Weiyang's gaze toward Qin Ciwei was full of approval. You've mastered the basics of the meridian-severing twin blade style. You've achieved a minor success. Qin Ciwei, panting, placed his twin blades into their sheaths, his entire body drenched in sweat. This week of training had been more grueling than all previous training combined. Yet his twin blades could now move with ease, and he could even launch precise counterattacks while defending. But remember, Yu Weiyang said seriously, the most important aspect of the twin blade meridian severing style is unity of intent. Your hands are not separate entities but extensions of the same will. Only by reaching this realm can you truly unleash the power of the twin blade style. You must continue to practice diligently. Qin Ciwei looked down at his hands, feeling the transformation of the past month. From being unable to achieve basic coordination to now holding his own for 20 rounds against Yu Weiyang, though she had been holding back, the hardship was known only to him. As night fell, he practiced alone on the training ground. The twin blades traced graceful arcs in the moonlight, the coordination between his left and right hands growing ever more seamless. Still far from enough, he murmured to himself, but one day I will truly master this martial art. In the distance, Yu Weiyang quietly watched his silhouette. This man's tenacity and comprehension continually exceeded her expectations. In this perilous apocalyptic world, every additional skill meant a greater chance of survival. And for Qin Ciwei, this was not just a martial art but a responsibility, the duty to protect all those worth protecting. After finishing his practice, Qin Ciwei stood alone on the training ground, reflecting on the past month. From a fat man who didn't even know the acupoints to a martial artist barely grasping the meridian-severing style, he had not let himself down. What are you thinking about? Yu Weiyang's voice came from behind. Qin Ciwei turned and saw her silhouette against the setting sun. Thinking about the changes this month. Yu Weiyang walked up beside him. Your progress has indeed surprised me. She paused. Do you know why I ultimately chose to continue teaching only you? Qin Ciwei shook his head. It's not because you have the best talent, she said, looking at him, but because you have the strongest resolve. The meridian-severing style doesn't need a genius, it needs someone who can persevere to the end. She gently patted his shoulder. You did it. They stood shoulder to shoulder, watching the sun slowly sink below the horizon. Amidst the ruins of the apocalypse, this moment of tranquility felt especially precious. As night descended in this world fraught with danger, every individual who grew stronger was a beacon of hope for the continuation of human civilization. In the dead of night a chill lingered in the air. Qin Ciwei slumped onto a shelf, the moonlight filtering through the warehouse roof casting a pale glow as he gazed at the circle of companions around him. The big man in the wheelchair, his arms bound in bandages and suspended from his neck, grinned foolishly. Beside him Sang Luoqing massaged her brother's muscles while Hangzi's gaze seemed never to stray from the girl's figure. Wu Qingsong wiped the saber resting across his thighs while Ma Hongna stared at the ledger in her hand, her brow furrowed in concern. And then there was the crimson figure, ethereal as a celestial being under the silver moonlight, cradling a softly snoring little girl in her arms. The tenderness in her eyes starkly contrasted with the heroic aura she bore when charging 7 times through the horde of corpses. Xiao Qin, we only have 50 points left. We need to plan our next move. Ma Hongna's worried voice broke the rare tranquility. Here I still have 1000 points. Take them, Yu Weiyang said softly, pulling a point card from an inner pocket of her red trench coat. No one reached for the card, instead their eyes unanimously turned to Qin Ciwei. He propped a hand on his forehead and said, Captain Yu, do you really think we're here to live off your charity? This past month I've been deeply grateful to you. If I take these points too, I'd have no way to repay you except by offering myself to you. As he tilted his hand away, his gaze inadvertently flickered toward Yu Weiyang, earning him a round of eye rolls from the others, except for Sang Zhenyu the simpleton. This damn fatty, doesn't he know that living off someone and offering oneself requires at least some kind of relationship? Yu Weiyang shot him a glare, knowing he must have a plan. I've been training hard lately. I appreciate Hangzi and Qingsong for going out to find supplies and keeping us fed. Take a rest tomorrow. Now that Captain Yu says I've made some progress and the big guy hasn't fully recovered yet, he'll go out with Captain Yu tomorrow to scavenge for supplies and replenish our points. Qin Ciwei spoke thoughtfully. Hangzi and Wu Qingsong exchanged a knowing glance, sharing an understanding that needed no words. This guy was playing his cards while hoping to seize the moment and strike while the iron was hot. Oh, someone seems to be using the excuse of scavenging to go on a date. Ma Hongna, who had been worried moments ago, instantly changed her tone while Sang Luoqing covered her mouth to stifle a giggle. A date? The shelter's surrounded by zombies. Where would you even go for a date? Only Sang Zhenyu, the oblivious one, failed to catch on. Ma Hongna gave him a light slap on the head. Shut up, you fool. This topic's over your head. Sang Zhenyu scratched his head, curious but silent, his simple demeanor drawing laughter from everyone. Yu Weiyang looked at this group, feeling a pang of emotion. They seemed different from her previous useless teammates. Luoqing, how much longer until your brother fully recovers? Qin Ciwei didn't address the earlier joke. The wound on my brother's chest is basically healed, but he still feels pain during intense activity or after standing too long. His left arm is recovering well, but it's still weak. It'll probably take another week for a full recovery, Sang Luoqing replied seriously, with Sang Zhenyu nodding in agreement. All right, I see. Tomorrow we won't bring back too much, just enough to last us a week. I plan to find a place outside to stash the supplies we gather. We probably won't stay here much longer. When we leave, we'll need some supplies to get by, Qin Ciwei said, his tone growing somber. The group fell silent, the thought of leaving this relatively safe shelter and facing the outside world unsettling them. Seeing their expressions, Qin Ciwei continued, I understand how you all feel, but this shelter is getting overcrowded, full of all sorts of people. Whether it's our living conditions or the constant exploitation of our supplies, things are only going to get worse. Besides, that Wang guy has been quiet for too long. I have a bad feeling he's plotting something behind our backs. He glanced at Sang Luoqing and the others instantly understood his implication. They didn't say it aloud because Sang Zhenyu was there. If he found out that Wang had designs on Sang Luoqing, the hothead would lose it. Hangzi, who couldn't stay calm when it came to Sang Luoqing, spoke up, brother, just say where we're going. We're family, where you go I go. Brother Qin, in with you. There's nothing to hold on to here. Me and my sister follow the boss. Without you all I'd have died at the Wonder Mall long ago. What about you, Captain Yu? What are your plans with Yu Wei? Qin Ciwei turned to Yu Weiyang. I don't know. Yu Weiyang heard Qin Ciwei's intention to leave and she yearned to join them. Being with them always felt warm and joyful. But Yu Weiyang hesitated, unwilling to drag her sister into a life of wandering, yet feeling a sense of reluctance to part. If you trust us, well, treat Yu Wei like our own little sister and protect her with our lives, Ma Hongna interjected, seeing Qin Ciwei's difficulty in speaking. If anything happens to Yu Wei, it'll be over our dead bodies first. Qin Ciwei and the others nodded. The little girl Yu Wei had grown close to the group, with everyone taking turns to play with her, and they all adored the adorable pink-cheeked child. Yu Wei Yang noticed all this, her heart warming. In this world there were more people who cared about her. Yu Wei. Let me think for 2 more days. We still have a week before we leave, right? She needed to carefully consider how to protect Yu Wei outside. All right, no problem. Let's talk about tomorrow's scavenging trip. According to the returning team, supplies in the south and west are running low. If we go out, we'll have to head east. Qin Ciwei shifted the topic. Xiaoqin, the east has been dangerous lately. Something feels off. So many have died, yet they keep sending people there, Ma Hongna said urgently. In the past month 5 teams haven't returned from the east. 10 people per team, that's over 50 lives lost. Ma Hongna's expression grew grave. Yeah, today Scarface led 2 teams out through the east gate and it's midnight now, still no sign of them, Hangzi added. Maybe you should go south or west instead, even if it means going farther, Ma Hongna suggested worriedly. Don't worry. The big guy needs more protein, has lost weight. And Yu Wei's growing, so she needs good food too. There's a eating mall about 4 kilometers east loaded with supplies. With Captain Yu and me working together, we'll be fine. Qin Ciwei, perhaps overconfident from his recent progress, spoke with bravado. Relax, I've got your back. We'll be fine, Yu Wei Yang said with a faint smile. The next morning even the brightest sunlight seemed dim in this world enveloped by faint roars. The iron gate on the eastern wall of the sanctuary creaked open slowly, revealing a street partially blocked by abandoned cars and rubble. Morning light barely pierced the thick clouds, casting mottled shadows on the ruins. Qin Ciwei adjusted the twin blades at his waist, his gaze alertly scanning the stray zombies wandering the street. Yu Wei Yang stood beside him, her red trench coat swaying gently in the morning breeze, a gleaming silver spear in hand. She pushed up her rimless glasses and said calmly, 4 kilometers. Normally it would take 40 minutes. But the eastern district has a high zombie density. It'll probably take an hour and a half. Qin Ciwei nodded and took a deep breath. This was his first official mission since mastering the twin blade pulse severance style, and his heart was a mix of tension and anticipation. After a month of special training, he had not only shed weight to a healthy 160 pounds with clearly defined muscles, but more importantly his understanding of the twin blades had reached new heights. Let's move. Yu Wei Yang led the way, her spear tapping the ground with a crisp sound. The two slipped out of the sanctuary's east gate silently, one behind the other. Half an hour later the wandering zombies on the street were instantly alerted. Their murky eyes locked onto the living figures, and from their throats came spine-chilling roars as they charged at full sprint. Qin Ciwei drew his twin blades. The unique curved edge of the kukri glinted coldly in the morning light. He faced the first 3 zombies charging at him, his figure darting like a ghost. The twin blades traced graceful arcs, precisely piercing the zombies' temples and necks. The tips rotated slightly upon hitting vital points, disrupting neural nodes. The 3 zombies fell almost simultaneously, not even letting out a scream. Yu Wei Yang nodded approvingly behind him. Not bad. Precise strikes, no wasted movements. More zombies surged from all directions. Yu Wei Yang flicked her spear, the tip striking like a venomous snake, hitting 5 zombies between the brows in succession. Her movements were elegant yet lethal, her red trench coat fluttered among the zombie horde like a dance of death. The two worked in perfect synergy. Qin Ciwei handled the nearby zombies, his twin blade spinning like wheels, while Yu Wei Yang's spear dealt with mid-range and distant threats, its tip always appearing precisely when he needed it. At a crossroads they encountered a small horde of zombies. Over 20 creatures encircled them from 3 directions, their roars deafening. Back to back. Qin Ciwei shouted, standing with his back against Yu Wei Yang's. The twin blades and spear formed an impenetrable line of death. Qin Ciwei's twin blades moved like butterflies among flowers, each strike precisely hitting a zombie's vital point. Yu Wei Yang's spear swayed like a silver dragon, its shadow forming a barrier that kept the zombies firmly at bay. Leave the 3 on the left to me. Qin Ciwei called out, his twin blades crossing to sever 2 zombies' heads. The right is clear. Yu Wei Yang swept her spear horizontally, forcing back 5 zombies at once. Within 2 minutes all 20+ zombies lay on the ground. Qin Ciwei panted slightly, sweat trickling down his forehead. This was the first time he had used the twin blade pulse severance style so fluidly in actual combat, and the results were surprisingly good. Yu Wei Yang handed him a canteen. Conserve your strength. We've only gone a kilometer. Qin Ciwei took the canteen, but his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the faintly faded ligature mark on her neck. A month ago, during a fight against a special mutant, he had severed its long tongue and saved her. That scene still replayed in his mind often. What are you looking at? Yu Weiyang noticed his gaze and raised an eyebrow. Nothing. Qin Ciwei quickly averted his eyes and took a big gulp of water. After another kilometer, the buildings on both sides of the street grew denser. This had once been a bustling commercial district, now reduced to dilapidated shops and wandering zombies. Just then a faint cry for help came from a hotpot restaurant by the street. Help. Is anyone there? Qin Ciwei immediately stopped, warily eyeing the source of the sound. The restaurant's sign was half fallen, the words, Xiaolongkan Hotpot, hanging askew. The door was ajar, revealing pitch darkness inside. Mind your own business, Qin Ciwei said in a low voice. We have our own mission and this is close to the sanctuary. There shouldn't be any survivors left. It might be a trap. Yu Weiyang hesitated. The cry came again, even weaker, please. Save me. She bit her lip. What if it's a real survivor? We can't just ignore someone who needs help. Qin Ciwei wanted to dissuade her, but Yu Weiyang had already walked toward the hotpot restaurant. He could only sigh and follow. Pushing open the ajar door, a mix of rot and hotpot broth assaulted their senses. The interior was dim, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering through broken windows illuminating the mess within. Overturned tables, shattered dishes and dried bloodstains painted a grim picture of the apocalypse. Is anyone here? Yu Weiyang asked softly, her spear pointed warily ahead. No response. Qin Ciwei held his twin blades crosswise, his gaze sweeping every corner of the room like a hawk. His instincts told him something was off. Suddenly a strange squirming sound came from behind the counter. Both tense, moving slowly toward the source. Just as they were 5 meters away, a tall, thin black shadow burst out. It was a special mutant they had encountered before, over 2 meters tall, with limbs as thin as twigs and an unhealthy gray-white skin. A massive mouth took up most of its face, green mucus dripping constantly from the corners. Watch out! Qin Ciwei shouted. The mutant's long tongue shot out like lightning, aiming for Yu Weiyang's throat. But this time she was prepared. Instead of retreating, she stepped forward, her spear thrusting precisely at the incoming tongue. The spear tip met the tongue in midair. Yu Weiyang flicked her wrist, spinning the spear to deflect it. The mutant, failing its strike, immediately changed tactics. It no longer tried to coil with its tongue but lashed it like a whip. The tongue cut through the air with a whistling sound, leaving after images. Qin Ciwei swung his twin blades, trying to sever the tongue, but the mutant seemed intelligent, always retracting it just in time, causing him to miss repeatedly. Work with me. Yu Weiyang suddenly called out. You'll draw its attention, you find a chance to get close. She steadied her spear and launched an attack on the mutant. The gleaming silver spear moved like a dragon emerging from the sea, its cold points covering all vital spots on the mutant's upper body. The mutant had to focus on her assault, its slender arms parrying left and right, sparks flying from collisions with the spear tip. Qin Ciwei seized the opportunity, cutting in from the side. His twin blades struck like vipers, aiming for the mutant's knee joints. The blades hit accurately, but to his surprise the clash of blade and bone sounded like metal striking metal. The mutant's bones were as hard as iron, the kukris only left shallow white marks. Damn. Qin Ciwei quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the mutant's counterattack. Yu Weiyang frowned deeply, its bones are as tough as steel. The mutant seems to have been enraged, letting out a piercing shriek. It abandoned its defense and began a frenzied assault. Its long tongue lashed like a whip and its claws were as sharp as blades, attacking with the force of a raging storm. The two were forced into a defensive stance. Qin Ciwei wielded his dual blades with impeccable precision, blocking the claw attacks. Yu Weiyang focused on countering the elusive long tongue, expertly deflecting it with her spear just in the nick of time. This won't do. Qin Ciwei shouted, we need to find its weakness. Yu Weiyang's gaze sharpened as she meticulously observed every movement of the mutant. Suddenly she noticed a detail, the mouth. Every time it prepares to strike with its tongue, there is a slight bulge in its throat. It happened last time too. I see. Qin Ciwei understood immediately, you'll create an opportunity. He abruptly changed tactics, no longer targeting vital points but focusing on the lower body of the mutant. Although he couldn't inflict fatal damage, his continuous attacks forced the mutant to divert its attention. Just then the mutant's throat bulged slightly. Now's the time. Yu Weiyang thrust her spear like lightning, aiming directly at the mutant's gaping mouth. The timing of this strike was impeccable, perfectly poised as the long tongue was about to launch. The spear tip pierced into the mutant's mouth, exiting through its skull. The mutant let out a chilling wail, green blood gushing from its mouth. It staggered backward, its long tongue drooping uselessly. It's done. Qin Ciwei sighed in relief. But just then a sound echoed from the second floor, the iron cage had been opened. Immediately 5 shadowy figures pounced down from the staircase. They were 5 zombie dogs, their eyes clouded and lifeless, foul mucus dripping from their mouths and their teeth unnaturally sharp. Even more terrifying was their speed, far exceeding that of ordinary zombies, like 5 bolts of black lightning. "Watch out!" Yu Wei-yang thrust her spear, swiftly pinning the first zombie dog to the ground. But the other 4 had already lunged from different directions. Qin Ciwei's dual blade slashed, barely fending off 2, but he was still scratched on the left arm by a hard object in the wall while dodging one of the zombie dogs, blood instantly staining his sleeve. "You're hurt!" Yu Wei-yang exclaimed. "I'm fine." Qin Ciwei gritted his teeth. "These beasts are too fast, we must eliminate them quickly." He made a decisive call. "I'll hold off the mutant, you quickly deal with the zombie dogs." At that moment the mutant he had pierced through the mouth surprisingly was still alive, struggling to stand, its long tongue weak but its claws still dangerous. Yu Wei-yang hesitated for a moment, but seeing Qin Ciwei's determined gaze she nodded firmly. "Hold on." She shook her spear and actively approached the 4 zombie dogs. Her pulse-cutting spear technique was now in full play, each thrust aimed precisely at the vital points of the zombie dogs. However, these zombie dogs were not only fast but also extremely agile, causing her spear to often miss. Qin Ciwei faced the severely injured mutant alone, feeling the pressure mount. Though injured, the mutant's attacks remained fierce. He had to concentrate fully, his dual blades dancing like the wind to barely defend himself. On the other side, Yu Wei-yang finally found a way to deal with the zombie dogs. She no longer sought to kill with a single strike. Instead, she first used the shaft of her spear to hit the backs of the zombie dogs, restricting their movement before finding opportunities to pierce their skulls. As they say, the back of a dog-like creature is its weak point. The first zombie dog fell, followed by the second. When Yu Wei-yang eliminated the last zombie dog, Qin Ciwei had already forced the mutant into a corner. His dual blades moved like a butterfly among flowers, leaving countless wounds on the mutant. Although he couldn't inflict fatal damage, the continuous strikes caused the mutant's movements to slow dramatically. Final strike. Yu Wei-yang's spear lunged like a dragon, piercing the mutant's back heart. At the same time, Qin Ciwei's dual blades crossed, slashing towards the mutant's neck. Under their combined attack, the mutant finally crashed to the ground. The battle ended, both were exhausted to the point of near collapse. Qin Ciwei's left arm wound bled profusely and Yu Wei-yang had multiple scrapes on her body. "We must treat the wounds first." Before Yu Wei-yang could finish her sentence, her expression suddenly changed. The doors and windows of the hot pot restaurant were abruptly smashed open and 20 fully armed guards swarmed in, surrounding them. Leading them was a burly man with a grotesque scar on his face, holding a composite bow, a cruel smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. "Scarface." Qin Ciwei's pupils contracted. "What do you mean by this?" Scarface leisurely drew the bowstring. "Manager Wang asked me to send his regards to you." "I see." Yu Wei-yang immediately understood that distress signal was a trap. Qin Ciwei shot her a glance, realizing only now. "Smart," Scarface said smugly, "but unfortunately you figured it out too late. Manager Wang specially prepared this gift for you. Do you like it?" Qin Ciwei felt a surge of anger but forced himself to calm down. Why would Manager Wang do this? "Why?" Scarface sneered. "Don't you know? An outsider has no right to be so close to team leader Yu. Manager Wang has long disapproved of you." He turned to Yu Wei-yang, his tone slightly softened. "Team leader Yu, Manager Wang specifically instructed to capture you alive. As long as you cooperate, I can guarantee your safety." Yu Wei-yang's eyes flashed with disgust. "Dream on." Scarface's expression darkened. "Then don't blame me for being rude. Brothers, attack. Kill Qin Ciwei, capture Yu Wei-yang alive." The 20 guards launched their attack simultaneously. They had no firearms, but the machetes, spears and composite bows in their hands were still deadly. Qin Ciwei and Yu Wei-yang stood side by side facing the oncoming enemies. The first to charge was a burly man wielding a machete. Qin Ciwei parried the machete with his dual blades, then followed through with a slash, his Nepalese knife cutting across the opponent's throat. Blood gushed forth and the burly man in disbelief clutched his neck and slowly fell. Qin Ciwei was momentarily stunned. This was his first time killing someone. The warm blood splattered on his face, carrying the temperature of life. His hands trembled slightly, the sensation completely different from killing zombies, a churn rising in his stomach. The feeling was completely different from killing zombies. I killed a person. In that moment of daze, another enemy had already raised a spear to stab. Yu Wei-yang timely deflected the spear, lowering her voice to admonish, "Focus. They want our lives." Qin Ciwei suddenly awakened. Yes, this was not training, not a confrontation with zombies, but a life and death battle. If he showed mercy, it would be their lives on the line. Just a moment of daze, his gaze became resolute again and his dual blades began to dance once more. This time his attacks were more ferocious, each strike targeting vital points. On the other side, Yu Weiyang was also embroiled in a tough battle. Though her spear technique was exquisite facing the onslaught of living opponents, she found it hard to strike with the same ruthlessness as with zombies. Her spear mostly aimed to subdue rather than kill. Team leader Yu, this won't do. Scarface mocked from the periphery, showing mercy to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. A guard, noticing her hesitation, suddenly launched a surprise attack from the flank. Yu Weiyang barely managed to evade, but a bloody gash was still carved into her arm. Qin Ciwei, enraged at the sight, swung his twin blades like a whirlwind toward the enemy who had wounded Yu Weiyang. His assault was so ferocious that after the opponent parried 3 strikes, the 4th cleaved into his face, sending him crashing to the ground with a scream. Weiyang, we can't afford to hesitate or hold back anymore. Qin Ciwei shouted. They won't show us any mercy. Yu Weiyang gazed at the growing pile of corpses on the floor, a flicker of pain flashing through her eyes. Yet she knew Qin Ciwei was right. This was a battle of life and death, leaving no room for any shred of compassion. She drew a deep breath and her gaze turned resolute. Her long spear thrust out once more. This time the tip pierced an enemy's heart without an instant of hesitation. The psychological shock of taking a life caused her movements to falter and she nearly fell to another foe's strike. Qin Ciwei timely blocked the blow for her, his twin blades lashing back like venomous serpents, disemboweling the enemy. Focus your mind. Qin Ciwei yelled at her, echoing her own earlier words. Their coordination grew increasingly seamless. Qin Ciwei's twin blades took the lead against nearby enemies while Yu Weiyang's long spear handled threats at midrange and beyond. Her spear technique was exquisite, always timely in extricating Qin Ciwei from danger. His twin blades were ferocious, carving out space for her to strike. Meridian severing style twin dragons playing with a pearl. Qin Ciwei thrust both blades simultaneously, precisely piercing the throats of 2 enemies. Meridian severing style, a scattering of stars like chess pieces. Yu Weiyang's spear darted out repeatedly, forcing 3 bow-wielding enemies to stumble back. The battle was exceptionally brutal. The guard squad had the advantage in numbers, but Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang's martial skills far surpassed theirs. Moreover, the confined space within the shop prevented them from forming an encirclement, hindering them from fully leveraging their numerical superiority. Within a mere 10 minutes, 12 members of the guard squad had fallen. The remaining 8 began to falter, their attacks markedly slowing. The Scarface man flew into a rage. Useless. All of you are useless. He personally drew his compound bow, aiming at Qin Ciwei. The arrow split the air with astonishing speed. Qin Ciwei, engaged with 2 enemies, was utterly unable to dodge. At that critical moment, Yu Weiyang flicked her long spear, deflecting the arrow with pinpoint accuracy. Thanks. Qin Ciwei breathed a sigh of relief, his twin blades cutting down an enemy in the same motion. The Scarface man's complexion turned ashen as he narked another arrow. But this time Yu Weiyang gave him no chance. Her spear shot forth like a dragon, aiming straight for his face, forcing him to abandon his shot and dodge hastily. Seeing their leader so hard-pressed, the morale of the remaining guards completely collapsed. Some began to retreat, others even tried to flee. No one retreats, the Scar-faced man roared. Anyone who does, I'll kill them myself. But panic had already spread. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang intensified their onslaught. Twin blades and long spear moved like the scythes of the Grim Reaper, each swing reaping a life. When the last guard fell, the entire hotpot restaurant had been transformed into a slaughterhouse. The floor was littered with corpses, blood staining the ground, and the air was thick with a heavy stench of gore. The Scarface man stood alone by the door, his face deathly pale. The compound bow in his hand trembled faintly, all his former arrogance gone. Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang closed in step by step, their bodies drenched in blood, some their own but mostly that of their enemies. Now it's your turn to answer our questions. Qin Ciwei's voice was icy. Why did Wang Defa set this trap? The Scarface man swallowed hard, his eyes darting. If I talk, will you let me live? Yu Weiyang pointed her spear at his throat. That depends on whether your answer satisfies us. Under the threat of death, the Scarface man finally broke down. Trembling, he revealed the entire conspiracy from beginning to end. Manager Wang. He wants to kill not just you, Qin Ciwei. The Scarface man's voice quivered with fear, but after you're dead he plans to blame it on a zombie attack. Then he can legitimately take over your team. That pretty girl in your squad has had his eye on her for a long time, just never found the chance. Including Captain Yu too. Yu Weiyang's knuckles turned white from gripping her spear. So he sent you not only to kill us and silence us but also to make sure it looked like an accident. How did you set up this trap? Qin Ciwei's tone was frigid. The scar-faced man nodded with difficulty. It was Manager Wang's plan. That mutant in the shop took us 10 days to lure over. We lost 2 squads just to bait that mutant. The zombie dogs were also specially made. We caught live dogs and had zombies bite them to death, turning them into zombie dogs. All of it was to create the illusion that you were killed by zombies. Qin Ciwei felt a wave of nausea. He had never imagined that amid the apocalypse the scheming and infighting among humans could sink to such depths of depravity. One last question. Qin Ciwei's voice was as cold as ice. Does anyone else know about your plan? No. No one. Doesn't know. Under the life or death crisis, the scar-faced man could barely speak coherently, frantically shaking his head. Manager Wang said that only Ma Hengna in your team might have sensed something, but she had no proof. The others were all kept in the dark. Yu Weiyang and Qin Ciwei exchanged a glance. It seemed they could no longer return to the shelter. The scar-faced man's confession was like a bucket of ice water, jolting Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang into stark clarity. Wang Defer's conspiracy was far more meticulous and venomous than they had imagined. Please, I beg you, the scar-faced man suddenly fell to his knees. I've told you everything. Spare me. I can help you, I can testify. Yu Weiyang's long spear lowered slightly, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. But in that instant a vicious glint flashed in the scar-faced man's eyes. He suddenly drew a dagger from his boot and lunged at Yu Weiyang. Watch out. Qin Ciwei's reaction was astonishingly swift. Almost by instinct he swung his blade. The arc of the kukri traced a cold gleam, precisely severing the arm that held the dagger. The scar-faced man let out a blood-curdling scream as blood gushed from the stump. He stared at Qin Ciwei in terror. This man, usually so gentle, now had eyes filled only with icy murderous intent. I gave you a chance. Qin Ciwei's voice was terrifyingly calm. In that moment Yu Weiyang's long spear thrust without hesitation, piercing the scar-faced man's heart. This time her hand was steady and there was no longer a trace of doubt in her eyes. The scar-faced man looked down in disbelief at the spear tip protruding from his chest. He opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing and crashed heavily to the ground. The shop fell into a deathly silence. Qin Ciwei looked at the bodies strewn across the floor, his stomach churning. He walked to the wall, propped himself up and began to retch. This was not fighting zombies, it was slaughtering one's own kind. Though it was self-defense, the feeling of ending so many lives with his own hands was still unbearable. Yu Weiyang was not much better. She leaned against the counter, pale-faced, her long spear trembling faintly in her hand. As a martial artist, the most important principle of martial virtue she had learned since childhood was not to kill the innocent indiscriminately. Even though these people had come to kill them, the sense of guilt was still overwhelming. Yu Weiyang's voice was hoarse. We killed 21 people. Qin Ciwei straightened up, took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. They tried to kill us first. This is self-defense, Weiyang. I know. Yu Weiyang closed her eyes, but... Qin Ciwei walked over to her and gently embraced her. Listen, in this apocalyptic world sometimes we have to make difficult choices. If we had shown mercy today, we would be the ones lying here now. He looked around and continued, and think about Yu Weihang's Aiqingsong and the Luo siblings. If we die, Wang's next targets will be them. At the mention of her younger sister, Yu Weiyang's gaze gradually hardened. She nodded and grasped Qin Ciwei's hand in return. You're right. We can't fall here. The two began to quickly search the shop for usable supplies. Aside from the weapons carried by the guard squad and a small amount of food, they also found some valuable information. A hand-drawn map on the scar-faced man's body marked several of Wang Defer's secret hideouts outside the shelter. It seems Wang has been preparing for this for a long time. Qin Ciwei studied the map. He set up multiple safe houses outside the shelter stocked with supplies. This was his preparation for a future escape. Yu Weiyang frowned. We have to get back and warn everyone as soon as possible. But Wang must have planted informants in the shelter, Qin Ciwei finished her thought. Going back like this would be walking into a trap. The two fell into deep thought. In the distance the roars of zombies echoed as the scent of blood began to draw more of them toward this location. It had been over half a day since Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang went out. The air in the search team's warehouse was a mix of unpleasant odors, including foot odor, sweat and the musty scent of damp clothing. Ma Hengna waved her hand in front of her nose, trying to disperse these smells. Watching Sang Luoqing playing with Yu Wei at the door, Sang Zhenyu stood nearby attempting to swing his left arm for rehabilitation while Hang Zai whittled a slender wooden stick in his hands. The quiver on the ground was filled with various arrows. Wu Jingsong silently wiped his horse-slaying knife. Ma Hongna felt somewhat uneasy. Clear the way, all of you, make way. Manager Wang is here to find someone. That Ma-Na come out. Wang Hai accompanied by a group of guards immediately filled the entrance of the warehouse. Ma Hongna's face turned pale. Was this the prophecy coming true? Hang Zai and Wu Jingsong immediately picked up their weapons and stood beside Ma Hongna while Sang Luoqing hid Yu Wei behind Sang Zhenyu. Wang Hai, what do you mean by bringing people here to start a fight? Wu Jingsong roared angrily, his horse-slaying knife resting on his shoulder. HMPH, after Manager Wang's investigation, you guys exchanged materials for points, mixing stones with many bags of rice and flour to increase weight and gain an extra 3,000 points. Do you lowly thieves deserve the trust of the hardworking people of the shelter? Today Manager Wang has ordered your arrest until the points are made up as a deterrent. Wang Hai immediately placed a heavy accusation on Ma Hongna and the others. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd of onlookers had already gathered around. How can they do this? Who doesn't risk their lives to search for supplies? How can they be so malicious, mixing stones into the food to confuse the issue? Arrest them. They must be hiding a lot of food. No wonder they eat white rice buns and canned meat every day. It turns out they've been hoarding supplies. Exactly. Manager Wang is such a good leader, providing us with a safe place and food, yet there are still people so vile. Arrest them. Arrest them. The surrounding crowd immediately became indignant, as if someone had stolen their food. Seeing the reaction of the crowd, Wang Hai sneered repeatedly. If he hadn't thought that directly arresting them would provoke resistance from the survivors, would he have staged such a scene? After all, he was in charge of managing the warehouse supplies. What situation wouldn't be under his control? Utter nonsense, wanting to assign blame without justification. Who doesn't know that when handing over supplies you all carefully checked several times before granting us points? Now you casually fabricate a reason to deal with us. Are you beginning to exercise power and oppress us? Ma Hongna's neck flushed red, her finger trembling as she pointed at Wang Hai. The voices of the crowd were significantly suppressed. HMPH, a few days ago when you handed over the supplies I wasn't present. Today I found in the records that the supply input that day came from your team member Wu Jingsong, and that batch of supplies was mixed with stones. I originally thought that after a month there would still be some basic trust, yet you betrayed our trust like this. Wang Hai's anger deceived everyone around him. Ma Hongna and the others turned ashen while Sang Zhenyu angrily pounded his chest in frustration. They would certainly trust their own people unconditionally. Wang Hai must be the troublemaker. If you insist that we mixed in stones and gained an extra 3,000 points once Qin Ciwei returns with supplies, we will make up the difference for you. Ma Hongna said through gritted teeth. If it weren't for Wang Hai's large group of guards, they would have caused a scene today no matter what. So you admit it? Brothers, seize them, and when Qin Ciwei returns, well, exchange supplies for them. Wang Hai called for the guards to surround them. As he approached Ma Hongna, he whispered in a voice only a few could hear, Qin Ciwei HMPH, he won't be coming back, mark my words. He cast a disdainful glance at Ma Hongna and the others. Originally not planning to resist, the crowd was stunned when they heard that Qin Ciwei would not return. After a moment of distraction, they immediately raised their weapons, pointing them at the guards. Sister Na, what should we do? That bastard said Qin Ji won't be coming back. Wu Jingsong's expression was grave as he asked in a low voice. They must have ambushed my brother and Team Yu outside. Hang Zai's eyes glinted coldly with his composite bow drawn and aimed at Wang Hai. Shut up, trust Xiao Qin and Team Yu. Ma Hongna scolded. Wang Hai, seeing Wu Jingsong's stance and Hang Zai's arrow aimed at him, immediately cowered behind a guard, cursing himself for speaking out. Sister Na, let's take them down, I see they're bullying us. Sang Zhenyu rolled up his sleeves while Sang Luoqing was tying Yu Wei with a rope to her brother. Are you planning a rebellion? Why don't you surrender? There are 30 guards here, don't think you can shake the tree with an ant. Wang Hai seemed to intend to provoke Ma Hongna and the others so that even if they used force it would be justified. Rebellion. Screw your grandmother's leg. Wu Jingsong could no longer contain his anger and suddenly charged forward. It's now or never, big guy. I know you're not fully healed yet, but please protect Yu Wei with your life. Hang Zai, protect Luoqing. Seeing the reckless Wu Jingsong charging out, Ma Hongna hurriedly finished speaking at breakneck speed. I promise you. Sang Zhenyu carried the left hand 40-pound Yu Wei and followed Wu Jingsong into the crowd. Sang Zhenyu made a powerful charge, kicking away someone who was about to sneak attack Wu Jingsong, and casually picked up a weapon that had fallen on the ground. This fool didn't even check what weapon it was. He swung it wildly with his right hand. Bang! A sound like a watermelon being smashed by a hammer resounded, shocking everyone. As a headless guard fell, 4 of his teammates covered in a mix of red and white liquid dropped their weapons and began to vomit violently while clutching their stomachs. Only then did Sang Jemyu realize he was holding a wolf-tooth club smeared with red and white liquid, and he had inadvertently crushed a living person's skull. Didn't mean to. Sang Jemyu muttered to himself, turning to look helplessly at his sister in the crowd. Sang Luoqing was also shocked, but her tearful eyes held no blame or disdain for her brother, only determination. Tiger, you bastard, you killed my brother, I'll kill you. A guard quickly regained his composure and thrust his spear towards Sang Jemma's neck, who was still in shock and mumbling. Whoosh! An arrow flew faster than him. The arrow pierced the neck of the guard, sneaking up on Sang Jemyu. He clutched at his neck, which had been penetrated, frantically trying to stop the blood from gushing out. But it was too late. The guard's eyes were filled with shock and fear, and before they faded he fell straight down, his last gaze directed towards the source of the arrow. All he saw was a pair of cold, piercing eyes filled with a hint of reluctant compassion yet unwavering resolve, along with a composite bow that had just narked its second arrow. Wang Hai surveyed the chaotic scene before him. Though his stomach churned violently, a fierce joy surged within him. Ma Hongna and her group had handed him a perfect righteous excuse. What are you waiting for? Get them. A life for a life. Seize them. Wang Hai's vicious roar jolted the still dazed and terrified guards into action. These guards rarely ventured outside the shelter to scavenge for supplies. They were sustained entirely by the resources the search teams brought back. Even if they had killed a few zombies before, their combat experience was minimal, let alone witnessing such a bloody scene. Fear still lingered in the guards' eyes. Even upon hearing Wang Hai's command, when they turned to see the red and white liquid still dripping from Sanjima's spiked club, none dared to step forward. On the other side, Wu Qingsong was besieged by 3 or 4 men. A kick to the chest sent him sprawling at the feet of the still-stunned San Jemyu. Wu Qingsong scrambled up, panting, bruises mottling his face. Big guy, snap out of it. They want us dead, and Thief already murdered your boss. If you don't want to die today, we fight our way out together. After speaking, Wu Qingsong spat out a mouthful of blood-flecked saliva. San Jemyu remained rooted to the spot, but his towering figure and blooded club were a deterrent enough that the guards dared not make the first move. San Jemyu, simple and kind-hearted by nature, was now tormented by his accidental killing, his gentle soul scarred and shattered. He couldn't bear it, he was deeply unsettled. Fool, it's not your fault. We were just too weak, easy to bully. It's this unjust world, the rulers here framing us. It's this apocalypse that has infinitely amplified human greed. Ma Hongna stepped forward to soothe San Jemyu. That manager Wang wants to take your sister, so he staged this whole farce. And these people around us are aiding him. If anything happens to Luoqing and Yue, every single one of them is an accomplice. Don't carry any burden. They deserve to die. Hongna's expression twisted with ferocity. Sanjima's kind heart and simple mind had struggled to comprehend the situation. But now, hearing Ma Hongna's hypnotic words of comfort, seeing the resolve in his sister's eyes and feeling the warmth at his back, he seemed to find his purpose again. Turning back to face Wang Hai and the others, his gaze burned with savagery. You want to hurt my little sister? Let's see if my spiked club agrees. Sang Luoqing watched her brother's transformation and breathed a sigh of relief. She knew him best. The brother who always sheltered her from the storms, who overcame every obstacle, harbored a gentle kitten within. But now that kitten had been forced to become a tiger. Wu Qingsong and Hang Zai also relaxed. The big guy had finally made peace with himself. Wang Hai was startled by Sanjima's glare, but with his numerical advantage and his uncle's orders, how could he retreat? Attack. Get them. Those who live by the sword die by the sword. We outnumber them, what's there to fear? If you don't want to be kicked out of the shelter, then attack. Wang Hai signaled his trusted subordinate with a glance. The subordinate understood. He shoved a guard forward. The man stumbled a few steps in confusion, and seeing someone take the lead, the others immediately followed. They formed a circle encasing Wu Qingsong and San Jemyu, brandishing various weapons to strike them. The battle was about to erupt. The air in the clearing outside the search team's warehouse was thick with tension. Wang Hai stood behind his 20-plus guards, hands on his hips, a smug smirk on his face. Wu Qingsong held his glaive in one hand, the tip angled towards the ground, his gaze cold and sharp as ice. At Wang Hai's renewed command, the guards surged forward like a tide. The first wave consisted of 5 shield bearers forming a wall, advancing steadily. Behind the shield, spears darted out like vipers, aiming for the vital points of Wu Qingsong and San Jemyu. Instead of retreating, Wu Qingsong advanced. His glaive swept out with a sound of tearing air. With a deafening clang, the blade met the shields in a screeching collision. The shield bearers' arms went numb and they staggered back. Now's our chance. San Jianmu saw the opening in the shield wall and brought his spiked club down with a howl. The blow was devastating, crushing a shield out of shape. The guard behind it screamed. His arm was clearly broken. But the guards were numerous and quickly organized another assault. This time they changed tactics, sending 8 men to occupy Wu Qingsong while the rest focused on the less mobile San Jianmu. Stop the big guy. He's carrying a kid, he can't move well. Wang Hai shouted commands from the rear. 6 guards immediately surrounded San Jianmu, circling him, targeting his lower body and the gaps in his back defense. San Jianmu roared in fury, swinging his club wildly, but each turn exposed Yu Yue on his back, forcing him to immediately defend. Big guy, hold steady. Wu Qingsong tried to help, but 8 guards were locked onto him. Though powerful, the glaive was difficult to wield effectively in close quarters combat. A guard seized the moment, lunging with a short blade aimed at Wu Qingsong's ribs. Just then the twang of a bowstring sounded from afar. An arrow whistled through the air, striking the attacker's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. The short blade clattered to the ground as the man shrieked, clutching his wrist and stumbling back. Everyone looked up. Hang Zai was standing on a shipping container atop the warehouse wall, his compound bow already drawn again, looking down on them. His focus was absolute, as if the chaos below was irrelevant. It's Hang Zai. Wu Qingsong's spirit soared. Wang Hai's face darkened. Send a squad to take out that archer. 5 guards immediately charged towards the lookout. But Hang Zai remained calm, loosing 3 arrows in quick succession. The first arrow struck the ground right in front of the lead guard, a clear warning. The second whistled past another's ear, sending him diving for cover. The third pierced a third man's shoulder blade, incapacitating him. The remaining 2 dared not advance, seeking cover, but the open ground offered none. And Hang Zai's arrows seemed guided by sight, always finding their flaws. One arrow struck a man's thigh with precision. As another tried to retreat, an arrow sent his helmet flying. Useless. Wang Hai cursed but was helpless. In the center of the battlefield, Wu Qingsong and San Jianmu fought valiantly, but against the relentless waves their stamina began to wane. Wu Qingsong's glaive swing slowed, his breathing became labored. San Jianmu was even more exhausted, his club no longer having its initial ferocity, still recovering from his severe injuries. They're about to break. Push harder. Wang Hai yelled excitedly. Just as Ma Hong'er was sinking into despair, Manager Wang arrived with 2 more squads of guards as reinforcements. The 20 newly arrived guards were better equipped, several of them carrying compound bows, immediately countering Hang Zai. A bunch of useless trash. Aim for that archer. Manager Wang ordered coldly. Wang Hai, seeing Wang Defa come to reinforce, scurried over to his side. Several arrows flew toward the shipping container, forcing Hang Zai to constantly shift positions, his firing frequency noticeably decreasing. Even worse, among the newly arrived guards were 4 specialists carrying fishing nets and lassos, clearly specialized equipment meant to counter Sang Mu. It's over. Ma Hong'er watched from a distance, her face pale. That Wang has brought reinforcements again. Sang Luoqing clutched Ma Hong'er's arm tightly, her voice trembling. Sister Na, what do we do now? Ma Hong'er did not answer. Her gaze was fixed on the battlefield, her eyes filled with despair. As the oldest member of the team, she understood the direness of their situation better than anyone. Wu Qingsong and Sang Jimu were already battered and bruised. Hang Zai was completely suppressed and the 2 women were unarmed. The tide of battle had turned drastically. 4 guards cast their nets simultaneously. Sang Jimu managed to sweep 2 aside with his wolf-toothed club, but was caught by the other 2. He struggled fiercely, but the nets only tightened. Big guy. Wu Qingsong tried to help but was swarmed by more guards. His horse-slaying sword swung left and right, but every time he repelled one wave, new enemies filled the gaps. Manager Wang sneered in the direction of Ma Hong'er and Sang Luoqing, capture those 2 women. Let's see how much longer they can hold out. 4 guards immediately lunged at Ma Hong'er and Sang Luoqing. Though Ma Hong'er was 36 years old, her reflexes were still sharp. She shielded Sang Luoqing behind her and drew a short blade from her waist. Stay back. Ma Hong'er hissed, her gaze resolute. I promised Xiao Qin and your brother I would protect you. A guard swung his blade at her. Ma Hong'er raised her own to parry, but the difference in strength was too great and her short blade was knocked away. Another guard seized the opportunity to lunge, his blade aimed directly at her abdomen. At the critical moment, Ma Hong'er twisted aside. The blade grazed her thigh, drawing a trail of blood. But before she could catch her breath, a 3rd guard raised his blade to strike her face. No? Sang Luoqing screamed, lunging forward to shield Ma Hongna with her own body. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Ma Hongna watched the descending blade, a wave of sorrow washing over her. She remembered Qin Ciwei's parting words, the moment spent with these young people over the years. Forgive me, Xiao Qin Hang Zai Qing Song. Sister Na might have to go first. Just then, at this critical juncture between life and death, a red shadow flashed by like lightning. A gleaming silver spear pierced the air, pinning the guard with the raised blade to the ground with deadly precision. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Yu Weiyang stood proudly at the entrance of the search team's warehouse, her red trench coat billowing even without wind, the killing intent in her eyes almost tangible. She slowly withdrew her spear, the blood dripping from its tip bloomed into mournful red flowers on the bluestone floor. It's Captain Yu. When did she get back? My God, such a fierce aura. The gathered survivors exclaimed in shock, some unconsciously stepping back. How did she come back alone? Could something have gone wrong at Scarface's place? Manager Wang thought with alarm. Yu Weiyang's gaze swept over the battered Wu Qingsong and Sang Ji-Mu, finally settling on the bleeding wound on Ma Hongna's thigh. The killing intent in her eyes intensified. Laying a hand on my people, Yu Weiyang's voice was as cold as a blade. Did you ask my spear first? The three surviving guards retreated in terror, but Yu Weiyang gave them no chance. Her spear moved like a dragon, 3 points of cold light flashed almost simultaneously. A blood hole appeared in each of their throats and they fell dead without even a scream. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was awed by Yu Weiyang's thunderous and decisive attack. Manager Wang was the first to react, shouting furiously, "What are you all standing around for? She's just one person, get her." But the guards were already terrified. A person's reputation precedes them. Facing the advancing Yu Weiyang, they instinctively retreated. Yu Weiyang's eyes fell on Sang Ji-Mu, trapped in the net. With a gentle flick of her spear, the net tore apart. Sang Ji-Mu broke free, slamming his wolf-toothed club to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Captain Yu. Sang Ji-Mu shouted excitedly, "You're finally back. Where's the boss? Why didn't he come back?" Yu Weiyang just nodded slightly, not answering Sang Ji-Mu, and turned to Wu Qingsong. "Can you still fight?" Wu Qingsong wiped the blood from his face and raised his horse-slaying sword again. "Of course." "Good." Yu Weiyang shook her spear. "That fat bastard was right. Since this Wang wants to move against you, he has to pay the price." What followed was a one-sided massacre. With her mastery of the spear meridian-severing style, Yu Weiyang cut through the severely inexperienced guards like a hot knife through butter, a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Yu Weiyang's spear danced like a spectre through the crowd, each thrust finding its mark with lethal precision. Her movements were graceful yet deadly, her red coat billowed as she moved and guards fell like cut wheat in her wake. Wu Qingsong and Sang Ji-Mu, their spirits soaring, followed close behind. Their horse-slaying sword and wolf-tooth club were unstoppable, forming a triangular assault with Yu Weiyang. Hang Zai seized the opportunity, shooting down several enemy archers with a few well-placed arrows, regaining control of the high ground. That bitch, how did she become so ruthlessly decisive after one trip outside? Wang Defa was both shocked and enraged. Something must have happened at Scarface's. I laid an inescapable trap. How dare this pair of dogs? Wang Defa watched his men fall one by one, his face ashen. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Stop. Everyone stop." The remaining guards, as if granted a pardon, quickly retreated. The square was left littered with the wounded and the dead, with Yu Weiyang and her comrades standing tall amidst it all. Yu Weiyang planted her spear on the ground, glaring coldly at Manager Wang. "Isn't it a bit late to call for a halt now?" Her gaze swept across the crowd, her voice clear for all to hear. "Listen up, everyone." Wang Defa, for his own selfish desires, not only schemed against the search team members but also planned to purge the entire shelter. Those who died here today are the sacrifices he deceived. The surviving guards looked at each other, some beginning to waver. Seeing this, Manager Wang knew the game was up now that Yu Weiyang had returned, but he was still unwilling to accept it. However, when he met Yu Weiyang's eyes still brimming with killing intent, the words died in his throat. Yu Weiyang withdrew her spear and addressed the crowd. "Those willing to lay down their arms will be spared. Those who continue to resist will be killed without mercy." With a clatter, the first weapon hit the ground, followed by a second, a third. Soon all the remaining guards had dropped their weapons. Hang Zai jumped down from the watchtower and began confiscating the weapons. Wu Qingsong and Sang Ji-Mu also breathed a sigh of relief, leaning on each other for support. Sang Luoqing rushed to Ma Hongna's side to dress her wound. Yu Weiyang walked over, examined Ma Hongna's injury, and a flicker of guilt passed through her eyes. "I'm sorry I'm late." Ma Hongna took her hand. "Not late. You came just in time." The brutal battle had just concluded, the stench of blood thick enough to turn one's stomach. Wang Defa stared at the corpses scattered before him, their warmth still lingering, his face ashen, fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. His gaze was fixed unwaveringly on Yu Weiyang not far away. That crimson figure stood proudly, the gleaming silver long spear in her hand still dripping with blood. How is this possible? How could she be this strong? Wang Defa roared inwardly. The guard team I painstakingly built, was it so easily crushed by her alone? His mind raced, calculating the trump cards he had left. To set the eastern gate trap for Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang, luring that mutant, had cost him 20 men. Scarface had taken 20 men yesterday to ambush Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang and had yet to return, likely meeting with misfortune. The battle just now had claimed nearly 40 more casualties. The entire shelter's guard team now had only 40 men left, scattered across the 4 walls to defend against the walking dead. 40 men. How can 40 be enough? Wang Defa's breathing grew ragged. The walking dead could break through the defenses at any moment, and now this internal chaos has erupted. Wang Defa's hand instinctively reached for his waist, touching a cold hard object. It was a gift Scarface had presented to him earlier. A police pistol scavenged from the corpse of a police officer turned walking dead with only 3 bullets left. This was his sole remaining reliance now. His gaze once again turned viciously toward Yu Weiyang. Watching her reunite with Wu Qingsong and the others, a twisted jealousy surged in Wang Defa's heart. That Qin Ciwei, an outsider, what gave him the right to earn Yu Weiyang's favor? And that Sang Luoqing, just a mere girl, ID hinted so clearly, yet why did she always ignore me? I am the master of this shelter. I am the one who should stand at the pinnacle of power. Wang Defa's eyes slowly turned bloodshot, his reason being devoured by maddening jealousy and possessiveness. He recalled his final trump card, the explosives buried beneath the shelter's surrounding walls. That was his last resort, prepared against a large-scale assault of walking dead, now becoming a tool to threaten everyone. Since I can have it, no one shall. Amid the astonished gazes of the onlooking survivors, Wang Defa slowly drew his pistol and the detonator for the explosives. A nearly maniacal smile spread across his face, his voice trembling with agitation. Nobody move. If anyone so much as twitches, I'll detonate the explosives buried in the surrounding walls. When the walls collapse, the horde of walking dead will pour in and we'll all die together. The survivors in the square immediately erupted in chaos, terrified screams rising one after another. Manager Wang has gone mad. The walls are surrounded by walking dead. He wants to set off explosives inside the shelter. He buried explosives under the walls. It's over, we're all going to die. Captain, you just surrender, well, be grateful. Why? Why should we die with you? I don't want to die yet. Captain, you quickly apologize to Manager Wang and let's end this. Damn, I was just spectating and now it's landed on my head. Wang Defa turned a deaf ear to the accusations around him, his gaze locked onto Yu Weiyang. Captain Yu, it seems I underestimated you. But now we'll set the rules of the game. He raised the detonator, his thumb gently resting on the button. If you want these people to live, do as I say. First, you and Sang Luoqing will sleep with me tonight. Second, all of you lay down your weapons and kneel and beg for mercy. In your dreams. Sang Zhenyu roared, slamming his wolf-tooth club heavily to the ground. Dare touch a single hair on my sister and I'll smash you into pulp. Hangzi had already narked an arrow, his eyes icy. Wang Defa, you're courting death. Yu Weiyang observed the faces of those around her, but recalling Qin Ciwei's arrangements, she sighed inwardly. That damn fat man truly was a prophet, even anticipating Wang Defa's desperate last stand. Yu Weiyang's face was eerily calm. She gently pushed up her glasses and said softly, I gave the people of this shelter a chance. Gather close to me and follow me when I run. Ma Hong now endured the pain in her thigh, moving her steps with difficulty. Wu Qingsong guarded Sang Gemma's side, his horse-slaying sword held horizontally across his chest. Everyone could sense the aura of confidence emanating from Yu Weiyang. Seeing that Yu Weiyang remained unmoved, Wang Defa's eyes turned bloodshot, his emotions growing more agitated. What? Don't care about these people's lives. Then he'll kill a few to show you. Jealousy distorts one beyond recognition. He raised his pistol, aiming at the nearest survivor. That man collapsed to the ground in terror, unable even to utter pleas for mercy. Just then Yu Weiyang suddenly pulled a firework rocket and a lighter from her bosom. Amid everyone's astonished gazes, she lit the rocket. Whoosh, bang. This was the signal for Qin Ciwei. The rocket exploded in the air, drawing everyone's attention. In that instant Yu Weiyang bellowed, run. She dashed first toward the shelter's southern gate with Wu Qingsong and the others close behind. Wang Defa snapped back to reality, trembling with rage as he raised his gun and fired. Bang. The gunshot rang out, but Wang Defa had never practiced shooting, and firing with one hand made his aim wildly inaccurate due to the recoil. The trajectory he had intended for Yu Weiyang somehow veered toward Sang Luoqing. "Sister, watch out." Sang Zhenyu instinctively lunged to block the shot, forgetting that he still carried Yu Yuwei on his back. In that critical moment, Hangzi sighed inwardly at the fool's recklessness and shoved Sang Zhenyu hard, exposing himself to the bullet's path. Yet the bullet's trajectory defied everyone's expectations, ultimately striking Ma Hongna, who had a leg injury in her left shoulder. "Sister Na!" Sang Luoqing cried out in alarm. Ma Hongna grunted, blood instantly staining her clothes. But she gritted her teeth and kept running. "Don't worry about me, go." Yu Weiyang glanced back, murderous intent flaring in her eyes, but she knew this wasn't the time to stop. The guards at the shelter's southern gate, seeing Yu Weiyang and the others charging with murderous momentum, were momentarily at a loss. When they spotted Wang Defa chasing behind with his gun, they were terrified out of their wits. "Open the gate!" Yu Weiyang barked. The guards instinctively opened the iron gate, its heavy doors slowly creaking open. Yu Weiyang led the charge, her long spear moving like a dragon, sweeping aside the few guard members trying to block the way. "Stop them!" Wang Defa screamed hoarsely from behind. "Anyone who lets them escape, he'll kill." But it was too late. Yu Weiyang and her group, like tigers freed from a cage, burst through the shelter's southern gate. Outside lay a world of ruins fraught with danger, but at this moment it felt safer to them than inside the shelter. Wang Defa chased to the gate, only to watch helplessly as their figures vanished into the ruins. He fired 2 shots wildly at the guards at the southern gate, and 2 members fell to the ground. "Ah!" He roared to the heavens, his voice filled with bitterness and madness. Inside the shelter, the survivors watched in terror at this utterly unhinged manager. The detonator was still in his hand, every life hanging by a thread. A roar 10 times, 100 times more powerful than the king of beasts, brimming with primal brutality and excitement, drowned out Wang Defa's impotent howl. Then despair appeared on the pale faces of every guard member on the northern wall of the shelter. Time rewound to when Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang had just dealt with the Scarface gang. If we go back like this, we're walking into a trap. In the hot pot restaurant, the scent of blood began to attract more zombies to converge. That bastard Wang will definitely make a move against Sister Na and the others. After all, this trap is meticulously laid, first the mutant, then the zombie hounds. Even if we managed to take down those beasts, we'd be drained of energy. And yet he still sent Scarface with 2 squads to ambush us. If it weren't for our prior experience dealing with that mutant, we might have truly fallen under Wang's elaborate scheme. Qin Ciwei shuddered at Wang Defa's cunning. "Is that bastard insane? Sacrificing so much just to kill you? With these guards dead, the shelter's defenses will be severely weakened. He's gambling the entire shelter's safety to take you out." Yu Weiyang stomped her foot in fury. The image of that little figure playing joyfully in the sunlight flashed through her mind, and her heart surged with murderous intent. If they dare to lay a hand on Yu Wei and the others, he'll make them pay in blood. Given such a meticulous ambush, that bastard Wang will assume we can't return. Hell definitely eradicate us root and branch. Hell make his move against them. Qin Ciwei's tone grew increasingly icy. But in broad daylight, would they dare? Aren't they afraid the other survivors will see what's happening to Sister Na and rise up in revolt? Even in the apocalypse, the righteousness ingrained in our Chinese blood won't let people stand idly by. If they act openly, that bastard Wang will lose any claim to manage the shelter. Yu Weiyang was skeptical. Exactly so, they'll just fabricate a plausible excuse, one that aligns with the majority's interests. That will blind the very righteousness you claim is etched in our bones. Weiyang, you know nothing of human nature. Qin Ciwei pulled out a cigarette head taken from Scarface and lit it. Yu Weiyang wrinkled her nose in distaste at the smoke, but she had to admit, the way he looked while smoking and thinking was quite captivating. "Tell me, what should we do?" Weiyang remembered what I'm about to say. "On our way here, I noticed a fireworks shop on the street. Let's check if there's anything we can use as a signal. Go back first and assess the situation. If you can keep things under control and that bastard Wang doesn't act rashly, don't signal me. He'll return later. If he does lose his mind and slips beyond your control, send the signal, then lead them south. Leave the rest to me. He'll make sure that bastard Wang gets what's coming to him." Qin Ciwei's expression turned sinister. "What are you planning?" Yu Weiyang's eyelid twitched at his look. "In broad daylight, aren't you ashamed?" "No way. Yu Weiyang. Did I mean that? All right, remember what I said. Don't let your mind wander. We'll have plenty of time later. Do as I say and leave the rest to me." The mischievous smirk on Qin Ciwei's lips faded into seriousness. Got it. Yu Weiyang gritted her teeth. First fight our way out. Get the signal. The two of them quickly broke through the encirclement before the zombies could form a complete ring. Soon they reached the fireworks shop Qin Ciwei had mentioned. In the entire shop they found only 2 intact skyrockets left in a corner of the room. The rest of the fireworks had likely been taken by the shelter's search teams. Weiyang, take both skyrockets. If the situation spirals out of control, light one. If I don't see the second within a minute, you'll know it's beyond your control and you'll step in. Then run to the safe house marked on the map we took from Scarface, southward. Don't stop for anything, don't look back. That bastard Wang must have stashed supplies there. All right, I understand. Whatever you're planning, be careful. I'll wait for you to come back. Yu Weiyang said solemnly. I will. After all, we haven't done it yet. Qin Ciwei flashed a mischievous grin, then turned and left, missing Yu Weiyang's wide-eyed flushed face. After parting ways with Qin Ciwei, Yu Weiyang raced toward the shelter without pause. Meanwhile, Qin Ciwei circled 2 blocks east of the shelter, moving cautiously until he reached the north side. There stood a subway station about 600 to 700 meters in a straight line from the shelter. Traveling alone and staying on high ground, he didn't disturb any zombies. Thus it took him only 40 minutes to reach the subway station that had nearly cost them their lives. I wonder if that big fellow is still here. He'll have to gamble. Qin Ciwei steeled himself. After easily dispatching a few oblivious zombies, he arrived at the metal grill door that had been crushed flat by the giant zombie. Sang amused words, "Someone has to hold the line," echoed in his mind as if it were yesterday. Remembering the terror of being dominated by that titan zombie, Qin Ciwei swallowed hard. He gritted his teeth, removed the chain from the metal grill door and lifted it 20 centimeters off the ground before stopping. He listened intently for any sound from the other side. Hearing nothing, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Then he turned and headed for the station's exit. Qin Ciwei stood atop the arched entrance of the subway station, facing the shelter, carefully observing the commotion. 10 minutes later, he spotted a faint flash of light in the sky above the shelter. 2 seconds later, whoosh, bang. From the shelter came the low growls of zombies and the shrill signal of a skyrocket. That bastard has really lost his mind. 60. 59. 58. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1 inch. Qin Ciwei counted silently. After waiting another 10 seconds, certain there would be no second signal, Qin Ciwei resolutely turned back toward the underground metal grill door. His eyes blazed with fury mingled with a trace of reluctance. But he had no better option. He had to fight fire with fire, repay in kind. Let's see who can summon a more formidable mutant brother. At the metal grill door, Qin Ciwei used a clean dagger from his waist to make a shallow cut on his left arm. Crimson blood welled up, slowly dripping onto the staircase. He waited for the titan zombie. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. 25 seconds. Finally, a faint tremor vibrated beneath his feet. Qin Ciwei's pupils contracted sharply. It's here, that thing is really here. He didn't lift the grill door any higher because it could buy him at least a second or two to escape. His legs began to churn, propelling him frantically out of the subway station. Blood still flowed from his left arm, the trail marking his path like breadcrumbs for the titan zombie. Just as he burst out of the station, a dull thud of something heavy striking metal echoed faintly behind him. Then a roar 10 or 100 times more powerful than a beast king's erupted from deep within the station. Qin Ciwei didn't pause. Gripping his blade with both hands, he sprinted wildly toward the shelter. Zombies of all shapes on the street, drawn by the scent of his blood, opened their black rotting mouths and rushed toward him. Yet the speed that usually made zombies formidable now seemed sluggish compared to Qin Ciwei's desperate burst of adrenaline. When Qin Ciwei was about 300 meters from the shelter, the titan zombie, like a demon king descending, smashed through the glass canopy above the subway entrance. Yes, smashed through, because its body had swollen even larger. Another roar filled with primal brutality and excitement swept through the surrounding buildings, deafening. Its murky yellow pupils burning with raw greed and hunger locked onto Qin Ciwei's fleeing direction. It had caught the scent of vast, intense fresh blood. On the northern wall of the shelter, guard Xiao Li was idly polishing his compound bow. Today's patrol duty was exceptionally dull, with nothing to do except watch a few zombies occasionally slam against the wall. I heard a fight broke out inside, said old Zhong beside him, his voice laced with worry. Manager Wang has taken his men to arrest Captain Yu and the others. Xiao Li shrugged nonchalantly. Who cares? Whoever's in charge is the same, right? Let's just guard the wall. Just then a deafening roar erupted from the north. Old Zhong stood up alertly. What was that? Xiao Li sensed something amiss too. He grabbed his binoculars and peered northward. At first he thought it was an out-of-control truck. But as the thing drew closer, his breath caught in his throat and the blood in his veins seemed to freeze solid. It was a horrifying creature he had never seen before, a former turtle mass of flesh like a moving mountain, its knotted muscles glistening with an ominous sheen under the sun. As it charged on all fours, the dust it kicked up resembled a small sandstorm. Heavens! Xiao Li's lips trembled and the binoculars slipped from his hand, crashing to the ground. Old Zhong saw the monster too, his face turning ashen white. Quick! Sound the alarm. Notify Manager Wang. A piercing alarm blared across the shelter. Wang Defa, who had been futilely raging at the southern wall, heard it and dashed toward the northern watchtower. It was the specific alarm for the north gate. Meanwhile, Qin Ciwei, fleeing for his life, felt every breath like swallowing shards of glass. The self-inflicted wound on his left arm had stopped bleeding, but sweat seeped into it, causing a fiery stinging pain. Yet he dared not stop, not even for a moment, to bandage it as the spine-chilling heavy footsteps behind him grew ever closer. He glanced back at the Titan zombie, a monster that just a month ago was only 3 meters tall but had now grown to 4 meters. Its entire body was a mass of bulging muscles with blood vessels writhing like earthworms under its eerie pink skin. Its yellow pupil gleamed with primal ferocity in the darkness. Just hold on a little longer. Qin Ciwei muttered to himself, gripping his twin blades tighter. His mission was clear: lure this monster to the shelter and make Wang Defa pay for his jealousy and betrayal of his comrades. But thinking of the Titan zombie, he felt a pang of helplessness. Even though his twin blade meridian severance technique had improved significantly over the past month, all his exquisite moves seemed futile against a creature of such size. Speed, that was his only hope now. Yet what filled the guards on the northern wall with despair was that a group of ordinary zombies lay directly in the Titan zombie's path. These zombies were chasing a fleeing figure ahead, completely oblivious to the danger approaching from behind. Without slowing down, the Titan zombie plowed through the horde like a heavy tank. The sound of shattering bones crackled like popping beans, and black blood and shredded flesh sprayed everywhere. Qin Ciwei was forced to stop 200 meters from the shelter, his path completely blocked by the zombie swarm ahead. He looked back. The Titan zombie was now less than 200 meters away, its massive frame casting a despairing shadow under the sun. Enough. I've achieved my goal, Qin Ciwei thought. He made a swift decision, changing direction to flee toward the southwest of the shelter while tearing off his shirt to wrap his left arms wound, preventing the scent of blood from attracting more zombies. The Titan zombie had lost interest in the lone figure that had lured it here, for straight ahead lay a vast amount of the flesh it craved. It charged forward with unstoppable force, crushing everything in its path. Black blood and rotting flesh splashed beneath its feet, the remains of the zombies it had trampled along the way. When Wang Defa climbed the northern watchtower and saw the colossal beast approaching, he understood everything in an instant. Qin Ciwei. You bastard, Qin Ciwei. Wang Defa gnashed his teeth, his nails digging deep into his palms. You actually lured this thing here. He immediately realized that the 5-meter-high wall was no match for that monster. A mad idea took shape in his mind: if he couldn't hold it, then they would all die, everyone would die with him. Wang Defa's eyes bloodshot, he looked at the survivors inside the shelter, panic-stricken, their cries and screams filling the air, but he turned a deaf ear. At that moment only one thought consumed him: death. They all had to die. Die. All of you die. Wang Defa laughed maniacally, pulling an explosive detonator from his pocket. If I can't have it, no one can. He turned to look outside the shelter and saw the massive monster already at the wall. The creature extended its enormous hand and began to climb, crushing bricks and stones like tofu. Farewell, my dear shelter. Wang Defa cackled as he pressed the detonator. A series of deafening explosions erupted as the explosives beneath the walls were triggered simultaneously. Debris flew, dust billowed, and the entire shelter shook violently. The watchtower where Wang Defa stood collapsed in the blast. The mad leader of the shelter was still laughing in his final moments until the falling rubble buried him completely. As the dust began to settle, the shelter's walls had been reduced to ruins. The Titan zombie rose from the rubble, its body bearing multiple wounds oozing black blood, but it had clearly not suffered a fatal injury. Even more terrifying, with the walls gone, ordinary wandering zombies surged in like a tidal wave. The Titan zombie let out a long roar toward the sky, its remaining yellow pupil gleaming with excitement. It smelled the thick scent of blood in the air and saw countless panicked fresh prey before it. The first to fall were several survivors near the wall. Stunned by the explosion, they hadn't even reacted before the Titan zombie's massive palm crushed them into pulp. Run. The wall's gone. The zombies are in. Help. Someone save us. Chaos erupted within the shelter. People fled in terror in all directions, but zombies surrounded them from every side. There was no escape. The Titan zombie rampaged through the crowd, leaving corpses strewn everywhere in its wake. It seemed to revel in the thrill of the hunt. Sometimes it stomped directly, crushing fleeing victims into pulp. Other times it swept its enormous hand across, sending several people flying at once. More often it enjoyed grabbing live humans, watching them struggle in its grasp before slowly devouring them. In the northwest corner of the shelter, a mother and daughter in tattered clothes clung tightly to each other. The woman appeared to be under 30, her face smeared with grime, but her eyes were strikingly bright. The little girl in her arms, about 5 or 6 years old with 2 pigtails, was trembling violently. "Mommy, will that big monster eat us?" Her voice was choked with tears. The woman held her daughter tightly and kissed her gently on the forehead. "Don't be scared, sweetie. Mommy's here." The Titan zombie noticed the pair and lumbered toward them with heavy steps. The ground trembled with each stride, and the small corner where they huddled felt like the last safe haven in the world. Suddenly the woman stood up and pushed the little girl behind her. "Run. Run wherever you can." The girl cried and refused to leave, but the woman had already charged at the Titan zombie. She had no weapon, only a wooden stick she had picked up from the ground. "Come on, you monster," she screamed at the top of her lungs, trying to draw its attention. The Titan zombie seemed enraged by this tiny creature daring to challenge it. It reached out its right hand to grab her. One hand seized the woman's head, the other her waist. With a twist, a crunching sound followed. The little girl was pinned down by a zombie that rushed in from the side and soon fell silent. Half a minute later, in the shelter's civilian storage room, an elderly couple with white hair leaned on each other, searching for a hiding place. The old man had trouble walking and the old woman held his hand tightly. "Dear, go on without me," he gasped. "I can't run anymore." The old woman shook her head, her white hair fluttering in the breeze. "Nonsense. We've been through so many years together, why fear death now?" They found a spot behind a half-collapsed shelf and sat down holding each other. In the distance the Titan zombies' roars and people's screams filled the air, but in this small space it was eerily calm. The old man pulled a yellowed photo from his pocket, a picture of them in their youth. "Remember this? It's from our wedding day." The old woman took the photo, a smile spreading across her wrinkled face. "Of course I do. You were so dashing back then. A lifetime with you, it was worth it." The old man held her hand, their fingers intertwined tightly. Suddenly the shelf was ripped away by an immense force, revealing the Titan zombie's terrifying visage. Its remaining yellow pupil blazed with brutality, and blood and flesh still clung to the corners of its mouth. The elderly couple gazed calmly at the monster, their hands still clasped together. "In the next life I'll marry you again," the old man whispered. The old woman smiled and nodded. "I'd like that." The Titan zombie's massive hand descended and the sounds behind the shelf ceased abruptly. Only the yellowed photo drifted gently in the wind before landing in a pool of blood. The entire shelter had become a living hell. The Titan zombie rampaged through the shelter, leaving carnage in its wake. Ordinary zombies also attacked survivors ferociously. Outside the shelter, Qin Ciwei finally found a relatively safe hiding spot. He hid in a shop, gasping for breath. The wound on his left arm had reopened from the intense running, and blood soaked through the makeshift bandage. From afar the roars and screams from the shelter pierced his heart like knives. He knew what was happening there and that he had caused it all. "Wei Yang. Everyone. Please be safe." He closed his eyes, the faces of his companions flashing through his mind. In this apocalyptic world they had all made their choices, and now they had to face the consequences. The slaughter within the shelter continued, the screams of humans and the roars of zombies intertwining into a requiem for the end of the world. In this death-shrouded world, simply being alive had become the most extravagant luxury. Wei Yang and her companions, who were desperately fleeing southward, had only been running for less than 4 minutes when a series of booming explosions echoed from behind them. They all halted and turned around. That lunatic. He actually planted explosives beneath the wall. Wu Qingsong's face was a mixture of complex emotions, and he was not alone. The expressions of the others were equally grim, for they knew that over 500 living souls still remained within the shelter. With the wall destroyed by Wang Defa, those still inside the shelter would surely be surrounded and devoured by the horde of undead outside. Fewer than 1 in 10 would survive. Alas, this is fate. At least we are still alive, aren't we? Hangzi said, raising his bow to shoot an undead that charged out from a nearby shop. This place is still not safe. We must keep running. Sister Ene, you have to hold on. Wei Yang looked with concern at Ma Hongna, whose face was deathly pale from excessive blood loss. Ma Hongna said nothing, merely nodding slightly. Wu Qingsong had been carrying her on his back the entire way. Everyone was focused solely on escape, and the constant jostling had been a terrible ordeal for a woman as delicate as Ma Hongna. Sister Wei Yang, we need to find a relatively safe place nearby as soon as possible. Sister Na has lost too much blood. If we don't treat her now, it will be too late. Sang Luoqin's voice was choked with tears. Yu Wei Yang frowned. She was uncertain whether stopping to save someone now was the right decision, especially since they had not yet escaped danger. The explosion at the shelter would surely draw every undead within a kilometer toward that location. Their current position was still far too close to the shelter. If they lingered, they would likely be surrounded by the undead horde drawn to the commotion. If only that damned fat man were here, she wouldn't have to worry about these decisions. What would that damned fat man do in her place? Would he delay their escape to stop and treat Ma Hongna? He definitely would, wouldn't he? These people had all shared life and death bonds with him. Yu Wei Yang scanned the surroundings, her gaze settling on a bank not far away. Save her first. You'll lead the way. Wu Qingsong, you carry Sister Na and follow me. Big guy, protect Yu Wei. Sister Luoqin, keep an eye on our surroundings and alert us if anything happens. Hangzi, you cover the rear and use your bow to support us. Yu Wei Yang issued orders rapidly. Hangzi and the others were momentarily stunned. Why did this feel like being commanded by Qin Ciwei? Was this the effect of those who stay near ink get stained black? Once everyone understood their tasks, they quickly fell into action. Yu Wei Yang took the lead, her spear cleaving through the heads of several undead as she dashed toward the bank while the others performed their respective duties. Soon they reached the bank entrance. Yu Wei Yang moved to the rear of the group. Wu Qingsong put Sister Na down. You and Hangzi go inside, clear out any undead and come back to get us once it's safe. You'll cover the rear. Make it quick. Her tone was urgent now as more and more undead were closing in and her strength was beginning to wane. Upon hearing Yu Wei Yang's orders, Wu Qingsong and Hangzi dashed into the bank, closing the reinforced glass door behind them. They were afraid that any undead left inside might slip out and cause trouble for the others. At that moment the pressure on Yu Wei Yang intensified greatly. Even though there was a 4-meter-wide vehicle passage in front of the bank entrance, no fewer than 100 undead were charging toward her. The leading undead, with a single eyeball dangling from its socket, snarled and lunged toward Sang Luoqin, who was supporting Ma Hongna. But it was no match for the speed of Yu Wei Yang's gleaming silver spear. As it passed by Yu Wei Yang, only a headless torso remained, stumbling forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Its head had been severed by the gleaming silver spear. Yu Wei Yang charged into the horde, determined not to let the undead get too close to the rest of her group. At that moment she stood alone against the undead tide. Clad in red, wielding a silver spear, arcs of silver light reaped through the relentless waves of the undead. With each strike she incapacitated one undead. She was not seeking to kill, but merely to limit the horde's mobility as much as possible. She struck and retreated quickly to conserve her stamina. Occasionally one or two undead that slipped past her toward Ma Hongna, and the others were swiftly taken down by her backward thrust. Sang Zhenyu watched the figure in red holding back the undead horde for them, his heart restless and agitated. He wanted to help Yu Wei Yang, but his combat ability was limited and he still carried Yu Wei on his back. He grabbed his spiked club with his right hand, but as he started to rise, the weakened Ma Hongna grabbed hold of him. You fool, don't go causing trouble for Captain Yu. I'm afraid if you go over there she might accidentally take you out with one thrust of her spear. Despite her weakness, Ma Hongna's tone was firm. The big guy's injuries had not yet healed, and after the fierce battle earlier and the desperate running with Yu Wei on his back, he was burdened with every conceivable disadvantage. If he went to help Yu Wei Yang now, he would likely do more harm than good. Sang Zhenyu scratched his head in frustration at Ma Hongna's words until he heard the door open behind him. Captain Yu, it's safe inside. Come back quickly. Wu Qingsong's face was smeared with blood as he poked his head out. You all go in first. You'll be right there. Just leave a gap. Yu Wei Yang did not turn around. Her gleaming silver spear was now stained black. The pile of undead corpses on the ground grew higher and higher. Hangzi and Wu Qingsong quickly carried Ma Hongna inside. Once Yu Wei Yang saw that Sang Luoqin and her brother had also entered the bank, she withdrew her spear and dashed back toward the building. By the time Yu Wei Yang rushed inside and turned around, Hangzi and Wu Qingsong had already used fire axes from the bank to jam the handles of the double doors. They then wrapped chains found from somewhere around the handles several times. 10 seconds later, a series of thuds accompanied the frustrated roars of the undead horde outside. Soon the door was covered in dark red handprints, gradually blocking out the sunlight outside. Hangzi and Wu Qingsong draped a red tablecloth from the bank's consultation desk over the reinforced glass door to block the undead horde's line of sight. The commotion of the frenzied undead outside gradually subsided. Yu Weiyang quickly surveyed the bank's interior. Ma Hongna had been carried to a chair in the waiting area and Sang Luoqing was bandaging her wounds. The bodies of 7 or 8 undead lay on the floor. Hangzi and Wu Qingsong watched the entrance warily, fearing the horde might break in. Sang Zhenyu sat wearily to one side with Yu Wei already asleep on his lap. The entire bank was visible at a glance with no place for undead to hide. We're safe for now. Just as Yu Weiyang breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to rest, Sister Weiyang's sister Na has been shot. I don't know what to do. 2 streaks of clear tears ran down either side of Sang Luoqing's nose bridge. Her hands were covered in Ma Hongna's blood and she was at a complete loss. The reinforced glass door of the bank isolated most of the clamor from the decaying world outside. Yet the deep relentless howls and the dull thuds of bodies colliding with the reinforced glass stubbornly seeped in, becoming the haunting background noise of this temporary refuge. Then let's perform the surgery and remove the bullet. Yu Weiyang said gently yet firmly. But I've never had surgery before. Sang Luoqing was in immense turmoil at that moment. Luoqing Yu Weiyang's calm gaze fell upon Sang Luoqing. What will happen to Sister Na if we don't perform this surgery now? Sang Luoqing took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and replied in the most professional tone she could muster, which helped her fend off her inner fears. Sister Weiyang, the bullet is lodged between the scapula and the clavicle and it has likely damaged the subscapular artery or a branch of the subclavian vein. Although the external bandaging has slowed the bleeding, internal bleeding and tissue compression are still ongoing. If the bullet is not removed and the wound thoroughly cleaned and the blood vessels ligated first, the ongoing blood loss will lead to deepening shock, ultimately resulting in organ failure. Secondly, infection of the wound is almost inevitable, and once it develops into sepsis, in this environment with scarce medical resources, the mortality rate is 100%. Moreover, if the compression lasts too long, even if there is an opportunity for surgery later, the nerves in her left arm may suffer permanent damage and she might not even survive until that time. Her voice carried a barely perceptible quiver towards the end. Each word struck like a hammer on the hearts of those present. Wu Qingsong gripped the knife tighter. Hangzai pressed his lips into a pale line, and even Sang Zhenyu's snoring paused for a moment. I understand. Yu Weiyang's voice was soft, yet it bore a peculiar strength. In other words, if we don't perform the surgery, Sister Na is undoubtedly doomed. If we do it, she still has a glimmer of hope, right? Sang Luoqing nodded with difficulty. Theoretically, yes, but I've never. We all know you've never done it. Yu Weiyang interrupted her, placing her hand on Sang Luoqing's slightly shaking shoulder. But Luoqing, look at these people here. Qingsong, Hangzai, your brother, and me. Who among us was born knowing how to use a knife to chop off a zombie's head? Who would have thought that one day I would have to wield a spear to carve a bloody path through a pile of corpses? It's this damned world that forces us. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Ma Hongna's colorless face. Sister Na has walked with the fat man Hangzai and Qingsong from the very beginning. She is responsible for our food, drinks and necessities, finding ways for everyone to have an extra bite to eat and a sip of clean water. Now she lies here, and what we can do is not to watch her die. You are the only one here who understands the positions of those blood vessels and nerves, who knows how to disinfect and stitch. You are her only hope. Yu Weiyang's gaze locked onto Sang Luoqing's wavering eyes. We don't need a flawless surgeon, we just need a warrior brave enough to pull our companion back from the gates of hell. Believe in yourself and believe in Sister Na's will to survive. You can do this, Luoqing. Sang Luoqing looked into Yu Weiyang's unwavering trust and then at the looks of hope and encouragement from her companions around. Finally her gaze landed on Ma Hongna's calm yet resolute face, recalling the encouragement Sister Na had expressed through her eyes before falling unconscious. She took a sharp breath, her chest rising and falling with determination, the panic in her eyes gradually replaced by a courageous resolve. I will try. Her voice no longer trembled as she turned towards the medical kit that Hangzai had just searched from the bank, carefully disinfecting her hands and instruments with the remaining alcohol. Brother Qingsong, please come over and help me restrain Sister Na to prevent her from moving during the surgery. Hangzai, I may need your assistance at any moment. Standing at the side of the operating table, her fingers trembled slightly from nervousness. The medical kit beside her was open, containing the last remaining disinfectants, gauze, sutures and a few simple surgical instruments. She possessed solid theoretical knowledge, able to clearly describe the possible location of the bullet, surrounding tissue structures and the risks of major bleeding or infection, but actually extracting a bullet from a living person's body was a first for her. The immense pressure brought beads of sweat to her forehead. The atmosphere suddenly became tense yet orderly. Sang Zhenyu was shaken awake, and upon hearing that they were going to perform surgery on Ma Hongna, his eyes widened, enduring the pain in his left arm, and carefully secured Ma Hongna's shoulder and body with his good right arm alongside Wu Qingsong. Hang Zai held a small bottle of backup disinfectant alcohol standing beside Sang Luoqing, ready to assist at any moment. The surgery had begun. Without anesthetics, Ma Hongna, although unconscious, still let out involuntary groans of pain, her body instinctively twitching, held down tightly by Sang Zhenyu and Wu Qingsong. Sweat gathered in 2 droplets on Sang Luoqing's forehead, sliding down her cheeks, and she did not bother to wipe it away. At first her movements were somewhat awkward, but as the scalpel cut down and the forceps probed in the thick medical textbooks, in her mind seemed to come alive, guiding her actions. Searching, separating, clamping, ligating, each step felt like dancing on the tip of a knife. Blood occasionally surged out, quickly absorbed by Hang Zai with disinfected gauze. The metallic scent of blood thickened in the air. Time flowed slowly amidst the silence and suffocating breaths. At this moment Yu Weiyang leaned wearily against the cold wall of the bank, the bright silver spear resting at her side, its tassel dim yet the tip still gleaming with a cold light. In her arms Yu Wei curled up, her small body trembling slightly from fatigue and fear, occasionally experiencing subtle spasms that tightened Yu Weiyang's heart. She gently patted her sister's back, closed her eyes, but was not truly resting. "Fat man," she silently cursed in her heart, "you better not die out there." Time flowed slowly amidst the silence and suffocating breaths. Just when everyone was intensely focused, Yu Weiyang's ear twitched slightly. She had been keeping part of her mind attuned to the movements outside. The continuous howls of the zombies and the banging against the door seemed to have weakened. At first she thought it was an illusion, perhaps the tension from the surgery had skewed her senses. But several minutes later the sounds were indeed decreasing, becoming sparse and scattered instead of dense and frantic. This is not normal. Zombies do not tire unless there is a more powerful attraction appearing, or have they been dispersed or suppressed by something? A deeper sense of unease than facing a horde of zombies coiled around her spine like a cold serpent. She glanced at Sang Luoqing, who was focused on the surgery, and the others assisting, choosing not to disturb them but to listen even more intently. The banging against the door had completely ceased. The howls gradually quieted down. Finally a profound silence enveloped the outside. An unnatural silence. As if all sounds had been swallowed by an invisible maw. Even the breathing of those inside the bank sounded particularly stark. Sang Luoqing finally grasped a deformed bullet with tweezers, carefully extracting it and tossing it into a nearby metal tray, producing a light clang sound. She quickly began the final cleaning and suturing, her movements noticeably smoother, as if she had broken through an invisible barrier. "It's successful, the bullet has been removed." Sang Luoqing's voice carried a sense of exhaustion and a hint of joy from success. Wu Qingsong and Sang Zhenyu also sighed in relief, gradually loosening their grip. Hang Zai wiped his sweat, his gaze instinctively darting to Sang Luoqing, filled with subtle concern. However, there was no sign of relief on Yu Weiyang's face. The silence outside weighed heavily on her heart like a lead block. She stood up, picked up the bright silver spear beside her, the cold touch of the spear shaft invigorating her. "Sister Weiyang." Wu Qingsong noticed her movements and serious expression, quietly inquiring. Yu Weiyang did not answer but made a quiet gesture, then stepped forward, silently approaching the bank's main door. Her black combat boots made no sound on the dusty floor. Everyone in the hall sensed her abnormality, and the previously relaxed atmosphere froze once again. Sang Zhenyu tightened his grip on the Wolf Fang Club, Wu Qingsong raised his saber once more, and Hang Zai knocked an arrow on his bowstring. Even Sang Luoqing, who had just completed the surgery and was nearly exhausted, looked over tensely. Yu Weiyang reached the reinforced glass double doors covered with red cloth. The red cloth was hung to prevent the zombies from seeing the light and moving figures inside. At this moment the red cloth resembled a blood curtain, isolating the two worlds inside and outside. She paused, took a deep breath, transferred the spear to her left hand, then extended her right hand and with her index finger and thumb slowly and carefully lifted a corner of the red cloth. The gap was tiny, barely allowing a single eye to peek through. Outside were no longer the twisted, decaying and frantically colliding zombies. The light was dim and the streets were in disarray. But just beyond this gap, pressed against the glass occupying her entire field of vision, was an eye. A gigantic eye belonging to some unknown creature. The size of an adult's fist, the cold sclera surrounded a central discomforting yellow-brown pupil. The pupil was not the murky grey of a zombie but carried a clear, primal and pure desire for violence and slaughter. It blinked slowly as if it had long been gazing through the red cloth for a while. Yu Weiyang felt her blood freeze in that instant. Every muscle in her body tensed, her fingers gripping the spear shaft turned white from excessive force. She could even hear her heart pounding wildly in her chest. She stood motionless, locking eyes with the giant eye outside. Time seemed to come to a complete standstill at that moment. The silence within the bank merged with the silence outside, and at the center of this dead silence was that yellow-brown pupil reflecting the abyss of the apocalypse. A bone-chilling cold crawled up Yu Wei-Yang's spine and suffused her entire body. In those tawny pupils reflected not the chaotic blankness of an ordinary walking corpse but a focused, almost mocking cruelty. It was not looking at a door, it was appraising the prey about to be seized within it. Retreat! Yu Wei-Yang bellowed on instinct, her body coiling like a compressed spring before snapping back, propelling her away from the reinforced glass door draped in red cloth. Almost the moment she stepped back, a single cavernous thud rolled through the hall like a great war drum, making the entire bank tremble. From the point where Yu Wei-Yang had peered, a web of white cracks spread across the reinforced glass like frost racing outward. A roar. The sound that came from beyond the door was no longer a low snarl but a fury-laden howl, a violent raging cry that pierced the doors and numbed the eardrums. Sang Zhenyu, who had been secretly pleased to have assisted his sister with a quick operation, startled, his bell-like eyes snapped wide. A memory shudder ripped through him from every old wound. His broken left arm throbbed as if newly injured, and the ribs that had once been fractured sent silent warnings through his chest. It's that thing. Sang Gemma's voice trembled faintly. For the first time the 2-meter giant's face showed near terror. That big one. I can forget that sound. It's that Titan corpse. He gripped the spiked club at his side so hard his knuckles blanched. Yu Wei-Yang's heart sank to the bottom of her gut. Qin Ciwei had indeed described this monster to her in detail. 3 meters tall, muscles bulging to the point of rupture, skin a sickly pink, strength capable of overturning cars. When it ran, it went on all fours like some horrific humanoid beast. Most telling of all, he had mentioned those peculiar tawny eyes that seethed with primal savagery. It is it. How did it find this place? Wu Qingsong's face hardened, the cavalry saber held across his front as his gaze swept the wobbling door. Because of Sister Na's blood. There was no time to think further. Another heavy thud struck. The cracks widened once more, spreading like the veins of death across the glass. We cannot stand and fight. Yu Wei-Yang's voice cut through the roar and the panic like a blade. Find the back door. Qingsong Hung's eye cover. Big guy, carry Sister Na on your back. Luo Qing, look after Yu Wei. The orders were crisp and swift, the instinct to survive stamped down the fear. Wu Qingsong and Hung's eye withdrew at once, eye sweeping the rear of the hall with measured caution. Sang Zhenyu lowed, ignoring the pain in his left arm as he carefully lifted the unconscious Ma Hongna onto his sound right shoulder with an unexpectedly steady motion. Sang Luoking's face was pale but resolute. She snapped the medical kit shut and hauled the frightened half-awake Yu Wei to her back, shielding her tightly. Thud thud thud, the blows came like a storm, relentless. Each strike made the bank convulse and sent dust cascading down. The so-called reinforced glass, after enduring more than 10 such terrifying impacts, finally gave a last miserable cry. With a deafening roar, the entire door was smashed inward by an irresistible force. Shards of glass, splinters, and twisted metal exploded inward. Through the choking dust stepped a vast pink horror, a demonic presence from hell that crashed into their makeshift refuge. Nearly 4 meters tall, its bulging muscles pressed the skin taut to near translucence, the flesh a grotesque diseased pink. Its thick limbs braced on the ground, every breath sounded like the labor of bellows. That huge head fixed its tawny pupils on the moving living within the hall, a raw elemental urge to slaughter pouring forth as if tangible. It was the same Titan corpse that had destroyed the Jingdong warehouse shelter. Ignoring scattered debris, it fixed on a single clear objective and lunged toward the squad moving to the rear of the bank. Its four-limbed gait, absurdly swift for its size, shook the ground beneath it. Move now. Yu Wei-Yang shouted sharply, flicking her wrist as her gleaming silver spear sliced the air with a crisp hum. She knew someone had to hold it off or they would all die here. And here perhaps she alone could offer even a sliver of hindrance. Wasn't it supposed to be 3 meters? This thing is clearly over 4, did that fat informant lie? No hesitation, no farewell. With the tip of her foot she pivoted, advancing rather than retreating, a living ember of red charging the monstrous beast. The battle erupted in an instant. The Titan corpse, contemptuous of the tiny red figure, brought a massive claw down in a wind-rending blow. Had that claw landed squarely, it could dent steel. Yu Wei-Yang's gaze was ice calm. She did not meet the strike head-on. At the moment the claw descended, she twisted her waist and slid aside at an almost impossibly acute angle, narrowly avoiding the heart of the blow. Her spear struck out like a viper from a hole not at the thickest flesh but with uncanny precision toward the inner wrist joint of the forelimb that had struck. There was not armor of muscle but a convergence of tendons and vessels. A faint clear sound of penetration followed. The spear's gleaming tip, driven by all the force Yu Wei-Yang had concentrated, pierced in. Yet she frowned. The weapon did not pass through flesh as she expected but met a resilient tendon-like resistance. The Titan corpse emitted a puzzled low roar. It felt the force of its strike strangely dissipate and a sharp numb ache spread through the wrist. Its motion faltered. One thrust had taken effect, but Yu Wei-yang did not linger. She knew it was only a distraction, far from a crippling wound. She moved like a butterfly among flowers, skirting the colossal body with accelerating grace. Her spear became silver lightning, no longer seeking a single mortal pierce but striking joints, ligaments and the weak seams where muscle met tendon. Armpits, knees, the side of the neck, ankles, each thrust was swift, true and brutal. Her spear's tip carried not brute force but a penetrating, cutting power. Her aim was to disrupt muscular coordination and interrupt force transmission, like puncturing an inflated balloon with a needle, not immediately fatal but enough to hamper and slow. With a hiss the spear grazed the Titan corpse's thick Achilles tendon, speckling a trail of fine blood and making its step stumble, Yu Wei-yang's first true breach of its skin. The spear shaft snapped around and lashed the other wrist's pulse point, forcing the massive claw into an involuntary spasm. Yu Wei-yang executed the essence of the GMI technique to perfection, avoiding the sturdy and striking the hollow, overcoming strength with subtlety. Her spearplay was surgical and merciless, like a master surgeon dancing at the edge of death, dissecting with the silver lance the body built for annihilation. The Titan corpse was incensed. It had never encountered such an annoyingly elusive foe. Each of its strikes landed with crushing weight, leaving deep scars on the floor and walls. Shattered stone and twisted metal flew, a display of unmitigated power. In mere seconds the bank's hall was a ravaged ruin. Yet it could not hit that nimble red figure. Though Yu Wei-yang's attacks could not fell it, the endless stabs of pain, numbness and the sudden loss of transmitted force made it frenzied and clumsy, eroding its rhythm. She was a fragile skiff in a storm, seemingly on the verge of capsizing, yet at the critical instant always slipping past the fatal swell. Her breath came faster, sweat crept at her temples. Sparring with such a creature taxed both will and body to the utmost. Each thrust demanded the concentration of her entire mind, angles, force, timing, no margin for error. Then Hang Zai's anxious voice called from the rear, "Sister Wei-yang. No back door. Only a few air ducts, too small, nobody can pass." The news struck like lightning. Their only escape route was cut off. Yu Wei-yang felt a chill, but her eyes sharpened. She made a snap decision. Exit through the front. Buy me time to hold it. She yelled as she lunged, driving the spear into the Titan corpse's eye to force it to twist away and give her companions a chance. Head for the park safe point on the map. If they could reach the safety marker associated with Scar, they should find shelter. The Titan corpse predictably was drawn by that exact provocation, roaring as it fixed its attention fully on Yu Wei-yang. Wu Qingsong and Hang Zai did not hesitate. Go. Qingsong barked, his saber clearing a path as he led the charge toward the shattered front entrance. Sang Zhenyu carried Ma Hongna close behind. Sang Luoqing pulled Yu Wei. Hang Zai brought up the rear. The group seized the opening Yu Wei-yang created. They burst out into the dim, danger-laced street, one peril to the next. Watching her comrades vanish into the gloom steadied Yu Wei-yang somewhat. She fought and fell back, intending to lure the Titan corpse opposite to their route and buy them more time. "Big guy, come chase me." Yu Wei-yang taunted, feinting with the spear before darting toward the bank's far side. But what happened next chilled her blood. The Titan corpse did not pursue the one who had provoked and struck it. It gave Yu Wei-yang only a cold, dismissive glance with those tawny eyes, then slammed its massive skull around and faced the front entrance, the direction Qingsong and the others had fled. Its great nostrils flared as it hunted the air for a faint, specific scent, the metallic tang of Ma Hongna's wound. And the scent of living beings moving together. A wilder, more predatory roar ripped from its throat. In the next instant it pivoted with thunderous force, digging its limbs into the ground until concrete cracked, and charged like an out-of-control heavy tank toward the direction Wu Qingsong's group had fled. It abandoned Yu Wei-yang, who had been harassing it so closely, choosing instead the slower, easier prey carrying a wounded person. "No?" Yu Wei-yang cried, her face draining of color. Without pause she hefted her spear and, gathering every ounce of strength, sprinted after the Titan corpse. She had to stop it. At all costs she had to stop it. Time seemed to stretch and compress simultaneously, turning viscous and sluggish in Yu Wei-yang's perception. She watched helplessly as the colossal pink figure, like a derailed mountain, charged with a cataclysmic fury toward the tiny, staggering backs of the team ahead. With each footfall the ground emitted a dull thud, each one a heavy hammer blow against her heart. The wind howled in her ears, the hem of her red trench coat snapping fiercely. Pushing her speed to the absolute limit, she felt as though she were sprinting against a torrent of death. Her lungs burned with a fiery pain, her legs felt weighted with lead, yet heavier still was the sinking sensation in her heart. Faster. Just a little faster, she roared silently, within her gaze locked unwaveringly on the scene ahead. She could almost see the horrifying tableau, Sang Zhenyu attempting to block with his wolf-tooth club only to be sent flying club, and all the crisp sound of shattering bones echoing Wu Qingsong's great sword striking the Titan zombie's hide, producing only a few sparks before he was torn apart by its massive claws, Hang Zai's arrows futilely embedding themselves in its muscles, then being swallowed by the colossal form. Sang Luoqing spreading her arms in a vain attempt to shield Yu Yuwei behind her, while her sister's terrified helpless eyes were finally eclipsed by a shadow. No. Utter terror and despair surged up as a bitter metallic taste in her throat, nearly making her vomit blood. The distance was closing, but it was far too slow. Her desperate sprint seemed utterly futile against the Titan zombie's frenzied four-limbed speed. It was like an out-of-control heavy tank mercilessly crushing the ruins by the roadside, now less than 20 meters from Hang Zai, who was at the rear. Hang Zai heard the thunderous approach behind him. The earth trembled and the shadow of death nearly enveloped him. All color drained from his young face, but in that moment his usually calm eyes blazed with a resolute icy glint. He did not turn back, nor did he try to flee faster, for he knew that running would only hasten his death and endanger his companions ahead. In that critical instant, besides the suffocating pressure of the Titan zombie, another sound pierced the clamor of death and reached Hang Zai's sharp ears. It was a high-pitched roaring engine sound utterly incongruous with the dead silent ruins, approaching rapidly from the side and rear. This sound was like a pebble dropped into stagnant water stirring a faint ripple. But Hang Zai had no time to ponder who it was. His entire being was focused on a single impending action. In mid-stride, Hang Zai's body twisted violently, turning against nearly every law of physics to face the terrifying behemoth now mere meters away. He could even see his own minuscule reflection in the Titan zombie's yellowish-brown pupils and smell the foul decaying breath from its maw. His bow was in hand, an arrow narked, all within a lightning flash without a hint of hesitation. Swish! The bowstring twanged. The arrow left the string. Due to the extreme proximity and speed, the Titan zombie had no time even to blink or dodge. Thud. A faint yet distinct sound of flesh being pierced. The arrow, carrying all of Hang Zai's strength and resolve, embedded itself with pinpoint accuracy into the Titan zombie's right eye. Roar. An unprecedented roar, a mixture of searing pain, rage, and disbelief, exploded from the Titan zombie's throat. Its forward momentum ceased abruptly. Its massive body, propelled by immense inertia, tumbled sideways like a rolling boulder for several turns, crashing into a dilapidated low wall and kicking up a cloud of dust. Its giant claw clamped tightly over its pierced right eye, from which viscous green fluid gushed between its fingers. This sudden turn of events not only gravely wounded the Titan zombie but also bought Yu Weiyang precious seconds. Like a red bolt of lightning, she finally caught up, now less than 10 meters from the writhing behemoth. Seeing it wailing, clutching its eye, and witnessing Hang Zai stumbling back, having narrowly escaped death, a fierce ruthlessness instantly replaced her former despair. An opportunity. Strike while the iron is hot. Yu Weiyang's eyes hardened. Pushing off the ground, she launched herself forward. Her gleaming silver spear, like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, thrust with unparalleled momentum straight for the Titan zombie's remaining left eye. She aimed to completely blind the monster. However, a wounded beast is most dangerous. Despite the excruciating pain in its right eye, the Titan zombie's perception of danger became even keener. Sensing the killing intent from its left, its free claw tearing through the air with a sharp howl swiped blindly but ferociously toward Yu Weiyang's small frame. This blow, delivered in fury, was terrifyingly fast and covered a vast area. The sheer force of its palm wind made it nearly impossible for Yu Weiyang to breathe. There was no dodging. Yu Weiyang's pupils contracted sharply. In that split second, her mind was terrifyingly clear. She could try to block with her spear, but the result would likely be a shattered weapon and her own demise. She could try to evade, perhaps avoiding a fatal blow, but she would surely be severely wounded, losing mobility, and death would still follow. In a flash, a thought streaked across her mind like a meteor: I can't dodge. If I do, it will go after Yu Wei and the others immediately. If I die, at least I can buy them a little more time. The shadow of death engulfed her like an icy tide. She could almost see the giant palm crushing her bones, pulverizing her organs. At the peak of terror, a sense of near-reverent supplication welled up within her. Master! Up in the ninth heaven, can you see your disciples' dire straits today? She cried out in her heart, thinking of the old Taoist on Mount Qingsong, always in a purple robe, who scolded her for not practicing hard enough, yet secretly slipped her a protective talisman when she descended the mountain. All the celestial Buddhas and immortals, the three pure ones. Whoever you are, please show your power. Send down a divine spell to slay this monster. Save Yu Wei, save everyone. This was the last flicker of hope in utter despair, the final reliance of the dying on ethereal powers. She could almost feel the wind pressure from the giant palm touching her hair. Death was inches away. Yet the gods and Buddhas remained silent. The ninth heaven was still. But In that moment of utter hopelessness on the very brink of life and death. Yu Wei-yang. A heart-wrenching roar filled with boundless terror and fury erupted like a thunderclap from behind and to the side. The voice was so familiar, so achingly familiar that she almost thought it was an auditory hallucination. Then came the engine's roar pushed to its absolute limit. A black lightning bolt at a near-suicidal speed soared down from a slanted wooden plank, be it a collapsed billboard or a rooftop, and charged into the fray. The motorcycle was unbelievably fast, kicking up clouds of dust, carrying an unwavering resolve. It was a Harley-Davidson. And the rider, his eyes wide with fury, his handsome face twisted in extreme rage. Yu Wei-yang in her deepest despair had prayed to all the gods and Buddhas. The response came not from the celestial deities she begged nor the purple-robed master she longed for. The one who answered was Qin Ciwei. In that moment, this man descending like a divine warrior on his Harley into this dead end of despair was her one and only god. That profound emotional turmoil defied any verbal description. It was as if one frozen to death on an endless ice field was suddenly cast into a warm furnace, as if one plummeting into an abyss was abruptly seized by a powerful hand. Hope, grievance, ecstasy, disbelief, a torrent of emotions erupted within her like a volcano, shattering all despair and death wish, leaving her eyes instantly moist and burning. "You fat bastard!" she cried out, her voice choked with tears. Qin Ciwei had no time to respond. His entire being was focused on this desperate strike. The Harley-Davidson, speeding at over 90 miles per hour, launched off the tilted wooden plank like a battering ram, crashing sideways with brutal force into the shoulder blade of the arm the Titan zombie was swinging at Yu Wei-yang. Boom! The deafening collision echoed. The effect was immediate and decisive. Even the Titan zombie with its immense strength was sent staggering sideways by the sudden high-speed impact that carried all the momentum, lurching 3 steps backward. The fatal blow that would have crushed Yu Wei-yang thus grazed the edge of her red trench coat, striking nothing but air with a howling gust of wind. The flying debris stung Yu Wei-yang's face, a sharp pain far less intense than the terror of her narrow escape. Thump! At the moment of impact, Qin Ciwei had already abandoned the bike, decisively letting his body roll forward with the inertia. Though clumsy, it dissipated the force to the maximum. He ended up on one knee not far in front of Yu Wei-yang, his Nepalese kukuri already drawn, glinting coldly. As for Yu Wei-yang, the instant the giant palm missed, her fierce spirit surged back to dominance. If the gods would not come, then she would be her own god. Her comrades were not far away and the danger was far from over. She had barely landed from dodging the palm strike and had not yet steadied herself before the core strength in her waist and abdomen exploded, her body like a released bowstring leaping up again with ferocious determination. Die! Accompanied by an icy fierce cry, her bright silver spear pierced through the dust kicked up by the collision, striking with pinpoint accuracy into the Titan zombie's remaining left eye. Phut! Another sickening sound of flesh being penetrated. Roar! The Titan zombie let out a scream even more harrowing and frenzied than before. With an arrow and a spear embedded in its eyes, thick green viscous fluid gushed out like a fountain from both sockets. In an instant it covered its twisted, agonized face. It flailed its claws wildly in the air, completely consumed by rage and the excruciating pain of blindness. Qin Ciwei had just steadied himself. Seeing the green liquid oozing from the Titan zombie's eyes, his pupils contracted sharply and fragmented images and information flashed through his mind. This green liquid again. His heart shuddered, an inexplicable sense of familiarity and deeper suspicion surging within him. The color, the texture. He seemed to have seen it somewhere before. But now was not the time for investigation. Wei-yang. Let's go. Qin Ciwei did not hesitate, suppressing his inner shock, and reached out a hand to Yu Wei-yang, who had just landed, her breath slightly ragged from the consecutive bursts of exertion. His voice carried an undeniable urgency. Yu Wei-yang looked up at the hand extended towards her, a hand with distinct knuckles, strong and capable, and at the face clear amidst the dust and chaos, etched with concern and resolve. Without a moment's hesitation she reached out her own right hand covered in dust and sweat and grasped his firmly. The instant their hands met, a surge of solid strength transmitted as if pulling her back from the edge of the abyss. Qin Ciwei pulled hard and Yu Wei-yang leaped up gracefully with the momentum, landing steadily on the rear seat of the Harley-Davidson, whose front wheel was slightly twisted but still seemed barely functional, that he had just righted. Hold on tight. Qin Ciwei barked and twisted the throttle. The motorcycle let out a hoarse but still powerful roar, carrying them both speeding off in the direction Wu Qingsong and the others had fled. Behind them was the Titan zombie, now completely blinded and utterly mad. It had lost its sight, but its sense of smell and hearing seemed to have sharpened. It sniffed wildly at the lingering scent of blood and living humans in the air, its deafening roar filled with irreconcilable hatred. Though green pus flowed from its eyes, it adjusted its direction, guided by smell and sound, and took giant strides, rumbling forward in pursuit once again. The pressure of death had not receded, instead fueled by its fury it had become more tangible and pressing. On the motorcycle, Yu Wei-yang held tightly to Qin Ciwei's waist, her cheek pressed against his broad solid back, feeling the tense muscles beneath his shirt and the warmth of his body. The days of surviving against the odds intertwined with the immense joy of seeing him return, yet the sound of pursuit behind them relentless as a shadow clenched her heart tightly. She had come back to life, he had arrived, but the true crisis was only just beginning. After traveling a short distance, the Harley-Davidson let out one last reluctant raspy roar. The front wheel, having endured repeated overload impacts and bumps, finally betrayed control, wobbling widely like a drunkard with metal scraping in a piercing scream. The bike's done. Jump. Qin Ciwei's voice was eerily calm as he gave the command just before the vehicle completely lost control. Without a second thought, almost by instinct, Qin Ciwei and Yu Wei-yang simultaneously rolled off from either side of the bike. Upon landing, both used their hands to absorb the impact, their movements clean and efficient, displaying remarkable coordination and physical prowess. The crippled Harley-Davidson, out of control, veered and crashed into an abandoned vehicle by the roadside with a series of clanging sounds, finally dying completely and emitting wisps of black smoke. The two quickly got up, standing shoulder to shoulder, their eyes sharp as they fixed on the dusty area behind them. Qin Ciwei held the Nepalese kukuri in both hands, its blade reflecting the bleak light among the ruins. Yu Wei-yang gripped her bright silver spear tightly, its tip trembling slightly, poised to strike. They both knew that a desperate battle with this blinded but even more frenzied Titan zombie was inevitable. Only by stopping it here could their companions ahead have a chance to survive. Yet what happened next left their pent-up force completely wasted, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. The massive Titan zombie, with green liquid streaming from its eyes, staggered out of the dust cloud. It seemed to completely ignore Qin Ciwei and Yu Wei-yang, who were right beside it, their presence clear. Its huge head swung widely, its nostrils flaring intensely as if catching a more distinct and alluring trail in the air. It let out a low, agitated roar, and then it brushed past the two who were ready for battle, passing just a few meters away, carrying a foul wind, and without pausing charged furiously in the direction Sang Zhenmu and the others had fled. It had abandoned revenge on those who had blinded it. Its target was singular and clear, the living humans carrying the scent of its desired prey. Especially that strong smell of blood. Damn it. Qin Ciwei's face changed instantly. Its target is Sister Na. Yu Wei-yang realized immediately. They exchanged a glance, seeing the shock and anger in each other's eyes. Without a word, their bodies moved before their minds, shooting off like arrows from a bowstring, sprinting after the Titan zombie. Their speed was immense, but their hearts felt heavy, a foreboding sense coiling around them like cold ivy. Meanwhile, on the broad yet trembling back of Sang Zhenmu, weakened by exhaustion, a violent jolt like a drumbeat striking deep within her soul forcibly awakened Ma Hongna from her deep coma. Her consciousness was first blurred as if veiled by a thick curtain. Then came the pain all over her body, especially the sharp searing agony at her left scapula like a red-hot branding iron which jolted her into clarity. She struggled to open her heavy eyelids. Her vision was initially shaking and blurry, only able to see Sanjima's thick sweat and dust-covered neck and the wind whistling past her ears. And behind her the heavy footsteps and furious roars growing ever closer like a countdown to death. She turned her head slightly, her gaze passing over Sanjima's shoulder. She saw Wu Qingsong ahead, running with all his might. The saber in his hand was still gripped tightly as he decapitated the sporadic zombies that charged at them. His back was steady yet carried a hint of urgency. She saw Hangzi guarding beside Sang Luoqing and Yu Wei. The young man's face no longer bore its usual calm but was taut with anxiety. His bow remained in hand, his knuckles white from tension. She saw Sang Luoqing tightly holding little Yu Wei's hand, the girl's face filled with terror as she stumbled along. Then she felt Sanjima's labored bellows like breathing beneath her and the force of his right arm tightly gripping her thigh. She also felt his body trembling slightly from exhaustion and his left arm hanging limp, unable to exert strength. Finally she heard the terrifying sounds behind her, clinging like a shadow, growing ever nearer. What was it? She knew in her heart it was the Titan zombie that had been chasing them all the way. In an instant all the clues connected in her mind. It's because of me. A clear and cruel realization pierced her heart like an ice dagger. If not for my injury requiring someone to carry me at everyone's speed, we would have long shaken off this monster. I have become the team's burden, slowing everyone down, plunging us all into this desperate situation. Guilt, self-blame, helplessness. Emotions surged like a tide, nearly drowning her. In this apocalyptic world where human life is as cheap as grass, meeting such companions who never abandon or give up was already a great fortune. Qin Ciwei's leadership, Yu Wei-yang's ferocity, Wu Qingsong's steadiness, Hangzi's calm and sharpness, Sanjima's simple loyalty, Sang Luoqing's meticulous care, and little Yu Wei's pure dependence. All of this was once the light that kept her going in this dark apocalypse. But now that light was about to be extinguished because of her burden. Put me down. She spoke with difficulty, her voice hoarse from weakness and pain. Sanjemu seemed not to hear, only gritting his teeth and moving his thick legs more forcefully, trying to squeeze out the last ounce of potential. His silence, like the most solid rock, only made Ma Hongna's heart ache more. Put me down. You fool. Please. She raised her voice tearfully and began to struggle with force. But her strength was negligible before Sanjemu. In desperation she lowered her head, opened her mouth and bit hard into Sanjemu's muscular right shoulder. She used all the strength she could muster at that moment. Her teeth sank into the flesh, tasting salty sweat and a faint hint of blood. Sanjemu's body stiffened abruptly and his running steps faltered, but he still did not let go. He didn't even let out a grunt. Only his increasingly heavy breathing and his eyes, unseen by anyone, already bloodshot and red-rimmed from extreme endurance and grief, told of his inner torment. This simple and honest man, in his most clumsy yet steadfast way, guarded the belief of never abandoning any companion. Feeling Sanjemu's stubborn, almost tragic persistence, Ma Hongna's tears finally broke free. Not because of her shoulder injury, but because of a broken heart. Enough. Truly enough. Everyone has done far too much for me. She looked at the park entrance ahead, so close, perhaps representing a path to survival, but with her no one could enter. I can't watch everyone die because of me. A resolute thought, like the last spark in the darkness, ignited in her heart. With the last of her strength, her arm, which had been limp on Sanjemu's shoulder, suddenly jerked backward. Her entire upper body, without warning and with determination, leaned backward. This completely caught Sanjemu off guard. Already exhausted, driven only by will, he was holding Ma Hongna with just one hand behind her back. Ma Hongna's sudden backward lean instantly shattered the fragile balance. Sister Na. Sanjemu roared in terror, his right hand futilely trying to grasp hold, only tearing off a piece of her clothing. Thud. Ma Hongna crashed heavily onto the cold, rough concrete, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Intense pain from her wound and the impact made her vision darken, but a bitter sense of relief rose in her heart. Sister Na. Wu Qingsong, Hangzi Sang Luoqing and little Yu Wei ahead turned back in shock, seeing Ma Hongna fallen on the ground and Sanjemu forced to stop, his eyes wide with fury. Without any hesitation, Wu Qingsong was the first to turn and rush back. Leave me. Go. Ma Hongna screamed with all her might, her voice broken and shrill. In that split second, the enormous pink shadow of death loomed over them. The blind Titan zombie, guided by scent, precisely located the isolated prey. A giant palm carrying a wind that could crush everything descended like a collapsing cliff, aiming at Ma Hongna on the ground and Wu Qingsong, who was trying to rush back. Fall back. Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang just arrived from behind, running at full speed. Seeing this heart-stopping scene, Qin Ciwei's eyes blazed and he let out a thunderous roar. Wu Qingsong reacted swiftly, yanking Sanjemu, who was about to charge forward, and together with Hangzi and Sang Luoqing they dove and rolled to the side and back, with little Yu Wei narrowly escaping. Boom. The giant palm slammed onto the ground, leaving a deep claw mark as debris flew. Only a hair's breadth away, Wu Qingsong and the others would have been crushed into pulp. Ma Hongna, without any chance, fell into the enormous, foul-smelling, death-wreaking grasp. She was easily seized, her bones creaking under the unbearable pressure. The intense pain nearly made her faint again, her vision blurring. Sister Na. Sanjemu let out a beast-like wail, struggling to charge forward but held back tightly by Wu Qingsong. Boss. Sister Weiyang. Save her. Please save her. The turtle giant cried like a helpless child, his bloodshot eyes filled with desperate pleading. Qin Ciwei's eyes were bloodshot, his gurkha knife creaking in his grip. His breath, still unsettled from the frantic run, was ready to lunge recklessly. Yu Weiyang, gritting her silver teeth, raised her spear, preparing to coordinate an attack. But Sang Luoqing gently tugged at Sanjemu's sleeve, tears silently streaming down her face as she shook her head slightly. Her eyes were filled with pain, but as a quasi-doctor she was more acutely aware of the harsh reality. Before that giant palm fully closed, no one could rescue Ma Hongna from that absolute disparity in power. Forced rescue would only add to the casualties. Qin Ciwei's steps froze. He looked at Ma Hongna, clutched in the giant hand, on the verge of life and death. Countless images flashed through his mind before the apocalypse. Ma Hongna, as a company boss, had mentored and cared for him. After the apocalypse began, she silently managed the team's logistics, finding ways to make everyone eat a little better, handing him a cup of warm water when he was most exhausted. Those subtle warmth now turned into gnawing pain. Can't give up. Never. Just as Qin Ciwei's blood surged within him, preparing to fight to the death, the Titan zombie slowly raised its hand, clutching Ma Hongna, seemingly about to deliver this food into its massive fang-filled maw. A low, deep rumble, as if from the very core of the earth, erupted without warning. This sound did not travel through the air but resonated directly within everyone's bones, organs, and even their souls. It was as if the entire planet had let out a pained and furious groan. Then the earth came alive. Not a mere tremor but a violent churning, tearing upheaval like a raging ocean. An earthquake had arrived. In an instant the world spun and tilted. Everyone, like leaves in a gale, lost their balance instantly. Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang stumbled, nearly falling, and quickly drove their weapons into the ground for support. Wu Qingsong and Hengzi clung desperately to a nearby broken lamppost. Sang Luoqing shielded little Yu Wei beneath her body, while Sang Zhenyu, overwhelmed by grief and the sudden loss of balance, fell directly to his knees. As for the Titan zombie, its colossal frame became its greatest burden in that moment. The violent shaking made it impossible for it to stand. It let out a confused and enraged roar. Its giant hand clutching Ma Hongna involuntarily loosened its grip, and its massive body staggered backward, struggling to find balance. But this was only the beginning. The entire city before this world-shattering force let out its final lament. In the distance, skyscrapers swayed like drunken giants, their glass facades peeling away in sheets, turning into a deadly shimmering rain of glass. Nearby, already dilapidated and finished buildings toppled like children's blocks. Walls cracked, support pillars twisted and snapped, and the sounds of their collapse echoed in a continuous symphony of death. The ground cracked like fragile eggshells, enormous fissures spreading like black lightning, bottomless and devouring everything in their path. Water mains burst, sending murky geysers skyward. Underground gas lines were severed, igniting a chain of explosions from residual gas, with fireballs rolling and thick smoke blotting out the sun. The sky was shrouded by a massive curtain of dust, plunging the world into a twilight darkness. The entire world was collapsing, shattering and reforming. This was a true scene of the apocalypse, nature's ultimate and final reckoning upon this already devastated land. The horde of zombies on the road staggered and fell, only to be swallowed by the fissures. Just ahead of Qin Ciwei and the others, the abandoned and finished building, already in ruins, let out a teeth-grinding screech under the earthquake's violent assault. Its steel skeleton was twisted as if by an invisible giant hand, and concrete blocks rained down like a storm. The most deadly were the thick steel pipes, several meters or even dozens of meters long, which had served as scaffolding or structural supports. Shaken loose and hurled from the heights, they fell with their immense weight and the terrifying acceleration of gravity, turning into spears of death raining down indiscriminately in all directions. Watch out! Run for the park. It's open ground. Qin Ciwei roared hoarsely, pulling the kneeling Sang Zhenyu to his feet. Together with Yu Weiyang, they shielded the others, stumbling and crawling towards the park entrance just ahead. Though the park had trees, it was free of tall buildings, making it the only potentially safe area at hand. The Titan zombie, which had just regained its footing and was again trying to grab Ma Hongna from the ground, became the most conspicuous target with its massive size and deafening roars. It had no way to dodge and was oblivious to the deadly threat from above. Sharp whistling sounds tore through the air, cutting through the rumbling and the crashing of buildings. First 7 or 8 rusted steel pipes like invitations from Death himself shot down from the 100-meter-high top of the unfinished building. 2 of them, as if guided by fate, hurtled directly towards the Titan zombie. One like a spear pierced with a shrill shriek into the thickest muscle of the zombie's back shoulder blade. The immense kinetic energy drove its sturdy body forward in a violent lurch. The other was chillingly precise. Falling almost vertically with a destructive force, it pierced instantly into the vulnerable area connecting the zombie's head and neck. It drove downward with devastating force, tearing through its massive heart, whether it still beat or not, and then, with undiminished momentum, burst out through its abdomen, trailing a sticky liquid of mixed green and red. As this steel pipe pierced through the Titan zombie's body, its sharp, filth-covered tip also mercilessly pierced the chest of Ma Hongna, who was pinned half beneath it and unable to move. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The Titan zombie's massive frame was pinned to the ground by the 2 crossed pipes. As the green fluid drained from its body, it struggled futilely, letting out a few meaningless grunts until the yellow-brown pupils in its eyes completely lost focus. Ma Hongna felt an indescribable coldness and searing pain. Her vision rapidly dimmed, but just before she lost consciousness completely, she seemed to catch a glimpse of Qin Ciwei and the others staggering into the park. The corner of her mouth twitched with immense difficulty, forming what seemed like a relieved smile. Will we meet again, comrades? Family? An almost inaudible voice drifted faintly from beneath the Titan zombie. Then, with a thunderous roar, the enormous unfinished building could no longer hold. As if uttering a final desperate cry like a dying giant, it collapsed with a thunderous crash directly onto the spot where the Titan zombie and Ma Hongna lay. Millions of tons of reinforced concrete crashed down like a waterfall, instantly burying the once invincible monster and the woman who had willingly sacrificed herself beneath an endless sea of rubble. Only the 2 steel pipes protruding slightly from the debris and stained with an eerie green silently testified to the brutal and tragic end that had just unfolded. The earthquake raged on, the city continued to crumble. Qin Ciwei and the others rushed into the park and looked back only to see the towering plume of dust and their comrade completely entombed. As someone who had personally experienced the devastating Wenchuan earthquake 15 years ago, Qin Ciwei's heart was filled with despair. This earthquake's ferocity was indistinguishable from the footage he had seen of the 9.6 magnitude earthquake in the island nation of Japan. Sang Zhenyu let out a desperate wail like a wounded beast and collapsed to the ground. Yu Weiyang held the terrified little Yu Wei tightly, her face pale. Qin Ciwei stood still, letting the earth shake beneath him, his gaze fixed on the newly formed rubble. His tightly clenched fists drove his nails deep into his palms, drawing blood. Sister Na was dead. In a way none of them could have foreseen, she had perished together with the Titan nightmare that had hunted them. In this cataclysmic apocalypse, individual life was so insignificant yet so profoundly heavy. My name is Ma Hona. This may well be the last time I recall it, the name behind 36 years of life, a life like wild grass trampled into mud yet still straining to bloom a single fragile flower. My body is freezing cold, like the frozen well in Meng province during winter. Darkness surges from all directions, carrying the scent of rubble and dust, and the metallic tang of my own blood. Strangely, the pain has dulled, only exhaustion remains, so deep that even breathing feels like a luxury I can no longer afford. Yet my mind boils like water at a furious simmer, bubbling with images I thought long buried now leaping forth unbidden. I was born in a small village in Shan province where the yellow loess soil runs thick enough to bury the hopes of countless girls. I was the third child in my family, 2 elder brothers came before me. My arrival brought no joy to the household, only the label a money-losing burden. In memory it is always my brother's steamed white wheat buns beside my coarse black millet cakes, always my father's silent disdainful gaze, always my mother's furtive tears, and her helpless refusal to give me even one extra bite. At 13 the family could no longer make ends meet, or rather my parents decided this money-losing burden had finally matured enough to recoup some cost. Through a human trafficker they sold me far away, to Meng province. I remember that day vividly. My mother boiled an egg for me, the first time in my life. I did not eat it. I only watched the way her eyes darted away, and in that moment the hollow place inside me, already cold, turned utterly glacial. The wind and sand of Meng province are fierce, so fierce they force your eyes shut. And that so-called home was colder than our ancestral village in Shan province. My adoptive parents beat and scolded me without cause. I worked until my limbs ached and ate only scraps. I believed this was my fate, until that night when my adoptive father, reeking of liquor and the stench of livestock pens, barged into the tiny side room where I slept. That year I was not yet 15. The bruises on my body would fade, but the stain upon my soul burned like a brand seared by red-hot iron, indelible, unerasable. I survived like a blade of grass thrust into a crack in stone, clinging to life by instinct alone. Then slowly the world shifted. People whispered of cities where one could work, earn money, escape. I fled, as if pursued by death itself, climbing aboard a freight train and rattling all the way to Jingju. I washed dishes in restaurants, hauled bricks on construction sites, worked as a maid, taking any dirty, grueling job offered. I dared not rest. I dared not spend a single fen, because I feared slipping back into that lightless abyss. With what little I saved, I heard rumors of Rongcheng. Opportunity abounded there, the weather was mild, the winters gentle. So I went. I began by selling goods on the street, then opened a small storefront, driven by sheer will to take root in this city. For a woman, building a business was an uphill battle. Male bosses tried to grope, to exploit, pressing drinks at banquets, reaching under tables with wandering hands. I smiled through it all, played along, though my stomach churned as if I'd swallowed flies. Yet for survival, for just a sliver of ground to stand upon, I endured. Eventually business improved. I leased space in Wanda Mall and opened a sports center, my life's labor, my heart made manifest. Our first hire was Qin Ciwei. He was truly handsome, tall, broad-shouldered, his smile radiant, his eyes sparkling with the untarnished clarity of youth. He applied as a basketball coach, brimming with youthful vitality. Together we stayed up late designing courses, cleaned the facility side by side, watched our center transform, from empty halls echoing with silence to bustling spaces humming with life, from relentless losses to steady hard-won profit. Those days of shared struggle were the most fulfilling of my life, the only time I truly felt like a whole worthy human being. During team-building nights, as everyone drank and sang, I would steal glances at him. Watching him laugh and wrestle with the others, watching the clean arc of his jump shot, I felt ripples stir within me. But the moment such thoughts surfaced, I crushed them mercilessly. Was I worthy? A girl sold by her own parents, defiled, dragged through the muck, how could I ever deserve a boy so pure? I am unclean. Those 3 words were carved into my bones like a curse. And somewhere along the way, Xiaoqing grew plump. No longer the lean dashing young man but a slovenly round-faced fatso. I fretted inwardly, scolded him outwardly, swapped his snacks for low-calorie alternatives, yet he seemed utterly indifferent. Later we hired Wu Qingsong, the stoic mountain-like Sonda champion, and Hanzi Chenzehang, the calm, strikingly handsome archer whose aim never wavered. Watching Qin Ciwei and Hanzi grow inseparable, teasing, wrestling, laughing, I felt a quiet envy. I longed to join them, not as their boss but as a friend, joking freely, speaking from the heart. But I was the boss, I had to hold myself aloof, maintain authority. I feared that once I lowered my guard I could never raise it again. So instead I cared for them in secret, filling the office with snacks, then scolding them as gluttons, berating them loudly while hiding beneath every barb those tender, forbidden feelings. The sports center was my home. They were my family. Even during the 3 years of pandemic, when my life savings vanished when I stood at the edge of ruin, I never considered dissolving this family. As long as I could see them each day, hear their laughter and bickering, I believed life still held promise. None of us imagined the apocalypse would come. The zombies snarled and bared their teeth. I still remember the first one I saw. It stood with its back to me. Drawn by morbid curiosity, I approached to help, only for it to turn its face, sending me collapsing to the ground in terror. I thought we were doomed. Then Xiao Qin, no Qin Ciwei, saved me again. He had reclaimed his former brilliance, and surpassed it, radiating a newfound unshakable reliability. He led me, Wu Qingsong and Hanzi, to take refuge in a subway station. There, like rats hiding in subterranean tunnels, we met the siblings Sang Jimu and Sang Luoqing. Listening to Luoqing weep as she recounted their story, parents dead, left to fend for themselves, her brother doing every degrading, exhausting task to protect her, enduring abuse without retaliation, I wept uncontrollably. I realized then I was not the only one broken by fate. We were all castaways, discarded into life's forgotten corners, wild grasses trampled yet stubbornly clinging to existence. Later, to buy us time to flee, that gentle giant, knowing full well he stood no chance against the titan zombie, charged forward like a foolish bear, meeting the monstrous creature head-on. Just to grant us precious seconds. When they carried him back drenched in blood, my heart clenched in agony. Then Yu Wei Yang arrived, a woman in a crimson trench coat blazing as fiercely and powerfully as living flame. She trained Qin Ciwei with ruthless discipline. Watching his hands tremble as he ate, I ached with sorrow, and couldn't resist a bitter jab at Yu Wei Yang. Qin Ciwei refused my help and stood firmly in her defense. In that instant bitterness flooded me, yet deeper still was a quiet aching relief. Perhaps with such a formidable woman beside him he truly would live better. I was shot. The bullet lodged deep, excruciating pain. Yet Luoqing, trembling with fear, forced herself to treat my wound. Watching her grow steadily stronger, I saw my younger self reflected in her eyes. Only she was luckier, surrounded by so many willing to shield her. On this final stretch it was the gentle giant who carried me. This simple, steadfast man, exhausted beyond measure, said nothing, gripping me tight across his back. No matter how I pleaded for him to set me down, no matter how I bit him, he refused to loosen his hold. His back was wide, warm, evoking a distant, half-forgotten memory, a safe embrace long ago. Wu Qingsong stood silently guard at our flank. Hanzi's sharp, watchful gaze swept the perimeter. Xiao Yuwei's clear, innocent eyes were the last flicker of light I beheld amid this gory wasteland. And Qin Ciwei, always I remember his back, standing before us all, not broad by measure yet seeming to cleave through thorns and darkness alike. It was he who gathered these scattered, abandoned fragments, these broken shards, and pieced them, however precariously, into something called a team, a family. How bitterly unfair. To die like this. I have not yet seen whether Qin Ciwei and Yu Wei Yang will find love. I have not yet seen Wu Qingsong find his peace. Nor Hanzi muster the courage to confess his heart to Luoqing. Nor Sang Jimu, the gentle giant, learn to guard himself from deception. Nor Xiao Yuwei grow into adulthood. And I have not yet thanked each of them, truly, deeply, just once. Thank you, for letting Ma Hongna, the money-losing burden sold from a Shan province village, the woman stained by filth, feel in the final stretch of life what warmth is, what protection feels like, what a home truly means. I long, oh how I long, to see them again. I long more than words can hold to be with them, even for a day. An hour. Darkness swallowed me whole. In my last fading consciousness, sunlight streamed through the glass windows of the sports center. Qin Ciwei teaching children to shoot hoops, Wu Qingsong drenched in sweat atop the ring, Hanzi quietly polishing his bow, and I standing in the office doorway, scolding them all, while inside my heart melted like sugar dissolving in warm tea. How beautiful. Farewell. Will we meet again, friends, family? The aftershocks of the Earth's tremor still resonated within everyone's bones, as if the very land itself trembled in the wake of the catastrophe that had just unfolded. When the last wisp of dust finally settled, the view revealed only the silhouettes of crumbling walls and shattered beams scattered across the vast desolate earth like the bones of a colossal beast. Qin Ciwei emerged from the flattened park and stood before the ruins, his body caked with dust and dried blood. In his eyes, once so resolute, a torrent of complex emotions now surged. Awe and fear of nature's might, grief over Ma Hongna's death, confusion and anxiety about the path ahead, the lingering terror of having narrowly escaped death himself, yet a glimmer of relief that most of his companions had survived. His gaze was fixed upon the mound of concrete and steel that had entombed Ma Hongna and the Titan zombie, as if he could pierce through the heavy rubble with sheer will to catch one last glimpse of that face always adorned with a gentle smile. Sister N.A. Sang Luoqin's voice choked as she held Yu Yuwei, barely able to form a complete sentence. The little girl buried her face in Sang Luoqin's embrace, her small shoulders trembling slightly. She did not yet fully grasp the meaning of death, but instinctively felt that Aunt Ma, who would always secretly slip her candy and hum soft lullabies to help her sleep, would never return. Yu Weiyang stood beside Qin Ciwei. Her iconic red trench coat was torn and stained with mud and dark blood. She gently tugged at Qin Ciwei's sleeve, her voice low and restrained. The dead cannot be brought back. Let Sister Na rest in peace here. This place. At least it is quiet. The roars of the surrounding zombies had indeed become much sparser. The sudden massive earthquake had buried most of them beneath the rubble. This should have been a cause for celebration, but no one felt any joy at that moment. The silence only made the grief more piercing. Qin Ciwei slowly shook his head and gently brushed aside Yu Weiyang's hand. His movement was light yet carried an unwavering resolve. Then without a word he walked towards the pile of rubble and began to dig with his bare hands. The sharp edge of the first concrete slab he moved cut into his palm. Blood mixed with dust, forming a dark muddy paste in his hands. But he seemed to feel no pain, mechanically continuing this seemingly futile act. Wu Jingsong watched in silence for a while. This usually stoic and steady man, recalling Sister Na's care and help, found his eyes reddening. He stepped forward and began to dig with his bare hands as well. With every stone he moved he used all his strength, as if this could alleviate the pain in his heart. Hangzi wiped his eyes and joined them. He was like a stubborn child now, desperately trying to find Sister Na, who always cared if he had enough to eat and remembered to give him an extra layer of clothing when it was cold. Sang Zhenyu hung his head, pounding his own thigh with his still functional right hand. This turtle giant, now like a child who had done wrong, murmured to himself, "It's all my fault. It's all because I'm useless. If only I had run a little faster." Sang Luoqin's tears flowed endlessly, but she held Yu Yuwei tightly, refusing to let herself cry out loud. She knew that this quiet was the best farewell for the departed. Yu Weiyang watched the three men, their hands bloody and raw, their backs stubborn and despairing. In the end she did not try to stop them again. She simply tightened her grip on her spear and silently retreated to the side, keeping a vigilant watch on their surroundings. She understood that perhaps that man had his own convictions and some farewells had to be made in this way. Time passed in silence, with only the sounds of scraping and moving stones echoing through the ruins. Qin Ciwei's hands were already a bloody mess, but he seemed to feel no pain. His mind flashed with memories of his time with Ma Hongna. Years ago, when he first walked into the sports center for an interview, Ma Hongna as the boss showed no disdain for this arrogant young man. Instead, she appreciated his drive and experience. When the company was hit by the pandemic and many veteran employees resigned one after another, it was Ma Hongna who withstood the pressure, leading them, a few young ones, to grit their teeth and persevere until they weathered the storm. In the shelter, whenever someone returned from outside, Ma Hongna was always the first to rush over with words of care. Whenever someone felt down, she would always find the right words to comfort them. "Brother Wei, that's enough." Hangzi's voice was hoarse, his hands equally mangled. "Sister Na wouldn't want to see us like this." Wu Jingsong said nothing, but he stopped. He looked at the pit they had dug 2 meters deep, which contained nothing but rubble and broken rebar. Qin Ciwei finally stopped. He knelt by the pit and took a deep breath. In the distance, Yu Yuwei coughed, the little girl apparently choked by the dust. That cough was like an alarm bell, snapping Qin Ciwei out of his grief. He had others to care for, 5 companions who needed his leadership. In this apocalyptic world, grief was a luxury they had to look forward. Slowly rising to his feet, Qin Ciwei turned to the group, his voice hoarse but firm. "Sister Na is gone, but she wanted us to live. Carrying her hopes, we must live on and live well." His gaze swept across the face of every companion, finally resting on Yu Yuwei. The little girl lifted her head from Sang Luoqin's arms. Her big eyes were still filled with tears, but she tried her best to give Qin Ciwei a smile. He stood up, looked again at the pile of rubble and whispered, "Goodbye, Sister Na." The group followed Qin Ciwei away from the ruins in silence. Based on information previously obtained from Wang Defa, they found a hidden stronghold deep within the park. It was a semi-underground building almost completely undamaged by the massive earthquake and very well concealed. Pushing open the heavy iron door revealed a spacious room stocked with supplies. Under normal circumstances, discovering such a safe haven would have been cause for celebration, but at that moment no one felt any joy. Following their old routine, Ma Hongna would have been bustling about inventorying supplies, preparing food and nagging the youngsters to get some rest. But now that figure with the ever-gentle smile would never appear again. Sang Luoqin silently put down her backpack and began to organize the food. She imitated Ma Hongna's way, sorting the food items, each movement so earnest as if through this act she was bidding a final farewell to the departed sister. "Let me help you," Yu Weiyang said softly, taking the can from Sang Luoqin's hands. Wu Qingsong began checking the sturdiness of the doors and windows. Hengzi arranged the sleeping area for the night, and Sang Zhenyu helped clean Yu Wei's face. Everyone silently found something to do, trying to numb the pain in their hearts with busyness. Qin Ciwei stood by the window looking out at the world transformed beyond recognition by the earthquake. The last rays of the setting sun spilled over the ruins, painting this dead land in a layer of mournful, beautiful gold. "I will lead them to survive, Sister Na," he vowed in his heart. "I promise you." Night fell and Sang Luoqin prepared a simple meal. The group sat together in the faint moonlight filtering through the window, eating in silence. In the center of the table a place was deliberately left empty, with a can of sardines set out for Ma Hongna. "I remember the first time I met Sister Na," Hengzi suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. She was explaining the company culture to a new employee. The employee was very nervous, so she told a few jokes to lighten the mood. Wu Qingsong nodded. "When I first started I was teaching someone Sanshou, but I accidentally fractured a kid's arm. The parent almost had me taken to the police station. She strongly defended me, saying I just needed some time to grow." Qin Ciwei remained silent, recalling the days and nights he had worked hard with Ma Hongna when he first joined. His eyes reddened. Yu Weiyang gently took his hand. "She was like the matriarch of our team." Qin Ciwei held her hand in return, feeling that warmth. In this cold world, the warmth of his companions was the force that kept him going. "From tomorrow onwards we will live for Sister Na," Qin Ciwei said, looking at the group, his voice firm. "And we will live for each other. We must carry on Sister Na's hopes for a better life and live with the feelings of care and trust we have for our companions." At that moment Sang Luoqin recalled the day her brother was gravely wounded by the Titan zombie. It was this man before her who, with a glimmer of hope, had encouraged them all to rescue her brother from that terrifying, despairing monster. He had never given up on any companion, but he was not omnipotent. Even though he never said it, he bore the lives of everyone here on his shoulders. He must be the one who was the saddest, yet the one who could least show it. Sang Luoqin looked around at her companions. From now on, she thought, let me be the one to take care of them, Sister Na. The atmosphere was somber, but everyone was mourning Ma Hongna in their hearts, and everyone looked at Qin Ciwei with a mixture of heartache and resolve. After the simple dinner was cleaned up, the night grew deep. The others fell asleep one by one, exhausted. But Qin Ciwei had no desire for sleep. He rose quietly, tucking blankets around each person, then returned to the window to keep watch. Outside, moonlight bathed the ruins. Occasionally the roars of distant zombies could be heard. But inside this small stronghold, at least for now, it was safe, it was warm. Feeling Qin Ciwei tuck the blanket around him, Wu Qingsong, his face turned to the wall, could no longer hold back his tears. "Companions, I might not be able to continue this journey with you either." As the first rays of dawn filtered through the window into the outpost, Sang Luoqin gently roused the others. A new day had begun, and they must press onward. For the departed and for those still living. "Everyone wake up, it's time to inventory our supplies. We must prepare for the journey ahead." One by one they rose from their humble floor mat, silently gathering their belongings. When the iron door of the outpost storage room creaked open, everyone drew a sharp, stunned breath at the sight before them. "Good heavens!" Hengzi gasped, first nearly dropping his compound bow. Inside, supplies were stacked with meticulous order. Sacks of rice and flour lined the left wall, mountains of canned goods rose on the right, and sealed crates labeled medicines rested in the corners. Most striking of all was a row of vehicles parked against the far wall. Sang Luoqin strode forward and began counting aloud. 120 bags of rice, 30 jin each. 120 bags of flour, also 30 jin each. 50 cases of drinking water. Sang Zhenyu's eyes widened as he counted on his thick fingers. So 30 jin per bag, 10 bags make 300 jin, 100 bags make 7,200 jin. Yu Weiyang murmured softly, adjusting her rimless glasses, the glint of astonishment flickering in her eyes. "Just the rice and flour alone will last us for quite some time." Hang Zai had already moved to the canned goods section, his voice trembling with suppressed excitement. Spam sardines, fruit preserves. 1,000 cans at least. How long could we possibly eat through all this? Wu Qingsong inspected the medicine crates in silence, then recited steadily, amoxicillin, cephalosporin, antibiotics, both present. Painkillers and anti-inflammatories are fully stocked, enough to last half a year. Qin Ciwei approached the line of vehicles and brushed dust from a motorcycle, 10 bicycles with rear seats, 1 pedal-powered tricycle, 3 motorcycles and 3 electric scooters. Wang Defa prepared thoroughly. These were clearly intended for transporting supplies. When the inventory concluded, they gathered in a circle, but the air grew heavy with unspoken gravity. They all knew the decision ahead would determine life or death for every soul present. Qin Ciwei scanned their faces and spoke slowly. The supplies exceed even our highest expectations. Now we must decide how, and by which route, we shall travel. For transport I recommend motorcycles. Hang Zai responded immediately, his tone lightening, fast high cargo capacity, and quick escape if danger arises. Yu Weiyang shook her head in objection. Motorcycles generate too much noise, easily drawing the attention of the shambling dead. Though fuel won't be scarce, functional gas stations still dot the roads. What about electric scooters? Sang Zhenyu scratched his head. They are quiet. Electric scooters require charging, Wu Qingsong replied gravely. The power grid collapsed long ago, no charging points remain. After a moment's reflection, Qin Ciwei made his decision. We'll use bicycles and the tricycle. Human-powered movement is slow, but silent, reliable and requires no external energy. 5 bicycles plus 1 tricycle will carry all essential supplies and personnel. All nodded in agreement. Qin Ciwei continued, next, the route. 2 options lie before us, the expressway or the national highway. Let's take the expressway. Hang Zai urged at once, clear signage, no risk of getting lost. Guardrails flank both sides, lowering the chance of encountering hordes. Sang Luoqing frowned, but in the early days of the apocalypse the expressway would have been choked with abandoned vehicles, perhaps even corpses trapped inside. And emergency lanes may be blocked too. The national highway carries greater risk, but offers flexibility. We can divert at will if danger looms, and may even find supply caches along the way. Wu Qingsong said. I still advise the expressway. Congestion likely occurs only near toll gates, in and out. We ride bicycles and a tricycle, compact, highly maneuverable. Even if passage becomes truly impossible, smaller vehicles can be shifted aside. And let's not forget, service areas still line the expressway. Qin Ciwei rendered the final verdict, and no objections followed. After deliberation they resolved to follow the expressway primarily, but remain ready to adapt their course as circumstances demanded. Then taking a deep breath, Qin Ciwei voiced the most consequential decision. Now that transport and route are settled, let us name our final destination. I intend to lead you all to my hometown, Zizhou County. I cannot go with you. Wu Qingsong interrupted abruptly, his voice low yet startlingly clear. The air froze. Everyone stood motionless. Hang Zai shot upright. Brother Qingsong, what do you mean? Wu Qingsong kept his gaze downward, hands clenched tightly together, whispering, I wish to return to my own hometown, to the north of Rongcheng. Perhaps family still survives there. Our paths diverge. Qin Ciwei furrowed his brow. He remembered clearly Wu Qingsong had confirmed his family did not survive the outbreak's first wave. This reason held no weight, yet Qin Ciwei chose not to expose it. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Let us accompany you instead. Qin Ciwei held Wu Qingsong's gaze intently. No. No need. Wu Qingsong suddenly raised his voice, then lowered it again, soft and resolute. Brother Qin, you said from the very onset of the apocalypse that you longed to return home. So much time has passed, I cannot delay you further. Hang Zai rushed forward, his voice trembling with raw emotion. Brother Qingsong, snap out of it. Naji has just passed, now you leave us. Didn't we vow to survive, to live, together? If we part now, what happens if disaster strikes? Wu Qingsong remained silent, fists knotted so tightly his knuckles whitened. Sang Zhenyu scratched his head, his simple honest face etched with worry. Brother, let me come with you. More hands, more protection. No. I must do this alone. Yu Weiyang observed Wu Qingsong quietly, her keen eyes catching the inner turmoil flickering in his gaze. She asked gently, Qingsong, are you carrying some unbearable burden? Speak it aloud. We'll face it together. Wu Qingsong's lips parted, then he simply shook his head. No burden. I merely wish to return and see. Hang Zai stamped his foot in frustration, voice cracking with confusion and anger. Brother Qingsong, we bled and fought side by side. What is there you cannot tell us plainly? Qin Ciwei raised a hand halting Hang's eye. His gaze deep and steady locked onto Wu Qingsong, and in those eyes he saw an irrevocable resolve. Qingsong, Qin Ciwei said calmly, I honor your choice. But remember this, no matter what unfolds, you will always be family to us. Wu Qingsong's frame trembled faintly. He lifted his head, tears glistened for a fleeting instant, then bowed it once more, thank you brother Qin. Here's a proposal, Qin Ciwei paused thoughtfully. We'll meet back at this outpost in 15 days, regardless of circumstance. Agreed. Wu Qingsong nodded firmly, agreed. I will return in 15 days. Hang's eyes still couldn't accept it. Gripping Wu Qingsong's shoulders his voice pleaded, Brother Qingsong, please reconsider. We've survived against all odds, parting now is perilous beyond measure. If Naji knew, enough. Wu Qingsong cut him off, voice hoarse, my mind is made up. Sang Luoqing held the waking Yu Yuwei, who rubbed her eyes sleepily and asked innocent and uncomprehending, is big brother Qingsong leaving? Her words silenced them all. That child's guileless question struck like a blade, slitting open wounds still raw and unhealed. In the end they prepared their gear in quiet solemnity, selecting 4 bicycles and 1 pedal tricycle as decided. Qin Ciwei directed the loading, his voice carefully level, 4 bags of rice and flour per bicycle seat, 6 bags on the tricycle, plus medicines, canned goods and additional water. Yu Yuwei will ride in the tricycle under Da Jez's care. The rest remains here, we cannot carry it all. Sang Zhenyu patted his chest, trying to lighten the mood, don't worry chief, I'll guard Xiao Yuwei with my life. This tricycle rides like thunder. When loading finished they assembled at the outpost gate for final farewells. Morning sunlight bathed their faces, yet could not dispel the shadow of parting. Sang Luoqing handed Wu Qingsong a medical kit, eyes glistening, basic medicines and bandages, take care of yourself. Yu Weiyang offered a pack of food, these tins are easy to carry, remember to eat regularly. Sang Zhenyu embraced Wu Qingsong fiercely, the towering man's voice thick with emotion, brother, return soon. I'm still waiting for our sparring match. He tapped Wu Qingsong's chest lightly with his right fist. Hang's eye stood last, head bowed silent. At Qin Ciwei's subtle nod he reluctantly stepped forward and pressed a motorcycle into Wu Qingsong's hands, you'll need speed traveling alone. Be vigilant against mutants, without us beside you. His voice was barely a whisper, yet heavy with profound concern. Wu Qingsong accepted the handlebars, then gently clapped Hang's eye's shoulder, take care. Finally Wu Qingsong turned to Qin Ciwei, and the 2 men clasped each other tightly. See you in 15 days. Qin Ciwei whispered near his ear, whatever you must do, come back alive. Wu Qingsong nodded hard, and mounted the motorcycle, riding away without a backward glance. Watching Wu Qingsong's figure vanish into the ruins, Hang's eye finally broke the silence, brother Qin, you knew he was lying. Why let him go? Qin Ciwei gazed toward the north, his voice soft, because he has something he must do. Just as each of us carries a reason we cannot abandon. They mounted their vehicles and headed south. Sang Zhenyu pedaled the tricycle, Yu Yuwei sat amid the laden cargo gazing around with wide-eyed curiosity. Hang's eye rode last, glancing back again and again toward the north. Meanwhile Wu Qingsong had already returned to the rubble where Ma Hongna lay buried. He set down his pack, and began digging with his bare hands just as he had done the day before, stubborn, unwavering, resolute. The dilapidated Tianfu Avenue stretched into the morning light like a dead dragon lying silently amidst the ruins. Qin Ciwei and his group pedaled their bicycles, carefully navigating this once bustling street. The wheels of the tricycle crunched over gravel, emitting a creaking sound that was strikingly clear in the dead city. It's hard to imagine. Hang slowed his bike to ride alongside Qin Ciwei. Last year at this time we were stuck in traffic here on our way back from the team building event. Sang Zhenyu pedaled the tricycle, his simple voice laced with emotion, you said it. I remember there was a big mall over there packed on weekends, and now. He trailed off as everyone looked in the direction he pointed. All that remained was a heap of twisted rebar and shattered concrete, with a few walking corpses staggering through the debris. Yu Weiyang carried a long spear on her back and said softly, I remember there was a Sichuan restaurant on the 5th floor of that mall. Their boiled fish in chili oil was especially authentic. You've been there too, Sister Weiyang? Hang asked in surprise. That place was really good, but you always had to queue. Qin Ciwei's gaze swept over the overturned buses lining the street. Inside the rust-streaked carriages faint shifting figures could be seen. Every time I went back to my hometown I'd passed this road, he said, his voice low. Sometimes the traffic jams annoyed me, but now thinking back those ordinary days have become a luxury. Yu Yuwei sitting on the tricycle gazed curiously at this unfamiliar world. Sister, why did all those big buildings fall down? Yu Weiyang stroked her sister's hair and said softly, because of the earthquake, Yu Wei. Like building blocks. Yes, just like building blocks. Silence fell over the group. The once teeming Tianfu Avenue was now nothing but broken walls and wandering corpses. Those familiar shops, restaurants and cinemas had all turned into fragments of memory. Launching that mall hasn't collapsed yet. Let's see if we can scavenge some nice clothes. Yu Weiyang suddenly said excitedly. Sang Luoking's eyes lit up. Okay, Sister Weiyang. Indeed, even the sight of ruins couldn't dampen a girl's love for beauty. Half an hour later, Yu Weiyang's red trench coat was brand new, as if untouched by yesterday's great battle and earthquake. Sang Luoqing also appeared before everyone in a blue dress, her graceful figure and natural features leaving Hang momentarily stunned. The two tossed large bundles of clothes onto the tricycle. Qin Ciwei even spotted a few lipsticks. He smiled helplessly and signaled the group to move on. After cycling for about an hour, a relatively intact tertiary hospital appeared by the roadside. Qin Ciwei raised his hand to signal a stop. Let's look for the medicine Yu Wei needs. Yu Weiyang turned to look at Qin Ciwei, a sweetness in her heart. This chubby guy he really remembered. The hospital's entrance was already destroyed, with medical records and equipment scattered across the lobby. Sang Luoqing, familiar with the layout, quickly found the pharmacy and soon located a box of sodium valproate. Yu Weiyang discovered some unexpired antibiotics and painkillers in the emergency room. Soon after leaving the hospital, Hang's sharp eyes spotted an auto repair shop. Wait. There might be something we need in there. The repair shop was a mess, but they found several intact hydraulic jacks in a corner. Qin Ciwei inspected the tools and nodded in satisfaction. These should come in handy. They continued on, and the outline of the Tianfu toll station gradually came into view. As expected, the roads before and after the toll station were completely blocked by abandoned vehicles. Looks like we'll have to take the emergency lane, Qin Ciwei said with a frown. The group pushed their bikes and carefully advanced along the emergency lane. However, they hadn't gone far before they found the tricycle couldn't pass. Several crashed cars had completely blocked the way. Guess we'll have to use these big guys. Hang patted the jack in his hand. Qin Ciwei selected a white car blocking the path and started working with Hang. They placed the jack under the car's frame and took turns pressing the handle. As the jack slowly rose, one side of the car gradually lifted off the ground. This is more tiring than I thought, Hang said, wiping his sweat. One car takes about 5 or 6 minutes. Yu Weiyang stood guard at a distance, her gleaming silver spear glinting coldly in the sunlight. Her eyes constantly scanned the surrounding carriages where walking corpses trapped by seatbelts in the driver's seat struggled frantically. There's movement in the third car on the left, she warned calmly. Sang Luoqing stood with Yu Wei at a relatively safe distance, caring for the little girl while preparing simple food. She took out canned goods and compressed biscuits from her backpack, carefully dividing the portions. Sister Luoqing, why aren't the uncles and aunties in those cars moving? Yu Wei asked innocently. Sang Luoqing paused, then whispered, they are asleep. After a morning of hard work, they finally cleared a 7-kilometer path wide enough for the tricycle to pass. The task was not easy. Aside from the physical exertion, they had to constantly be on guard for corpses that might crawl out of the cars. By the afternoon, they had finally passed the most congested section. Counting it up, they had only covered less than 15 kilometers during the entire day. At this rate, when will we ever get to your hometown, brother Qin? Hang slumped to the ground, rubbing his sore arms. Qin Ciwei looked at the sky. Not far now, only about 170 kilometers left. The remaining road shouldn't need clearing. Tonight we have to travel by night. We can camp by the roadside. We need to reach the service area ahead. The moonlight is decent, we should be able to see the way. After a simple dinner, they set off again. The moonlit highway looked particularly eerie, the outlines of abandoned cars standing like tombstones in the night. Night riding was more challenging than daytime. Despite the moonlight, visibility was still limited. They had to slow down and carefully avoid obstacles on the road. At this pace we can probably cover 10 kilometers per hour, Qin Ciwei estimated. 20 kilometers should take about 2 hours. Yu Weiyang led the group, her red trench coat strikingly vivid under the moonlight. Watch the bus on the right, there might be walking corpses inside. Sure enough, scratching sounds came from the bus. The group sped up, quickly passing through the dangerous area. After cycling for about 2 hours, a sign for the Tianfu service area appeared ahead. It's just ahead, Qin Ciwei said, his voice weary. Well, spend the night at the service area. The silhouette of the service area grew clearer under the moonlight. The main building was relatively intact, with a few abandoned cars scattered in the parking lot. The group parked their bikes at the entrance and cautiously observed the interior. "You'll go in first to scout," Yu Wei-yang said, gripping her spear as she silently slipped into the darkness. A few minutes later she returned. "It's safe inside. No walking corpses. The convenience store has been ransacked, but the rest area is usable." Only then did the group push their bikes into the service area. After a full day of travel, everyone was exhausted. But seeing each other safely arrive, relieved smiles appeared on their faces. In this apocalyptic world, every safe arrival was a small victory worth celebrating. And the road ahead was still long. The first ray of morning sunlight streamed through the shattered windows of the service area, casting a golden glow upon the dust-laden floor. Qin Ciwei was the first to awaken. He tiptoed around, checking everyone's sleeping positions, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming they were all safe. Sang Zhenyu, who had been on night watch, was dozing off while leaning against the wall behind the only door. "Wake up, it's dawn." Qin Ciwei gently patted Sang Zhenmu's shoulder. Sang Zhenyu jolted awake, instinctively grabbing the wolf-tooth club beside him. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, time to move out." Qin Ciwei looked around as the others also stirred awake. After a simple breakfast, the group resumed their journey. The highway was shrouded in dense morning fog, visibility low, forcing them to slow their pace. Qin Ciwei led the way, with Yu Wei-yang bringing up the rear. The group maintained a tight formation, riding south along the emergency lane. After about an hour of cycling, the fog gradually dissipated and the sun began to scorch the lifeless land. Sang Luoqing wiped the sweat from her brow, her gaze inadvertently sweeping across the median fence on the highway. At that moment she suddenly braked. "What's wrong?" Hangzi, riding beside her, immediately became alert. Sang Luoqing said nothing, merely pointing towards the opposite lane. Through the gaps in the fence a strange walker was clearly visible, standing on the other side of the road. It stood motionless, draped in a tattered black raincoat. Hangzi stopped his bike instantly, fluidly narking an arrow and drawing his bow, the arrowhead precisely aimed at the walker. To their astonishment, upon seeing Hangzi's action, the walker swiftly ducked behind a wrecked car. "It can dodge," Hangzi muttered, frowning deeply. "This is wrong." Qin Ciwei also noticed the commotion. He gestured for everyone to stop and exchanged a glance with Yu Wei-yang. They nodded in silent understanding. Qin Ciwei noiselessly climbed over the iron fence, his dual blades already drawn. His movements were as light as a cat's as he quickly approached the wrecked car. Yu Wei-yang flanked from the other side, her gleaming silver spear glinting coldly in the sunlight. Qin Ciwei held his breath, slowly circling to the front of the vehicle. He could hear faint rustling sounds coming from behind the car, clearly where the walker was hiding. Just as he was about to launch an attack, a head suddenly emerged from behind the car. It was the walker, in the black raincoat, its hood pulled up, preventing Qin Ciwei from seeing its face clearly at first. The Nepalese kukri swung with a sharp whoosh. The moment the walker saw the blades gleam, it immediately leaned back and fell to the ground. One hand propping itself up, the other waving frantically, it spoke in a hoarse yet clear voice, "Don't kill me. I can't die yet. I'm alive." Qin Ciwei was astonished to realize that this filthy person's eyes lacked the vacant, murky madness typical of walkers. Though tinged with panic, they held a glint of determination and righteousness. Qin Ciwei warily scrutinized this bizarre man. His entire body was smeared with the flesh and entrails of walkers, a pungent stench of decay wafting over. Yet this disguise was undoubtedly clever. In a world overrun by walkers, masquerading as one of them was indeed an effective survival strategy. The strange man was likewise sizing up the man who had nearly killed him moments ago. His handsome features and cold eyes made it seem as if one more glance might cause him to draw his blade again. Just then the strange man heard a noise behind him, the metallic scrape of metal against concrete. He turned to see a pair of long legs, a red trench coat gently fluttering in the breeze. Looking up, he beheld a face of breathtaking beauty, tinged with heroic spirit, her eyes equally icy. A flicker of admiration crossed his eyes at the sight of the woman. Yu Wei-yang had arrived, her long spear precisely positioned at the strange man's throat. Such a beautiful and formidable woman. The man mused inwardly, but his mouth quickly explained, "I'm not a walker. I'm just using this method to avoid them." Just as Qin Ciwei was about to speak, a violent pounding came from inside the wrecked car. A walker was frantically hitting the window, snarling and gnashing its teeth at Qin Ciwei. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ciwei gripped his blade in his left hand and smashed the hilt against the lower left corner of the window. With a loud crack, the window shattered. Almost simultaneously, the kukri in his right hand plunged like lightning into the walker's eye socket, a clean and decisive motion. The strange man, witnessing this, felt a flicker of surprise turn to delight. Impressive skills. Yu Wei-yang's spear still rested on the man's neck, her voice cold. "Explain yourself. Who are you?" Why are you disguised as a walker? And what is your purpose? The tip of Yu Weiyang's spear was mere inches from his carotid artery. The icy touch of the metal made his hair stand on end. This woman in red had eyes as sharp as an eagle's, seemingly able to see through any carefully woven lie. My name is Lin Weiguo, he swallowed, feeling his Adam's apple roll beneath the spear point. I'm a professor at Shenzhen University. Before the apocalypse, my relatives who worked in Rongcheng settled there. It took me over a month to walk all the way from Shenzhen to find them. Qin Ciwei narrowed his eyes. Shenzhen was 1700 kilometers from Rongcheng. How could an ordinary person have traveled that distance alone in this apocalypse? Sang Luoqing, who had followed, handed Lin Weiguo a bottle of water. Clean yourself up. Lin Weiguo accepted it gratefully, carefully washing the grime from his face and hands. When he removed his hood, a typical scholarly head was revealed. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s with a Mediterranean-style bald patch. The remaining 3 strands of hair were greasily plastered to his scalp. 3 hairs. Yu Wei, held by Sang Zhenyu, suddenly pointed at his head and shouted. Her childish voice was exceptionally clear on the silent highway. This unexpected nickname slightly eased the tense atmosphere. Lin Weiguo smiled wryly, touching his sparse hair, but offered no rebuttal. Qin Ciwei stared at Lin Weiguo's clean face and asked in a deep voice, why disguise yourself as a walker? Lin Weiguo took a deep breath, knowing he had to provide a plausible explanation, because walkers contain a small amount of a substance called corpse green. Smearing their flesh and blood all over my body confuses their sense of smell, making them mistake me for one of their own. Corpse green. Qin Ciwei's pupils constricted sharply. His mind flashed back to the green fluid in the spine of the weeping woman variant, the green liquid in the mouth of the long-tongue variant, and the green blood gushing from the heart of the Titan walker. You mean that green substance inside the variant walkers? Lin Weiguo inwardly cursed, realizing this group knew something about corpse green. He forced a calm reply, yes, that substance. It's also present in ordinary walkers, but in very minute quantities. Qin Ciwei's vigilance immediately peaked. How could an ordinary university professor know this? And how could he have survived an encounter with a variant walker and observed such details? It simply didn't add up. Professor Lin, Qin Ciwei's voice carried obvious skepticism, where exactly did you observe this corpse green? As far as we know, only variants have enough to be visible to the naked eye. How did you, a scholar, survive an attack from a variant and have the chance to study it? Lin Weiguo's internal alarm bells were ringing. He silently cursed his loose tongue. Forcing a smile, he said, well, I stumbled upon a dead variant walker during my escape and took the opportunity to study it. You know, a scholar's instinct. This explanation was far from convincing. Qin Ciwei exchanged a look with Yu Weiyang. Both saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Professor Lin, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you, Qin Ciwei decided to probe. The big earthquake a few days ago destroyed all of Rongcheng. It's nothing but ruins now. Even if your relatives are still there, I'm afraid. Lin Weiguo frowned involuntarily. You mean the earthquake the day before yesterday? That is indeed unusual. Geologically speaking, even though Sichuan is prone to earthquakes, this region shouldn't have experienced such a powerful tremor. This statement once again revealed his unusual nature. How could a university professor be so knowledgeable about geological structures? And he didn't seem concerned about his family's fate in Rongcheng. An ordinary person would have shown grief or worry first, wouldn't they? He was definitely not ordinary. Qin Ciwei was now almost certain that Lin Weiguo was far more than he claimed to be. Whether it was his understanding of corpse green or his professional judgment on geological structures, it all pointed to one fact: this man was lying. We should get moving. Qin Ciwei decided to ignore this strange man. He turned to his companions. Just as they were about to leave, Yu Wei suddenly ran up to Lin Weiguo and pressed her small water bottle and some biscuits into his hands. Uncle Three Hairs, here's some food for you. Lin Weiguo was stunned. Looking at the innocent eyes of the little girl, a wave of warmth washed over him. After a month of hardship and days of traveling alone through hordes of walkers, this was the first time someone had shown him such pure kindness. Thank you. Thank you, little one. Lin Weiguo's voice choked with emotion. Qin Ciwei and the others cycled on while Lin Weiguo silently followed behind. Yu Weiyang moved closer to Qin Ciwei and whispered, "He's following us." I know, Qin Ciwei replied without turning back. Let him follow as long as he doesn't jeopardize our safety. Do you believe his story? Of course not, Qin Ciwei said softly. But not long ago I lured a Titan walker, resulting in the deaths of hundreds at the shelter. Now I don't want to casually decide the fate of an innocent person as long as he doesn't provoke us. Yu Weiyang nodded thoughtfully and said no more. Lin Weiguo, trudging behind, observed the team ahead. He noted Qin Ciwei's leadership qualities, Yu Weiyang's exceptional martial skills, the compound bow on Hangzi's back, Sang Gemma's towering frame, and Sang Luoqing, whose keen observation had first spotted him. This was a rare elite team. If he could gain their help, his chances of reaching that place would increase dramatically. I must find a way to earn their trust, Lin Weiguo resolved in his heart. After an afternoon of travel, Qin Ciwei and his group arrived at the second service area. The oranged sunset bathed the outline of Xiang service area in a layer of blood, and the broken sign creaked in the evening breeze, making it appear exceptionally desolate. Qin Ciwei, Yu Weiyang and Hangzi silently approached the periphery of the service area, while Sang Gemma stayed behind to protect Sang Luoqing and Yu Yuwei. "You'll go up and take a look," Hangzi whispered, and with Qin Ciwei's help he nimbly climbed a large light box over 3 meters high. Standing at the vantage point, Hangzi drew in a sharp breath. Dense hordes of zombies roamed both inside and outside the main building of the service area. He quickly signaled to those below, and Qin Ciwei's brow immediately furrowed. "It's almost dark," Yu Weiyang said softly. "Traveling at night is too dangerous." Qin Ciwei was silent for a moment, then bent down to pick up a stone. "Lure them out and finish them here." Clang! 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 The sound of metal striking was piercingly sharp in the silent dusk. The zombies inside the service area were immediately alerted. They turned in unison, their murky eyes locking onto the source of the sound, then let out bone-chilling roars, surging towards the three like a tide. 60 or 70 of them. Hangzi called out from the light box, his compound bow already drawn taut. Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang stood shoulder to shoulder, their twin blades and long spear gleaming coldly in the sunset. The first wave of zombies was already upon them. Qin Ciwei engaged the enemy first, his Gurkha knife carving a fierce arc, and 2 heads flew up in response. Initially, the coordination between Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang was seamless. They fought while moving, never giving the zombie horde a chance to surround them, and Hangzi provided them with the most timely support at the right moments. But soon Qin Ciwei's attacks began to turn wild. His blade work was no longer precise, but carried a kind of frenzied violence. Every slash was made with all his might, as if he wanted to vent all the pain and anger in his heart on these zombies. Those people at the shelter. Titan zombie. Earthquake. Sister Na. He muttered while swinging his blade, his gaze gradually losing focus. A zombie lunged from the side, its sharp claws aiming straight for Qin Ciwei's neck. At that critical moment, an arrow shot through the air, precisely piercing the eye socket of the zombie. "Brother Wei. Watch your left!" Hangzi shouted from the light box. Yu Weiyang's long spear thrust out like a silver dragon emerging from the sea, blocking another zombie's sneak attack for Qin Ciwei. "Fatty. Snap out of it." But Qin Ciwei seemed deaf to their warnings, continuing his mad hacking. His twin blades danced like the wind, yet were riddled with openings. 3 zombies charged simultaneously from different directions. Qin Ciwei barely blocked 2, but the claws of the third had already reached his back. Meridian severing style, 7 stars piercing the moon. Yu Weiyang's long spear instantly transformed into 7 points of cold starlight, precisely piercing the vital points of the 3 zombies. She grabbed Qin Ciwei by the collar and yanked him behind her. "Do you want to die?" This cold reprimand was like a bucket of cold water, snapping Qin Ciwei back to his senses. He panted heavily, looking at the corpses strewn across the ground, finally realizing his earlier loss of control. After adjusting his state, he returned to a perfectly coordinated rhythm with Yu Weiyang. The battle ended quickly, with all 60-odd zombies lying on the ground. Qin Ciwei sat wearily on the hood of an abandoned car, placing his twin blades aside, and took out a crumpled cigarette to light. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze was complex and unfathomable. Yu Weiyang had initially wanted to scold him, but seeing him like that, she swallowed her words. She sighed softly, a flicker of distress in her eyes. In the distance, Lin Weiguo had witnessed the entire battle, and his heart was deeply shaken. The combat prowess of this squad far exceeded his imagination, especially the woman in red and the leader. Their coordination was seamless, their skills exquisite. Although the leader had momentarily lost control and fallen into danger several times, his ferocious blade technique was also startling. "A team like this is exactly what I need," Lin Weiguo mused. But that leader's loss of control just now still needs further observation. He's somewhat brutal after all. Just as Hangzi was about to climb down from the light box, his gaze inadvertently swept across the roof of the service area building. A hunched figure caught his attention. The thing was only about 1 meter 20 or 30 tall, its entire skin a grayish-black, wearing a blue vest, and 10 claws, each 20 centimeters long, gleamed with a metallic sheen. Most unsettling were its eyes, glowing with an eerie green light. "What is that?" Hangzi murmured to himself. As if sensing his gaze, the low hunched figure suddenly turned its head, its green eyes staring directly at Hangzi. The next second its stooped body sprang up violently, leaping 6 or 7 meters into the air, shooting like an arrow towards the woods behind the service area building. It disappeared into the dense forest after just a few bounds. Hangzi rubbed his eyes, but when he looked again the roof was empty. What's wrong? Qin Ciwei noticed Hangzi's strange behavior. Hangzi jumped down from the lightbox, his face solemn. I just saw a very strange thing. Very short, but it could jump really high and its claws were exceptionally long. Yu Weiyang and Qin Ciwei exchanged glances, both seeing the vigilance in the other's eyes. Let's clear the building first, Qin Ciwei said, stubbing out his cigarette. We have to stay here tonight. Be careful. The two entered the main building of the service area armed and, after a thorough search, confirmed it was clear of zombies. Hangzi then went back to fetch Sang Jemo and the others. As night fell, the group built a campfire in the rest area and sat around it to prepare dinner. Sang Luoqing skillfully heated up canned food while Yu Yuwei sat obediently beside her. Sang Jemo checked the doors and windows and Hangzi inventoried his arrows. Qin Ciwei sat alone in a corner wiping the bloodstains from his twin blades. Yu Weiyang walked over and handed him a heated can of food. For earlier. Thank you, Qin Ciwei said in a low voice. We've all lost important people, Yu Weiyang said as she sat down beside him. But the living still have to move forward. Just then Lin Weiguo cautiously approached the rest area and stopped at the entrance. Can I come in? Hangzi immediately raised his bow in alert, but Qin Ciwei waved his hand. Come in. Lin Weiguo nodded gratefully and found a seat by the campfire. He watched this team, each member performing their duties with seamless coordination, and his resolve strengthened. I saw the fight earlier, Lin Weiguo began tentatively. You're all very formidable. Qin Ciwei looked up at him but didn't respond. Yu Weiyang, however, asked keenly, Professor Lin, you're well-traveled and knowledgeable. Hangzi just saw a dwarf-like mutant that jumps very high and has long claws. Do you know what it is? Lin Weiguo's face changed drastically and he shot to his feet. You encountered a dwarf predator. A dwarf predator. That's what I call this type of mutant, Lin Weiguo said in a low voice, trembling slightly. It moves extremely fast, has astonishing leaping ability and is highly aggressive. Unlike regular zombies that eat flesh and drink blood, it feeds on various metals. The most terrifying part is, although they hunt the living, it's not just for food, it's more like entertainment. A chill ran through everyone at these words. If ordinary zombies merely acted on instinct, then this mutant, which understood entertainment, posed a threat of an entirely different order. Qin Ciwei finally looked Lin Weiguo straight in the eye. What else do you know? Lin Weiguo took a deep breath, knowing this was a critical moment to earn their trust. I know more than you think. But he looked around at everyone, his expression extremely serious. In this world, knowledge is also a danger. Please forgive me for not saying too much until I'm sure I can trust you completely. The campfire crackled, casting light on the contemplative faces of everyone. In this perilous apocalyptic world, trust between strangers had become the most precious and most dangerous luxury. And in the distant dense forest, a hunched figure stood on a thick branch, its eyes glowing green, silently watching the lights of the service area. The bonfire flickered within the rest hall of Xiang service area, casting shifting shadows upon every face. The greasy aroma of heated canned food mingled with the lingering stench of decay in the air, creating a uniquely unsettling warmth of the apocalypse. Yu Weiyang's gaze shifted between Lin Weiguo, who sat in the corner, and Qin Ciwei, who was lost in thought beside her. She could tell that Qin Ciwei's mind had already flown to the approaching Zizhou County, the profound worry for his parents' safety pressing down on his shoulders like a tangible weight, leaving his canned meal nearly untouched. She gently nudged Qin Ciwei with her elbow and lowered her voice, go and sound him out. What he let slip earlier didn't sound like an ordinary professor. Qin Ciwei snapped back from his tangled thoughts, glanced at Lin Weiguo, who was curled in the shadows nibbling on a compressed biscuit, and nodded. He picked up his own nearly untouched can of luncheon meat, stood up and walked over. Here, Qin Ciwei offered the can to Lin Weiguo, his voice calm. Have something warm. Lin Weiguo was startled for a moment, then accepted it with a flattered look, thanking him repeatedly. Strands of greasy hair clung to his forehead, making him appear even more disheveled in the firelight. You can follow us, Qin Ciwei said, sitting down across from him with a sharp gaze but a relatively mild tone. But don't cause trouble for our people. If you want to tag along, then do so. Come over and eat together. Huddling in the corner like that is no way to behave. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Weiguo finally moved with his can to the edge of the bonfire, sitting with the restraint of a scholar and the vigilance born of prolonged flight. Silence fell for a while, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the slightly louder chewing sounds of Sang Gemo. Seizing the moment, Yu Wei-yang spoke with feigned nonchalance, as if bringing up a casual topic. Come to think of it, it's strange. In over a month I've seen plenty of cats and dogs on the road, but never an infected animal turned into a zombie dog or cat. At her question, Lin Weiguo's hand holding the fork paused almost imperceptibly, then he seemed not to hear and focused even more intently on his food, stuffing his cheeks full. However, the topic instantly ignited the interest of Hang Zai and Sang Luoqing. Right? Hang Zai slapped his thigh, his eyes lighting up. Sister Wei-yang, now that you mention it, it's true. I've shot down at least 100 zombies on this trip, but I've never seen a single mutated animal. Do you think the virus only targets humans? Sang Luoqing hugged her knees, her delicate brows furrowed, thinking from her professional perspective in medical research. Biologically speaking, that doesn't make sense. Many viruses can cross species. Unless this virus has a very special structure with extreme species specificity. Maybe animals are collectively immune. Hang Zai's imagination ran wild, his excitement growing. Or maybe Thief already mutated and we just haven't noticed. Like Thief formed a super-intelligent animal kingdom watching us humans destroy each other from the shadows. He even shuddered at his own words. Sang Luoqing shot him a helpless glance, interrupting his flight of fancy. Stop guessing wildly. A more likely reason is different virus receptors. Just like avian flu rarely infects humans directly, this zombie virus might not recognize specific proteins on animal cell surfaces, making effective invasion impossible. As the two delved into increasingly wild and deep speculations, especially with Sang Luoqing's professional terms brushing close to the truth, Lin Weiguo's frown deepened and his chewing slowed. He seemed to be engaged in a fierce internal struggle, caught between the habit of long-term secrecy and the scholar's instinct to correct inaccurate guesses. Finally, just as Hang Zai was about to start fantasizing about an army of zombie ants, Lin Weiguo, as if unable to contain himself, gave a soft cough that drew everyone's attention. He set down his can, carefully wiped the corner of his mouth with the white shirt beneath his raincoat, and then looked up to meet the probing gazes of the others. His eyes regained some of the focus and authority of a scholar despite the lingering grime on his face. You guessed part of it right, but the direction is wrong. Lin Weiguo's voice was not loud but carried an unshakable certainty. This virus does infect animals. He paused, as if choosing his words carefully to avoid revealing more than necessary. The virus can indeed infect mammals, humans, apes, rodents, even cattle and sheep. What? Sang Luoqing exclaimed. How is that possible? Then why haven't we seen any? Lin Weiguo took over her words, a complex light flickering in his eyes, mingling sorrow and a hint of awe, because infected animals don't turn into those agile, instinct-driven zombies you're familiar with. The firelight danced in his eyes as his voice dropped, laden with the gravity of revealing a cruel truth. Remember the pandemic before the apocalypse? The initial story was that the virus was carried by a bat. Someone ate that bat and got infected, but the bat itself didn't get sick. So, mammals might all be carrying the virus. Just not infected or mutated. Qin Ciwei said with a grave expression. If we humans eat those virus-carrying animals, would we turn into zombies directly? Yu Wei-yang looked at Lin Weiguo with a hint of anticipation. If eating those animals turns you into a zombie, then isn't it possible that you yourself are a carrier of the zombie virus? The rest hall fell into dead silence. Only the bonfire burned on tirelessly, reflecting the shock and horror on every face. This brutal and eerie truth pierced through all their previous understanding like a cold awl. Hang Zai's mouth hung open, his earlier excitement vanished without a trace. Sang Luoqing's face paled. As a medical professional, she found it hard to imagine that everyone here could be a virus carrier. Was it just that the conditions for mutation hadn't been met, or did they possess some antibodies preventing them from naturally turning into zombies? Even the usually simple-minded Sang Gemo stopped, chewing his eyes wide. Qin Ciwei and Yu Wei-yang exchanged a glance, both seeing the weight in each other's eyes. The information Lin Weiguo had casually revealed, along with the virus' hidden characteristics, seemed all the more terrifying and unnatural. But when Fatty and I were ambushed by Scarface last time we saw zombie dogs, they were almost like zombies, only more agile. Why is that? Yu Wei-yang seemed unwilling to let it go. Qin Ciwei gently tugged at her clothes. Scarface said last time that those zombie dogs mutated after being bitten by zombies. They didn't mutate directly. Then why? Why does the virus behave so differently in humans and animals? Yu Wei-yang pressed on, her voice still calm but with a hint of tension beneath the surface. Lin Weiguo let out a deep sigh filled with exhaustion and a deeper sense of helplessness. He shook his head, his gaze becoming evasive again, and lowered his head once more, poking aimlessly at the remaining meat in his can with his fork. This touches on deeper mechanisms. I've said it before, knowing too much isn't necessarily a good thing. He rebuilt his defensive wall, but the brief glimpse of information he had just revealed had already stirred ripples in everyone's hearts like a pebble thrown into a still lake. Qin Ciwei said nothing, merely watching Lin Weiguo in silence, his gaze profound. He knew that this man who called himself a professor harbored secrets far deeper and more unfathomable than they could imagine. Yu Weiyang snapped back to reality from the shock brought by Lin Weiguo's words. She still wanted to extract more information about the zombie virus from his lips. However, no matter how she tried to pry him open, Lin Weiguo remained silent. Seeing that he couldn't get Lin Weiguo to talk, Qin Ciwei wondered whether to take a more forceful approach. But he suddenly thought that if he used force, Lin Weiguo might not tell the truth, and the information he provided could lead them astray in the future. Qin Ciwei then gave up on trying to extract information, believing there would surely be another opportunity in the future. He arranged for someone to keep watch while the others began to rest. The light of the campfire cast flickering shadows on the walls of the resting hall as if countless restless souls were dancing. Except for the watchman Sang Luoqing, everyone else had fallen into a deep sleep, exhausted from days of travel and combat. Qin Ciwei was sleeping soundly, yet his brows remained tightly furrowed as if he could not find peace even in dreams. A faint tapping woke him up. Qin Ciwei suddenly opened his eyes, instinctively reaching for the Nepalese army knife at his waist, and what met his gaze was the tense face of Sang Luoqing. "Brother Wei, there's movement," Sang Luoqing whispered, pointing towards the back of the resting hall. Qin Ciwei immediately scanned the surroundings warily, his gaze first landing on the corner where Lin Weiguo, who was not entirely trustworthy, was curled up in the shadows, seemingly sound asleep and breathing steadily. Then Qin Ciwei looked towards the floor-to-ceiling window of the service area. Outside was pitch black and silent. "Listen from the back," Sang Luoqing reminded, once again demonstrating her extraordinary observational skills, pointing towards the direction behind the resting hall. "It's coming from the small woods behind the building." Qin Ciwei held his breath and focused, indeed hearing a faint rustling sound mixed with the unique growls of zombies that came from deep within their throats. Though the sound was low, it carried an ominous intensity. "Wake everyone up!" Qin Ciwei shouted in a low voice, already gripping his dual blades as he stood up. Everyone was quickly awakened, their drowsiness instantly replaced by alertness. They moved stealthily towards the fire escape at the back of the resting hall, which was a heavy metal door leading to the dark small woods behind the service area. Hankai was at the front, carefully pressing his ear against the cold metal door, trying to hear the situation outside. In that instant, hiss! 5 sharp objects resembling nails glinting with a dim metallic sheen suddenly pierced through the thick metal door. Each one was about 20 centimeters long, sharp as a spear, exuding a lethal aura mere millimeters away from Hankai's eyelashes. The claws seemed like the metal bone spikes of Wolverine from a post-apocalyptic movie. Hankai was frozen in place, his pupils constricted in extreme terror. He could even see the subtle, seemingly natural patterns on those blades. Before he could react, he watched helplessly as the 5 lethal blades began to move horizontally, clearly aiming to slice open his head. At the critical moment, an immense force yanked him back. It was Qin Ciwei. Just as Hankai was pulled away, the 5 blades sliced through the metal door as easily as a hot knife through butter, leaving a jagged opening. The splitting, tearing sound echoed in the resting hall, making one's teeth ache. Through the newly cut opening, everyone finally caught a glimpse of the monster outside by the dim light of the campfire. It was hunched over, standing only about 1.23 meters, its entire body covered in grey-black skin that resembled hardened leather. Its limbs were abnormally long, creating an eerie proportion with its small torso, and the tips of its fingers extended into those terrifying 20-centimeter-long metallic claws. What was most chilling was its head. It had no nose, only 2 tiny nostrils, and its mouth split to the roots of its ears, revealing a row of metallic sharp teeth. Its eyes were like 2 deep pools of poison, emanating a clearly visible chilling green light. A gnome predator. This name instantly surfaced in the minds of everyone who saw it. It was the type of mutated entity Lin Weiguo had mentioned. It glanced coldly at the people inside through the crack in the door, its gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny and amusement. In the next moment, it shifted its body and vanished into the darkness behind the door like a ghost. Not good. Qin Ciwei's internal alarm rang loudly. Almost simultaneously as the gnome predator disappeared, a dense frenzied sound of banging and roaring came from outside the cut fire escape door. A large number of zombies were trying to surge through the broken entrance. "We can't retreat." Qin Ciwei instantly made a decisive judgment. If the horde broke through this relatively narrow fire escape and flooded into the spacious resting hall, they wouldn't be able to protect Yu Wei and Sang Luoqing, not to mention that the number of zombies outside was completely unknown. "Big guy. Protect Wei and Luoqing. Hankai, provide long-range support. Wei Yang, block the door with me." Qin Ciwei's orders were clear and swift. Sang Zhemyu let out a low roar, his massive body shielding Yu Wei and Sang Luoqing like a wall. Hankai quickly retreated looking for a shooting angle, his compound bow drawn to its full extent. Qin Ciwei stood shoulder to shoulder with Yu Weiyang, their dual blades and long spear forming a line of death against the zombies surging madly through the fire escape opening. The blades flashed, the spears shot forth like dragons, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Every slash and thrust was precise and lethal. The zombies fell like cut wheat, but those behind immediately stepped over their fallen companions, fearlessly continuing to surge forward. The narrow passage temporarily became their advantage, but it also meant they had to bear relentless pressure. However, the crisis was not only coming from one direction. Just as Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang fought hard against the zombie horde in the fire escape, the hunched figure appeared again outside the reinforced glass floor-to-ceiling window at the front of the resting hall. The gnome predator watched the struggles of the crowd inside the hall through the glass, its green eyes revealing a hint of almost human-like cruel amusement. It slowly raised one of its claws, lightly scratching the thick reinforced glass with its 20-centimeter-long fingertip. Creak, the spine-chilling sound of friction arose, and the reinforced glass, which was supposed to withstand the impact of ordinary zombies, was neatly sliced open like it was cut by a laser, leaving a massive opening. It vanished in a flash, again leaping up and disappearing into the darkness as if it had never appeared. But the disaster it left behind was just beginning. Crash! The glass shattered and another wave of zombies surged into the resting hall like a flood breaking through a dam from the newly opened gap. Damn it! Qin Ciwei's heart sank as he glimpsed the flood of corpses surging in from behind. Brother! Sang Luoqing screamed in terror as she saw several zombies breach the line, charging straight at her and Yu Wei. She cried out to Sang Zhenyu, who stood before her like a human shield. Hide in the restroom! Sang Zhenyu roared, his voice hoarse with desperation. His left hand snatched up a heavy solid wood chair as a shield while his right hand brandished a ferocious spiked club. Like a guardian deity, he blocked the path to the restroom, facing the horde surging through the shattered glass windows alone. Yu Wei, follow me! Sang Luoqing reacted swiftly, grabbing Yu Wei's hand and dashing toward the restroom connected to the lounge. Yet just as she turned, a swift zombie slipped through the gaps of Sang Gemma, swinging club, lunging at Sang Luoqing's back with a guttural roar. Sang Luoqing felt a foul wind at her back. Instinctively she let go of Yu Wei's hand, spun around, and with all her might pressed her hands against the filthy jaw of the zombie. The zombie's twisted, rotting face was inches away, its murky eyes nearly touching hers. Foul drool dripped onto her arms. Its strength was terrifying for Sang Luoqing, making her arms tremble violently, almost unable to hold on. Yu Wei! Run! Run to the restroom, she yelled amidst the struggle, her gaze darting frantically, searching for the small figure. Suddenly, her heart pounded with terror. Yu Wei was gone. In the 1 or 2 seconds she had let go to fend off the zombie, Yu Wei had vanished from her side. At that moment boundless panic flooded Sang Luoqing like icy water. Her mind went blank, her ears filled only with the zombie's roar and her own thunderous heartbeat. It was over. She had lost the sister entrusted to her by Weiyang, the one she cherished more than life itself. If anything happened to Yu Wei, she dared not think further. Overwhelming fear and guilt nearly suffocated her. Bang! A dull thud. The zombie pinning Sang Luoqing had its head burst open like a watermelon, spraying foul blood all over her face. Sang Zhenyu had turned back in time, finishing the zombie with one blow of his club. Sister! Go to the restroom, he roared anxiously, seeing her frozen in place, her face a mess of blood and tears. Sang Luoqing snapped back to reality, but the panic of losing Yu Wei left her utterly disoriented. Ignoring her brother's words, she wandered aimlessly through the chaotic hall, searching desperately and calling out, Yu Wei! Yu Wei, where are you? At that moment 2 other zombies noticed her isolation and lunged at her from the side with guttural roars. Forced to retreat, Sang Luoqing stumbled toward the restroom. In her panic she yanked open a stall door, slipped inside and pressed her weight against the flimsy panel. Listening to the scratching and howling of the zombies outside, her body trembled violently with fear and guilt. Her mind was filled with horrific images of what might have happened to Yu Wei, tears mingling with the blood on her face as they streamed down. Meanwhile Sang Zhenyu had no time to worry about his sister's state. Alone like a raging bear, he held the line at the doorway connecting the restroom to the lounge. His left arm, still unhealed from an old injury, throbbed with pain. Yet the solid wood chair in his left hand swung with fierce momentum, smashing or shoving back every zombie that lunged. The spiked club in his right hand had become a side of death. Each swing carried a terrifying whistle, precisely shattering the skull of yet another zombie. Come on, you monsters! You won't hurt my sister, he roared, his eyes bloodshot, every muscle strained to its limit. The zombies surged endlessly. The bodies at his feet piled higher and higher, nearly forming a low wall. Foul blood soaked his trousers and bits of flesh clung to him. Yet he seemed tireless, oblivious to pain, mechanically and frantically swinging his weapons. His world had shrunk to this tiny space. His only thought: hold the line. Never let a single zombie past him to harm his sister hiding in the restroom. 10 minutes passed. For Sang Zhenyu, those 10 minutes felt like an eternity. The intense battle drained his strength. The old injury in his left arm burned like fire, and the pace of his right arm swinging the club slowed markedly. Each lift felt impossibly heavy. His breath came in ragged, urgent gasps like a broken bellows. Sweat and blood streamed down his forehead, blurring his vision. 3 more zombies charged at once. Sang Zhenyu gritted his teeth, using the last of his strength. He thrust the chair with his left hand, barely blocking 2, but the third closed in its foul maw wide, aiming a vicious bite at his shoulder. He was too exhausted to swing again. Staring at the rotting teeth inches away, a flicker of weary resignation crossed Sang Zhenmu's eyes. He gave up resistance, bracing for the fatal bite. At that decisive moment, whoosh! An arrow shot through the air, piercing the zombie's eye socket from behind with precision. The force carried the zombie backward, flopping limply onto Sang Zhenyu. Simultaneously, of the 2 zombies blocked by the chair, one was swiftly decapitated by a flashing Nepalese kukri, while the other had its head impaled by a gleaming silver spear striking like a viper. Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang had resolved the crisis at the fire escape and arrived just in time. Seeing his comrades' familiar figures, Sang Zhenyu grinned, revealing white teeth, a simple weary smile. That smile held relief and absolute trust. Then he could no longer hold on. His massive frame swayed and slumped against the sink, collapsing to the ground, gasping in exhaustion. Yu Weiyang didn't even have time to check on Sang Zhenyu. Her gaze swept the restroom anxiously, not finding the small figure she sought. Her heart clenched, a foreboding dread seizing her. "Luoqing," she shouted, stepping over the fallen Sang Zhenyu and rushing to the row of stalls. One stall door was still quivering slightly, with scratch marks left by zombies outside. Yu Weiyang yanked it open, finding Sang Luoqing curled in the corner, trembling, her face streaked with tears and blood. Only Sang Luoqing was there. Yu Weiyang's face turned deathly pale, as if all the blood in her body had frozen solid. She felt her heart clenched by an invisible hand, barely able to breathe. "Where is Yu Wei?" Her voice turned shrill with extreme panic as she grabbed Sang Luoqing's shoulders. "Where is my sister?" Seeing Yu Weiyang, Sang Luoqing's guilt, fear and regret all erupted at once. She burst into sobs, recounting the previous events in broken, incoherent sentences. The zombie lunged, she let go to fend it off, and when she turned back, Yu Wei was gone. Yu Weiyang felt as if the heavens were spinning and the earth was reeling, darkness clouding her vision. She violently pushed Sang Luoqing away and rushed out of the restroom like a madwoman, charging into the battlefield of the rest hall strewn with corpses. Ignoring the filth and gore, she frantically turned over cold or still twitching zombie bodies with her bare hands, her voice shrill and desperate as she cried out repeatedly, "Yu Wei! Yu Wei! Where are you? Answer me, sister! Yu Wei!" Her voice echoed through the desolate ruined service area, filled with heart-wrenching agony. Qin Ciwei and Hangzi also realized the gravity of the situation, their faces grim as they immediately joined the search. Sang Luoqing, suppressing her grief and guilt, staggered behind them, helping to turn over bodies and call out. Hope dwindled with each passing moment, and Yu Weiyang's eyes were slowly consumed by despair. Her hands, which had been turning over corpses, began to tremble uncontrollably. Just when the suffocating tension reached its peak, a voice as sweet as an angel's, innocent and slightly puzzled, came from a dark corner of the rest hall. "Sister, are you looking for me?" Everyone froze, then turned sharply toward the source. In the shadowy corner cluttered with debris, little Yu Wei stood unharmed, not even a speck of dirt on her. Standing beside her was the figure in a black raincoat covered in the blood and entrails of zombies, Lin Weiguo. Yu Weiyang shot forward like an arrow, pulling her sister tightly into her arms, squeezing so hard that Yu Wei could barely breathe. Her entire body trembled violently, overwhelmed by the immense joy of recovery. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, mingling with the blood and sweat. "Yu Wei! Yu Wei! You're okay. You're okay." She repeated, her voice choked as she carefully examined her sister to confirm she was unharmed. Yu Wei, though a bit uncomfortable from the tight embrace, obediently let her sister hold her and replied in a baby voice, "Sister, I'm fine. Uncle San Mao protected me." She wrinkled her little nose and added with slight disdain, "But I don't want Uncle San Mao's protection, I want Sister Luoqing to protect me. Because Uncle San Mao stinks so bad, but Sister Luoqing smells nice." Hearing Yu Wei's innocent yet pointed words, Lin Weiguo awkwardly scratched his thinning hair, a helpless, slightly flustered smile on his face. Sang Luoqing ran over as well, and upon hearing Yu Wei's words, a wave of guilt surged over her. Crying, she tightly hugged Yu Wei from the other side, sobbing without a word. Yu Weiyang looked up at Lin Weiguo, the panic and despair in her eyes replaced by genuine, profound gratitude. She released her sister, stood up and said to Lin Weiguo with solemn sincerity, "Professor Lin, Thank you. Thank you for protecting my sister. At that moment a flicker of emotion seemed to cross Lin Weiguo's grime-covered face. He waved his hand without saying much, but the wall of suspicion and caution between them seemed to crack just a little at this heartfelt thanks. It's nothing. This little girl gave me food, so it's only right that I protected her. Lin Weiguo felt that protecting Yu Yuwei was simply a matter of convenience. He hadn't killed a single zombie, just held Yu Yuwei and crouched facing the corner of the rest hall. The blood and flesh of zombies on his black raincoat masked their scent, keeping the horde from noticing them. He still hadn't grasped how important Yu Yuwei was to Yu Weiyang and the others. Qin Ciwei, seeing where Lin Weiguo had stood, understood immediately. He also shot Lin Weiguo a grateful look, a deep gratitude that needed no words, thankful for saving his sister-in-law. At the same time his taut nerves relaxed slightly. He couldn't help but marvel at how little Yu Yuwei's act of sharing food had saved her life, a true case of karma. After confirming that Yu Yuwei hadn't lost even a single hair, Sang Luoqing immediately turned and threw herself beside Sang Zhenyu, who was slumped by the sink. Seeing her brother's pale face from exhaustion and old injuries and the crisscrossing bloodstains on his body, tears welled up again, this time from worry and lingering fear. She fumbled to open her medical kit, carefully checking his wounds and cleaning the grime. However, Lin Weiguo showed no sign of relaxing. His body was tense, his eyes hidden behind the filth, scanning every shadowy corner of the rest hall, every broken window, his ears catching every unusual sound in the night wind outside. His breathing was rapid and fine, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, a stark contrast to his earlier scholarly calm. We can't let our guard down. It hasn't left yet. Lin Weiguo's voice carried a faint tremor. He turned to Qin Ciwei, his face grim, even showing a hint of fear. We must find a way to kill that predator. Otherwise it'll toy with us like a cat with mice, killing us one by one until there's no one left. His tone carried a certainty and dread that came from personal experience, as if he had witnessed or endured the terror of being cornered by that dwarf predator. Qin Ciwei's heart sank again. He had thought that repelling the zombie horde and finding Yu Wei meant the crisis was over. But Lin Weiguo's reaction told him that the real threat, that elusive, terrifyingly intelligent dwarf monster, was still lurking in the shadows. What are its weaknesses? Qin Ciwei asked gravely, his tone regaining the calm of a leader. He knew that panic was useless against unknown terror, only finding a solution mattered. Lin Weiguo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and recall. His words came quickly, based on my observations, this dwarf predator's attack pattern is extremely cunning. It favors a one-hit kill, using its incredible speed and claws to launch a surprise attack. Whether it succeeds or not, it immediately retreats, never lingering. Its speed is too fast in open areas, almost no one can keep up with its movements. Strike and retreat. Qin Ciwei narrowed his eyes, his mind racing as he caught the key info in Lin Weiguo's words. Is it because it's so confident that one attack is enough to finish the target, or because its defense is weak and can't withstand sustained assault? Or can't it take heavy blows? He paused, then continued his analysis, sorting through his own thoughts, or perhaps probing Lin Weiguo. You said it moves with uncanny speed, nearly invincible in open terrain. Yet moments ago, inside this confined space as we fought the shambling horde, it clearly had the opportunity to strike any one of us from behind, so why did it remain hidden? Was it merely herding the corpses toward us? This question jolted everyone awake. Indeed, the creature's terrifying strength, capable of slicing through reinforced metal doors and bulletproof glass, coupled with its blinding speed, would have spelled certain doom had it launched a surprise assault while we were fully occupied with the undead. Perhaps it dislikes, or is ill-suited for, combat in narrow, cluttered, obstacle-laden spaces. Yu Weiyang tightened her grip on the long spear, musing aloud. Its elongated claws and explosive leaping ability are advantages in open ground, but indoors amid piles of debris and tight quarters, those very traits may become liabilities. Qin Ciwei's eyes flashed with sudden insight. A bold plan coalesced instantly in his mind. Exactly. He whirled sharply toward the mangled metal fire door, shredded by the dwarf predator, and then at the shattered window pane. It relies on speed and ambush, thriving on control. Then we'll deny it the space to unleash that speed, force it to confront us head-on in the very environment it abhors. He issued orders swiftly and precisely. Hang Zai, drop the arrows. Take Sang Luoqing and Yu Wei and immediately barricade yourselves inside the rear storage room, seal the door from within. Do not emerge unless you hear my voice. Big guy, can you still move? Can you help drag these heavy tables over? Weiyang, Professor Lin, we're about to stage its welcome ceremony. Though exhausted and racked with pain in his left arm, Sang Zhenyu gritted his teeth and used his uninjured right hand to assist Yu Weiyang and Lin Weiguo, executing Qin Ciwei's commands without hesitation. They hauled every heavy table, chair and dilapidated cabinet from the rest hall and stacked them before the gaping breach in the fire exit and the jagged hole in the glass window. The obstruction was not absolute, it was deliberately staged to appear makeshift and flimsy, a temporary barrier barely holding back the threat, while behind it they cleared a relatively open yet visually constrained zone. Qin Ciwei stood alone at the center of the hall, his back turned to the half-blocked fire exit breach, intentionally exposing a vulnerability. He sheathed his twin blades and bent slightly, feigning absorption in inspecting scattered supplies on the floor, as if utterly consumed by grief over Ma Hongna's loss and dread for his parents' safety, his posture radiating unnatural looseness and complete defenselessness. Qin Ciwei knew, it was watching him even now from the shadows. Yu Weiyang clutched her silver spear behind a nearby load-bearing pillar, breath slowed, muscles coiled like a panther poised to spring. Her gaze remained locked, unblinking, on the patch of darkness behind Qin Ciwei. Lin Weiguo crouched behind an overturned heavy sofa, tasked with leveraging his knowledge of the predator to identify potential attack vectors or vulnerabilities at the critical moment. He clenched his fists tightly, palms slick with cold sweat. He knew this gambit was perilously audacious. The creature's speed far outstripped human reaction time. Seconds crawled by in suffocating silence. The service area lay deathly still, only their suppressed breathing and the mournful howl of wind outside pierced the quiet. Each passing second stretched into an eternity, an invisible weight pressing down upon every soul. Suddenly, a faint leathery rasp, almost imperceptible, streaked across the top of the debris pile near the fire exit. It had arrived. Almost simultaneously with that sound, a small hunched black silhouette slipped silently from a gap in the rubble, ghost-like, so swift it left only a phantom after-image on the retina. Its emerald green eyes locked with chilling precision onto Qin Ciwei's back, unaware, unguarded. Its 20-centimeter metallic claws carved a lethal arc of frostlight through the dim air, aimed straight for his nape. The strike was soundless, yet lightning-swift, charged with cold, unwavering certainty of a killing blow. And in the instant those claws neared Qin Ciwei's skin. Now. Qin Ciwei twisted sideways with impossible grace, evading the fatal lunge by a hair's breadth, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his skull. At the same moment his previously lowered right hand shot forward, not drawing a blade but seizing the predator's outstretched slender wrist with iron grip. Roar! The dwarf predator shrieked, a piercing, grating cry of shock. It hadn't anticipated this relaxed prey to be so prepared, or so daring. Its other claw slashed upward without hesitation, aiming straight for Qin Ciwei's face. Yu Weiyang burst from behind the pillar, her bright silver spear flashing, not thrusting straight but darting forth like a serpent's tongue. The spear tip landed with surgical precision on the joint of the predator's other wrist, channeling a subtle, devastating force meant to cripple its attack. Yet the creature's reflexes and raw power defied expectation. Its captured wrist wrenched violently, a surge of immense strength coursed through Qin Ciwei's grip, making it feel as though he'd seized a whip forged of tempered steel, nearly slipping free. Though Yu Weiyang's spear disrupted the second strike, the claw still grazed Qin Ciwei's cheek, severing several strands of hair with the sheer force of its passage. Its joint structure is abnormal, its strength immense. Qin Ciwei barked urgently, his fingers locked like vices around the thrashing arm, tendons standing out like cords. Lin Weiguo peered out from behind the sofa, voice strained with tension, target its eyes, and the articulation points of its joints. For the first time fury, sharp, betrayed, flashed in the predator's green pupils. It snapped its head downward, jaws lunging toward Qin Ciwei's forearm, rows of needle-sharp metallic teeth gleaming coldly. Qin Ciwei was forced to release his grip and retreat. In that fleeting opening the predator contracted its frame, preparing to vanish once more into shadow. "Don't think you can flee," Yu Weiyang cried out, her spear whirling like a silver wheel, its flurry of motion resolving into shimmering bands of restraint. Not aim to kill but to seal off every possible trajectory of its leap, pinning it in place. Qin Ciwei's twin blades finally flashed free, blades like liquid moonlight, coordinating flawlessly with Yu Weiyang's spearwork, striking low and precise at the predator's legs at the vulnerable hinge points of its lethal claws. Clang! Clang! Nepalese combat knives met metallic claws, not along their razor edges but against their hardened surfaces, sparking brilliant incandescent bursts of light. The claws' hardness was beyond imagination. Trapped within their synchronized assault, the dwarf predator found its greatest advantage, speed, severely diminished by the cramped confines and the pair's flawless coordination. It shrieked again, frustrated, furious, its emerald eyes blazing with savage intent, attacks growing ever more frenzied. This hastily assembled claustrophobic trap was working. Yet the creature's ferocity surpassed all expectations. This meticulously devised hunt hung in precarious balance, victory remained uncertain. As sparks flew between the Nepalese knife and the metallic claws, Qin Ciwei realized he could not match the strength of his opponent. A tremendous recoil far beyond his expectations surged through the handle, numbing his wrist. Utilizing this force, he slid back several steps like a fish, creating distance between himself and the hunched monster. The gnome predator, having missed its strike, did not pursue immediately. It slightly lowered its body, tilting its disproportionately large head. Its gaping mouth split to the roots of its ears, suddenly opened wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth glistening with a cold metallic sheen. It emitted no deafening roar, but instead a low hoarse sound reminiscent of sandpaper scraping against a throat, a hiss that reverberated in the dimness. Its green pupils locked onto Qin Ciwei, devoid of madness, only a chilling and pure gaze of a hunter scanning its prey. Qin Ciwei took a deep breath, suppressing the flutter in his heart. He had battled the Weeping Woman, the long-tongued mutant, and even the Titan zombies, but this enemy was entirely different. Its cunning, its speed, and especially its seemingly fragile yet extraordinarily tough front defense made him wary of any slip-up. Unable to find a fatal weakness, any rash attack could provoke a lethal counterattack. The atmosphere in the area thickened like iron, only the crackling of the campfire and the tooth-grinding hiss echoed. Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang stood back to back, their breaths locking onto the monster between them like two taut bows ready to unleash. Breaking the deadly silence was a cold arrow shot from the shadows of a corner. Hang's eye seized the moment when the gnome predator's attention was fully drawn to Qin and Yu, decisively launching his attack. The arrow tore through the air, aimed directly at the monster's glowing green eye. However, this long-prepared shot once again missed its mark. At the moment the bowstring twanged, the gnome predator seemed to have eyes on its back, its hunched legs suddenly pushed off the ground, springing straight up with ease to evade the arrow. Even more shocking, at the apex of its leap, its sharp claws pierced the ceiling like a hot knife through butter with a thud as they easily punctured the concrete. It moved like a gigantic deformed gecko, using all four limbs to climb across the ceiling at a dizzying speed. Whoosh! 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 Hang's eye released arrows in rapid succession, but they could only futilely pin against the swaying ceiling behind the monster or be evaded by its strange twisting movements. It darted through the shadows of the ceiling, its green eyes flickering like will-o'-the-wisps. Suddenly its gaze shifted away from Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang, landing on the burning campfire in the center of the hall. In the next moment it moved. It did not pounce on anyone, but like a black cannonball it dove down from the ceiling, aiming straight for Yu Weiyang by the campfire. Yu Weiyang's pupils constricted, her steps quick as she swiftly sidestepped, her bright silver spear already coiled and ready to meet its assault. However, the monster bizarrely twisted its body midair, brushing past her while carrying the immense force of its descent, crashing harshly into the pile of roaring flames. Boom! Sparks and burning wood instantly scattered. Its seemingly small body rolled violently in the fire while its deadly claws slashed wildly. Crack! Crash! The burning wood was easily shredded and flung aside by its claws, and the once irresistible fire source was thoroughly destroyed and scattered. The roaring flames quickly dimmed and extinguished at a visibly rapid pace, leaving only a few flickering embers on the charred wood, which soon faded into darkness. The entire resting hall was instantly engulfed in a thick, nearly pitch-black darkness. The only remaining light source was the cold and faint moonlight filtering through the broken glass, barely outlining some blurred contours. Qin Ciwei's expression changed drastically, alarm bells ringing in his heart. This was bad. Its target was the light source. This creature's battle intelligence far surpassed any previous mutants. Almost simultaneously with the disappearance of light, an even more chilling sound began to echo in the dark hall. Rustle. Hiss. Hiss. That was the sound of claws inserting and withdrawing from the walls. Sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, sometimes seemingly right above. The monster had not left it extinguished the light source and then utilized its terrifying climbing ability to move swiftly along the surrounding walls and even the ceiling. The darkness became its perfect cover, the constantly shifting sounds of its claws acting like an invisible rasp, mercilessly tormenting everyone's nerves. In that moment everyone held their breath, back to back or pressed closely against cover, straining to discern the source of that sound in the darkness, their hearts racing uncontrollably. The unknown was the deepest fear. To the left. Yu Weiyang, with her exceptional ability to discern positions by sound, suddenly shouted, her half-broken spear darting towards the left wall like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. Clang! Screech! A sharp metallic cutting sound rang out. Yu Weiyang felt her weapon lighten, the familiar weight abruptly disappearing. In disbelief she looked down, and in the faint moonlight she saw that the middle portion of her bright silver spear had been cleanly severed, clattering to the ground beside her. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. Its claws can even cut through my spear. Yu Weiyang's heart trembled, a chill rushing from her feet to the top of her head. Without hesitation she swiftly rolled to the side, retreating behind a previously sturdy column, tightly gripping the remaining spear shaft like a short stick, her chest heaving violently. At the very moment Yu Weiyang distracted the monster, Qin Ciwei sprang into action. Using the direction of the sound and predicting Yu Weiyang's attack position, he unleashed his twin blades like shadows, charging towards the indistinct black figure that had just leaped down from the wall. With a fierce move of butterfly-piercing flowers, his blades crossed, targeting the gnome predator's slender neck. Yet facing this lethal strike, the gnome predator's green pupils not only showed no panic but flashed with a cruel smile, as if its scheme had succeeded. It astonishingly did not dodge. Clang! Clang! Two louder, more spark-filled collision sounds erupted. Qin Ciwei felt as though his blade struck an impenetrable alloy, sending a tremor through his hands, nearly tearing apart. The monster's neck only bore two shallow white marks. Such outrageous defense! Qin Ciwei was struck with horror. And just as Qin Ciwei's blades connected, the old force exhausted and new force not yet gathered. The gnome predator's claws, which had been poised to strike, tore through the air with a piercing shriek, ruthlessly lunging for Qin Ciwei's chest. If this strike connected, it would certainly result in a gruesome fate. Its previous lurking, extinguishing the light source and luring the attack were all to create this opportunity for a fatal blow. Roar! Little winter melon, take this! At the critical moment, a furious roar erupted like thunder. It was Sang Ji-mu, who had been nervously watching from the sidelines, filled with anxiety. He had no time to think, exerting all his strength to hurl the already tattered wooden chair in his hand towards the gnome predator. Bang! The chair struck solidly against the side of the gnome predator. Although it didn't inflict any real damage, the sudden impact and distraction caused a slight hesitation in its movements, causing its claw to veer off course. It was this nearly 1-second distraction that saved Qin Ciwei's life. Qin Ciwei reacted swiftly, his waist exerting force as his body leaned back as if it were breaking, narrowly avoiding the soul-piercing claw. The sharp claw tip barely grazed his chest, tearing several long slits in his clothing. During the backward dodge, in order to maintain his balance, Qin Ciwei's left hand instinctively brushed against the back of the gnome predator. The sensation at his hand was not the hard metallic texture he had imagined, but rather a cold, tough yet distinctly flesh-like feel. Its back is soft. The weakness is on its back. This discovery flashed through Qin Ciwei's mind like lightning, filling him with instant elation. Its weakness is the back. It's not metal. As he rolled on the ground, Qin Ciwei shouted with all his might, his voice slightly distorted from excitement. This shout was like a shot of adrenaline to the struggling crowd in the darkness. Understood. Yu Weiyang immediately replied, discarding the useless broken gun barrel and drawing a short blade from her side. Got it. Hang Zai's voice came from the corner, taking a deep breath as he concentrated on aiming at the swiftly moving green light in the darkness. I'm coming to help you guys. Sang Ji-mu roared as well, disregarding the pain in his left arm, grabbing a broken table leg from the ground and charging in like a wild bull. The battle instantly entered a new phase. The gnome predator also realized that its secret had been discovered. It let out a sharp, anxious screech, its attacks becoming increasingly frenzied as it sought to quickly end the fight or escape. But it had already lost the initiative and fell into the coordinated trap set by Qin Ciwei and the others. Under the silvery moonlight, Yu Weiyang moved gracefully, wielding her short blade not to seek kills but using the exquisite steps and techniques of intercepting the meridians to specifically harass the gnome predator's lower limbs and joints, limiting its movement and jumps, forcing it to turn around and creating an opportunity for Qin Ciwei to attack from behind. Bind it. Don't let it jump up. Hang Zai held his breath, no longer shooting arrows easily, but each time the bowstring twanged, he accurately shot at the spots where the gnome predator was about to land or leap, forcing it to change direction or take the hit, greatly disrupting its rhythm. Sang Ji-mu was like a rampaging bulldozer, disregarding his own defenses, swinging the heavy table leg directly, confronting and using sheer strength to repeatedly smash back and knock away the predator that tried to pounce, firmly attracting its frontal assault. Come here. You little winter melon. Qin Ciwei transformed into a deadly shadow. He took advantage of the opportunity created by Yu Weiyang, leveraging the chaos caused by Hang Zai and utilizing the attention drawn by Sang Ji-mu. His dual blades moved like a shadow, specifically searching for the chance to circle around to the back of the gnome predator. Swoosh! The first strike. Taking advantage of the gnome predator being staggered by a heavy blow from Sang Ji-mu, Qin Ciwei cut in from its left rear, the Nepalese army knife carrying all his strength, fiercely slashing down under its left scapula. A green viscous liquid instantly sprayed out. Hiss! The gnome predator let out a piercing scream of pain and anger, abruptly turning to swipe its claw, but Qin Ciwei had already used his waist strength to spin away. Come again. Yu Weiyang seized the opportunity, her short blade accurately stabbing towards the predator's knee pit. Although blocked by hard bone, it successfully made its body lower. Now is the time. Qin Ciwei like a ghost closed in again, this time from directly behind. With blades crossed, a vicious cross slash landed solidly on the gnome predator's back. Phut! An even deeper wound was torn open, more green liquid gushing out, and one could even vaguely see the writhing inhuman structure inside. Having suffered consecutive injuries, especially with its weak spot on the back heavily struck, the gnome predator finally felt fear and panic. Its green pupils first showed signs of retreat. It let out a reluctant yet somewhat mournful shriek, violently swiping its claw to push back Sang Ji-Mu, who tried to step forward to land a finishing blow, then recklessly charged towards the largest reinforced glass floor-to-ceiling window it had already scratched open. Bang crash. It directly crashed through the already fragile glass, with its figure flashing in the moonlight as it made several swift jumps, disappearing completely into the dark woods outside the service area, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a faint stench in the air. The battle was over. The rest area fell into a brief silence, only the heavy panting of a few people remained. Cough. Cough cough. Sang Ji-Mu was the first to collapse, sliding down against the wall, his left arm hanging weakly. Hang Zai emerged from the corner, his face pale, fingers trembling slightly from the prolonged tension of drawing the bow. Yu Weiyang walked to Qin Ciwei's side, looking out at the darkness that swallowed the monster, her delicate face frostbitten, biting her lower lip tightly. Qin Ciwei leaned on his dual blades, his chest rising and falling violently, sweat mixed with the splattered green liquid sliding down from his forehead. He stared intently at the direction where the monster had disappeared, his eyes devoid of the joy of victory, only deep regret and unwillingness. Still. Let it escape. He slammed his fist down on the nearby table, producing a dull sound. The sound was filled with exhaustion and resentment. He knew that this time it was just luck, having discovered the opponent's weakness combined with the desperate cooperation of the four to heavily wound and drive it back. But allowing such a cunning, powerful, vengeful and clearly intelligent enemy to escape was no different than letting a tiger return to the mountain. It hung over them like a sword, uncertain of when it would strike again and in what more treacherous manner it would seek revenge. Its wounds are severe, it has lost so much blood. Yu Weiyang attempted to comfort him, but her tone was also heavy. It shouldn't come back in the short term. It's very vengeful. A reluctant voice from Lin Weigua echoed in the darkness. Even if it holds a grudge, we currently have no ability to pursue it. Its speed is too fast. Moreover, now that Wei Yang's long spear is broken, she cannot exert her full strength. Pursuing it now would be too dangerous, and there are also Luoqing and Yu Wei who need care. After pondering for a while, Qin Ciwei decided against pursuing it. As the saying goes, do not chase a cornered foe. At this time, Yu Weiyang turned to collect the several broken segments of the long spear on the ground. Fortunately, the spearhead was undamaged, but unfortunately it was broken into 6 pieces. With a hint of heartache, she gathered the long spear together, hoping that there would be a chance to restore it later. Tonight, let's all squeeze into the restroom to sleep. This rest area is no longer safe. I'm afraid that fellow might return. Qin Ciwei supported Sang Ji-Mu. After speaking, he arranged for everyone to take turns keeping watch, and they began to rest. An hour later, in a building 10 kilometers away from Qin Ciwei and the others, the fleeing gnome predator lay beneath a mutated corpse cut into 5 or 6 segments, holding a long tongue over 10 meters long, greedily sucking the green liquid within it. The green light in its eyes grew ever brighter, and the wound on its back began to heal slowly. In its mind, the shadow of the figure wielding dual blades emerged, and a flame of vengeance seemed to ignite in its eyes. The first rays of dawn dispelled the night's chill, but could not lift the gloom shrouding Qin Ciwei's heart. The group once again embarked on their southward journey. The tricycle's wheels crunched over the gravel-strewn highway. Sang Zhenyu pedaled with effort while in the cargo area beside supplies, and Yu Yuwei sat the silent Lin Weigua. After last night's incident protecting Yu Yuwei, this mysterious professor seemed to have been tentatively accepted by the team, yet he still guarded his secrets closely like a walking enigma. They were now less than 60 kilometers from Zizhou County. The number made Qin Ciwei's heart beat involuntarily faster, surging emotions churning within his chest. The silhouette of his hometown seemed to appear before his eyes, his parents' faces growing clearer in his memory. If all went smoothly, they could reach the outskirts of the county town tonight, and after another 20 kilometers on the national highway tomorrow, they would return to the small mountain village that raised him. This bittersweet anticipation of nearing home diluted some of his unease. Yet this fleeting hope was soon shattered by a pervasive feeling of being watched. After cycling several kilometers, Sang Luoqing, who was on watch, kept turning her head back, her delicate brows furrowing deeper and deeper. An icy sensation, as if stared at by a venomous snake, crept slowly up her spine. She was certain something had been silently observing them, its gaze filled with malice and patience. Luoqing, what's wrong? You seem troubled. Hang Zi, riding beside her, noticed her anomaly and asked with concern. Sang Luoqing pursed her lips and whispered, Brother Hang, be on alert. I keep feeling something has been following us ever since we left the service area. Hang Zi was somewhat dismissive and chuckled, are you too nervous? That dwarf monster was so badly injured. As he spoke, he casually glanced back. That single glance nearly froze the blood in his veins. About 100 meters behind them atop the iron guardrail beside the highway, a hunched diminutive figure crouched like a phantom. Its grey-black skin glistened with an ominous sheen in the morning light, and those eyes glowing green locked onto them with icy intent from across the distance. It was him. The dwarf predator from last night. Hang Zi practically leaped off his bicycle, moving with lightning speed. His compound bow was drawn taut. In an instant the arrowhead aimed directly at the figure. But the moment he aimed, the hunched figure on the guardrail seemed to melt into the air, vanishing without a trace. Only the empty railing and Hang Zi's pounding heart remained. It's still following us. Hang Zi's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor as he quickly informed the others of what he had seen. The atmosphere plummeted to freezing point. Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity and a trace of helplessness in each other's eyes. This relentless creature was far more tenacious and vindictive than they had imagined. Lin Weiguo's face turned pale, his voice laced with suppressed fear. It's wearing down our spirits, looking for our weakness. We must find a way to eliminate it. Like last night, find a place. It won't fall for the same trick again. Qin Ciwei interrupted him, his sharp gaze sweeping across the open terrain. Having been burned once, given its cunning, it won't easily step into an enclosed trap again. In this open area, we're completely helpless against it. As Qin Ciwei anticipated, during the following leg of the journey, the dwarf predator, like a malicious spectre, began its psychological warfare. It didn't rush to attack, but used its uncanny speed and stealth to flicker around the group intermittently. Sometimes it would flash past on an abandoned car roof far to the left, other times it would appear on a rock on the right hillside, emitting a low hoarse roar. Each appearance was fleeting like an illusion, yet it genuinely frayed everyone's already taut nerves. It was like a beast toying with a dying prey, not rushing for a fatal blow but savoring the process of the prey gradually collapsing in fear. This omnipresent surveillance and intermittent mental pressure pushed the team's morale to its lowest point. Everyone felt a chill on the back of their necks, as if those green eyes and sharp claws could emerge from any angle at any moment. Even Yu Wei was so frightened her little face turned pale, clutching tightly to Sang Luoking's clothes. Even Sang Zhenyu, usually bold-pedaled, with a noticeable stiffness. Qin Ciwei frowned deeply, his mind racing as he cycled, discussing countermeasures in hushed tones with Yu Weiyang and Hang Zi. But on this open highway, facing an enemy far faster and more cunning than them all, plans seemed futile. If only we could slow that dwarf down. Sang Zhenyu, who had been silently pedaling, couldn't help but mutter irritably upon hearing their helpless discussion. It runs like a ghost and has sharp claws. If we could make it unable to run, I'd pound it flat. This angry offhand remark struck Lin Weiguo like a bolt of lightning. Slow down. Reduce speed. Lin Weiguo muttered, his eyes suddenly lighting up. His gaze fell on the bags of flour at his feet. Flour. Starch. Non-Newtonian fluid. He practically leaped from the cargo area, excitedly grabbing Qin Ciwei's handlebars, speaking rapidly. Brother Qin. I've got it. Maybe we can use a non-Newtonian fluid to restrict its movement. Non-Newtonian fluid. Qin Ciwei was taken aback, the term startling him. Yu Weiyang and Hang Zi also looked puzzled. Simply put, it's a special substance that instantly hardens like a solid when subjected to a rapid violent impact but remains liquid when force is applied slowly. Lin Weiguo explained quickly, a gleam of knowledge in his eyes. We can make it using flour and water. Although the non-Newtonian fluid made with flour is less stable and ideal than pure starch with poorer viscosity and hardness, and it might not last long, it will definitely have a retarding effect. He detailed the method. The ratio is about 1 part water to 1.5 to 2 parts flour. We need a large enough container like a bathtub or a big storage box. Slowly add water while stirring quickly and vigorously until it forms a thick paste-like consistency with more elasticity and resistance. It can't be too thin or it won't work, and not too dry or it'll turn into dough. The key is thorough mixing, letting the starch granules fully absorb water and swell to produce enough non-Newtonian effect. As Qin Ciwei listened to Lin Weiguo's explanation, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Though he didn't fully grasp the scientific principle, the characteristic of becoming stronger against force instantly hardening seemed tailor-made to counter the predator that relied on high-speed bursts and sharp claw strikes. Great idea. Qin Ciwei slapped the handlebars. Let's do it. Well, stop at the last service area before entering Zizhou County. Make this stuff and ambush it. Even if it doesn't fall for it this time, if we prepare it and take it on the road tomorrow, it'll be an extra safeguard. With a clear goal, the group's oppressive mood lifted considerably. Though the pair of green eyes still felt like a needle pricking their backs, flickering in the distance from time to time, a spark of counterattack had been kindled in their hearts. With hearts in their throats, the group finally arrived at the Zizhou service area at dusk. It was larger than the previous one, yet even more dilapidated. Without time for lament, they swiftly cleared a relatively safe rest area and began dividing tasks to search for suitable containers and materials. Fortunately, in the service area's storage warehouse they found several large plastic storage bins. Sang Zhenyu and Hang Zai were tasked with hauling flour, while Sang Luoqing and Yu Weiyang fetched water and tools. Qin Ciwei, accompanied by Lin Weiguo, personally supervised and participated in mixing the non-Newtonian fluid. Following Lin Weiguo's instructions, they poured flour into the bins and slowly added water. Qin Ciwei and Sang Zhenyu took turns using wooden sticks they had found, furiously stirring and pounding the viscous mixture. It was an exhausting process. Flour paste splattered everywhere, covering their heads and faces. Lin Weiguo directed nervously from the side, "Add more water." "Yes. Stir harder. You need to feel significant resistance." Just as they were busy, the stooped figure appeared again outside the massive reinforced glass window of the rest hall. The dwarf predator stood silently in the twilight, staring coldly through the glass at the bustling group inside. The wound on its back seemed to have stopped bleeding, but its movements appeared slightly more sluggish than before. Its gaze swept over the white viscous substance being vigorously stirred, a flicker of confusion passing through its green pupils, but more than that, a ferocious, provoked glint of violence. Night fell completely. Inside the rest hall, the campfire was deliberately extinguished, leaving only the faint moonlight seeping through the windows. Several large storage bins were placed in the center of the hall, and key passages filled with the seemingly calm milky white non-Newtonian fluid that had been prepared. The group hid behind load-bearing pillars and overturned counters, holding their breath and gripping their weapons tightly like lurking hunters waiting for their prey to take the bait. Time passed slowly in silence and oppression. At midnight, just as the moonlight was briefly obscured by a drifting cloud, the familiar piercing squeak sounded again. The dwarf predator chose the same method as before, using its indestructible claws to carve a massive opening in the intact reinforced glass window, large enough for it to pass through. It did not immediately enter, but paused at the breach, its green pupil scanning the pitch-black hall as if assessing the risk. Finally, the craving for the hunt, perhaps fueled by a desire for revenge, overcame its caution. Its short figure, like flowing water merging with the shadows, slipped silently through the gap into the hall. Its claws touched the ground without a sound. It remembered the approximate hiding spots of Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang. Its primary target remained the man who had wounded its back. It moved forward cautiously a few steps, trying to lock onto its target through scent and hearing. However, as it took the next step, the area where its front claw was about to land looked like ordinary ground. Squelch. Its claw did not meet the expected hard floor, but plunged into a viscous, slippery liquid. The moment its claw sank in, due to the habitual yet swift force of its landing, the bottom of that milky white fluid seemed to undergo a massive impact, instantly hardening. A powerful, bizarre resistance surged from beneath its claw, as if it had stepped into instantly setting cement. Caught off guard, the dwarf predator lost its balance and stumbled forward. It let out a startled, furious hiss and instinctively tried to pull out its claw, but the more force it used, the stronger the binding sensation from the hardened area became. "Now!" Qin Ciwei bellowed, lunging from his hiding spot. Simultaneously, Yu Weiyang, Hang Zai, and even the still recovering Sang Zhenyu emerged. The dwarf predator reacted swiftly. Though one claw was trapped, it swung its other claw viciously at the charging Qin Ciwei while twisting its body to break free. Qin Ciwei was prepared. He didn't engage head-on, feinting with his twin blades to draw its attention. Meanwhile, Yu Weiyang moved like a spectre, closing in on its temporarily immobilized claw. The sharp, broken end of her half-spear stabbed fiercely into the joint of its claw. Rip. Green liquid splattered. Though it didn't sever the claw, it clearly caused excruciating pain. The dwarf predator thrashed wildly, finally using its terrifying strength to yank its claw out of the hardened non-Newtonian fluid with a pop. But its movements were visibly affected. Its steps were no longer as agile and elusive. Enraged, it lunged at Yu Weiyang, its claws tearing through the air with a screech. Yu Weiyang retreated swiftly, the dwarf predator hot on her heels, its killing intent boiling. However, it failed to notice, or had no time to mind, what was underfoot. Plop. Chasing Yu Weiyang, it stepped into another pre-placed larger storage bin. Its entire lower leg sank into the viscous fluid. The violent motion caused the fluid to harden instantly again. This time, most of its lower limb was firmly welded inside. Roar. The dwarf predator let out a terrified, furious roar, struggling wildly, its claws slashing frantically, shredding the plastic walls of the bin and sending thick white fluid splattering everywhere. But the more force it exerted, the stronger the hardening effect, making escape extremely difficult. Its back. Attack its back. Lin Weiguo shouted excitedly, poking his head out from hiding. No reminder was needed. Qin Ciwei and Yu Weiyang seized this golden opportunity. Qin Ciwei's twin blades rained down like a storm on its front and sides, forcing it to parry with its claws, leaving it no room to maneuver. Meanwhile, Yu Weiyang, like an assassin delivering the final blow, circled behind it. Her eyes were icy and all her strength and chi were channeled into the half-spear in her hand. Moonlight streamed through the broken window, perfectly illuminating the dwarf predator's back, covered in fresh and old scars, fully exposed from its struggle. Yu Weiyang took a deep breath, stepped forward, twisted her waist and thrust her arm. The half-spear, glinting coldly like a falling meteor, struck with pinpoint precision from behind into the very center of the dwarf predator's back, the spot previously heavily wounded by Qin Ciwei. Thud, rip. The sharp half-spear pierced through the relatively weak back defense, sinking deep into its body until the hilt. All the dwarf predator's movements froze instantly. Its green-tinged pupils dilated wildly, filled with disbelief and the terror of death. It opened its mouth but could only emit gurgling sounds of blood. It struggled to turn its head as if wanting to glimpse its killer one last time, but ultimately the green light completely dimmed. Its hunched body convulsed violently a few times before finally collapsing limply into the shattered bin and the splattered non-Newtonian fluid, motionless. Silence reigned in the hall, broken only by the group's heavy breathing. It was over. This cunning, powerful predator, which had haunted them like a nightmare throughout their journey, was finally vanquished. After a brief silence, a surge of post-apocalyptic joy and victorious excitement welled up within them. Hang Zai couldn't help but pump his fist. Sang Zhenyu grinned silently, his mouth wide. Even Sang Luoqing breathed a sigh of relief, gently patting Yu Wei in her arms. Lin Weiguo cautiously approached, gazing at the gradually cooling corpse, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. Then he said to Qin Ciwei, "Brother Qin, this green liquid, corpse green essence, is a very precious research sample. I'd like to collect some. It might be useful later." Qin Ciwei looked at Lin Weiguo, then at the dead monster, and nodded. "Go ahead. You handle it. Oh, and remember to cut off its claws, they are formidable weapons." The campfire was relit, dispelling the night's chill and the earlier terror. The group gathered around the fire, weary yet much lighter in spirit. They had survived another day and eliminated a major threat. Tomorrow they would enter Zizhou County, just a step away from home. The next morning the Zizhou service area awoke under a grey dawn, the air thick with a blend of dust and the heavy scent of rust. The group packed their belongings, carefully securing the 10 metallic claws they had severed from the gnome predator wrapped in tattered cloth. These spoils glimmered with an ominous cold light, serving as a testament to their strength while also reminding them of the ever-present deadly threats in this world. Less than a kilometer into their journey, the dilapidated outline of the Zizhou toll station loomed ahead. Like the scars of every civilization in the apocalypse, it was choked with twisted abandoned vehicles. The massive roof, covered in rust and holes, resembled the skeleton of a deceased giant beast, silently recounting the chaos and despair that accompanied the end of days. Qin Ciwei waved his hand, and Hang Zai, along with the still somewhat clumsy Sang Jimu, stepped forward. The three began to use a hydraulic jack to move those rusted hulks. Yu Weiyang stood guard to the side, her gaze sweeping over the toll station's flanks. What met her eyes was a more thoroughly devastated ruin. Once bustling with high-rise residences, most had collapsed in the earthquake, leaving behind only broken walls and the grotesque exposure of steel reinforcements. Shattered concrete blocks and debris piled high, nearly burying the original streets. An almost deathly silence enveloped the area, pierced only by the wind's moan as it swept through the ruins, akin to whispers of lost souls. "This damn place is so quiet it sends chills down my spine," Qin Ciwei murmured, having just toppled a car, but inside a tumult of emotions surged. This was not merely an earthquake, it was that cursed virus that transformed their once vibrant homeland into this hellish scene. When would it end? He shook his head vigorously, seemingly trying to banish the heavy thoughts from his mind. Yu Weiyang, wielding a half-length spear, stood tall at the flank of the group. Her signature red trench coat stood out against the grey backdrop like a stubborn flame, burning fiercely. Occasionally a few zombies staggered out from the shadows of the ruins, maintaining the speed of an ordinary person, sprinting, roaring as they lunged, but often before they got close they were precisely and swiftly struck down by Yu Weiyang's keen aim. However, the higher her kill rate, the deeper the furrow of concern grew between Yu Weiyang's brows. After dispatching another zombie that had crawled out from a broken shop, she could no longer suppress her doubts and quickly walked over to Qin Ciwei, who was clearing a bus. "Dead fat man," she habitually referred to him, though her tone carried an unusual seriousness. "How big is your hometown in terms of area and population?" Qin Ciwei wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve and gasped, "I remember it being around 28 square kilometers with a permanent population of about 340,000. Why the sudden question? 340,000. Yu Weiyang softly echoed, her sharp gaze scanning the desolate surroundings. "Don't you find it strange?" Even after more than a month of the apocalypse with zombies devouring each other and natural attrition or being hunted by other mutated creatures, their numbers shouldn't be this sparse. We've been within the county for a while now and all we've encountered are scattered wandering individuals. This is too abnormal. Qin Ciwei paused at her words, his expression growing grave. He was not entirely oblivious, he had been solely focused on returning home to confirm his parents' safety, subconsciously ignoring these anomalies. Now that Yu Weiyang had pointed them out, a lingering unease surged to the forefront. "You're right," he said solemnly, his gaze warily scanning the tombstone-like ruins around them. "When things seem out of the ordinary, there's bound to be something sinister at play." This feeling. It was as if something was summoning the scattered zombies together. The thought sent a chill down his spine. A mutated creature capable of gathering a horde of zombies. He dared not dwell on it, only silently raising his alertness. "Regardless, let's head home first. Once we confirm the situation at home, we can deliberate further." Seeing that he had a plan, Yu Weiyang refrained from saying more, though she tightened her grip on her weapon. The group worked together, spending nearly half a day to carve out a narrow passage through the blocked vehicles. Passing through the toll station, they officially entered Zizhou County, where the desolation and silence struck them even more intensely. The streets were littered with bones and dried dark bloodstains, abandoned vehicles were covered in thick dust, and many shops had shattered doors and windows ransacked inside. Occasionally one or two zombies could be seen aimlessly wandering in the distance, but they seemed disinterested in the living group, or perhaps were restrained by some invisible force, resulting in no effective siege. Qin Ciwei stood at an intersection, gazing at the once bustling streets he remembered now eerily empty enough to hear his own heartbeat, and made a decision. "We won't pass through the city. Though the main bridge in the city center is closer, the situation is unclear. We'll take a detour and use the second bridge." His decision was met with unanimous agreement. In the apocalypse, caution was far more important than speed. The detour to the second bridge went unexpectedly smoothly. Along the way, aside from the increasingly rich scenes of decay, they encountered almost no significant obstacles. This unusual smoothness did not ease their minds, rather it felt like a heavy stone pressing down on everyone's hearts. Qin Ciwei remained especially vigilant, his muscles taut, his right hand unconsciously rubbing the handle of his Nepalese knife at his waist. He felt as though beneath this silence countless eyes were watching from the shadows, reminiscent of the suffocating calm before a storm. The bicycle team slowly ascended the surface of the second bridge. This bridge spanning the river was equally battered with many broken railings as the river wind blew past, carrying damp cold moisture and a faint stench of decay. Qin Ciwei called for a brief pause for the convoy to rest. He walked to the edge of the bridge and leaned over to look down. Below was a place he knew all too well, the Zizhou County Open-Air Stadium. He had spent countless sweat-soaked nights here once as an athlete. That red rubber track and the green field held his youthful memories and dreams. He could almost see himself sprawled on the grass after training, gazing at the blue sky of his hometown and dreaming of the future. A warm yet bittersweet smile crept to his lips. "What a pity those beautiful days are gone," he murmured to himself, his voice fading into the wind, "and can never return." His gaze swept across the stadium, slightly stunned. In the center of the football field, a large number of figures were moving about. They acted swiftly, organized, clearly engaged in some kind of training or labor, far from being zombies. It seemed that someone had utilized the stadium's defensible nature to establish a survivor gathering place. Had it not been for the events at the Jingdong shelter, Qin Ciwei might have considered making contact, exchanging information or supplies. But at that moment his heart was devoid of any waves. On one hand, his longing to return home was intense, on the other his apprehension about approaching the familiar place made him reluctant to stir trouble. Furthermore, the actions of Wang Defa at the Jingdong shelter had left a mark on him, filling him with distrust and alienation towards such so-called places of order. He would rather struggle for survival in the wilderness with his companions than get entangled in the conflicts of power and humanity. "Let's go, there's nothing to see here." He turned around, his tone calm, leading the way back to the vehicle. The group set off again, and after over an hour they finally reached the other end of the county, re-entering the national road leading to the countryside. Leaving the silent county, stepping onto the relatively open national road, the oppressive atmosphere seemed to ease somewhat. The 20-kilometer journey along the national road took about 3 hours. During this time, zombies occasionally charged out from the fields or abandoned houses, but were all precisely taken down by Hang Zai, who was responsible for scouting ahead. Even those that slipped through were swiftly dealt with by Qin Ciwei using his Nepalese knives. Hang Zai's arrows never missed, remaining calm, though occasionally when he glanced at Sang Luoqing a hint of gentleness would flicker in his eyes. However, this liveliness somewhat reassured the group. At least this was the way things were supposed to be in the apocalypse. As they turned off the national road onto a narrower, more rugged country path, Yu Weiyang finally couldn't help but roll her eyes, complaining to the leading Qin Ciwei, "Dead fat man, your hometown is too remote. This winding route is killing my backside." Qin Ciwei unusually held his tongue, focusing on the winding, familiar yet strange road ahead, softly saying, "Almost there, just a bit more." On either side of the country road were rolling hills and desolate fields. Occasionally a few scattered houses could be seen, most with their doors wide open, lifeless. The 5-kilometer stretch of country road felt longer than all the previous roads combined. When the group finally stopped in front of a familiar yard marked with a sign reading Nursing Home, Qin Ciwei felt his heart suddenly tighten, beating like a drum. They had arrived. This was the landmark of Tuobai village. An indescribable complexity of emotions instantly overwhelmed him: anticipation, fear, and the apprehension of returning home. He feared opening his home door only to face what he did not want to see. He feared confronting those villagers who might have turned into zombies and having to wield his knife against them, who had watched him grow up. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm the swirling emotions within, his fingers turning pale from gripping the bike handle tightly. Meanwhile, Yu Weiyang behind him was not feeling any lighter. Throughout the journey she had been complaining about the road conditions, but upon reaching the village entrance an inexplicable tension reminiscent of a bride meeting her in-laws suddenly gripped her. What do I do? What do I do? We're here already. Am I good enough? She instinctively lowered her head to look at herself. Her red trench coat was stained with dust from days of travel and battle, showing some inconspicuous damages. Her black boots were also muddy. Is this outfit too eye-catching? Will it seem too unsteady? What kind of girls do dead fat man's parents like? He used to be an athlete. Would his parents prefer gentle and virtuous types? A vague image of a gentle woman in a floral dress speaking softly surfaced in her mind. Oh no, I'm completely not that type. I've been training in a Taoist temple since I was young. I'm straightforward, always wanting to solve problems with my fists, and I keep calling him dead fat man. Will his parents think I'm too fierce and uncultured? What if his parents don't like someone like me, think I'm unworthy of their son? This thought made her heart clench. Though dead fat man hasn't officially confessed yet and we haven't confirmed our relationship, but... She stole a glance at Qin Ciwei, who looked tense, her cheeks warming. HMPH. If he dares to back down because his parents don't like me, I'll shoot him full of holes. Upon thinking this, she unconsciously straightened her back, trying to appear more virtuous, even subconsciously tidying her slightly disheveled hair and adjusting her remarkably well-preserved frameless glasses. This flustered and awkward little gesture stood in stark contrast to her usual decisive and fierce demeanor, which would surely astonish Hang Zai and the others if they saw it. Hey dead fat man. Yu Weiyang cleared her throat, trying to make her voice sound calm and natural. And what do your parents like? Do they have any particular taboos? Qin Ciwei, lost in his own worries, was momentarily taken aback by her random question. Turning his head, he saw her rare expression of mixed nervousness and feigned calm. He blinked in surprise, then suddenly realized a warm current dispersing some of the gloom in his heart. He couldn't help but smile, teasing her. What's this? The fearless Yu team is feeling nervous too. Who is nervous? Yu Weiyang flared up like a cat with its tail stepped on, her cheeks flushed. I just asked out of politeness. Right, politeness. Seeing her defensive demeanor, Qin Ciwei's heart softened. He reined in his teasing expression and gazed down the familiar path towards the village entrance. My dad is just a straightforward blacksmith, not very talkative, enjoys smoking hand-rolled leaf cigarettes and sipping a bit of alcohol. My mom. She has a quick temper and can be a bit nagging, but she has the softest heart. She loves lively children and appreciates those who are capable. Yu Weiyang's eyes sparkled upon hearing Qin Ciwei's description of his parents. Capable. I can be capable. At this moment Yu Weiyang had a strangely peculiar thought. He paused, turned to look deeply into Yu Weiyang's eyes, his expression filled with encouragement and affirmation. Don't worry, they are all wonderful, kind people. As long as you're my friend, they will surely like you. Especially you, he silently added. Yu Weiyang caught the implication in his words, her face reddening even more, her heart racing like a little deer, the awkwardness dissipating considerably. She bit her lip and softly murmured an mm. Let's go. Qin Ciwei took a deep breath as if trying to draw all the courage into his lungs, his gaze growing resolute once more. We're going home. He was the first to dismount, holding onto the bike handle as he began to walk down the road leading to the village, with the others following closely behind. Passing the nursing home that marked the village boundary, the entirety of Tuobai village lay before them like a battered, dying old man, utterly lifeless and bleak. Unlike the concrete and steel ruins of the county town, the village's decay carried a deeper sorrow of a lost home. Rows of once familiar tiled houses now had collapsed roofs, cracked walls, or had completely fallen apart, leaving only a few charred wooden beams pointing stubbornly at the grey sky. Shattered tiles, broken rafters, damaged furniture, and all sorts of unidentifiable household items lay scattered about, covered in thick dust. Several obvious scorch marks like ugly scars were branded into the once peaceful village's form. The air was thick with a complex odor of mildew, dust, smoke, and a faint hint of decay. There were no roosters crowing or dogs barking, no curling smoke from chimneys, only the mournful wail of the wind through broken windows and tiles and the rustling sound of footsteps on the rubble, making the surrounding silence all the more terrifying. Qin Ciwei's heart felt as if it were tightly clenched by an invisible hand, making it hard to breathe. Everything before him overlapped with and tore apart the memory of the lively village that had nurtured him. The stark contrast made his eyes burn and his throat tighten. He could almost see himself as a child chasing and playing with friends among these houses, hear his mother calling him home from the village entrance for dinner. Now only a desolate ruin remained. A cool yet strong hand quietly reached over and gently grasped his own, which had gone pale from gripping his blade too tightly. It was Yu Wei-yang. She said nothing, only looked at him with her clear, determined eyes, a gaze filled with concern, understanding, and silent support and comfort. The soft touch of her palm was like a warm current, slightly dispelling the chill in his heart. Qin Ciwei squeezed her hand back firmly, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. "Everyone be careful. Stay alert," Qin Ciwei ordered in a low voice, his tone carrying a barely perceptible hoarseness. Hangzi silently knocked an arrow onto his compound bow, his sharp eyes scanning the surrounding ruins. Though Sang Gemma's left hand was still unsteady, he clutched his spiked club tightly, his eyes wide with vigilance. Lin Weiguo narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the environment with a calm demeanor yet taking in every incongruous detail. Sang Luoqing followed beside Hangzi, her face somewhat pale, but she struggled to maintain her composure. The group moved slowly through the silent village, their feet occasionally crunching on something, producing a grating sound that tightened everyone's nerves with each step. After walking for about 5 minutes, a relatively intact building appeared ahead. It was the village's only small shop, also the home of Qin Ciwei's childhood friend and brother Lang Zhu Lang. Thinking of how Lang Zhu used to steal cigarettes from his house for him as a child, a faint smile tugged at his lips. But then he recalled the international phone call Lang Zhu had made to him on the day the apocalypse broke out, and his mind grew unsettled. Lang Zhu's house was a traditional brick and wood construction with high walls and a heavy wooden door, looking far sturdier than the surrounding buildings. What made their hearts tighten even more was the regular thumping sound coming from behind the tightly shut wooden door. Thump. 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 It was the sound of chopping meat. In this dead village the noise was jarringly out of place and eerie. Qin Ciwei immediately raised his hand to signal the group to stop. Everyone held their breath. He fixed his sharp gaze on the door, his muscles instantly tensing. In a place like this, such a sound forced him to consider the worst. He turned his head and looked at the tall and sturdy Sang Gemyu, who even injured remained imposing, then gestured with his eyes toward the door. Sang Gemyu, who had been intently focused on the source of the sound, suddenly sensed something amiss. Looking around, he found Qin Ciwei staring at him. He blinked his large bell-like eyes and pointed at his own nose in confusion, casting Qin Ciwei a questioning look. "Boss, you mean me?" "You sure?" Qin Ciwei almost choked at his simple-minded response. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, he nodded firmly, confirming with his gaze once more. Sang Luoqing, seeing her brother's reaction, couldn't help but cover her mouth with a stifled laugh, slightly easing the tense atmosphere. Sang Gemyu finally caught on, scratched his head and responded in a deep muffled voice, "Oh." Without further hesitation he strode forward, took a deep breath, raised his right foot and mustering all his strength kicked the heavy wooden door with tremendous force. Boom. A deafening crash echoed as the wooden door burst open, slamming against the inner wall with a resounding boom. The person inside was clearly startled by the sudden intrusion. With a short gasp, a figure spun around, clutching a blood-stained cleaver tightly. Qin Ciwei's eyes shot like lightning, instantly locking onto the figure. The moment he recognized the face, his wariness and gravity melted away like snow in spring, replaced by an uncontrollable surge of joy. Xiong Mangzi. The man was initially alarmed, but upon seeing Qin Ciwei burst through the door, his terror quickly turned into shock and delight. "Shan. Shanwa Ji. Is it you? How did you come back?" This man was none other than Qin Ciwei's other childhood friend, Xiong Liguo. Just as Qin Ciwei remembered, Xiong Liguo's face still had a touch of baby fat. His skin had always been delicate since childhood, and even in this apocalypse it remained a striking fair complexion. Now it was smudged with a bit of dust and splattered blood. He was as tall as Qin Ciwei, slightly plump, dressed in old stained clothes. "Damn. You scared the hell out of me. I thought some monster was in here." Qin Ciwei stepped forward excitedly, habitually punching Xiong Liguo on the shoulder, then his gaze fell to the floor beside him. There lay a corpse, hacked to pieces and unrecognizable. Judging by its clothes and decay, it was clearly a walking corpse. Blackened flesh and shattered bones were splattered everywhere, emitting a nauseating stench. Qin Ciwei couldn't help but frown. Noticing his gaze, Xiongligua quickly explained, scared me to death. I was just searching this house for something useful and this thing came out of nowhere lunging at me. Almost got me. Lucky I was quick, pinned it down. He said, brandishing the cleaver, a mix of fear and fierceness on his face. Just finishing it off so it doesn't come back to harm anyone. As Xiongligua spoke, he seemed to instinctively and swiftly stuff a small plastic-wrapped object he had been holding in his left hand into his pants pocket. His movement was subtle, and with the joy of reunion distracting almost no one noticed this detail, except one person. Sang Luoqing, who had maintained her sharp observational skills, happened to catch the small gesture. She frowned slightly, finding it odd, but then thought it might be some personal item he'd found and didn't want seen, which was normal in this apocalypse. She pushed the suspicion aside for the moment, saying nothing. What are you doing here alone? It's too dangerous. Qin Ciwei withdrew his gaze and asked with concern. Xiongligguo's eyes flickered, his response somewhat evasive, no choice. The quarry's crowded, not enough supplies to go around. I thought I'd check the village for any leftover food or stuff. Bad luck, ran into this thing. He quickly changed the subject, asking, Shanhua Ge, where are you all coming from? What's it like out there now? Long story, Qin Ciwei waved his hand. His foremost concern was the fate of his family, and he pressed urgently, Mangzi, what about the rest of the village? My parents. How are they? At this question, Xiongligguo's expression instantly grew complex. Shanhua Ge, don't worry, let me tell you. When that damn virus first broke out, it was terrifying. Nearly a quarter of the village turned into those things on the spot. Biting everywhere chaos, he recounted with lingering fear, as if still feeling the horror of that time. Then. My parents. Qin Ciwei's heart leaped into his throat. Luckily someone organized us to band together. Xiongligua changed his tone. The rest of us who didn't turn are now hiding in the abandoned quarry less than 600 meters from the village. Remember how we used to play there as kids? It's easy to defend and hard to attack. We've stuck together and survived. As for Uncle Qin and Aunt Kui, they are fine. When you get to the quarry, you'll see for yourself. They'll be overjoyed to see you. Really? They're alive. At the quarry. Qin Ciwei's voice trembled with excitement. The overwhelming joy nearly made him leap to his feet. He knew the quarry well, it truly was a good place. Yu Weiyang also let out a visible sigh of relief, squeezing his hand gently, sharing in his joy. Yeah. They are all there. Xiongligua nodded firmly. Hearing this, the others also showed relieved expressions, the gloom of their journey seemingly dispelled by this good news. Come on, Shanhua Ge and you friends, he'll take you to the quarry. Xiongligua called out warmly, leading the way out of Lang Zhu's yard. Once outside, Xiongligua noticed the other people there. At that moment, his gaze swept over Yu Weiyang and Sang Luoqing behind Qin Ciwei. Yu Weiyang's stunning heroic beauty and Sang Luoqing's delicate elegant aura shone like two brilliant pearls in this desolate village, instantly capturing his attention. Deep in his eyes, a barely concealed filthy glint of amazement and greed flashed by, extremely brief yet like a venomous snake's tongue in the darkness, unsettling. Almost no one noticed this subtle shift. Only Lin Weigua, who had been watching coldly with a mind as shrewd as a fox, precisely caught that fleeting malicious thought. Lin Weigua narrowed his eyes slightly, snorting inwardly, and silently tagged this seemingly harmless Xiongligua with a label of dubious character must be wary. Qin Ciwei, overwhelmed with joy at the possibility of his parents still being alive, wanted to ask more about the quarry, who was in charge there, how order was maintained, how his parents were doing. Shanhua Ge, let's talk when we get to the quarry. It's not safe here, might attract those things. Xiongligua interrupted, a note of barely perceptible urgency in his voice. Once we're there, you'll know everything. Uncle Qin and Aunt Kui will be so happy to see you back. As he spoke, he warmly put his arm around Qin Ciwei's shoulder, half guiding, half pushing him toward the main road out of the village. Qin Ciwei thought it over and found it reasonable. Eager to return, he didn't hesitate. All right. We'll go with you to the quarry. And so, carrying the hope of reuniting with family along with a faint lingering unease deep within, Qin Ciwei and his group followed the smiling Xiongligua, whose eyes occasionally flickered, onto the wide road leading to the abandoned quarry. Without the expected winding path deeper into the village, Xiongligua led Qin Ciwei and his companions back toward the rural road leading to the nursing home at the village entrance. On the opposite side of that rural road, an unassuming fork snaked upward, ascending toward a low hill sparsely covered with trees. Traversing this newly paved, relatively smooth concrete road for some 500 meters, they encountered a broad expanse bearing clear signs of recent human excavation. Most striking among them was a massive iron gate towering an unyielding ceiling off the entire valley entrance. The gate stood 7 or 8 meters high, wide enough for 2 trucks to pass abreast, its dark steel frame gleaming with a cold, unrelenting luster beneath the overcast sky. A rudimentary guard post perched above the gate where faint silhouettes moved back and forth. Qin Ciwei stared at the gate, and the longer he looked the more familiar it became, the faded red paint now heavily chipped and peeling, the distinctive anti-climbing spikes along its hinges. A sudden memory surged forth and he blurted out, This is the pair of giant iron gates from our village elementary school. How on earth did they end up here? Xiongligua chuckled, a trace of pride in his voice. Sharp eyes, Brother Shanhua. Yes, it's exactly those school gates. Not long after the virus broke out, everyone gathered and agreed this quarry was defensible and ideal, but it lacked a sturdy gate. So your father and Uncle Zhu-san, the father of Lang Zhu, led a team to dismantle those 2 colossi from the school. Took tremendous effort to haul them here and install them. And let me tell you, they truly work. As he spoke, a hat-wearing head poked out from the guard post above, calling down, Hey. Isn't that Xiong Mangzi? Back so soon? How'd the trip go? The voice, thick with local dialect, carried an instant warmth and familiarity. Yet when his gaze fell upon the unfamiliar faces behind Xiongligua, especially Qin Ciwei and his companions whose tattered cloaks belied their vigorous presence and whose weapons were clearly no farming tools, the man's tone shifted instantly to wary caution. Xiong Mangzi, just who are these folks? Xiongligua quickly raised his voice. Liao Tuozi. It's me, open up. It's momentous news. Tell Auntie Kui and Uncle Qin, their son Shanhua. Qin Ciwei is back. What? Brother Shanhua. Liao Tuozi visibly recoiled in astonishment, leaning further out to scrutinize the tall young man below. Is it really you, Brother Shanhua? Did you come all the way back from Rongcheng, the big city? Good heavens. In this apocalyptic wasteland, teeming with corpses and severed from all transport, he could scarcely believe anyone had survived the 200-kilometer journey from that metropolis of nearly 20 million souls. The sheer peril of such a trek made one's scalp prickle just imagining it. Hurry. Open the gate. Huang Jingyan, you run, sprint to Auntie Kui and Uncle Qin, tell them their son has returned. Liao Tuozi's voice, trembling with excitement, rang out to the militia guards below. With grunts of exertion, several burly men heaved together, and the heavy iron gate groaned, its rusted hinges shrieking as it slowly parted, revealing just enough space for people to pass through. Qin Ciwei drew a deep breath and stepped forward, leading his companions into the quarry's interior. Before them stretched a relatively open expanse, some 3 or 4 mu in area, where stone piles had been cleared away to make room for makeshift huts, brick dwellings and even caves carved directly into the surrounding cliffs, all ingeniously repurposed. Though humble in appearance, the settlement was orderly and alive, its air rich with the scent of hearth smoke and human habitation, starkly contrasting the deathly silence beyond its walls. Almost as soon as they entered, commotion erupted deep within the quarry and a crowd hurried over, led by 2 elders. To the left stood a woman whose hair was streaked with grey and black, plump yet hurried in her gait, her steps almost stumbling, as tension, trepidation and fragile disbelieving hope warred across her face. This was Qin Ciwei's mother, Kui Xiu. To the right stood a slender white-haired elder, upright despite his age, gripping a well-polished tobacco pipe worn smooth by years of handling. Deep furrows etched his weathered face, yet his eyes remained keen and bright. Qin Ciwei's father, Qin Dimin. Kui Xiu's gaze locked instantly onto the tall, upright figure standing at the gate. Though her son had grown leaner and darker-skinned since leaving home, and though new gravity and hardship now shadowed his brow, his features, his eyes, his jawline, were unmistakably hers, the beloved son she had mourned and yearned for day and night. Her pace quickened involuntarily, then broke into a near run, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Qin Ciwei watched his mother rush toward him, saw the profound aging etched upon her face, the shocking whiteness of her temples, and felt his throat constrict, his nose sting until tears spilled unbidden down his cheeks. The distance between mother and son shrank rapidly. At last Kui Xiu reached him. She tilted her head up, lips trembling, trying desperately to speak, but no sound emerged. Instead she lifted her hands, rough, calloused, lined with decades of labor, and gently, reverently traced the contours of her son's face as if touching a priceless treasure reclaimed from oblivion. Feeling the living warmth and solidity of his face beneath her palms, Kui Xiu's tears cascaded freely, tracing paths down the deep grooves beside her nose. Qin Ciwei watched her silent weeping, and his heart shattered. With a voice thick with nasal congestion and choked sobs, he broke the aching stillness. Mom. I'm home. Those few simple words seemed to cost him every ounce of strength, and instantly shattered Kui Xiu's last reserve of composure. You've lost weight, so thin, she murmured, her voice hoarse with tenderness, stroking his cheeks and arms again and again. But you're home, that's all that matters. I truly thought I'd never see you again. She could bear it no longer. With a soft cry she buried her face against his broad solid chest, her shoulders shaking violently as she released all the terror, anguish and despair she had held inside for so long. Qin Ciwei held her tightly, the frailty of her frame, the tremors racking her body, the warm dampness of her tears soaking into his shirt, all pierced him deeply. He closed his eyes and let his own tears fall unchecked. In that moment every mile traveled, every battle fought, every hardship endured, suddenly made sense. This was his origin, his anchor, the place he had fought tooth and nail to return to. This profoundly moving reunion stirred deep emotion among Qin Ciwei's teammates. Hanzi quietly turned his head away, blinking hard to stifle the burn in his eyes. Sanjemu rubbed his nose with a palm like a broad fan, while Sang Luoqing already leaned against her brother's side, quietly wiping away tears. Even Lin Weiguo, the ever-composed strategist, allowed a complex, unreadable wistfulness to flicker in his gaze. Yu Weiyang cradled her younger sister, watching the embracing mother and son. Her expression held both quiet envy and genuine joy for Qin Ciwei, and beneath it a subtle shadow of sorrow for parents long gone. Qin Demon stood silently beside them, saying nothing, only puffing steadily on his pipe. His weathered eyes shimmered with unguarded delight and warmth, but he had always expressed love not in words but in steadfast action. When his wife's sobs began to subside, he tapped his pipe gently against his shoe sole and spoke, voice low and steady enough. Now, old woman, our son's return is cause for joy, not tears. What kind of spectacle is this, standing weeping at the gate? Only then did Qin Ciwei gently ease his mother back and turn to his father, his voice still husky. Dad. Qin Demon merely nodded once, scanning his son carefully, confirming Lin's intact spirit unbroken, before turning away, hands clasped behind his back and walking slowly toward their hut. Over his shoulder came a quiet remark, I'll slaughter that old hen who hasn't laid an egg in months. A simple statement, yet steeped in the quietest, most enduring form of paternal love, giving the best to the son who had returned after so long. At that moment villagers swarmed forward, exchanging cheerful banter, transforming the atmosphere into one of bustling warmth and heartfelt welcome. Well, I'll be. It really is Shanhua, grown into a proper young man. Almost didn't recognize you. Auntie Xiaohua boomed, clapping her hands with delight. Absolutely. Used to be a bare-bottomed little rascal scrambling up every hill, now look at you. Tall, strong, must have done well out there. Auntie Xiaoying chimed in, while Auntie Xiong added, bluntly eyeing Qin Ciwei with appreciation, Shanhua, found yourself a wife yet? Your mama's gone half mad dreaming of grandsons. Luo Laoshe, Qin Ciwei's former elementary school teacher, adjusted his reading glasses and smiled warmly. Ciwei, it's such a relief you've returned safely. So very glad, for you and for your parents who've spoken your name daily. Langzhu's parents, Uncle Zhu San and Auntie Peng, squeezed through the crowd. Uncle Zhu slapped Qin Ciwei's shoulder, a gesture identical to his son's, booming, fine lad. You've got real grit. Better than that good-for-nothing younger brother of yours. That scoundrel's vanished, who knows which country he's off enjoying himself in, phone completely dead. His tone held both reproach for his own son and sincere joy for Qin Ciwei's safe return. Surrounded by elders who had watched him grow up, from bare-bottomed toddler to young man, Qin Ciwei finally relaxed into a genuine, slightly bashful smile, greeting each familiar face, Auntie Xiaohua, Auntie Xiaoying, Auntie Xiong, Teacher Luo, Uncle Zhu San, Auntie Peng. I'm fine truly, I'm sorry to have worried you all. Amidst this joyful clamor, however, Kui Xiu's attention had already drifted to the young woman in the red windbreaker, holding a little girl whose striking beauty and poised grace stood out vividly. Her heart gave a startled lurch, so young yet already a mother. But then she softened. In these times surviving is miracle enough, raising a child speaks of rare kindness. And truly, this young woman was stunning, sharp-spirited eyes graceful, bearing the very picture of vitality and fertility. The more Kui Xiu looked, the more she warmed to her. Seizing a lull in the greetings, she quietly slipped her hand from her son's and stepped swiftly to Yu Weiyang's side, her face radiant with affection as she took Yu Weiyang's free hand without hesitation. My dear, what a long hard journey, you must be utterly exhausted, especially carrying a child. Let me see. Her palm, warm and rough, brushed Yu Weiyang's hand, and immediately registered the thick hardened calluses on her palms and knuckles forged by countless hours gripping a firearm. That texture struck Kui Xiu like a physical blow. How much suffering must she have endured to earn such hands? Gazing at Yu Weiyang's delicate yet luminous face, slightly thinner than before, her heart ached with fierce compassion. Child, your hands. Kui Xiu's voice dropped, tender and thick with empathy. You've suffered greatly on this road, haven't you? Trailing after our reckless boy, surely a life of constant upheaval. Are you tired? Hungry? Now you're here, it's just like home. Don't be afraid. Yu Weiyang, caught off guard by such sudden overwhelming maternal warmth, flushed pink, her cheeks blooming with shy color. She was accustomed to combat and discipline, not to such raw, unfiltered tenderness from an elder. She felt the heat and sincerity radiating from Qi Xiu's hand, and a strange unfamiliar warmth rose within her, part nervousness, part quiet unexpected joy. "Hey auntie, I'm not tired, not at all," Yu Wei-yang replied softly, her voice unusually subdued and hesitant. "Ciwei, he looked after us very well." "Looked after? Bah, a boy's clumsy care." Qi Xiu shot her son a playful scolding glance before turning back to Yu Wei-yang with a beaming smile. "Dear, what's your name? And this sweet child, is she your?" Her gaze softened further as she looked upon Yu Wei cradled in Yu Wei-yang's arms. "Auntie, my name is Yu Wei-yang, and this is my younger sister Yu Wei." Yu Wei-yang answered quickly, instinctively straightening her posture, hoping to appear more composed and gracious. "Wei-yang, what a beautiful name, so elegant." Upon learning the girl was a sister, not a daughter, Qi Xiu laughed so heartily she couldn't stop, her grip on Yu Wei-yang's hand tightening as if she had already claimed her as family. Amidst this scene of pure radiant harmony, no one noticed that Xiong Ligua, who had earlier bustled about with such enthusiasm, had slipped away from the crowd without a whisper. He darted behind a cluttered shed, glanced around furtively, then pulled from his pocket a small object wrapped tightly in plastic, and tucked it deep into a crevice between old rotting burlap sacks, concealing it with meticulous care. Only after completing this act did he dust off his hands and rejoin the throng, his face once again wreathed in that easy affable grin as he called out loudly to Qin Ciwei, "Brother Shanhua. So wonderful to see you reunited with uncle and auntie. Still, we have a rule here at the quarry: everyone returning from outside must undergo inspection in the nearby examination room to check for bites or scratches. It's for everyone's safety, to keep the virus out." He gestured toward a modest shack built from corrugated asbestos sheets beside the gate. Qi Xiu, jolted from her conversation with Yu Wei-yang, nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes, Shanhua, it's the rule set by Uncle Huang Yao and the others. Everyone follows it. Just a formality, quick and reassuring." Qin Ciwei nodded understandingly. Caution was essential in the apocalypse. He turned to his team. "Please cooperate with the inspection." Thus Qin Ciwei, Hangzi Sanjemu, Lin Weigua and Xiong Ligua entered the men's examination room, while Yu Wei-yang, Sang Luoqing and Yu Wei proceeded to the women's room. The inspection proceeded smoothly, focused primarily on fresh wounds, especially bite marks or claw lacerations. Xiong Ligua submitted to the same scrutiny and the hidden object remained undiscovered. Once the checks concluded, Qi Xiu, unable to wait another second, clasped her son's hand firmly in one grip and refused to release Yu Wei-yang's in the other, her voice bubbling with excitement as she ushered everyone forward. "Come on. Home. Home. Auntie will cook something delicious. Tonight we feast on chicken." The setting sun bathed the quarry in golden light. Wisps of cooking smoke curled lazily into the evening air, and laughter, long absent, deeply cherished, rose once more, echoing warmly across the valley amid the ruins of the world. Qin Ciwei and the others followed Qi Xiu to her and Qin Demon's dwelling in the quarry. It had once been the quarry foreman's house, a significant improvement over the crude lean-tos clinging to the cliffs or the cramped communal brick buildings they had passed along the way. There was a reasonably spacious living room, a bedroom, a separate kitchen, and even an old stove built from fire bricks outside the kitchen where Qin Demon usually forged iron and repaired farm tools. Though the furniture was simple and the walls were mottled, everything was kept clean and tidy, exuding a warm, homey atmosphere of a life lived with steady purpose. In the kitchen, Qin Demon was silently and deftly dressing the old hen, his movements practiced and rhythmic, born from years of labor. Water was already boiling and the air began to carry a faint scent of blood mingled with the impending savory aroma of chicken soup. Qi Xiu, however, eagerly pulled Yu Wei-yang and Sang Luoqing, who was holding Yu Wei in her arms, to sit down in the living room. Her gaze filled with maternal affection swept over these beautiful yet travel-worn girls, stirring both fondness and a pang of sympathy in her heart. "Girls, tell auntie quickly, how did you get here? You must have suffered so much." Qi Xiu's voice was thick with concern. She held Yu Wei-yang's hand without letting go, as if trying to dispel the bitterness of the calluses on the girl's palms with her own warmth. Yu Wei-yang and Sang Luoqing exchanged a glance and tacitly omitted the details of their encounters with terrifying mutants like the Weeping Woman, Titan zombies and dwarf predators. They only mentioned relatively milder experiences such as scavenging for supplies in city ruins, avoiding zombie hordes and supporting each other on the road. Yet even these filtered accounts made Qi Xiu's brow furrow and her heart race with alarm. She imagined these young people struggling to survive in the perilous wilderness and the silent, desolate cities, each evasion, each battle like dancing on the edge of a blade. She gripped Yu Wei-yang's hand tightly, letting out soft gasps and sighs from time to time. "Oh? What a tragedy. This world." Qi Xiu listened as they casually mentioned contending with zombies for a single can of food, and tears welled up in her eyes again. "You've had it so hard, truly hard. But it's better now that you're here. We might not have much else, but we can guarantee you a meal and a peaceful night's sleep." Meanwhile, Hang Zai Lin Weiguo and Sang Zhenyu were unloading supplies from the tricycle they had ridden in on. There were sealed packages of food, medicine, canned goods, and the metal claws of the dwarf predators wrapped in cloth. Their actions drew curious and grateful glances from many villagers, as any external supplies were a valuable addition to the settlement. Qin Ciwei did not join in the unloading, nor did he immediately enter the conversation between his mother and the girls. He stood in the open space in front of his home, his sharp and steady gaze sweeping over the entire quarry like a vigilant sentinel or a wanderer re-examining his native land. The overall layout of the quarry resembled a giant open-mouthed us-hate winnowing basket securely embedded within the mountain hollow. The massive gate converted from a primary school's iron door through which they had entered was firmly lodged at the narrowest opening of the Yuer Pass that one man could hold against 10,000. Inside the gate was a relatively flat and open area roughly 4 mu in size, which the villagers had cleverly utilized, dividing it into activity zones, drying areas, and a temporary gathering space. Most remarkable were the cliffs on either side of the area, rising 20 meters high and nearly perpendicular to the ground, a legacy of the quarrying days now serving as natural impenetrable barriers. The villagers' ingenuity was evident at the base of these 2 cliffs. They had not wasted this excellent shelter. Instead, along the sheer cliff faces they had built rows of neat tiered dwellings using leftover stone, discarded bricks and wood. These stone houses, or shacks though crude, were arranged in an orderly manner, clinging tightly to the cliff walls, maximizing space and forming a unique community landscape with a primitive fortress-like aura. On the rooftops one could even see some tenacious weeds and the occasional piece of laundry drying, adding a touch of domestic life to the cold hard rock face. Qin Ciwei's gaze rose to the top of the 20-meter cliff. There he could vaguely make out figures moving about carrying farm tools as they walked along the cliff's edge. He remembered that place. As a child he and his friends had secretly climbed up there. It was a large, relatively flat area called Guanyinping. The entire quarry was already the highest terrain near the village, and Guanyinping was the commanding height of this entire region. There was only one path to reach Guanyinping, a narrow steep plank road hewn into the inner cliff face at the deepest part of the quarry. This path wound its way up, seemingly suspended on the cliff face, extremely perilous, but it also ensured the safety of the area above. This meant that aside from the sturdy iron gate at the front, the entire quarry settlement had no other easy entry point, forming a truly enclosed, secure island. This unique geographical advantage, easy to defend and hard to attack, was enough to deter most zombies and even some smaller mutants. After observing all this, Qin Ciwei felt a measure of relief. This place was even better than he had imagined. It was fortunate that his parents had been able to settle here and establish order. Just then the rich aroma of cooked food wafted strongly from the kitchen. Qin Dimin and Kui Xiu worked quickly, bringing out a large steaming pot of chicken soup, several plates of homemade pickled vegetables, and a big basket of steamed multigrain buns. Sang Luoqing opened some canned goods and placed them around the chicken soup. Though not lavish, it was an exceptionally rare delicacy in the apocalypse, especially the chicken, which represented the deepest love of his parents. Everyone gathered around an old square table, and a long-lost atmosphere of homey warmth filled the room. Hang Zai Lin Weiguo and the others all praised Kui Xiu's cooking. "Auntie, this chicken soup is amazing. I haven't had such authentic chicken soup in ages," Hang Zai said earnestly. "Yeah, big brother's mom, these buns are delicious too," Sang Zhenyu mumbled with his mouth full. Kui Xiu, seeing the young people wolfing down the food, beamed with joy, constantly piling more food onto their plates. Eat more, look how thin you are." During the meal, Qin Ciwei asked the question that had been lingering in his mind. "Mom, Dad, how did you get through the initial outbreak? Was the village heavily damaged? And how did you come to think of coming here and organize everything so well?" At her son's question, the smile on Kui Xiu's face gradually faded, replaced by a complex expression mingled with grief, lingering fear, yet also a trace of relief and determination. She set down her chopsticks, her gaze seeming to pierce through time, returning to the moment the nightmare began. Speaking of that day, even now when I think of it, my heart still pounds." Kui Xiu let out a sigh, her voice dropping low as she slowly recounted that terrifying memory. "Shanwei, it was the day you called. You spoke urgently on the phone, telling me not to go out, to lock the doors tight, saying there were mad people outside who bite. I know you, son, you're not one to talk nonsense. If you were that frantic, something huge must have happened." I hung up my heart in a panic. I quickly called your father back from the stove and bolted the door tight. Before long, chaos erupted outside. A flicker of fear passed through Kui Xiu's eyes. First came screams from the neighbor Aunt Xiong-er's house and dogs barking ferociously. Your father and I peered through the crack in the door and saw your uncle Yi Shuang, his eyes rolled back, drool dripping from his mouth, lunging like a madman at his youngest daughter Yi Hong, biting her. Yi Hong writhed in agony on the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Before long she staggered to her feet just like Uncle Yi Shuang. With that hollow stare they pounced on anyone in sight. Her voice trembled as if witnessing that hellish scene again. The whole village was like this. Neighbors I knew like the back of my hand suddenly turned into flesh-eating demons. Cries, screams, banging on doors. Everywhere. The sound of cars crashing, explosions. The entire village turned into a battlefield in an instant. Your father and I hid inside listening to the chaos outside, our hearts sinking. At that moment heaven wouldn't answer, earth wouldn't respond. But Shanwei, your mother, is the town's Women's Federation director, an old party member. Qi Ciwei's tone suddenly grew resolute, her back straightening unconsciously. I remember a party principle: in times of great disaster, 3 party members can form a temporary command to organize the masses and respond to the crisis. I couldn't just hide and wait. I told your father. He disagreed at first, said it was too dangerous. But I couldn't watch everyone perish. I seized a brief lull outside, had your father guard me with a shovel, and we risked it, dodging and hiding all the way, first to the village party secretary's house, then to accountant Liu. Luckily they were safe too. The 3 of us party members made the call on the spot and set up the Tuobo village temporary command. Right there in the small village committee office. Our first decision was to use the village loudspeaker to call on all clear-headed uninfected people to gather at the village elementary school. Because the school had walls and sturdy gates. The broadcast did attract more of those monsters, but it also gave the living a direction. One by one people dragged their families, risking their lives to run to the school. We organized some able-bodied young men with hose, shovels and machetes to guard the school gate, helping those who made it and holding back the pursuing corpses. Tears glistened in Qi Ciwei's eyes. The memory was too brutal. It was a fight for our lives. People were bitten and dragged in one after another. It was heartbreaking. The village party secretary, such a good man, was bitten on the arm trying to save a child tackled by a corpse. Accountant Liu, a woman, was bitten too. They didn't make it, turning into those things right before our eyes. She choked up, wiping her eyes forcefully. I was the only one left in the command. At that moment, looking at the 100+ frightened people crammed into the school with more corpses pounding at the gates outside, I really almost couldn't hold on. But I knew I couldn't fall. If I did, these people would have no hope. I thought of Grandpa Huang. He was a veteran of the Anan War, a party member respected and knew combat. And teacher Xiong Bin from the school, educated, quick-witted, also a party member. He taught your generation so he could steady the younger ones. I quickly sent for them. After Grandpa Huang and teacher Xiong arrived, the 3 of us formed a new temporary command. Grandpa Huang took one look and said the school couldn't hold out long, we had to relocate. He immediately thought of this abandoned quarry. High ground, only one path in, easy to defend, hard to attack. Early the next morning, Grandpa Huang led the able-bodied young men to clear the way. I and teacher Xiong organized the elderly, women and children in the middle. Your father brought up the rear. We marched through a bloody path, sprinting for the quarry. That night we lost several more. Once here, we counted, out of over 500 villagers, less than 400 remained. A quarter of our neighbors were gone. Qi Ciwei's voice dropped, filled with endless sorrow and regret. But the living had to go on. She quickly rallied. At the quarry we used the terrain to finally gain a foothold. Grandpa Huang immediately organized a militia, at first just over a dozen people, now 60. He taught tactics from his army days, how to use spears, set traps and rotate guard duty. I mainly managed collective supplies. All the food brought during the escape and later scavenged goods belong to the collective, distributed evenly. There must be no chaos or everyone will perish. Teacher Xiong, sharp-minded, handles daily affairs, sets rules, mediates disputes and records work points. We 3 discuss and decide, and for major issues we call in a few respected elders for a meeting. Later, once people settled a bit, we realized we couldn't just live off our reserves. So we discussed how to survive long-term. That's when we thought of the commune and work point system from the early days of our nation's founding. Qi Ciwei's tone carried a hint of practical pride. Now in our quarry there's no money. Work earns points. Strong laborers go out for supplies, patrol and repair, heavy work highest points. Farming on Guanyin Flat and raising livestock are skilled jobs, also good points. Women cooking, mending, caring for children and the elderly, they earn points too. Even half-grown kids gathering firewood or feeding chickens can earn some. Then we work together to reopen the old well left by quarry workers, solving the water problem. Points can be exchanged for grain, meat and cloth tickets. Every morning and evening everyone eats together at the commune, that big shed over there, ensuring everyone gets basic meals. If you want better food or clothes, you use points for tickets and collect from the communal store. Scavenging teams must turn over all finds, earning points based on value and danger. Hiding supplies invites heavy punishment. That ensures fairness and motivates people to take risks. She pointed at the cliff-top Guanyin flat. See that? Up there is our treasure now. There's a farming area with vegetables and fruits, a livestock area with chickens, ducks and a few pigs and sheep we managed to save, and paddy fields for rice and corn. The yield isn't what it used to be, but it keeps us going. No one starves. This system wasn't easy at first, some found it restrictive. But over time everyone saw the benefits. More work, more reward, no work, nothing. Fair. And it ensures the weakest get fed, no one dies of hunger. That steadied people's hearts. When you arrived you saw it. Our folks have light in their eyes, strength in their bodies, unlike some places where people are no different from the walking dead. Qin Ciwei, Yu Weiyang and Lin Weiguo listened intently, deeply shaken. Along their journey they had witnessed the dark corners of humanity and the despair after order collapsed. Yet here in this remote mountain village a group of ordinary farmers led by a few old party members had rebuilt an orderly, hopeful island in the ruins of the apocalypse with sheer tenacity and wisdom from a bygone era. This was more than survival, it was a microcosm of civilization's reconstruction. The organizational power, execution and collective spirit rooted in the land it displayed were far more awe-inspiring and empowering than any individual might. Qin Ciwei looked at his mother's face, tired yet animated from the memories and narration filled with indescribable pride and sorrow. He couldn't fathom how an ordinary rural woman like her had summoned the courage and conviction to bear such a heavy burden, leading the villagers out of despair. Mom. You are truly incredible, he murmured, his voice choked. Qin waved her hand, a simple warm smile on her face. What's so great about it? We were forced into it. As long as people are alive and hearts stay together we can get through this. Outside the window the last rays of sunset vanished below the horizon. Sparse lights flickered in the quarry, mostly oil lamps and candles, illuminating the cliff's outline and orderly houses. The steady footsteps of militia patrols echoed, and from the commune shed came the sounds of cleaning up after meals, mingled with faint children's laughter and the weary but peaceful chatter of adults. All of this painted a picture, almost miraculous in the apocalypse, of tranquility and vitality. The time after dinner was graced with a rare, almost decadent tranquility. Dishes were piled in the kitchen basin and Yu Weiyang and Sang Luoqing rolled up their sleeves, taking the initiative to wash them. Hungzy, as if stripped of all his defenses by the secluded peace of the quarry, leaned against the narrow kitchen window watching Sang Luoqing busying herself inside. A foolish youthful grin hung on his lips as he occasionally tapped the window frame with his fingers, causing Sang Luoqing to turn and cast him a reproachful glance, though a blush involuntarily crept across her cheeks. Yu Weiyang, watching the awkward pair from the side, couldn't help but smile gently, a hint of warmth softening her usually cool features. As she carefully wiped the moisture from the dishes her mind wandered, replaying the concerned and affectionate look in Qin eyes when she held her hand earlier that day. She wondered silently if her behavior today had left a good impression on this potential mother-in-law. Such shy, hopeful, girlish thoughts were a rare occurrence for her. In the living room Qin rummaged through some precious trinket box, pulling out a few slightly stale yet still treasured fruit candies. She carefully unwrapped one and popped it into the eager mouth of Yu Wei, who was watching her with wide eyes. The little girl's eyes instantly curved into crescent moons. The sweet taste made her forget all her fears as she nestled against Qin, letting out contented purrs like a kitten. Lin Weiguo did not partake in this warm domestic scene. He sat alone on a stool in the corner under the dim light of an oil lamp, once again taking out the glass bottle containing the strange green liquid he had obtained from the dwarf predator. His brows were tightly knit, his gaze profound, as if trying to see through the flickering green light to uncover the deepest secrets of this apocalypse virus. Sang Zhenyu, however, was deeply fascinated by Qin Demon's forge stove built from fire bricks. Hanging his still clumsy left hand, he used his right to tap here and touch there, studying the bellows and anvil. His simple face was full of curiosity, as if pondering whether this contraption could be modified to forge more effective weapons. Qin Ciwei pulled up a small stool and sat beside his father Qin Demon. Qin Demon remained silent, puffing on his well-polished tobacco pipe. The pungent scent of tobacco slowly filled the air, yet it strangely brought a sense of peace. Qin Ciwei watched his father's profile illuminated, then swallowed by the firelight. The chiseled wrinkles seemed to hold endless hardships and resilience. He sighed inwardly. If only it could always be like this, no zombies, no mutants, no endless fleeing and fighting, just staying by his parents' side in this secluded quarry, living a simple, even impoverished yet peaceful life, he would be more than willing. Amidst the swirling smoke, Qin Demon's cloudy yet still clear eyes fell upon his son. He tapped out the ash, his voice low and hoarse, breaking the silence between father and son. "Shangwei, now that you're back, what plans do you have for the future?" This question dropped like a stone into the seemingly calm lake of Qin Ciwei's heart-stirring ripples. Plans? He had struggled to survive his goal crystal clear. Come home, find his parents. Now that this goal was achieved, at least safe within the quarry, what came next? A flicker of confusion crossed his face as he shook his head. Dad, I haven't figured it out yet. It's too chaotic out there. Settling down here in peace might be the best plan. Qin Demon gave him a long deep look, then packed another bowl of tobacco and lit it. The ember flickered uncertainly in the dimness. Peace? He exhaled a thick plume of smoke, his voice soft yet carrying a penetrating wisdom born of experience. In this world, where is there true peace? This quarry, it looks sturdy, but it's just a slightly harder turtle shell. The things outside that shell won't disappear just because you tuck your head in. He paused, his gaze seeming to pierce through the wall, staring into the pitch-black night sky. You are a man, a leader. I can see that the young ones you brought back are not ordinary people. They trust you, follow you. You can't just think about hiding yourself away. Qin Ciwei's heart jolted. His father's words struck like a hammer. He had indeed grown lax, clinging to this brief peace, almost forgetting the brutality of the outside world. Dad, I understand. It's just, this journey has been so exhausting. Seeing that you and Mom are safe, He tried to explain but found himself at a loss for words. Qin Demon waved his hand, cutting him off. Tired? Who isn't? Your mother has been holding things together here with hundreds of people. Is she tired? Uncle Huang at 70 patrols and trains the militia every day. Is he tired? But if there's a burden to bear, you bear it. He pointed his pipe at Qin Ciwei. You're my son. I know you're not a man without responsibility. Back in the city playing basketball, leading a team, that was just for fun. Now leading a team means survival, means responsibility. Men's conversations often need no flowery words, straightforward core truths touch the heart more deeply. Qin Ciwei was silent, savoring the weight of his father's words. The quarry is good, but it's too small, Qin Demon continued. We can grow food, but seeds will degrade, fertilizer is scarce. Livestock will get sick. Our weapons are only hoes and hatchets. They can hold off a small group of zombies, but a large one. And that Professor Lin, I think the burden he carries is no lighter than ours. He looked at his son, his eyes no longer holding their usual silence but a solemn entrustment. Shangwei, your path is not here. Your world is out there. Your father isn't capable of much, can't help you much, but don't worry about home. I'm here and your mother is too. Whatever you want to do, go do it. Take your people, find a way to make this world better, or at least find a path for more people to survive. That is the plan you should be thinking of. His father's words struck like lightning, cleaving through the fog in Qin Ciwei's heart. Yes, he couldn't stop. His teammates trusted him, and after everything he'd been through, he could no longer be content with just hiding away. Comfort was poison, eroding all sharpness and responsibility. He raised his head, looking at his father, a new light reigniting in his eyes, the firmness of having found his direction. Dad, I understand. Thank you. Qin Demon said no more, only clapped his son firmly on the shoulder. Everything was understood without words. The warmth and strength transmitted through that rough palm spoke volumes. This conversation between father and son lasted until midnight. When Qin Demon extinguished his last bowl of tobacco and rose to go inside, Qin Ciwei's heart was once again filled with thoughts of the future and a glimmer of hope. Though the road ahead was unknown, he knew what he had to do. Carrying this complex mix of emotions, he returned to the small room temporarily assigned to him next to his parents' quarters and lay down. The night at the quarry was exceptionally still, broken only by the faint wail of wind through cliff crevices and the sporadic footsteps of patrolling militia in the distance. Yet just as his consciousness hovered on the edge of sleep, an abrupt, piercingly shrill sound shattered the night's tranquility, stabbing into his eardrums like a shard of ice. It was a woman's weeping. The sound wavered, seemingly coming from some corner of the quarry, echoing and reverberating off the empty rock walls, amplified into something clearer and more blood-curdling. The weeping was not mere sadness, it was filled with despair, agony, and boundless resentment. Each cry, each sob was heart-wrenching, as if trying to drag the listener's soul into an endless sea of suffering. Every hair on Qin Ciwei's body stood on end. A chill bead of cold sweat slid down his temple. This voice was too familiar. A scene flashed through his mind like lightning. On the first day of the apocalypse in the company's fire escape, that female mutant in the short skirt who let out the same agonized shriek. The weeping woman, slit-mouthed woman who had fixated on Wu Qingsong with unyielding vengeance. It was exactly the same. The frequency of this cry, the extreme sorrow it contained, even the subtle trembling at the tail, all were nearly identical to the nightmare-inducing sound etched into his memory. How is this possible? Qin Ciwei bolted upright in bed, his heart gripped by an invisible hand, nearly stopping. A chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Was it a coincidence? Or? He dared not think further. A premonition of extreme ill omen coiled around his heart like a venomous snake. Instinctively he grabbed the 2 cookery knives lying beside his pillow, didn't even bother to put on his shoes properly, and burst out the door like a cheetah. Meanwhile elsewhere, Zhang Luoqing had just finished her business emerging from the crude latrine and was heading back to her quarters. She too had clearly heard the tragic weeping echoing through the night. Kuixiu's description of the quarry as a peaceful haven during dinner had led her to believe it was a pure safe place. Though the crying was shrill, she had never experienced the terror of the weeping woman. Thus she felt little fear, only a girl's natural curiosity and a desire to gossip. Oh dear, which girl is that? Crying so sadly in the middle of the night. Did she have a fight with her family, or is she nursing some grievance? She muttered to herself. Guided by the sound, she carefully made her way toward it under the bright moonlight. The crying seemed to come from a room with a slightly ajar door in a nearby row of dwellings. The moonlight poured down like liquid silver, stretching her shadow long. The surroundings were silent and empty save for the increasingly clear weeping that lingered in her ears, carrying an eerie allure. Zhang Luoqing drew closer, even able to see the pitch darkness within through the crack in the door. Unaware of the approaching danger, driven only by curiosity and a touch of sympathy, she reached out her hand to push the door open and see what was happening inside. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the cold door panel, a rough, powerful hand shot out without warning from the shadows behind her. The hand was precise, swift as lightning, and clamped tightly over her mouth and nose. MMPH. Zhang Luoqing's eyes widened in terror, all sound trapped in her throat, leaving only a muffled whimper. An immense force yanked her entire body backward, effortlessly pulling her out of the moonlight in an instant and into the thick ink-like darkness cast by the building. She struggled fiercely, kicking wildly, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. The hand covered her mouth so tightly she couldn't breathe. Intense suffocation and sudden overwhelming terror engulfed her. She could only stare helplessly, her eyes brimming with tears of fright, as the door from which the weeping came rapidly receded, blurred, and was finally swallowed by the darkness. Only the sorrowful, desperate weeping continued to echo relentlessly over the quarry, again and again, fraying the nerves of everyone it awakened. Qin Ciwei was the first to arrive at the scene. He held his twin blades, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, his chest heaving slightly from the sprint. He stared fixedly at the door from which the crying emanated, straining his ears. Yes. It was it. He compared this crying with every detail in his memory, and the conclusion made his scalp tingle. This was no imitation, it was the unmistakable sound of the weeping woman. That bone-deep sorrow and resentment were something no other creature could mimic. Why? Why was a weeping woman here? Had it wandered in from outside? Impossible. The quarry's only entrance was guarded by militia, and the 20-meter-high cliffs were impossible for a weeping woman to scale silently. Could it be that it had originated from within? This thought hit him like ice water, chilling him to the bone. On his first night back with his parents in what he considered the safest place, such a deadly mutant was lurking. Was this a coincidence or some kind of conspiracy targeting him? Countless questions and a cold terror intertwined, causing cold sweat to bead on Qin Ciwei's knife-wielding hands as he stared at the door, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. The cold sobbing like an unseen web cloaked the night above the quarry and wound tightly around Qin Ciwei's heart. He fixed his gaze on the wooden door from which the cries came. The Nepalese cookery gleamed with a spectral sheen beneath the moon as his mind raced to piece together this baffling situation. The wailing woman, why would she appear here? In the quarry he regarded as sacred. On the very first night of his return. The coincidence felt too deliberate, radiating an unnerving strangeness. As he strained to glean clues from the sobbing and the surroundings, a somewhat flippant, surprised voice sounded behind him, shattering the dangerous silence. Shanhua. What? What are you doing at my door? Qin Ciwei's heart jolted as he spun around. Xiong Ligua stood not far off with 4 or 5 militiamen, improvised spears and torches in hand. The torchlight leapt and fell across his chubby pale face, which now wore surprise and bafflement. He had evidently been on patrol and had been drawn here by the crying. Seeing Qin Ciwei standing alone at his own doorstep, a barely perceptible flash of exultant triumph passed through Xiong Liguo's eyes. Confusion and a strand of caution immediately gathered on Xiong Liguo's face. He stepped forward a few paces, his gaze scanning Qin Ciwei and the twin blades in his hands. His voice rose so the militiamen and any roused neighbors could hear. Shanhua, in the middle of the night you're at my doorstep with knives. What's with the crying inside? Where's my wife yailing? Qin Ciwei's eyes were as sharp as blades as he stared at Xiong Ligua. He caught the fleeting slyness and the eagerness to steer the topic that flickered in that gaze. Xiong Mangzi, Qin Ciwei said, his voice calm and without a ripple, there is something dangerous inside. No one can go in now. Dangerous? What danger? Xiong Ligua at once raised his tone, filled with exaggerated worry and anger. That's my house. My wife is still inside. Has something happened to her? Is it you? He deliberately trailed off, casting a pointed look at Qin Ciwei's blades, his intent murderous. You mean what? Qin Ciwei refused to yield an inch. He knew the Wailing Woman's nature. Once disturbed, she would fixate on a target and not relent until it was destroyed. Until he understood why the Wailing Woman had appeared and what part Xiong Ligua played, he could not rashly let anyone enter. Doing so would be a death sentence and might also alert the Thing. I have said it is dangerous inside, not ordinary walking corpses. No one may enter until the situation is clarified. Clarify the situation. At my own doorstep I must get your approval to see my wife. Xiong Liguo's face contorted with indignation. He turned to the growing cluster of villagers and militiamen and began to inflame them. Judge this, everyone. Qin Ciwei just came back today, and tonight my house has trouble. He is blocking me with knives and won't let me enter my own home. Since when is that reasonable? I say he has something to hide. Who knows what he endured out there, what unclean thing he might have brought back. The words were venomous, instantly directing the crowd's hostility toward Qin Ciwei. Some puzzled villagers began whispering. Their looks toward Qin Ciwei took on suspicion and appraisal. In the end times, people were always wary of outsiders, and Xiong Liguo's words struck that unease precisely. Xiong Ligua. What nonsense are you spouting? A sharp, angry female voice rang out. Kuixiu, like a living flame, strode to Qin Ciwei's side and glared at Xiong Ligua. Hang Zai immediately narked an arrow, his gaze icy as he aimed at Xiong Ligua. Even with his left hand hampered, Sang Zhenyu gripped his spiked club tightly and took position at the flank. Qin Dimin and Yu Wei Yang hurried over as well. Upon hearing Xiong Liguo's slander, their faces soured. Xiong Ligua. Stop vilifying people. Kuixiu trembled with fury. Who doesn't know what kind of person my Shanhua is? Which village elder is unaware? You may know a man by his face but not his heart, Auntie Kui. Xiong Ligua, seeing the crowd swell, felt emboldened. In these times people could become monsters. Who knows what he has turned into out there? The atmosphere snapped taut, knives of tension drawn, the scent of conflict spread. Qin Ciwei's team faced off against Xiong Ligua and the inflamed militiamen. What's all this noise? In the dead of night, what manners? An aged voice boomed like a bell, full of undisputed authority. The crowd instinctively parted and Huang Yaoye appeared, leaning on a smooth wooden staff, moving with the gait of a prowling tiger. Though past 70, his spine remained straight, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. In his sweep there was the aura of a seasoned campaigner, and the unruly scene quieted at once. Behind him walked Xiong Bin, his face sullen. Huang Yaoye's prestige in Tuobai village was unquestioned. He was a veteran of real wars, carrying the soldier's grim aura and a resolute non-nonsense demeanor. After the world's end, it was he who took command in the crisis, organizing militia drilling tactics, leading the clearing of the undead, and thereby preserved this patch of sanctuary at the quarry. The villagers felt respect, trust, and even a sliver of fear toward him. Wherever he arrived, he acted as an anchor. Chaotic disorder was immediately suppressed. Huang Yaoye. Old man. You came just in time. Xiong Ligua, as if seeing a savior, rushed forward and pointed at Qin Ciwei with a look of grievance and fury. Qin Ciwei is stopping me from going home. My wife inside. Who knows what has happened? She's still crying. I suspect he has ill designs on my wife, or he brought some calamity in. You must resolve this for me. Xiong Bin adjusted his glasses. He had disliked Qin Ciwei since childhood. He thought the boy untamable, climbing trees to plunder nests and diving into rivers as a child rather than studying. Grown, he took to sports. In his view, these were worthless pursuits and a bad influence on a generation. Hearing his son's accusation and seeing Qin Ciwei indeed standing with blades at another store, his ingrained aversion immediately inclined him to believe his son. He set his face stern and in his usual teacherly reprimand demanded, Qin Ciwei, what exactly is going on? Why are you stopping Ligua from entering? Even if there is danger inside, with so many of us here, we can deal with it together. You standing alone to bar the way is unreasonable in every sense. You must give everyone an explanation. Facing Xiong Bin's biased questioning and Xiong Liguo's slander, Qin Ciwei did not flinch. He drew a deep breath and forced himself to calm. He knew that emotion would solve nothing now. He must use facts and reason to break the deadlock. Instead of answering Xiong Bin directly, he turned to Hang Zai and said in a deep voice, Hang Zai, do you remember that variant in a short skirt we encountered in the company's fire escape on the first day of the apocalypse? Hang Zai immediately understood. He put away his bow, stepped forward, faced the crowd and described in a clear and calm voice, I remember. That variant, we called it the Weeping Woman. It was a young woman in life. After mutation, the crying sound it made was very similar to the one in the house now, extremely sorrowful and able to travel far. Its running speed was extremely fast and its fingernails were as sharp as knives. Once disturbed, it would lock onto the target and launch a relentless pursuit until one of them died. At that time, one of our brothers disturbed her. Even stabbing through its head wouldn't kill it. After much hardship, we barely managed to slay it. Hang Zei's description was detailed and objective, vividly presenting the terror and characteristics of the weeping woman to everyone. Hearing words like relentless, extremely fast, and nails like knives, many villagers gasped in shock, their faces showing fear. Xiong Liguo's face also paled. He had thought his wife would at most become a walking corpse, never imagining she would turn into such a terrifying monster. Xiong Bin frowned but stubbornly clung to his logic. Even if what you say is true, this weeping woman is so formidable. We have the militia here under Commander Huang's command. Can't we together deal with one so-called variant? Why are you Qin Ciwei alone blocking the way here? Could it be, as Liguo said, that you have a guilty conscience and want to hide something? This harassment was almost tyrannical, completely ignoring the potential casualties the weeping woman's traits could cause, solely fixated on confirming Qin Ciwei's suspicion. Rage surged in Qin Ciwei's heart, but his face remained calm. He knew that merely stating the danger of the weeping woman wouldn't convince everyone. He had to reveal a deeper reason. He looked at Hang Zei again. Hang Zei, think back. Before that woman in the short skirt mutated, what happened? Hang Zei strained to recall, saying, I remember. It was chaotic in the corridor. That girl seemed to be taking care of a man who was already infected and behaving oddly, probably her boyfriend. But that man not only showed no gratitude but hurled abuse at her and even hit her. Later the man fully turned and bit her. Before she was bitten, she was extremely agitated, extremely sorrowful. Qin Ciwei took over, his gaze sweeping across Xiong Bin and Commander Huang, finally resting on Xiong Liguo's face. His voice was solemn. We don't know the exact cause of these variants, but we have witnessed that extreme negative emotions, especially immense grief combined with viral infection, might be the key to spawning such special variants. He paused, looking around at everyone. Now the crying in the house is almost identical to the weeping woman variant we know. And Xiong Liguo's wife Li Yaling has yet to show herself. I ask, if it really is Li Yaling inside, why would she become a weeping woman? What did she experience tonight to generate such immense sorrow? This rhetorical question struck like a hammer, landing on everyone's heart. All eyes involuntarily turned to Xiong Liguo. His face instantly turned pale, cold sweat pouring down. He forced himself to shout, You're talking nonsense. Yaling. She might just be normally sad. What gives you the right to say she's a monster? This is slander. However, Qin Ciwei's reasoning was logical, especially combined with Hang Zei's eyewitness account, causing more and more people to doubt Xiong Liguo. Seeing the tide about to turn, Xiong Liguo at his wits' end could only bluster and insist on going inside. And although Xiong Bin was suspicious to save face for himself and his son, he still insisted on entering the house, immediately plunging the scene back into deadlock. Just then a steady, authoritative voice came from the shadows behind the crowd. Hes right. What's inside is indeed a weeping woman variant. And Qin Ciwei stopping you is the correct choice. The crowd turned to see Lin Weiguo pulling a startled but now clear-headed Sang Luoqing slowly emerge from the darkness. Sang Zhenyu immediately rushed over, grabbing his sister's hand and asking repeatedly. Sang Luoqing, still shaken, glanced at the door and whispered, it was Professor Lin. He saved me. He said I couldn't get close or the thing inside would target me. Lin Weiguo walked to the center of the crowd, facing all the questioning gazes with a composed demeanor. The reason he had only now appeared was that he had been observing from the shadows, observing Qin Ciwei's character and conduct. From Rongcheng all the way here, he had seen Qin Ciwei's wisdom in strategizing to kill the dwarf predator and his calm handling of various crises. His concern for his parents, his genuine feelings upon returning home, and his impressive skills, all this made the old scientist who had seen so much of humanity's dark side begin to truly trust this young man. He decided it was time to step forward, and also time in the near future to reveal his true identity and mission to Qin Ciwei. Who are you? Commander Huang's gaze was like lightning, scrutinizing this stranger with an extraordinary aura and confident words. Lin Weiguo didn't answer directly, but first explained the origin of the weeping woman. His voice was clear and penetrating, carrying the rigor of a scientific researcher. According to our research, the weeping woman variant is a special mutation that occurs under specific conditions. Its emergence requires several key conditions. First, the infected must be female. Second, at the time of infection or within a very short period after, they must experience an extremely intense negative emotional shock capable of shattering the mind, especially profound grief, despair, or a sense of betrayal. Third, this emotion triggers an abnormal surge of adrenaline and estrogen in the body, creating some unknown synergistic effect with the virus, ultimately diverting the mutation from a normal walking corpse to form the weeping woman variant. He paused, looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on Xiong Liguo's pale face, then pointed at Hang Zei. After mutation, the characteristics of the weeping woman are exactly as this young man described. It is stimulated by specific sounds or disturbances locking onto a target relentlessly. Its spinal area concentrates a large amount of corpse green essence, which is its power source and also its weakness. Normal walking corpses have only trace amounts of corpse green essence, but variants contain it in abundance. This professional detailed explanation cleared the air, corroborating Qin Ciwei's earlier judgment and Hang Zei's description. The crowd listened with pounding hearts while also developing great curiosity about Lin Weiguo's identity. Commander Huang asked again in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you? Why do you know so much?" Lin Weiguo took a deep breath, knowing he needed to present an identity credible enough to gain trust. He straightened his back. Though his clothes were tattered, the confidence and authority of a top-tier scholar emanated from him. "My name is Lin Weiguo, Deputy Director of the National Institute of Biological Sciences. I am a first-hand witness to this apocalypse virus and also one of the core personnel entrusted by the nation to travel to the Northwest Research Base for viral research. National Academy of Sciences. Deputy Director." An exclamation erupted from the crowd. This title was enough to command reverence even in times of peace, but in this apocalypse where knowledge was nearly lost, it made him seem like a figure from myth. Old Master Huang's expression instantly turned solemn. He scrutinized Lin Weiguo carefully as if judging the truth of his claims, but the man's demeanor and his authoritative expertise had already convinced him 7 or 8 parts out of 10. With Lin Weiguo's authoritative testimony, the situation became completely clear. Old Master Huang turned toward the door from which the weeping still emanated, his voice icy. "So you're saying that inside it's truly Li Yaling who became the weeping woman?" Young Master Qin judged correctly. "We cannot rush in recklessly." His gaze pierced like a blade toward Xiong Ligua. "Xiong Ligua, what do you have to say now? Why did Li Yaling become like this?" Xiong Ligua trembled like a leaf, cold sweat soaking his back, his lips quivering as he made one last desperate struggle. I don't know. I know nothing." "You don't know?" Qin Ciwei pressed coldly, his gaze sharp. "Then why do the mutation conditions Professor Lin described sound so coincidental? What extreme sorrow did Li Yaling experience tonight?" I? Xiong Ligua stammered incoherently. Just then Sang Luoqing, who had been silently observing, mustered her courage and stepped forward. Her voice was soft, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. I saw him during the day. In that courtyard in the village. He chopped up a corpse, then took something from inside, wrapped it in a plastic bag and quickly stuffed it into his pants pocket. Boom. These words struck like thunderclaps in Xiong Liguo's ears. He stared at Sang Luoqing in disbelief. This frail woman he had barely noticed had witnessed the crucial moment of him hiding the corpse's organs. Qin Ciwei immediately interjected, his gaze locked onto Xiong Liguo. "What did you hide? Was it the corpse's organs? Did you bring them home and feed them to Li Yaling?" Combining Lin Weiguo's condition of infection through the virus, he instantly deduced the most terrifying possibility. And then Lin Weiguo pressed calmly like a judge in a trial. "After coaxing her into eating it, what did you say to her? What did you do? What caused her to suffer the immense sorrow that triggered the mutation?" Xiong Bin, upon hearing this, his face turned from livid to ashen. Even if he wanted to shield his son, he could not ignore this chain of evidence and logic. Especially Sang Luoqing's eyewitness testimony. A surge of immense shame and rage welled up within him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he stepped forward and swung his arm with full force. Slap. A resounding blow landed squarely on Xiong Liguo's face with such force that he staggered, nearly falling. "You beast!" Xiong Bin trembled with fury, pointing at Xiong Liguo's nose. "You! What have you done? Spit out the truth now." Xiong Liguo clutched his instantly swollen and reddened cheek, the searing pain shooting through him. Yet what surged in his heart was not remorse, but over 2 decades of pent-up resentment toward his father erupting like a volcano. He jerked his head up, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at Xiong Bin with a gaze full of madness and venom. His voice turned shrill and twisted with agitation. "You hit me. You hit me again. All my life. Right or wrong, you've always been like this. Never listening to reason, never caring about my dignity. Hitting me in front of so many people." He seemed to have opened the floodgates, unleashing years of pent-up grievance and fury. "Yes. I'm a failure. I'm not as capable as others. I didn't bring you glory. But what about you? Aside from forcing me to study and live by your rules, what else have you ever done for me? Even my marriage," he roared, his voice choked with tears and ultimate hatred. "Did you ever ask me? Did you ever ask if I loved Li Yaling? That short, ugly woman. You valued her family's so-called scholarly status and forced her on me. I've had enough. I've been sick of her for years. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, completely losing control, immersed in his self-pity and hatred for his father, nearly forgetting his surroundings and the impending judgment. Qin Ciwei seized the most critical information in his words. At the peak of his emotional outburst, he interjected with an ice-cold voice like a final verdict, "So you killed her?" Caught up in his furious rant, Xiongligua blurted out without thinking, "Yes. That's right. I killed her. I've wanted to for a long." The moment the word, kill, left his mouth, he suddenly realized what he had said. His voice cut off abruptly as he clapped his hand over his mouth in terror. But it was too late. A dead silence fell over the entire scene. Everyone had heard his earth-shattering confession. Whoosh! The crowd instantly erupted into an uproar. The speculation was confirmed. All suspicions had become reality. Xiongligua had indeed personally orchestrated the murder of his own wife. Widow Liu, recalling her recent trysts with Xiongligua at home, now looked at his frenzied, ugly demeanor and heard him confess to killing his wife. Her eyes filled with disgust and fear as she backed away repeatedly, as if gazing upon a venomous snake. Xiong was struck as if by lightning. His body swayed and all color drained from his face. He pointed at Xiongligua, his fingers trembling, unable to utter a single word. Finally his emotions transformed into boundless rage and shame, and he kicked Xiongligua hard in the stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground. "You beast! Beast!" Xiong wept bitterly, both enraged at his son's crime and grieving his own failure. Old Master Huang's face was as dark as water. He waved his hand, signaling the militia to restrain Xiongligua, who lay on the ground ashen-faced. His voice carried an undeniable authority. "Xiongligua, tell me the whole story exactly as it happened without omitting a single word. Based on your actions, the temporary command will deliver a fair judgment." Under the weight of irrefutable evidence and immense psychological pressure, Xiongligua completely broke down. He collapsed on the ground, tears and snot streaming, confessing his crimes in fits and starts, how he had despised his wife Li Yaling for her ugliness, and how he had begun an illicit affair with Widow Liu, whose husband had died when the apocalypse struck. How as soon as the apocalypse began he had conceived the evil intent to abandon or even kill Li Yaling. That very day he had used the pretext of searching for supplies, found a lone corpse in the village, killed it and removed its filthy organs. How he had encountered Qin Ciwei and his group and secretly hidden the organs. After returning home he had cooked the virus-laden organs and tricked the unsuspecting Li Yaling into eating them. After watching his wife consume them he had shed his disguise and poured out years of accumulated disgust and hatred in the most venomous words, telling her he had long been sick of her and revealing his affair with Widow Liu. He regretted not turning her into a corpse at the very start of the apocalypse. Ultimately, under the dual assault of viral infection and the brutal betrayal and verbal torment from her husband, immense sorrow and despair triggered the mutation. Li Yaling, while Xiongligua was out on patrol to establish his alibi, transformed into the weeping woman at home. The entire process almost perfectly matched the mutation conditions Lin Weigua had explained earlier. Qin Ciwei shot Lin Weigua a profound glance, his doubts about the old professor's identity and knowledge completely dispelled. If not for his and Hang's first-hand experience with the weeping woman's mutation, this situation might have been far more difficult. And Lin Weigua had brought not only knowledge but also the power to pierce through the fog and reveal the truth. The truth was out, the matter was settled. The peace of the quarry had been shattered not by an external threat but by the evil and darkness bred from within. The mournful cries from behind that door seemed like a dirge for Li Yaling's unfortunate marriage and tragic end, and also a relentless interrogation of the conscience that had yet to be completely extinguished in each person's heart during this apocalypse. Grandfather Huang's hawk-like sharp gaze was deeply imprinted on Xiong pale face, which seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant after the truth was revealed. There were no extraneous words in that gaze, yet it contained a weighty warning and disappointment. The failure to educate falls on the father. Xionglig's current state cannot be separated from Xiong responsibility. Xiong lowered his head in shame, not daring to meet Grandfather Huang's eyes, as if he had shrunk a few inches. Then Grandfather Huang turned to Qin Ciwei, his stern expression transforming into one of approval as his booming voice broke the frozen air. "Shanwazi, well done. You truly are not one to be underestimated. If it weren't for your previous encounter with this dreadful entity and recognition of its danger, who knows how much chaos would have erupted tonight, costing lives unnecessarily." Qin Ciwei respectfully looked at the elderly man, whose hair was completely white yet whose spirit was still vigorous, feeling a surge of mixed emotions in his heart. As a child he had often been mischievous, causing considerable trouble for this old soldier, even having been chased with a stick, and he had apologized to many victims on his behalf. Now at 27, back in the village for just one night, he had indirectly caused the old man to handle such a troublesome matter, and he felt a bit embarrassed, almost being slandered in the process. "Grandfather Huang, you flatter me, it was merely a fluke encounter. Qin Ciwei humbly replied, then his expression became serious as he returned to the most pressing issue at hand, as for how to deal with the weeping woman. It is currently focused on the one who disturbed it, but it is trapped inside the house and entering would be too risky. I have a plan to lure it out and resolve the matter in an open area. Oh? Do tell. Grandfather Huang immediately showed great interest, urging him to continue. Qin Ciwei scanned the surroundings and quickly issued orders. We need a sturdy large fishing net, the bigger the better. Also gather a few strong steady-handed militia brothers. Grandfather Huang wasted no time and immediately named a few individuals. Soon a large fishing net woven from thick durable hemp rope meant for fishing in the nearby reservoir was brought over. This is why Grandfather Huang commands such high esteem in Tuobai village. He is upright and fair-minded, and what is even more commendable is that he never rests on his laurels due to age or seniority. He is always willing to appreciate and consult those with correct opinions and abilities. 4 sturdy militia members stepped forward, and under Qin Ciwei's command they each grabbed a corner of the fishing net, spreading it about 7 or 8 meters from Xiong Liken's doorstep like a web waiting for prey. Hangzai, Qin Ciwei looked at his most trusted partner. You stand behind the fishing net facing the door. Hangzai immediately understood, took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the compound bow and quickly moved to the designated position, aligning himself with the militia holding the net and the door. He knew what role he had to play, the bait. Despite trusting Qin Ciwei's judgment and arrangements, thinking of the weeping woman's relentless nature and the dire situation Wu Qingsong faced when being hunted, he couldn't help but swallow hard and said, Wei Ji, you better come through for me. I'm counting on you with my 100+ pounds here. Qin Ciwei shot Hangzai a reassuring glance, then solemnly reminded the militia holding the net, brothers, stay steady. This thing might be quite powerful once it is caught in the net. Regardless of what happens, do not let go. It will only focus on Hangzai as long as you do not attack it proactively. It will not turn its attention to you. Although the militia members were aware of the weeping woman's characteristics in advance, facing this legendary creature still made their palms sweat and they nodded nervously, their arms tense as they held onto the fishing net. With the arrangements in place, Qin Ciwei took a deep breath and like a silent leopard in the dark night stealthily moved to the wooden door from which the piercing cries still emanated, gently pushing it open. He nodded slightly in Hangzai's direction. Understanding, Hangzai picked up a stone the size of an egg from the ground, weighed it in his hand and focused his gaze on the ajar door. He held his breath, raised his arm, and the stone flew through a brief arc, accurately hitting the gap of the door with a soft thud. Almost at the moment the stone landed, the continuous hair-raising cries from inside the room abruptly ceased. An extremely ominous silence enveloped the surroundings and everyone's heart was in their throats. In the next moment, through the door's crack, aided by the flickering light from the militia's torches outside, the weeping woman's gaze locked onto Hangzai, who stood behind the fishing net, his figure clearly illuminated by the flames. Those outside the house could see a blurred figure suddenly rise from the darkness within. Its movements were rigid yet possessed a strange swiftness, its head slowly turning, those hollow eyes filled only with endless sorrow and resentment. Huh. A low hoarse growl that did not resemble any human sound escaped from its throat. Bang! The wooden door was forcefully slammed open from within, crashing against the walls on either side. The weeping woman's figure was fully exposed before everyone. She still wore the simple clothes from her life, yet her fingers had transformed into long sharp blackened claws, her mouth stretched to the roots of her ears, her face marred only by tear tracks, her vacant gaze fixated on Hangzai. Without a moment's hesitation, her arms extended stiffly forward, resembling a vengeful spirit lunging towards Hangzai with a speed far beyond that of a typical zombie. The target was exceedingly clear, relentless. The 7 or 8 meters distance was nothing in terms of the weeping woman's speed. It was covered in an instant. Pull tight! Qin Ciwei shouted. The 4 militia members, already on high alert, shouted to motivate themselves, pulling the open fishing net like a web of heaven and earth. Phut! The weeping woman crashed headfirst into the sturdy fishing net, the hemp rope immediately digging deeply into her body and limbs. Her forward momentum was momentarily halted. However, the next scene caused all onlookers to gasp in shock. Although the weeping woman was entangled in the net and her movements became somewhat awkward and slow, an astonishing power erupted from her seemingly frail body. Disregarding her situation, she persistently struggled towards Hangzai, her limbs frantically tearing at the fishing net, the immense pulling force nearly causing the 4 sturdy militia members to stumble forward several steps. The hemp rope dug deeply into their palms, causing sharp pain, and their faces displayed shock. They truly realized that this creature's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person. If they hadn't been informed that it was only targeting Hangzai, someone might have already panicked and let go to flee. Between Hangzai and the weeping woman there was now only a violently shaking fishing net and 4 militia members struggling to hold on. He could even clearly see the flickering light of fire reflected in her eyes, along with the depths of sorrow and madness that could not be dispelled. Those upright hands with sharp nails seemed ready to penetrate the net and grasp his throat at any moment. A strong sense of crisis instinctively triggered Han Zei's reaction. He suddenly stepped back a few paces, raised his hand like lightning. The compound bow required no aim. The bowstring twanged and an arrow shot forth like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, accurately striking the weeping woman's right eye at such a close distance. Phut! The arrow easily penetrated the eyeball, even protruding a short distance from the back of her head. For an ordinary zombie or even a human, this arrow would be fatal. However, the weeping woman merely threw her head back in sudden reaction, pausing for less than half a second, and then, as if nothing had happened, began to struggle even more frantically, releasing a silent scream towards Han Zei, her arrow-pierced head appearing even more grotesque and terrifying. My God! Is it still alive? Monster! Truly a monster! The crowd erupted in disbelief, panic beginning to spread. Even being pierced in the eye could not stop it. This completely overturned their understanding of the weak points of zombies typically believed to be in the head. At this critical moment, Qin Ciwei, who had been lurking like a ghost in the wings, finally moved. He had been waiting for this opportunity, as all of the weeping woman's attention was focused on Han Zei, leaving her completely oblivious to the danger behind her. He swiftly approached the weeping woman's back, his body moving like lightning, with both hands wielding Nepalese kukri, slicing through the moonlight, leaving two icy arcs. Cutting pulse flow, jewel butterflies piercing flowers. He silently chanted in his heart. The jewel daggers did not stab straight but utilized a unique technique infused with powerful rotation and penetrating force, striking hard at the junction of the weeping woman's neck and spine. Crack! A sound of bone breaking echoed painfully. The weeping woman's forward motion suddenly froze. At the same time, with a clever twist of his right wrist, one of the Nepalese kukris, its tip like a scalpel, plunged precisely into the slightly loosened gap of the spine, and with a powerful flick of his wrist he pulled upwards. Come out! Accompanied by his furious shout, a segment of greyish-white spine covered in thick green liquid and still quivering slightly was forcefully extracted from the weeping woman's back. The moment the spine was severed, the violent power within the weeping woman dissipated like a punctured balloon. Her outstretched hands fell limply and her entire body seemed to be stripped of all its bones, collapsing forward onto the ground with a heavy thud. The battle began in a flash and ended just as quickly. The scene fell silent, with only the crackling sound of burning torches and the heavy breathing of the crowd remaining. Zhang Luoqing, who had been anxiously watching over Han Zei's safety, happened to look at the weeping woman's face at the moment she fell. She saw that those originally hollow eyes filled with endless sorrow and resentment strangely regained a hint of extremely faint clarity that belonged to humanity in the final moment of life. In that clarity there was no hatred, no pain, but rather a sense of relief. A release. Indeed, for Li Yaling, who had suffered her husband's disdain and coldness during her life and ultimately betrayed and killed in such a malicious way, transforming into a creature that only knew crying and killing after death was itself an eternal torment. At this moment death might truly be the only peace for her twisted existence. As a woman herself, Zhang Luoqing's heart felt as if it was tightly grasped by something. She empathized with Li Yaling's plight, a surge of deep sympathy and compassion flooding her heart, causing her eyes to redden as she instinctively tightened her grip on Zhang Gemma's arm. This apocalyptic world is often more brutal for women. Good. Well done. Grandfather Huang's loud praise shattered the silence as he looked at Qin Ciwei with undisguised admiration in his eyes. Remarkable skills. Bold and meticulous. Commanding with confidence. Shan Wazi, you're truly something. He gave a thumbs up. Kuixiu and Qin Demon's anxieties finally eased. From initially worrying that their son would be slandered to later facing the monster in fear and now witnessing their son resolve the crisis so decisively. The old couple felt an indescribable pride. Their son had truly grown up, becoming a real man capable of standing on his own and even protecting his community. All right. The excitement is over, everyone disperse. Grandfather Huang turned around and waved to the still gathered villagers, his voice regaining its former authority. Those who need to sleep should go to sleep, work awaits tomorrow. No one is allowed to be late or slack off. As for how to handle Xiong and the command center will make a decision tomorrow. The villagers, feeling reluctant to leave, began to disperse, but excited discussions erupted, clearly indicating that tonight's dramatic scene would be talked about for days to come. My goodness, Shan Wazi is so strong now. Those two moves were so fast I could hardly see them. Indeed, and his teammate is so accurate with his arrows. It's a pity it didn't work on that monster. The scariest part was the monster's strength. Those four young men nearly couldn't hold on. Alas, speaking of it, Yaling was truly pitiful. She encountered such bad luck. Who could disagree? Xiong Likuan is really a disgrace. Various exclamations of amazement, fear, admiration for Qin Ciwei's team and sympathy for Li Yaling intertwined, creating a unique atmosphere as they left. Qin Ciwei looked at the corpse of the weeping woman on the ground and the segment of green-stained spine just about to approach Lin Weiguo for more information regarding the corpse's green toxin and mutant bodies. But he saw Lin Weiguo slightly shake his head, waving his hand to stop him, whispering, "No rush on this, let's discuss it tomorrow. Tonight let your parents feel at ease." Qin Ciwei was taken aback for a moment, then understood Lin Weiguo's intention. He nodded, looking at the lingering worry and fatigue on his parents' faces, feeling a pang of guilt. The next morning the thin sunlight pierced through the clouds and fell upon the quarry, yet it carried an unshakable chill of early autumn. Qin Ciwei had already risen. On the open ground in front of his home he held two Nepalese kukris, practicing the dual blade vein-severing style. The blades flashed as his body moved and leaped. Every slash and thrust carried a sharp sound of cutting air. Sweat soon soaked his forehead and back. This scene seemed to transport him back to those arduous yet fulfilling days at the Jingdong shelter when he was under the special training of Yu Weiyang. Lin Weiguo sat on the cold stone threshold holding a bowl of thin rice porridge, silently watching Qin Ciwei's morning practice. He observed the focus and tenacity in the young man's eyes and the increasingly refined power and control in his movements. A trace of affirmation and complexity gleamed in his cloudy eyes. After the morning practice, Qin Ciwei let out a long breath of white mist and sheathed his blades. As he turned, his gaze met Lin Weiguo's. That gaze no longer held the previous concealment and observation, but was filled with a heavy expectation and a barely perceptible plea. Qin Ciwei's heart tightened. He knew that what must come would eventually arrive. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "Professor Lin, there are matters we need to discuss thoroughly." He summoned his parents Qin Dimin and Kui Xiu along with all his companions Yu Weiyang, Hang Zai, Sang Zhenyu and Sang Luoqing. Except for Yu Yuwei, who was still asleep, they gathered with Lin Weiguo for a formal and solemn meeting. The atmosphere grew immensely heavy from the moment Lin Weiguo began to speak. He no longer concealed anything. He set down the bowl, his gaze sweeping across every face, young or old, and began to speak in a low, clear voice. "My real name is indeed Lin Weiguo. But I am no professor from Shenzhen University. My true identity is the Vice Director of the National Institute of Biological Sciences." This opening statement was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up immense waves. Even though Lin Weiguo had said it the night before, everyone still wore expressions of shock and disbelief. A national-level vice director. To the ordinary villagers this was a figure from the clouds. Lin Weiguo did not pause, continuing his harrowing account. "On the day the apocalypse struck, I happened to be in Shenzhen City attending an international biological science symposium. The speed and intensity of the virus outbreak exceeded everyone's imagination. The city instantly descended into hell." His voice carried a trace of painful recollection. "It was the comrades from the southern military region who, amidst the collapsing order, found me first and placed me under protection. One of their highest priority orders was to ensure at all costs my safe arrival, along with the knowledge in my mind, at the nation's highest level biological research base, the Fuxi base, deep within the northwestern desert." He described how the reinforced regiment tasked with protecting him had fought a bloody path out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the megacity of Shenzhen, how they had gathered remnants and supplies along the way, and how they had suffered continuous casualties in encounters with zombies and early-stage mutants. "We followed the planned route, heading west then north. We crossed provinces and rivers. The soldiers fell one by one." Lin Weiguo's voice grew hoarse. "They shielded me from zombie bites with their bodies and blasted open blocked roads with their lives. The regiment commander, the political commissar. In the end, only a single platoon remained to escort me to the vicinity of Guiyang City. There we encountered an unprecedented horde mingled with several powerful mutants, including the dwarf predator we met at the Xiang service area. It was a massacre." He closed his eyes as if unwilling to recall the gruesome scene. "The last few soldiers detonated all their grenades to create an opening for my escape. I am the sole survivor of that reinforced regiment of over 1,500 men." The listeners were deeply shaken, as if they could feel the brutality and tragedy of that journey. A reinforced regiment of well-equipped regular troops protecting one man all the way northwest, nearly annihilated. The significance behind this left everyone breathless. "I escaped by sheer luck, but I knew that traveling alone dressed decently in the apocalypse was akin to suicide." Lin Weiguo opened his eyes, revealing a worldly weariness. "Using available materials, I disguised myself as a zombie, mingled at the edge of the horde, and crawled along the highway inch by inch towards the northwest. Until I was near Rongcheng. When I met you all, I thought about giving up, about dying. But I couldn't. The faces of those soldiers appear in my mind every night. Their severed limbs, their hot blood splattered on my face. But I still have a mission, a task to complete. I cannot die yet." Lin Weiguo wept, his voice choked with tears. Qin Ciwei then recalled that the first words Lin Weiguo had spoken when they met were, "I cannot die yet." Wiping away his tears, the nearly 50-year-old man with 3 tufts of hair on his head looked intently at Qin Ciwei and the others. "I have been observing you for a long time. You are skilled in combat, work well together, and more importantly you have maintained the bottom line of humanity and a spirit of mutual aid even in desperate situations. That is rare. Now I beg you. Lin Weiguo's tone became extremely solemn, even carrying a plea rarely shown by someone of his status. Please escort me onward to the Fushi base in the northwest. Some of the research data and samples I carried have been lost, but the key information in my memory along with the live virus analysis and vaccine development that can only be conducted at the base are the only hope to reverse this human catastrophe. His final destination was the research base in the northwest 3,000 kilometers away. His goal was to develop a vaccine against the zombie virus. The room fell into dead silence. Everyone was struck speechless by the sheer volume of information. National Vice Director, a decimated reinforced regiment, a 3,000-kilometer journey of death, the hope of a world-saving vaccine. These words combined painted a picture both magnificent and too heavy to bear. Through their interactions over the past few days, especially Lin Weiguo's precise explanation of the Weeping Woman's mutation conditions and his profound knowledge, Qin Ciwei and the others had come to believe that his story was most likely true. Qin Ciwei's mind buzzed. He recalled his father's words from the night before about responsibility and duty. You are a man, the leader of the team. Your path is not here. Find a way that allows more people to survive. He remembered the countless tragedies he had witnessed along the way and the unsettling silence he had felt in Zizhou County. First the unexpected encounter with Lin Weiguo, then witnessing the terror of the dwarf predator, experiencing the deathly stillness of Zizhou County, and a night talk with his father. Could it be that all of this was fated? Qin Ciwei, who had never believed in fate, now felt his resolve wavering. He only wanted to stay in this quarry with his companions, guarding his parents, and enjoy a few days of peace. Yet how had this responsibility, to escort Lin Weiguo and save the country, fallen so abruptly and irresistibly upon his shoulders? He had to consider not only his own feelings but also those of every companion in the team. Hangzai Weiyang, Sang Zhenyu and his sister. They had followed him through life and death struggles, finally finding a relatively safe place. If he agreed to Lin Weiguo, it meant they would once again embark on that perilous, desperate journey of survival in the apocalypse. A reinforced regiment from the southern military region couldn't even make it halfway. What chance did they have? The next encounter could mean total annihilation. On one side was the warmth and stability of a small home, on the other the hope of the greater good and a nearly hopeless journey. This choice was too heavy. Under Lin Weiguo's gaze, mixed with sincerity, hope, and even a hint of humble pleading, Qin Ciwei felt as if a boulder were pressing on his chest, making it impossible to breathe. He opened his mouth but found his throat dry, unable to utter a sound. In the end he said nothing. He abruptly stood up and amidst the complex gazes of the others silently turned, pushed open the door and walked straight toward the plank road leading to Guanyinping. He needed space to calm down, to think alone. "Shan, where?" Kuishio cried out, anxious, and stood up to stop him. She had finally gotten her son back and they had been reunited for less than a day. Was she going to watch him go to his death again? Her heart was filled with grievance and fear, tears welling in her eyes. But a rough, strong hand held her back. It was Qin Dimin. He remained silent, shaking his head slightly at his wife, his eyes deep and complex. He understood his son's struggle and the weight about to fall on his shoulders. As a father his heart ached, but he knew that some paths must be chosen by the son himself. Yu Weiyang, Hangzai, Sang Luoqing and Sang Zhenyu exchanged glances. They all saw the shock, gravity and a trace of empathy and understanding for Qin Ciwei's predicament in each other's eyes. Yu Weiyang sighed softly and said quietly, "Let him be alone for a while." She knew better than anyone how difficult this decision was. On one side was the peace within reach, being with family, perhaps even the chance to grow closer with him. On the other, endless danger where every step could lead to hell, for a distant and faint hope. Even she was filled with confusion at this moment. The few of them silently rose, not disturbing Kuishio, who was immersed in pain and worry, nor following too closely. They merely trailed behind Qin Ciwei, also stepping onto the plank road to Guanyinping. They needed to digest everything they had just heard and consider their own choices. Hangzai looked at Qin Ciwei's heavy back and said quietly, 3,000 kilometers. An entire reinforced regiment was lost. Can we do it? He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Sang Zhenyu clenched his fists. He was honest but not fearless. My goodness, this burden is too heavy. But if we can really develop a vaccine, you'll be the first name in the family tree. Sang Luoqing supported Sang Gemma's right arm and gently pinched it, her small face full of worry. Brother Wei. He must be under so much pressure. Sang Zhenyu scratched his head and continued, screw it, wherever the boss goes I go. His thinking was simple and direct. Yu Weiyang said nothing, her gaze fixed on the lonely, heavy figure ahead. She understood his silence, his inner conflict. Because she was conflicted too. Qin Ciwei walked alone on the wide ridge of a field in Guanyin. The morning sunlight fell upon the highland farmland, bringing a hint of warmth. In the fields, lush vegetables were growing well. Some early rising villagers were already bent over working, weeding and checking the irrigation channels. Further away in the livestock area, the calls of chickens and ducks could be heard, and even a few pigs and sheep could be seen moving leisurely in their pens. It was a scene of vitality and order, like a different world from the cruel apocalypse below. He watched those figures toiling in the field, saw the light of hope on their tired faces, and looked at this fragile, precious piece that was so carefully guarded. How much longer can this serene and beautiful life last? A cold voice echoed in his heart. He remembered the unsettling silence of Zizhou County and the terrifying growth rate of the Titan zombies. When he first saw one, it was only 3 meters tall. A month later it had grown to 4 meters. And then there was the cunning and vicious dwarf predator and the elusive long-tongued mutant. The zombies and mutants were constantly mutating and evolving. Their power was growing, their forms becoming more bizarre. Could this quarry, this Guanyin, really hold them off forever? No, it can't. He was almost certain. The current defenses might hold against ordinary zombies, but once they encountered a powerful mutant or drew the attention of some unknown entity capable of gathering hordes, this seemingly solid island would eventually be mercilessly trampled by the zombie horde and cruelly slaughtered by mutants. When the nest is overturned, how can any egg remain intact? If human civilization were to ultimately fall, the piece of this quarry would be nothing more than a fleeting bloom, a brief interlude before the final movement of the apocalypse. What should he do? Should he choose the safety of the present, guard this small patch of farmland, be with his parents, and spend perhaps a short but warm remaining life with his companions? And then wait for an inevitable, unstoppable destruction that could come at any time? Or should he choose that thorny, hopeless path of survival for the faint possibility of creating a vaccine to save the country and to give his parents, companions, everyone in the quarry and countless others a true chance at a future? On one side was a certain brief warmth with an ending destined for destruction. On the other was an unknown long journey of peril with a destination that might bring rebirth but more likely death. His heart was in turmoil, the two choices like great beasts tearing at his mind. Every step on the ridge felt immensely heavy. He looked at this vibrant land, at the industrious people, and a sense of unprecedented crisis, and perhaps something that could be called responsibility, slowly began to overpower his desire for stability and his fear of death. He stopped, raised his head and closed his eyes, letting the cold morning wind blow across his sweat-soaked and conflicted face. The truth revealed by Lin Weiguo and his heavy request pressed down on Qin Ciwei's heart like an invisible mountain. 3,000 kilometers fraught with peril, a journey of 9 deaths and 1 chance of survival. On one side lay the peace within arm's reach, staying by his parents, surviving with his companions in this paradise-like refuge. On the other side loomed a faint hope, an almost certain sacrifice for a future that might save more lives. Soft footsteps sounded and a figure in red sat down beside him. It was Yu Weiyang. She did not look at him, only gazed into the distance as well, quietly accompanying him without urging or advising, as if she had merely come to share this rare moment of tranquility. Not far away, Hang Zai, Sang Luoqing and Sang Zhenyu hid behind a massive rock, stealthily observing the two on the ridge. Hey, do you think when will Wei Ji and Wei Yangjie finally break that paper-thin barrier between them? Hang Zai nudged Sang Luoqing with his elbow, a mischievous grin typical of youth spreading across his face. Sang Luoqing pursed her lips and whispered, I think Wei Yangjie has feelings for Wei Ji. Otherwise why would she go over to keep him company at a time like this? It's just that Wei Ji, he talks a big game usually, but when it really counts he chickens out. Sang Zhenyu scratched his big head and said in a deep rumbling voice, I think the boss and Wei Yangjie make a great match. One can fight, the other has brains. It's just that the boss is sometimes too wishy-washy. Like me, if I like someone I just go straight for it, right? Hang Zai finished the sentence. Sang Gemma's face instantly flushed crimson. His simpleton look made Hang Zai and Sang Luoqing unable to suppress their laughter, lightening the tense atmosphere. Their eyes returned to the ridge, filled with kind-hearted anticipation and teasing. After a long silence, Yu Weiyang suddenly spoke, her voice clear and crisp, breaking the stillness between them. Fatty, do you know why I'm called Weiyang? Qin Ciwei pulled his thoughts back from their chaos and looked at her in surprise. Yu Weiyang smiled faintly, her gaze distant as if traversing time and space. My name comes from the line, how far is the night? The night is yet young. It means what time of night is it? The long night is still far from over. My parents told me life is like a long night, there will always be moments of endless darkness and hardship. But Weiyang isn't about despair. It means the night hasn't passed yet and dawn will eventually come. The key is whether those in the darkness have the faith and strength to wait for the dawn or even to create it themselves. They hoped that no matter what endless night I faced I would always turn toward the light and remain unyielding. Qin Ciwei listened quietly, his heart stirred. The night is yet young. He murmured, the resilience and hope embedded in her name taking on a profound meaning in this moment. Yu Weiyang turned her head, curiosity in her eyes. By the way, why does everyone in the village call you Shanhua? Is it because you were as wild as a monkey when you were little, always running up the mountains? Qin Ciwei's face showed a flicker of complex emotion as he shook his head. No. My father gave me that nickname. I always thought it was because he wasn't very educated and just picked something like Mountain Kid or Dog Egg, believing that a humble name makes a child easier to raise. He paused, his voice dropping lower. It wasn't until my 18th birthday that my mother told me the truth. My father gave me that name because he believed among the wild mountains dragons and phoenixes are born. He believed that even a boy from the mountains could grow into something great, a dragon among men. A flicker of awe passed through Yu Weiyang's eyes. Among the wild mountains dragons and phoenixes are born. She repeated softly, never imagining that such a rustic nickname could carry a father's deep and earnest hopes. Full of curiosity and anticipation, she pressed on, then. What about your real name, Qin Ciwei? Does it have a special meaning too? It can't be more random than your nickname, right? Hearing this, Qin Ciwei's lips curled uncontrollably into a sly, helpless smile. My father's surname is Qin. My mother's surname is Cui. And then? Yu Weiyang blinked, not understanding. Try saying Qin Ciwei fast a few times in a row, Qin Ciwei prompted. Yu Weiyang did as told, murmuring quickly under her breath, Qin Ciwei. Qin Ciwei. Qin. Cui. Wei. Her eyes widened as realization dawned. It's just your parents' surnames combined. Bingo. Qin Ciwei snapped his fingers, a self-deprecating grin on his face. Exactly, it's just my parents' surnames. My dad is Qin, my mom is Cui, so I'm Qin Ciwei. Pretty straightforward, huh? Yu Weiyang was momentarily speechless, staring at his expression that said it's exactly what you think, and a strong urge to complain surged within her. His nickname carried such lofty expectations from his parents, yet his formal name was so perfunctory. The contrast was too much. She couldn't help but roll her eyes repeatedly, feeling her understanding of the world shaken. Watching Yu Weiyang's adorable expression of silent complaint and exaggerated eye-rolling, Qin Ciwei's previously heavy heart inexplicably lightened, and he even let out a laugh. This was the meaning of companionship, wasn't it? Without many words, just being together, and these small mundane interactions could dispel the gloom and bring warmth and strength. He suddenly realized that the road ahead shouldn't be decided by him alone. He stood up and called out to the three sneaky figures behind a large rock, "Stop hiding, all of you, come out." Hang Zai and the others emerged, laughing, still carrying the remnants of their earlier teasing. Qin Ciwei looked at his gathered companions and said seriously, I called you all here because I want to hear what you really think about what Professor Lin said. What are your thoughts? How should we move forward? Sang Zhenyu didn't hesitate, waving his huge hand like a palm leaf and booming, "Boss, what's there to ask? I'll follow you. If you say east, I won't go west. If you say beat the dog, I won't chase the chicken." Hang Zai also dropped his smile, looking at Qin Ciwei seriously. Wei Ji, I don't have any family left. You and everyone else are my family. Wherever you go, I go. I trust you. Sang Luoting said nothing, only smiling gently, her clear eyes conveying the same meaning as her brother and Hang Zai, trust and loyalty. A wave of warmth flooded Qin Ciwei's heart. But at the same time he felt a bit speechless. This was like asking for nothing. Then Yu Weiyang spoke, her voice cautious and powerful like a mountain spring, washing away the confusion in Qin Ciwei's heart. Fatty, we're not saints. We don't have to pursue some grand ideal of setting a heart for heaven and earth, establishing a destiny for the people and creating peace for all generations. The lamp of the heart needs no borrowed flame. Step by step it illuminates its own path. Follow what your heart truly desires. Whatever choice you make, to stay or to leave, will support you and follow you. The lamp of the heart needs no borrowed flame. Step by step it illuminates its own path. Qin Ciwei savored the words, ripples stirring deep within him. He looked up at Yu Weiyang with astonishment, finding it hard to believe that this girl, usually so brash and straightforward with her fists and tongue, could utter such profound and powerful words. His gaze was too direct, making Yu Weiyang a little embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed as she scolded, Fatty, what are you staring at? Do I have flowers on my face? Qin Ciwei shook his head and laughed, I'm just curious. How can someone as fiery as you say something so zen-like? None of your business. Yu Weiyang rolled her eyes at him, hiding her shyness. The old man in purple taught me that, okay. Fine, fine. Qin Ciwei smiled helplessly, his gaze sweeping once more over every familiar and determined face before him. Sang Zhenyu loyal and simple, Sang Luoqing pure and trusting, Hang Zai who saw him as a brother, and Yu Weiyang outwardly fiery but inwardly wise and clear. Their trust was like warm sunlight dispelling the last of his hesitation and gloom. Yu Weiyang's words were like a key unlocking the chains within him. He didn't have to bear the heavy burden of saving the world. He only needed to follow his heart, lighting the way for himself and for these companions who trusted him enough to entrust him with their lives. He took a deep breath as if shedding a 1,000-pound weight, his eyes becoming clear and resolute. I've decided. We're going to help Professor Lin and head to the Northwest base. He looked at everyone, his tone calm but powerful. I'm not trying to be some hero who saves the world. I'm not that noble. I just think that this peace in the quarry is like the calm before a storm. It can't hold back the ever-stronger zombies and mutants nor the increasingly treacherous human hearts in this apocalypse. I don't want to wait until disaster truly strikes, until my family and companions are in dire straits and we can only stand by helplessly filled with regret. I want to do more while I still have the strength, even if it's just lighting a small flame to try and change this damn situation. For ourselves and for the people we care about, let's fight for a more promising future. Yu Weiyang gave Qin Ciwei a look of affirmation and said, it's about time. Hang Zai looked at Qin Ciwei with excitement. Let's go find Qing Songji and bring him along too. Sang Luoking's eyes held no fear of the future. She trusted this group of people. Though Sang Zhenyu didn't fully grasp all the deeper meaning in Qin Ciwei's words, he caught fight for a future and people we care about and immediately nodded heavily. Good. Boss. I'll fight with you. Seeing Sang Zhenyu simple-minded focus on just the key points while missing the rest, everyone couldn't help but laugh again in good-natured amusement. The originally heavy and oppressive atmosphere was completely swept away by the warmth and trust among companions. Amidst the playful banter, the group surrounded Qin Ciwei, his resolve firm and eyes determined, and stepped down the dew-laden Guanyin slope. Side by side they walked toward their temporary home below and toward a future full of unknowns and challenges. The atmosphere at lunch after Qin Ciwei and his group returned from Guanyinping was more subdued than before. On the table were dishes carefully prepared by Kui Xiu. Though it was the apocalypse, she tried her best to make the meal hearty, especially feeling that her son and his companions needed to eat well. Qin Ciwei's team members Lin Weiguo and the elderly couple Qin Dimin and his wife sat together chewing quietly, each lost in their own thoughts. Yu Weiyang occasionally stole glances at the taciturn Qin Dimin, who was silently smoking a dry pipe, then at Kui Xiu, who was bustling about with a hint of barely perceptible sorrow in her eyes. Recalling Qin Ciwei's name pun, she couldn't help but curl her lip slightly, quickly lowering her head to bury herself in her rice. Qin Ciwei put down his chopsticks, turned his gaze to Lin Weiguo and broke the silence. Professor Lin, I have a question. That Fushi base you mentioned, why have we never heard of it before? Given the nation's construction capabilities, keeping a large base completely secret can't be easy, can it? As this question was posed, an irrepressible gleam of joy burst forth in Lin Weiguo's eyes. He knew all too well that Qin Ciwei's asking this meant he was seriously considering the escort mission, otherwise he wouldn't care about the destination's details. A flame of hope surged higher in his heart. However, in stark contrast to Lin Weiguo's delight, Kui Xiu sitting across from him gave an almost imperceptible tremble in the hand holding her chopsticks. The faint light that had sparkled in her eyes from the family reunion suddenly dimmed like stars obscured by dark clouds. She was not well educated and had never seen much of the world, but she was one of the people who understood her son best. Her mountain boy wouldn't ask such questions without reason. Once he started probing details, it meant the scales in his heart had already tipped. He was going to leave. This realization pierced the mother's heart like a cold, sharp needle. Qin Dimin sitting beside her seemed to sense his wife's emotions. His calloused, knobby hand reached under the table to gently pat Kui Xiu's trembling shoulder. Without words, it was a silent comfort and support belonging to their age and their bond. Kui Xiu lowered her head, blinking hard against the sting in her eyes, pretending to be bothered by the steam from the food. Lin Weiguo suppressed his excitement and replied in as calm a tone as possible, Fushi Base is one of our nation's highest-level secrets. It is not merely a research facility in terms of scale and function, it is more like a small city buried deep underground. Apart from lacking large industrial zones, it has complete living research, agricultural and energy sectors fully capable of long-term self-sufficiency. He paused, then dropped a more weighty piece of information. Moreover, many major